My name is Lin Kai. I used to be a programmer back on Earth, but my life ended abruptly after too much overtime. I remember the pain in my chest, the lines of code on my screen, and then a heavy darkness. I thought I was dead for good, but a strange force pulled me through a tunnel of light and noise. When I finally opened my eyes, I was shocked to find myself in a tiny, weak body. I had been reborn as a baby in the middle of a forest. As I lay there crying and hungry, a strange girl appeared. She had silver hair, red eyes, white horns, and a tail. She wasn't human. At first, I was terrified because she called me yummy, and I thought she was going to eat me. Instead, she picked me up like a prize and carried me to a large cave filled with fur and glowing magic stones. Living with her was a nightmare at first because she had no idea how to care for a human. She tried to feed me hard magic rocks and even brought a flame close to my face, thinking I could eat fire. I was terrified and exhausted, feeling like I was playing a survival game on the hardest difficulty. Eventually, she realized I couldn't eat those things and left the cave. She returned with a leaf container filled with warm beast milk. Even though it smelled a bit wild, it was the best thing I had ever tasted. After I finished eating, she looked so happy and proud. I realized then that she wasn't trying to hurt me. She was trying to be my guardian in her own clumsy way. As I drifted off to sleep on the soft animal fur, I felt a bit safer. I am now a baby in a fantasy world, being raised by a powerful dragon girl. It is a strange and ridiculous start to a new life, but at least I am alive. I decided to trust this little dragon mom for now and see where this new adventure leads. I woke up with an urgent physical problem. Being a baby is tough because I have no control over my body. I tried to signal my guardian, the dragon girl Ella, that I needed to go to the bathroom. After some confusion and poking, she finally understood and held me over the cave entrance just in time. It was embarrassing for a grown man from another world, but a huge relief. Life in the cave became a routine of being fed warm beast milk and berries. While part of me enjoyed not having to work, being totally dependent on someone else felt frustrating. I decided I had to learn the local language to survive. I spent my days watching Ella and matching her words to the objects she played with, like magic cores and stones. I also realized how dangerous she is after seeing her turn a giant bird monster into red mist just by throwing a rock. The biggest challenge came when Ella decided I should call her Mama. I struggled with my pride. She looks like a young girl, and I used to be an adult professional. However, I looked at her powerful tail and remembered the bird monster. I realized that my survival depended entirely on her. I decided to swallow my pride and managed to say the word. Ella was so happy that she spun me around until I was dizzy. She even shared her favorite treasures with me. Even though she is rough and lacks common sense, her joy was genuine. I felt a strange warmth and comfort being in her arms. I have accepted my new role for now. I am a human baby in a dragon's nest, and this strange girl is my new mother. It is an absurd start to a new life, but I am determined to make the most of it. I woke up to the smell of blood and saw Ella dragging a massive, frozen wolf into our cave. It was clearly a powerful monster, which reminded me just how strong my dragon, Mom, really is. She was proud of her hunt and wanted to feed me, but things quickly became dangerous. Instead of building a proper fire, she tried to light the wolf's fur right inside the cave. I panicked, imagining the whole place turning into a bonfire. I cried and waved my arms to stop her. When she almost used her powerful dragon breath to start the fire, I thought we were all going to die. Luckily, she saw how terrified I was and stopped. Through many gestures and sounds, I managed to teach her a life-saving lesson. Fires belong outside. She found it annoying, but listened to me, dragging the heavy wolf out of the cave to cook it. When she finally brought me a piece of meat, it was a blackened, burnt mess that was half raw inside. I couldn't eat that as a baby, so I refused. Ella was frustrated and confused. She ate the burnt meat herself, not understanding why I didn't like it. I realized then that if I want to survive, I have to be the one to educate her. I am basically a babysitter for a dragon with nuclear-level powers, but zero common sense. It is exhausting to be a baby in charge of a powerful creature's education, but I have no choice. As I lay there, I started planning lessons for her on fire safety and nutrition. It's a ridiculous situation, but seeing her try to learn makes me feel a little better. I'm exhausted, but I'm alive, and I have to keep teaching her so we can both survive this strange new world. I have spent my new life acting as a tiny, helpless teacher for my dragon, mother, Ella. My lessons on fire safety actually worked, and she now uses a designated kitchen area. However, she has become obsessed with fire. She lights it constantly just to see me react, and she keeps trying to burn random objects like leaves and stones. I have to act terrified or cry just to make her understand that some things are dangerous. It is incredibly exhausting to manage a girl who has the power of a nuclear weapon but the curiosity of a child. Aside from the fire, I also have to play guard. One afternoon, a sneaky forest creature tried to steal one of Ella's golden magic cores while she was distracted. I used my sharp baby senses to spot it and let out a warning cry. Ella reacted instantly, using an invisible, heavy pressure to freeze the thief in its tracks. She didn't even have to move to scare it away. Afterward, she was so proud of me that she rubbed her head against mine and called me a good baby. For the first time, I felt like we were truly a team. But soon, a more serious problem arrived. I was starving. The meat she caught was too tough for a baby, and I was becoming too weak to even move. Ella finally realized that her treasures and meat weren't helping me. She looked genuinely worried and rushed out of the cave. When she returned, she was messy and scratched up, but she held a leaf container filled with warm milk. That milk saved my life. As I drank it, I watched Ella try to drop herself and make a face of disgust. She didn't even like the taste, yet she had worked so hard to find it just for me. Seeing her bright, relieved smile as I finished eating touched my heart. I realized that she isn't just a random monster. She is someone who truly cares for me in her own clumsy way. For the first time since my rebirth, the coldness in my heart is starting to melt. I feel safe and warm in this cave. My mom might be unpredictable and strange, but she is my family now. The peace brought by a full stomach didn't last long. Lin Kai soon found himself facing a new problem. The helplessness of being unable to communicate was far more frustrating than hunger. He felt as if he were trapped in a body he couldn't fully control. All his needs, thoughts, and even warnings about danger could only be expressed through basic cries and unclear sounds, slow and helpless. Although Ella tried her best, she clearly wasn't a careful interpreter. Most of the time, she guessed Lin Kai's needs based on instinct and mood. When she guessed right, everything went well. When she guessed wrong, it often led to small disasters. He had to break this language barrier. Lin Kai made up his mind. The key, obviously, was Ella herself. She was his only source of information, whether it was common knowledge of this world, knowledge about dragons, or even basic survival skills. Everything had to come from her. He began to focus all his attention on Ella, like a dedicated student, catching every sound she made and observing the situations, actions, and emotions that went with each word. The process was harder than he expected. A baby's brain could only handle so much information, and it was difficult to stay focused for long. Even small distractions, like the shadow of a bird passing the cave entrance or the sound of Ella handling magic cores, could easily break his concentration. And then there was that annoying, uncontrollable sleepiness that always came at the worst times, interrupting his lessons. But he didn't give up. In his previous life as an office worker, his greatest strengths were persistence and the ability to find humor, or at least something to complain about, in boring situations. When Ella picked up a red magic core, her eyes full of fondness, and softly said silica, Lin Kai quietly noted in his mind, silica is almost equal to red/pretty/like. Got it. I can use this word to compliment her later, though it's a bit tricky to pronounce. When Ella rolled a smooth white stone toward him, signaling him to play, and said Sora, Lin Kai thought, Sora is almost equal to round/play/for you. Okay, at least I've learned a word for toy. When Ella accidentally stepped on a sharp stone, frowned, kicked it away, and angrily said Tao, Lin Kai almost laughed. Silently, Tao is almost equal to sharp/annoying/bad thing. Nice, strong emotion, easy to remember. The most interesting thing, however, was Ella's favorite phrase. Whenever she felt hungry, or when she noticed Lin Kai might be hungry, she would touch her stomach and say in a slightly pitiful yet expectant tone, Nora. Nora is almost equal to hungry/want to eat. Lin Kai quickly learned this as one of the most common words. He even started making sentences with it in his mind. I, Nora. She, Nora. We, all Nora. Stop. Why do I sound more and more like a caveman? During his study breaks, he would also watch Ella's clumsy attempts to learn human language. She seemed aware of the communication problem too. She would point at Lin Kai and repeat the meaningless sounds he made. Yeah? Trying to understand their meaning. Her serious expression, paired with her delicate, childlike face, gave off a strangely cute feeling. She's learning to talk like me? Lin Kai found the scene a bit funny. Is this what you'd call two-way language learning? Though I'm learning advanced dragon speech, and she's learning baby talk. Of course, the teaching process wasn't always peaceful. Sometimes Ella lost her patience, especially when Lin Kai kept failing to pronounce a certain dragon sound. She would look annoyed, pat the ground, or let out a low growl, scaring Lin Kai into stopping immediately, frozen in fear. All right, I'll stop. Don't be mad. It's not worth it, especially for my safety. He quickly gave in and switched back to his obedient mode. But most of the time, Ella showed great interest and encouragement when he tried to imitate her sounds. Whenever he managed to make a sound close enough, she would look happy, rub her head against him, or give him her favorite shiny stones to touch, though Lin Kai had no real interest in them. As time passed, Lin Kai's dragon vocabulary slowly but steadily grew. He learned simple words for directions, in, out, up, down, knew that water was Akya, sleep was Mira, and even understood the special sound Ella used to call him, Chino, which probably meant baby or my little one. However, the biggest breakthrough came one calm evening. Ella had just finished her roasted meal, happily licking her fingers. Then, as usual, she gently touched Lin Kai's small belly to check if he was also Nora. After making sure he was full, she let out a sigh of relief and looked at the sunset sinking outside the cave. Without realizing it, she clearly said in the dragon language, Nora, Tusa Kino, hungry, wanna eat, baby. The sentence was more complex than the scattered words before, but Lin Kai understood it instantly. From the context and the words he already knew, the meaning of Tusa became obvious. It meant to eat. I got it. A wave of excitement rushed through him, stronger than when he had solved the hardest project in his previous life. Tusa means to eat. Nora Tusa Kino means the baby is hungry and wants to eat. I actually understood a full sentence. Overjoyed, he forgot that he still couldn't pronounce the dragon language fluently. He tried to respond, forcing his throat and tongue to form the words, I'm not hungry, Nora, but only managed to make a few soft, baby-like sounds. Goo. Aya. Nora. Ella froze for a moment. Then her ruby-like eyes lit up as if she had discovered something amazing. She leaned closer, watching his mouth carefully, and exclaimed with delight, Kino. Say, Nora. She seemed to think Lin Kai was saying he was hungry. I'm not. I didn't. Don't say that. Lin Kai protested silently, but when he saw the excitement and hope in her eyes, he suddenly felt that this lovely misunderstanding wasn't so bad. At least it showed that his learning was paying off, even if only in understanding. From that day on, Lin Kai's dragon language learning entered a new stage. He began to organize his thoughts silently using the words he had learned. When Ella happily played with fire at the cave entrance again, he would think, Ella, Sharika, Tusa, Nora? Ella, like, fire not hungry, teasing her for being too focused on playing with fire. When Ella put a cold magic core in his arms to keep him warm, he cried out in his mind, Kino, Nora Akya, Nora Sharika Tau, baby wants water, not this cold, annoying stone. When Ella tried to share a burnt piece of meat with him, he firmly refused in his heart. Yeah, Tusa Tau. No, the food is bad. This silent dragon language commentary became his only source of fun and comfort in the dull life of a baby. He felt as if he had a secret world that belonged only to him, one no one else could see. In that world, he was not a weak, helpless infant, but an independent soul who could think, observe, and even use the language of another world fluently, at least in his mind. He looked at Ella, who was humming and playing with shiny objects, and a strange feeling began to grow inside him. She was still that unreliable and dangerous mom, but at the same time, she was his only window into this strange world, and his language teacher. All right, he thought silently, since I can't leave for now, I might as well learn properly. At least when I can speak dragon language fluently, my inner comments will sound much better, right? With that slightly silly goal, Lin Kai continued his difficult yet interesting journey of learning dragon language under Ella's unintentional teaching. He didn't know that this early, instinctive immersion would one day become the solid foundation for mastering true dragon magic. For now, he was just a reborn soul, silently complaining in clumsy dragon words. The first success in learning dragon language was like a key that opened a small window into Ella's inner world. Lin Kai no longer saw her only as a dangerous guardian to be cautious of, but began to observe her with the curiosity of a researcher, especially her unique hobbies. The most obvious one was her obsession with everything shiny. That day, Ella seemed to think the cave's decor wasn't perfect enough. After a big meal, instead of playing with fire or teasing Lin Kai as usual, she eagerly began organizing and displaying her collection. She carefully moved the pile of magic cores, ores, and glittering objects from the corner to the flattest spot in the center of the cave. She worked with great focus, her red eyes glowing with almost sacred light. Each magic core was gently wiped with soft moss until it shone with pure brilliance. Lin Kai lay on the animal hide, forced to watch this treasure exhibition of another world. His urge to make sarcastic comments had never been stronger. Wow, is she trying to build her own museum? He watched as Ella carefully sorted the shiny objects. Fiery red ones piled together like glowing embers. Icy blue ones lined up neatly, giving off a chilling aura. Earthy yellow ones that looked plain but seemed to hold deep, steady power. A few with strange metallic gleams, and some scales that shimmered like rainbows, left behind by unknown creatures. As Ella organized them, she softly murmured their names in dragon language, or perhaps the meanings she had given them. Lin Kai perked up his ears, trying to learn. Silica, Nola, red, like. She held a red magic core the size of a pigeon egg, its inside glowing like flowing lava, clearly fascinated by it. Aqua, Tau, water, dislike. She pushed a blue magic core that gave off a cold mist a little farther away with her fingertip, though she still placed it in the display area. Even if she didn't like it, its shiny quality still made it valuable. Sora, Chino, round. For baby. She picked up a smooth, pearl-like orb that glowed softly with a milky light and rolled it toward Lin Kai, showing that it was meant as his toy. Lin Kai looked at the pearl, feeling nothing but amusement. Here we go again, trying to bribe me with shiny things. I really don't care about these rocks, big sister. I just want milk and sleep. But Ella's enthusiasm didn't stop there. She thought simply placing them on the ground wasn't decorative enough. She began embedding the shiny pieces into the cave walls. She chose a few small but brightly colored crystals, then stretched out her delicate-looking hands that actually held terrifying strength. With a soft, she easily pushed her fingers into the hard rock, dug out a small hole, and pressed the crystal inside. What in the world? Digging into stone with her bare hands? Lin Kai's eyelids twitched. Her nails are tougher than diamonds. I'd better never make her angry, or one poke from her end. He quickly stopped that thought. Ella was completely absorbed in her work. She decorated not only the walls, but even the stalactites near the ceiling with sparkling gems. When sunlight or moonlight shone through the cave entrance, the scattered crystals reflected tiny beams of light, making the once dim cave sparkle brightly. The style is pretty straightforward, very dragon-like, Lin Kai commented. But it's a bit the eyes, like living inside a disco hall. What left Lin Kai speechless was that Era seemed eager to decorate his bed as well. She tried to tuck a few sharp-edged, beautiful crystals under the animal skin mat he slept on, calling it silica, Kino, pretty, for the baby. Stop. That's really uncomfortable. What if it scratches me? Lin Kai protested loudly, waving his little hands in distress. Seeing this, Era reluctantly put the crystals away, muttering Kino, Tau, baby, fussy, clearly puzzled as to why the things she liked never pleased him. After all the fuss, the cave did look completely different. Though Lin Kai thought the style was a strange mix of new money and primitive, he couldn't deny Era's enthusiasm. She stood proudly in the center of the cave, hands on her hips, her silver tail swaying happily as her face glowed with satisfaction and joy. She ran over to Lin Kai, pointing at the sparkling crystals, trying her best to explain her collection through a mix of dragon language and gestures. Lin Kai couldn't understand most of it, but he could feel her excitement and her wish to share her happiness. All right, since you're so happy. Lin Kai sighed inwardly. I still can't say I like the style, but at least it's bright. Then it struck him. These shiny treasures, so precious to Era, were more than symbols of wealth. They represented her sense of safety, pride, and joy. This cave, filled with her carefully gathered treasures, was her home, her kingdom. And she was doing her best to make it better, even including him, the unexpected hatchling, in its heart. Thinking of that, Lin Kai's gaze toward the dazzling gems softened a little. Of course, that didn't stop him from quietly grumbling in his mind. Ella was tired from explaining, so she sat down beside Lin Kai and picked up the smallest, softest-looking pale green magic core from her display area. It was polished smooth, like a green glass marble. She placed it in her palm and held it out to him. Kino, Sora, she said softly, her eyes full of encouragement, signaling that he could take it. This time, Lin Kai didn't refuse right away. After a moment's hesitation, he reached out his small, clumsy hand and tried to touch the green marble. It felt cool and smooth against his fingertips, carrying a faint, soothing sense of life. Huh, this actually feels nice, he thought, surprised. This little thing seemed different from the other magic cores he had touched before. Those had been either burning hot or icy cold. Seeing that Lin Kai didn't resist, Ella grew even happier. She gently placed the green marble into his small hand and let him hold it. Yours, she said in dragon language, her tone solemn. Lin Kai looked at the green marble in his hand, then at Ella's smiling face so close to his, and finally at the cave around them, glittering like a starry sky. Well, he thought silently, even though this mom has strange taste, loves danger, and keeps trying to feed me rocks, at least she's willing to share what she thinks is best with me. He tightened his grip on the green marble, feeling its faint life energy. His emotions were hard to describe. This glittering dragon's nest was starting to feel, just a little bit, like a home, even if it was a kind of home he might never truly get used to. Lin Kai soon realized that as his baby body developed normally, certain daily routines became unavoidable, like using the bathroom. And closely tied to that was the issue of cleanliness. Ella seemed to have an almost obsessive dislike for anything dirty. Whenever Lin Kai finished his business, or even got a bit of milk or dust on him, she would immediately switch into cleaning mode. That day, right after Ella had helped him finish a quick bathroom break, Lin Kai barely had time to relax before he saw her ruby-red eyes lock onto him again, sparkling with a clear message, bath time. Again? Lin Kai sighed inwardly. His past cleaning experiences had been far from pleasant, either shivering from icy stream water or having his skin rubbed red by Ella's rough moss scrubbing. Ella clearly didn't think there was anything wrong with her way of cleaning. She eagerly ran to the small puddle in the corner of the cave, her usual drinking spot, scooped up some water with her hands, and was about to wipe Lin Kai's face. Wait, that's drinking water. And it's cold. Lin Kai quickly turned his head to dodge, letting out a protesting squeak. It was still early spring, and the forest air was chilly. He couldn't handle a cold wash. Ella froze mid-motion, frowning. Dirty, she said firmly, trying again. Lin Kai dodged once more, this time almost rolling off the fur mat. No way. She has to understand that we need warm water. Thinking fast, he hugged his small arms and shivered dramatically, then pointed toward the pile of cooled ashes near the cave entrance, Ella's old kitchen. Ella looked from his trembling body to the ashes, her face puzzled. She seemed unable to connect the ideas of cold, washing, and fire. This communication barrier is killing me, Lin Kai thought anxiously. He tried to recall the few dragon words he had learned. Nora, Tusa, fire? He mumbled, hoping to say, we need fire to heat the water for washing. Ella clearly misunderstood. Her eyes lit up, thinking he was hungry and wanted roasted meat. Nora? Tusa? She repeated, turning to run toward the cave entrance to start a fire for cooking. No, that's not it. Lin Kai almost choked in frustration. He cried out sharply and clutched the fur beneath him, using all his strength to show that he didn't want to go outside, but stay here. Ella, confused by his sudden change of mind, stomped her foot in irritation. Chino, Tao, baby, so troublesome, she grumbled, thinking this little one was far too hard to please. Just when Lin Kai thought the bath would end in failure, or a freezing wash, Ella's eyes suddenly brightened, as if a clever idea had just struck her. She walked to the edge of the puddle. Instead of scooping up the water with her hands, she opened her mouth and gently blew toward it. A thin stream of orange-red flame burst from her lips and landed precisely on the surface of the puddle. Whoosh! The fire touched the water, making a sharp hissing sound. Thick white steam instantly rose and filled the cave. The water's temperature climbed so fast it began to bubble. Whoa, she's heating the puddle with fire? Lin Kai stared in shock. That's way too intense. What if she dries it out or sets the cave on fire? He watched nervously, afraid she might lose control. Fortunately, Ella seemed much better at handling her flames now. She carefully kept the small fire steady until the steam felt pleasantly warm, then stopped with a satisfied smile. The puddle had turned into a steaming little hot spring. Proud of her work, Ella cupped some warm water in her hands. This time, the temperature was just right. But a new problem soon appeared. Ella still used her rough cleaning method, scrubbing Lin Kai's body with wet moss as if she were polishing metal. Easy, easy. You're going to rub my skin off. Lin Kai cried out, wincing in pain. Ella looked puzzled. The water was warm now. Why was the little one still resisting? She tried to hold him still, but misjudged her strength and accidentally pushed his small body right into the puddle. Blub blub, Lin Kai choked as water rushed into his mouth and nose. Though the water was warm, the sudden suffocating feeling filled him with panic. He kicked and flailed, but couldn't break free from Ella's surprisingly strong grip. I'm done for. Not starving, not freezing, but drowning in a bath. Just as he thought this might be his ridiculous end, Ella noticed his fear and pain. She quickly lifted him out of the water. Cough, cough. Lin Kai gasped for air, his face red, tears and snot running down as he coughed hard. Seeing his miserable state, Ella, for the first time, did not continue her cleaning work. She stared blankly at Lin Kai, who was trembling and coughing in her hands. In her red eyes, a trace of panic and helplessness flickered clearly. She finally seemed to realize that what she had just done had almost caused serious harm. This little one was far more fragile than she had imagined. She stopped trying to wipe him by force and instead awkwardly patted his back to help him breathe. Her movements were still a bit stiff, but her effort to comfort him was sincere. When Lin Kai finally caught his breath and stopped coughing, only sniffling softly, Ella looked at his wet, pitiful face and hesitated. Instead of touching the water again, she did something completely unexpected. She opened her mouth slightly, and a gentle, warm breeze flowed out, brushing over Lin Kai's soaked body. The air carried a strange drying power. Wherever it passed, the water quickly vanished, leaving his skin dry and comfortable. Is this a dragon's breath dryer? Lin Kai froze. It felt 1,000 times better than being wiped with moss. The temperature was perfect, warm but not hot. Seeing that Lin Kai had stopped crying, Ella seemed pleased with her new method. She carefully controlled the warm wind, drying him completely, even fluffing up his hair. When she finished, she looked at the now clean and dry Lin Kai as if she had completed a great task, letting out a long sigh of relief. She placed him back on the soft fur mat and sat down beside him, looking a little tired. Lin Kai lay there, feeling the pleasant dryness on his skin. Thinking back to the frightening moment earlier, and to Ella's clumsy but sincere effort to comfort and dry him, his feelings were a tangled mix. This girl, she's scary, but somehow, I can't really be mad at her. He secretly glanced at Ella, who was resting her chin on her hand, staring blankly at the stalactites above. She seemed to still be reflecting on the bath accident, her silver tail drooping weakly. It seems that for both of us, bath time is a battle of water and fire that we'll have to keep learning to handle together, Lin Kai thought with a sigh. The road ahead is long and winding. At least this time, he survived, and in a relatively comfortable way, the battle finally ended. He closed his eyes, feeling the exhaustion of survival and the warm, dry comfort on his skin. For now, he decided not to think about what the next bath might be like. Better to sleep first. Only after resting well could he face whatever new surprises or shocks the dragon girl might bring next time. After solving the problem of food and shelter, Lin Kai noticed that Ella's interest in eating was growing stronger. almost more than her love for shiny things. However, her cooking skills, if they could even be called that, were still at the most primitive stage, roasted over fire until it was cooked or burnt. After several days of chewing on meat that was charred outside, raw inside, and full of a strong, gamey smell, Lin Kai felt his taste buds were being tortured. Even the beast milk he drank seemed to carry a burnt flavor. If this goes on, I'll lose my mind from the food before any danger gets me, he thought, lying on the animal hide, watching hopelessly as Ella happily dragged back a large, badger-like creature. She skillfully started a fire at the cave entrance, ready for another round of carbonized cooking. Ella clearly didn't notice Lin Kai's silent despair. Humming an off-key tune, she used her sharp little claws to easily cut open the animal's fur, roughly cleaned out the insides, and then skewered the bloody meat onto a thick branch, placing it over the fire. Next came her favorite part, breathing fire. She took a deep breath, orange-red light gathering in her throat, ready to unleash it all at once onto the meat. "Stop!" Lin Kai screamed inwardly in despair. "Not again. The heat. You have to control the heat." He knew that crying or gestures alone couldn't explain something as complex as heat control. He had to find a more direct way to teach her. Just as Ella was about to breathe out her dragon fire, Lin Kai used all his strength to let out a sharp, urgent cry, pointing frantically at a flat, relatively clean stone beside the fire. Startled by his sudden reaction, Ella swallowed the fire back down, coughing twice as the flames caught in her throat. She turned her head in confusion, looking at Lin Kai, then followed his finger to the stone. "Chino, baby?" she asked, puzzled. Seeing her stop, Lin Kai quickly took the chance. He pointed to the flat stone, then to the fire, and made a rubbing motion as if placing something on the stone. Finally, he pointed to the meat strips hanging nearby. Alla's red eyes were full of confusion. She couldn't understand what all these actions meant. Communication barriers are really frustrating, Lin Kai thought to himself. He took a deep breath, forced himself to stay calm, and changed his approach. Instead of doing complicated gestures, he used the simplest way. He pointed at the flickering flames, then made an exaggerated face showing he was burned and grimaced, hugging his arms and trembling, to show the fire is too big and hot, not good. Then he pointed to the cooler edge of the fire, making a comfortable and expectant face, licking his lips to show, "Here, gentle, good." Alla stared at his expressive face and body language, tilting her head as if trying to decode. This time, she seemed to catch a little information. She looked at the blazing center of the fire, then at the edge, thoughtful. Tentatively, she blew a small, gentle flame toward the meat. The flame licked the bottom of the meat, making a soft, sizzle sound, but didn't burn it immediately. Yes, that's it. Slow roasting. Lin Kai's heart leapt with joy, and he couldn't help but smile encouragingly, even chuckling softly. Seeing his smile, Alla felt greatly encouraged. Her red eyes brightened, and she carefully controlled the flame. She seemed to find this delicate operation fun, like playing a new game. She no longer spat fire wildly but started adjusting the size and angle of the flame, making the heat more evenly spread over the meat. Gradually, a rich, mouth-watering aroma of grilled meat, full of a crispy, smoky scent, began to waft from the meat, replacing the earlier burnt smell. The fats were rendered perfectly, dripping into the fire and creating enticing crackling sounds. Alla sniffed hard, her eyes wide with surprise. This aroma was completely different from what she had cooked before. She watched as the meat gradually turned golden and crispy on the outside, while remaining tender and juicy inside. Her throat involuntarily moved as she watched. When the meat was finally cooked, Ella eagerly tore off a small piece. This time, she didn't taste it herself first, but carefully blew on it to cool it down before offering it to Lin Kai. Her eyes were full of anticipation and a hint of nervousness, as if waiting for his final judgment. Lin Kai looked at the golden, fragrant piece of meat in front of him, feeling very excited inside. He carefully opened his mouth and took a small bite. The outer crust was slightly crispy, the inside tender, and the juices burst in his mouth. Although it still lacked seasoning, the pure flavor of the meat was perfectly brought out, far better than those charred pieces before. It was a success. This was real food. He chewed almost with tears in his eyes, showing the most satisfied and happy expression he had had since Rebirth. He even made a happy, sound. Ella watched his reaction closely. When she saw Lin Kai's obvious satisfaction and joy, she felt like she was lit up. A huge sense of achievement and happiness overwhelmed her, more than finding the brightest magic core. Chino, Tusa, Sharika, baby, food, love, she cheered, hugging Lin Kai and spinning around several times. Her silver hair and tail flew in the air, and her laughter was clear and ringing like wind chimes. She put Lin Kai down and tore off a large piece of roasted meat herself, stuffing it into her mouth and chewing eagerly. After just one bite, her eyes widened even more, clearly realizing how different the flavor was from the slow-roasted method. Nora, delicious, delicious, she shouted unclearly, devouring the remaining meat at lightning speed, even chewing the bones and swallowing them, then licking her fingers with satisfaction. From that day on, Ella's cooking entered a new era. She no longer saw roasting meat as just a way to fill her stomach, but as an activity worth her passion and study. She happily practiced controlling the heat, even trying to cook different cuts and thicknesses of meat on her own, searching for the best cooking formula. Lin Kai's diet improved greatly. Although he still only cooked meat, it was no longer dark or inedible. He watched Ella's small figure busy around the campfire, her excitement when she successfully cooked a perfect steak, and felt a deep sense of fatherly pride, even though he looked like a baby. Finally, he had taken a small step toward a civilized life. He happily let out a burp that carried a meaty aroma. But he also knew this was just the beginning. There were many more foods, spices, vegetables, grains that the world had to offer, waiting for him to explore and introduce. The dragon mom, who was becoming more interested in eating, might become his best and possibly most challenging partner in his future food adventures. He watched Ella finish her meal, happily resting her head on his side and softly snoring, a small smile on his face. Barbecued meat was just the start of civilization. There were many more recipes to discover. With a little hope for the future, Lin Kai also drifted into sleep, dreaming of tempting aromas he had yet to taste. Lin Kai noticed subtle changes in Ella's behavior lately. She still loved barbecuing and organizing her shiny collection, but she was spending more time interacting with him. This interaction was no longer just about feeding and clumsy cleaning. Now, she was trying to teach him a specific sound. After eating, Ella would sit cross-legged in front of Lin Kai, her silver tail tip tapping the ground gently, her red eyes fixed on him. She would point a finger at herself, then slowly and clearly repeat a word. Mom. When Lin Kai didn't respond, she would lean in closer, almost nose to nose, and emphasize again. Mom. Sometimes, she would point outside the cave at animals passing by with their young, like a mother deer with a fawn or a large bird carrying food back to its nest, trying to teach by example. Look, Mom, she would say, then turn her bright gaze back to Lin Kai, hoping he would understand and imitate. Lin Kai felt a mix of emotions. He knew what Mom meant and understood what Ella was expecting him to do. This small girl with silver hair and red eyes, looking even more innocent than himself, was determined to become his mother. Mentally, he understood that this might be his best survival strategy for now. Fully accepting the mother-child relationship could help him gain a more stable position and receive better care in this dragon's den. To Ella, the roles of owner and child clearly held different weight. But emotionally, that barrier was too high. He had been well-educated and experienced in the workplace in his previous life. Yet now he had to call a dragon girl with a child's mind, Mom. This was not just embarrassing. It was a complete upheaval of his past life, and, in a way, a kind of mental emasculation. Every time Ella looked at him with hope, he could only look away or make some meaningless sounds to pretend he understood. Ella's patience was clearly not unlimited. After several failed attempts to teach him, she started to get a little impatient. When she pointed at herself again and said, Mom, and Lin Kai still pretended not to understand, she pouted in frustration, reached out, and gently poked his forehead. Say it, she ordered, her tone firm and serious. Lin Kai's heart tightened. He could tell Ella was serious, and her patience was running out fast. He tried to use his limited dragon language vocabulary to say, Chino, Ella, baby, Ella, hoping to replace the word with her name. Ella immediately shook her head, resolute. No, Mom, she insisted, clearly convinced of her role and not willing to accept any other answer. They reached an impasse. Ella's teaching methods began to escalate. She no longer relied only on words and demonstrations, but introduced a system of rewards and punishments. When Lin Kai tried to evade the issue, she would temporarily confiscate the small, light green magic core he was playing with or deliberately eat the last piece of the best roasted meat in front of him, making exaggerated chewing sounds. What made Lin Kai feel even more pressured was that, once, he threw a tantrum because he refused to speak. Ella seemed genuinely angry. She didn't hit or scold him. Instead, she silently walked to the cave entrance, sat with her back to him, hugged her knees, and her silver tail drooped on the ground, motionless. That silent, oppressive atmosphere was more unsettling than her poking his forehead or confiscating his toys. Suddenly, he realized he was quite dependent on this unreliable guardian, physically and emotionally. This cave, this place with her there, had become his only safe haven in this strange world. He did not want to lose this protection, nor did he want to see her truly disappointed or angry. The turning point came one afternoon. Ella somehow caught a small, snow-white creature. Its meat was very tender, and with Ella's improving cooking skills, the aroma was so tempting that any hungry creature would go crazy. Lin Kai, just smelling it, felt his mouth watering. Ella tore off a small, juicy piece of meat, blew on it to cool it, but did not give it to him right away. She held the piece in her hand, waved it in front of Lin Kai's eyes, and the tempting smell drifted straight into his nose. Then, she looked into his eyes and spoke in a clear, firm voice. Call me Mom. Eat. At that moment, Lin Kai's inner struggle reached its peak. His pride and shame were shouting loudly, while his hungry stomach and a deeper desire for safety pulled him strongly. He looked at Ella's unyielding red eyes, then at the fragrant piece of meat so close. In his past life, he could smile and pretend to be humble in front of clients for a project. Now, for survival, what was a simple mom call? Even Han Xin could endure humiliation under his circumstances. With pride, life first. He closed his eyes, as if summoning all his strength, and used his still somewhat clumsy baby voice to squeeze out a vague, milk-sounding but clear syllable from deep in his throat. Mom. Mom. The moment the sound fell, the cave fell into brief silence. Lin Kai dared not open his eyes. He was overwhelmed by shame, his face burning hot. He felt that his last bit of dignity as an adult man was completely gone with that mom's sound. However, the expected ridicule or just simple feeding did not happen immediately. He felt Ella's breath approaching. He secretly opened one eye slightly, and what he saw stunned him. Ella was not laughing, nor was she immediately stuffing the meat into his mouth. She looked at him blankly, her ruby-like eyes first filled with disbelief. Then suddenly, a pure, bright joy burst forth from her eyes like the rising sun, illuminating her entire face. It was a genuine, untainted joy from the heart. She suddenly threw away the piece of meat, the tasty, fragrant one she had used as a reward, as if it no longer mattered. She reached out her hands, not to hug him, but carefully, as if touching the most precious treasure in the world, gently cupped his small face. Say it again, she said softly, with a slight tremor in her voice, full of longing. Seeing her almost overflowing with happiness, Lin Kai's sense of shame strangely eased a little. He pursed his lips, obediently and gently, called out, Mom. This time, Ella completely lost control. She let out a short, joyful cry, quickly pulled Lin Kai into a tight hug, and rubbed her soft cheek against his small face. My baby, she exclaimed excitedly, her voice full of happiness and indescribable satisfaction. She held Lin Kai, spinning happily inside the cave, her silver hair flowing like a waterfall, her tail wagging excitedly, sweeping up a little dust from the ground. She spun around many times until she felt dizzy, then stopped, still holding Lin Kai tightly, unwilling to let go. She buried her face in his neck, which carried a faint scent of milk, giggling. Her laughter was clear and joyful, filling the entire cave. Lin Kai was a bit short of breath from her grip, but strangely, he didn't struggle. He could clearly feel her rapid heartbeat from her chest, her body radiating warmth from her extreme happiness, and that sunlight and mineral scent, which now seemed especially gentle. He watched her, happy like a child who had received the best gift in the world because of his simple call. The remaining awkwardness and shame inside him seemed to melt away, gradually influenced by her pure emotion. Forget it, he thought resignedly. Just accept it. As if I've raised a particularly strong daughter? Though this daughter insists on calling me mom. The relationship is so tangled, he almost wants to. Ella was excited for a while longer before gradually calming down. She put him back on the animal hide mat, but her gaze remained fixed on him, as if she could never get enough of looking. She picked up the piece of meat she had thrown away earlier, carefully blew off the dust on it, and offered it to Lin Kai again, her eyes shining brightly. Eat, baby, eat. This time, her tone was full of unconditional affection. Lin Kai opened his mouth and ate the piece of meat. The meat was indeed tender and juicy, one of the tastiest foods he had ever had since coming into this world. But he felt that taste didn't seem as important anymore. He looked at Ella, who was staying close by, humming happily, occasionally reaching out to touch his hair or face to confirm he was there. The cave was filled with a warm, though still flashy, atmosphere. However, beneath this seemingly peaceful scene, Lin Kai's mind began to have new, subtle doubts. Ella's reaction to him calling her Mom seemed a bit too strong. It was not just happiness from getting a new name, but more like a confirmation, a sense of settling down, even a little relief. Why was she so determined about this role? Was it just because of the dragon's possessiveness over things? Or was there another reason he didn't know? That forced Mom call seemed to change more than just their surface relationship. It quietly opened a box of unknown secrets, possibly hiding more. As Lin Kai chewed the delicious roasted meat and watched Ella's bright smile, he felt a faint curiosity and unease about her past and his own rebirth for the first time. After calling her Mom, Lin Kai clearly felt their relationship had entered a new, more clingy phase. Ella almost constantly needed to confirm his presence, whether through her gaze, touching his hair or face, or simply wrapping him in her tail. This clinginess reached its peak before sleep. In the past, bedtime was usually Ella playing with her shiny stones or staring at the cave entrance until she felt sleepy and fell asleep. But tonight was different. Moonlight shone through the cave entrance, casting a gentle glow over the fur-covered nest. Ella didn't touch her treasured stones, but instead lay on her side next to Lin Kai, supporting her head with one hand, her red eyes shining faintly in the dim light as she watched him carefully. Baby, sleep, she said in dragon language, her tone trying to be gentle and motherly, though still a bit stiff. Lin Kai obediently closed his eyes, hoping to pass as asleep. But after a moment, he felt Ella's breath still close by, and he could even hear her light breathing. He secretly opened one eye and saw that she was still in the same position, staring at him without blinking. It seemed that, watching the baby sleep, had become a very interesting thing for her. Being watched by such an inhuman, glowing eye in the dark made it hard for Lin Kai to fall asleep peacefully. He helplessly opened his eyes again, made a faint sound to show he was still awake. When Ella saw he was awake, she was not disappointed. Instead, she looked a little happy. She seemed to think there should be some interaction before sleep. She thought for a moment, then spoke softly in a tentative, uncertain tone. Mom. Before, she said in a broken, simple language, big, nest, sparkling, many, lots, dragons. Lin Kai's spirits lifted, and his sleepiness suddenly faded a lot. This was the first time Ella had talked about her past. He immediately focused all his attention, trying to catch every sound and piece together the information. Fly, high, above, clouds. Ella's voice carried a faint memory. She reached out her small hand and gestured in the air, as if drawing a scene of soaring. Stars. Close. Lin Kai was deeply moved. A big nest, many dragons, above the clouds, near the stars. Could this be a gathering place for dragons, or perhaps a dragon island or city? Later, Ella's tone grew quieter, and the glow in her red eyes dimmed a little. Fighting. Noisy. Sparkling. Fighting. Fighting. Battle. Stealing treasures. Lin Kai immediately imagined a conflict among dragons. Was it about resources or power? Pain. Ella's voice lowered even more. She unconsciously touched a smooth spot on her arm, which looked uninjured, but her expression still carried a hint of lingering pain. Mom disappeared. Lin Kai's heart sank slightly. Her mother, lost or perhaps gone in the conflict? I ran. Small. Hiding. Ella curled up her body, seeming to recall those lonely days of escape. Found. Here. Quiet. The story ended here. Ella didn't want to say more, or maybe her vocabulary and ability to express were limited to this. She fell silent, simply watching Lin Kai with eyes that carried a faint sadness from memories, along with a sense of satisfaction and dependence that reappeared when she saw him. Lin Kai's heart was still and restless. These scattered pieces of information were like key puzzle pieces, helping him understand Ella much better. She was not born a lone wanderer of the forest. She came from a dragon community, and due to internal conflicts, she was forced to leave. She had lived alone in the forest for a long time, until she found him. So, her strong attachment to calling him Mom was not just a way to mark possession, but perhaps a way to project and replace her feelings. After losing her own mother, she longed to build a strong, unbreakable connection. A mix of emotions surged in Lin Kai: compassion, realization, and a strange sense of responsibility. At that moment, Ella seemed to come back from her sad memories. She gently poked Lin Kai's cheek and asked curiously, "Baby, story?" She seemed to realize that talking only about herself was not enough, and she wanted to hear something from Lin Kai too. Lin Kai was surprised. A story? What kind of story could a baby tell? Would he recite a business plan or code logic in baby talk? But seeing Ella's expectant eyes, he couldn't bring himself to refuse, even just in his mind. Suddenly, he remembered that he had countless stories from another world, stories, myths, and legends he used to comfort himself with during late nights working overtime. A sudden idea flashed through his mind. Maybe he could use these stories not just to entertain Ella, but also subtly influence her thoughts, even shape her understanding. He decided to try. He chose a story that was simple, interesting, and might appeal to Ella: Journey to the West. Of course, it was a heavily simplified and modified version for babies. He carefully organized his limited dragon language vocabulary, mixing in lots of gestures and sound effects, and began to tell the story. Once upon a time, there was a monkey. He pointed at the cave entrance, as if a monkey was there. Strong. Came out of a rock. He made a jumping out gesture. Ella's eyes widened immediately, clearly captivated by the idea of jumping out of a rock. He has a stick. Lin Kai enthusiastically gestured with a long, extendable stick, emphasizing its shiny appearance and ability to grow and shrink. Shiny. It can get bigger or smaller. He stressed the shiny part and the changing ability. Sure enough, when Ella heard shiny and can change size, her breathing quickened slightly, and her tail tip instinctively curled up. Her eyes were full of longing. A shiny, shape-shifting stick. This totally hit all her favorite points. Lin Kai secretly chuckled inside and kept talking. He described how the monkey caused chaos in heaven, fought against powerful gods, was pushed down the mountain, and protected a person named Tang Monk on a journey to the west, defeating many bad guys along the way. His storytelling was a bit choppy, with many parts only conveyed through sound effects like boom, 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 and whoosh, crash, combined with exaggerated actions. But Ella was completely captivated. She was immersed in this fantastical story, her emotions rising with the monkey's adventures. When she heard the monkey was trapped under the mountain, she clenched her small fists nervously. When she heard about the monkey defeating monsters, she lightly stomped her foot excitedly. When she saw the shiny stick unleash its power, her eyes sparkled, and she unconsciously repeated, "Stick. Surely Ka. Stick. Love it." The story ended. Lin Kai was exhausted, feeling more drained than after working 3 days straight in his previous life. The cave fell into brief silence. The moonlight remained cold and clear, but the atmosphere was completely different. Ella was still lost in the story, staring blankly at the cave's ceiling, as if reminiscing about the mischievous, powerful, and playful monkey and that magical golden staff. After a while, she slowly turned her head to Lin Kai, her red eyes shining with an unusual, strange light. Suddenly, she asked out of the blue, in a serious tone, "Baby, Where can I find that stick? Lin Kai almost choked on his own saliva, struggling to breathe. He looked at Ella's eyes full of, I want it, and felt a sudden jolt. Oh no, he had been so focused on capturing her attention that he forgot. She was a doer. Could she really be planning to search the whole world for a magical staff called the Golden Cudgel? Did this bedtime story trigger some kind of serious switch? Since that night at the storytelling event, Lin Kai noticed that Ella seemed a bit strange. She no longer focused on her shiny collection as usual. Instead, she often stared into space, her small hands unconsciously mimicking swinging a stick. Her ruby-like eyes often sparkled with a nearly crazy light, and she kept muttering words like, jumping out of the stone, and shiny stick. At first, Lin Kai didn't pay much attention, thinking she was just lost in the story. But that morning, he was awakened by unusual sounds outside the cave. It wasn't Ella's usual cheerful footsteps after hunting, but a heavy dragging noise, mixed with the cracking of trees. It sounded like a huge creature was approaching their home. Lin Kai's heart raced. He instinctively curled up in the corner of the animal hide mat, nervously watching the entrance. Then, he saw something that made him gape in shock. In the faint morning light, Ella's small figure appeared at the cave entrance. She wasn't dragging a bloody prey, but she was carrying a giant log that would take several people to hug. The log was from an ancient tree, with rough bark covered in wet moss. Its broken end revealed fresh, sharp wood spikes, and it was more than 10 times Ella's height. Such a huge object was easily supported by her seemingly delicate shoulders. With each step, the ground trembled slightly, leaving deep footprints in the soft mud. Suddenly, a loud boom echoed as Ella threw the giant log onto the open space in the cave. Dust billowed up like a small mushroom cloud, making Lin Kai cough. Ella looked proud of her work, patting her hands covered in wood shavings. Excited, she ran to Lin Kai, pointing at the log like a battering ram, her eyes shining. She shouted in a mix of dragon language and awkward imitation. Stick. Mine. Golden. Golden hoop stick. Shiny. Lin Kai looked at the log, which had nothing to do with shiny, gold, or hoop, and felt his temples pounding. He tried to use simple gestures and words to correct this ridiculous misunderstanding. He waved his hands and tried to say, no. Ella. Metal. The syllable, glow, was meant to help her understand that the legendary magic weapon was not actually like that. Ella blinked her big eyes as she watched Lin Kai gesture, then looked back at the bare, giant tree. Her excited expression faded slightly, replaced by a look of confusion. She circled the tree twice, reached out to touch the rough bark, and seemed to realize that the tree was not sparkling enough. But that didn't stop her. She quickly ran to her collection of treasures, digging through them. Soon, she lifted a heavy piece of ore about the size of her head, shining with a dull metallic luster. She handled the heavy ore like a toy, easily holding it in her arms. Then, she pulled some tough vines from somewhere, using her hands and feet to try to tie the ore securely to the thinner end of the giant tree. Her movements were focused and clumsy, like a child playing. After some effort, she finally fixed the ore in place, though it was crooked and looked like it might fall at any moment. Look, she said again to Lin Kai, her face shining with excitement. She pointed at the top of the tree, where a dark stone was embedded, and said confidently, sparkling. Golden cudgel. Lin Kai was speechless. He looked at the strange, totem-like weapon that resembled some primitive tribal idol, feeling helpless inside. This sense of taste, this understanding. Forget it. Arguing with a stubborn little dragon obsessed with cosplay is pointless. As long as she's happy. But Ella was clearly not satisfied with just having a golden cudgel. She couldn't wait to start practicing. She took a deep breath, and her small, delicate hands easily grasped the large tree that would normally require several people to lift. She made a vague, imitative shout. Hey! The moment she shouted, she moved. The heavy tree in her hands seemed to lose its weight, transforming into a blurry shadow of gray, accompanied by a terrifying tearing sound as if ripping through the air. It wildly swung inside the cave. She mimicked the stance of a monkey king wielding a weapon, sometimes splitting the mountain, bringing the tree crashing down with a mighty force, causing the hard ground to like a spider web, with stones flying everywhere, sometimes sweeping away armies. the tree sweeping along the ground, stirring up dust and small stones, hitting the rock wall with a cracking sound, causing small embedded crystals to fall off. Sometimes, she would suddenly attack the air fiercely, making sharp sounds that made people's scalps tingle. The entire cave instantly became a storm center. Dust and smoke filled the air, stones flew everywhere, and even the ceiling seemed to tremble slightly, with dust falling gently. Lin Kai pressed himself close to the cold rock wall, trying to make himself less noticeable. He watched this disastrous, Monkey King imitation show with fear. Every time a large tree swung, the wind pressure hurt his cheeks, and flying stones narrowly missed hitting him. He had no doubt that if even a little part of that thing touched him, his fragile body would turn into a pile of flesh. What a disaster, he thought. Why did I tell her that story? This destruction is 100 times worse than her playing with fire. This isn't imitation, it's more like demolition. Meanwhile, Ayla was completely immersed in her own world, dancing happily. She even tried to imitate the scene from the story where the Rui Jingu Bang, the magical staff, grew larger. She held the middle of a huge wooden stick with both hands, her face flushed, muttering to herself as if trying to make it grow bigger. Of course, the stick didn't change, but her enthusiasm didn't fade. After a wild dance, she seemed a little tired, slowing down her movements. Finally, she confidently struck the stick into the ground with a loud thud, placed one hand on her hip, and panted slightly. Her face was flushed from exercise, sweat beads appeared on her forehead, and her silver hair was a bit messy, sticking to her cheeks. She turned her head and looked at Lin Kai, who was curled up in the corner. Her bright red eyes shone with excitement and a hint of seeking approval, as if asking, "Am I awesome?" Lin Kai looked at her tired, excited, and expectant eyes and swallowed his sarcastic comment back. He forced a very strained, almost twisted smile, making a few meaningless sounds from his throat that sounded like praise. Ayla, feeling satisfied with her achievement, happily put down her Rui Jingu Bang and skipped over to sit beside Lin Kai. She still carried the warmth from her exercise and the fresh scent of wood. She grabbed her water bag and drank several gulps, then casually wiped her mouth with her sleeve. "That stick is amazing," she panted, confidently saying to Lin Kai, her eyes full of love for her new toy. Looking at her happy expression from mimicking her idol, Lin Kai found it hard to say anything critical. He could only silently sigh to himself. "Oh well, as long as she doesn't accidentally destroy the cave or send me away, she can play however she wants." However, a growing sense of unease deep inside him became clearer. With Ella's personality and her unusual obsession with the legendary, wishful golden staff, he wondered if she would be satisfied with just a rough, ugly wooden copy. This world clearly holds extraordinary powers and magical creations. If one day she truly decided to seek a real, shape-shifting, magic tool in the vast world. This thought made Lin Kai shiver. He looked at the huge tree leaning against the wall, which seemed like an ominous sign, and then at Ella, who was squinting happily like a lazy cat. He felt as if an invisible shadow was covering their future path. This silly, golden staff might just be a small beginning. The real, unpredictable trouble probably still waits somewhere far away. Ella's enthusiasm for the golden staff lasted several days, as shown by the messy scene inside and outside the cave. Lin Kai was on edge every day, worried that this Monkey King follower might suddenly get excited and completely destroy their temporary home. But the young dragon's interest seemed to shift quickly. Just as Lin Kai was thinking of gently suggesting, through sounds and body language, that she try a different activity, a subtle change in their environment quietly presented a real challenge. At first, only small signs appeared. When Ella returned from outside, she sometimes had a few minor scratches on her body. Although these small injuries were hardly noticeable to a tough dragon like her, Lin Kai noticed a faint, almost unnoticeable sign of irritation on her face. Sometimes, the prey she brought back had tears or wounds not caused by her, as if she had fought with other creatures and taken their scraps. Soon after, Lin Kai himself began to feel a vague sense of unease. It didn't come from Ella but from the deep, unknown forest outside the cave. During Ella's outing to find food, the cave felt especially quiet. In this silence, some overlooked sounds became noticeable, distant, deep howls of unknown beasts, the rustling of leaves as creatures moved quickly through the bushes, and occasionally, he sensed a curious gaze, as if something was watching from a corner outside the cave. It seemed to be peering at this territory marked by dragon breath, and at the presence within, an alluring, seemingly weak creature. Lin Kai's heart sank. He realized that this forest was not only home to Ella. While Ella's strength provided some protection, her frequent outings might also attract other unwelcome visitors. These creatures might not dare to challenge a dragon directly, but they could be tempted by the vulnerable, dragon offspring, left alone in the nest, perhaps misunderstood as helpless, and driven by greed and hunger. They might ignore their fear of dragons. He could no longer wait passively. Lin Kai felt an unprecedented sense of danger. He had to do something, even the simplest warning or defense, instead of relying on luck and Ella returning just in time. He looked around the cave, his mind racing, recalling scattered knowledge about outdoor survival and simple traps from his past life. He was just a baby and couldn't set anything up himself, but he had Ella. The key was to make her understand and carry out his plan. The opportunity came during a brief rest when Ella was idly playing with a flexible vine. Lin Kai immediately made a sound to catch her attention. First, he pointed at the cave entrance, then mimicked a sneaky approach, with a cautious and fearful expression on his face. Next, he pointed at the vine in Ella's hand, then at the hanging, fragile stalactites above the entrance, and finally gestured a winding, tripping motion, as if stones might fall. Ella initially looked at him with curiosity, her red eyes full of confusion. Lin Kai patiently repeated this complex, silent code, once, twice, 3 times. He needed her to understand that there was a way to help defend the nest when she was away. Finally, the confusion in Ella's eyes faded, replaced by a spark of realization and eagerness. She seemed to interpret this trap-setting instruction as a new, fun game. "Baby, what are you doing?" she asked, holding the vine, excitedly confirming. Lin Kai immediately nodded firmly, trying to look serious and encouraging. Era's energy was as impressive as ever. She quickly ran to the cave entrance, looked up at the terrain, then suddenly leaped. Her small figure moved skillfully between the rocks, tying one end of the flexible vine to a protruding rock above the entrance. The other end hung down, forming a neat knot about half a foot above the ground, hidden among some bushes. She then selected a few medium-sized, seemingly not very sturdy stones, placing them lightly in the cracks of the rocks above the vine. A slight shake could cause them to fall. The whole setup was rough and straightforward, relying entirely on the dragon's natural understanding of strength and structure, with no technical skill involved. But to Lin Kai, it was already a great start. A simple tripwire and falling stones trap, though crude, could serve as an early warning and slow down intruders. Era was very happy with her work. She checked it several times, then ran back to Lin Kai, looking proud as if she had completed a game, waiting for praise. Lin Kai made a small encouraging sound. He looked at the rough trap, feeling a bit relieved but not completely relaxed. He knew this was only the first step. Not long after setting up the trap, one afternoon, Era went out again. Only Lin Kai was left inside the cave. The air was quiet, like a storm about to break. He listened carefully, trying to catch every sound outside. Suddenly, a very faint rustling noise came from the direction of the entrance, very different from the sound of wind or grass. Lin Kai's heart jumped into his throat. He held his breath, trying to see in that direction. Through the cracks in the vines at the cave entrance, he saw a blurry, sneaking shadow. It was small, cautious, with eyes that shimmered green in the shadows, staring intently into the cave, full of greed and curiosity. It seemed to be weighing the risk, hesitating whether to enter the dragon's den. Time seemed to freeze. Lin Kai could hear his faint heartbeat. He stared tightly at the shadow, watching it slowly, very carefully, step closer to the entrance. 1 step, 2 steps. Just as it was about to step into the cave, touching the area Ella considered her absolute territory, its hind legs seemed to trip over something. Suddenly, the vine trap tightened quickly. Although it didn't completely trip the quick-moving creature, it caused it to stumble and make a loud noise. At almost the same time, some rocks from the above, which Ella had loosened earlier, fell with a crashing sound. Most of them missed, but a small stone hit the creature's back. A sharp, frightened cry of pain and surprise rang out. The creature was clearly scared by this sudden attack. It didn't have time to see what hit it. Driven by a strong survival instinct, it abandoned its hunt and quickly ran into the dense forest, disappearing from sight. Inside and outside the cave, everything returned to silence. Only the slightly swaying vines and scattered stones on the ground proved that what just happened was real. Lin Kai took a long, silent breath and slowly relaxed his tense body. He had succeeded. Although he didn't catch the creature, the trap worked perfectly as an alarm and a deterrent. When Ella returned with a new prey, she immediately sensed something was wrong. The fallen stones at the cave entrance, the disturbed vines, and the lingering fear in the air from other creatures. She dropped her prey and quickly went to check the trap. Then she ran to Lin Kai, sniffed around him to make sure he was unharmed. She looked up at Lin Kai, her red eyes no longer relaxed from playing games, but full of surprise and a new kind of respect. She seemed to realize for the first time that this seemingly fragile cub she had found might have some special ability she couldn't understand. She pointed at the now disabled trap, then at Lin Kai, speaking seriously for the first time. "Did the baby do this?" Seeing her curious and surprised expression, Lin Kai's heart moved slightly. He nodded and made a confirming sound. Ella paused for a moment, then reached out her hand. Instead of poking his face as she usually did, she gently touched his head. This simple action made Lin Kai realize that some things had begun to change quietly. He was no longer just a possession or cub that needed protection. He had just shown that he possessed a special value. However, looking at the forest outside the hole, which had become calm again but still seemed deep and mysterious, Lin Kai felt little joy. This time, only a small, careless predator had come. What about next time? Will this simple trap always work? When Ella is not around, the real danger might just be beginning to show its fierce side. The feeling of success from driving away the uninvited guest didn't last long. It seemed the forest sensed the weakness of the dragon's nest, or perhaps the cub inside, which radiated pure life energy, was too tempting. The probing and daring looks became more frequent and bold. An invisible pressure filled the air, and even the wind that occasionally blew into the cave carried a restless feeling. That day, shortly after Ella left, Lin Kai was listening carefully to the sounds outside the hole. Suddenly, heavy and slow footsteps approached, accompanied by heavy breathing and the sound of trees being forcefully pushed apart. This noise was much louder than the small predator before. Lin Kai's heart jumped to his throat. He tried to look toward the entrance. Through the gaps in the vines, a huge figure, like a moving small mountain, gradually became clear. It was a magic bear, standing upright. It was probably taller than the cave. Its body was covered with thick, hard, sandy-colored fur, stained with resin and mud, forming a natural armor. Its sturdy limbs caused slight tremors with each step. Its small eyes sparkled with bloodthirsty, greedy red light. Its mouth dripped with thick saliva, and it stared fixedly at the depths of the cave. It was clearly attracted by some scent, and although it hesitated because of the faint dragon aura in the air belonging to Ella, ultimately, hunger and greed overcame its instinct to avoid a top predator. It growled low and began to slap the rocks near the cave entrance with its huge paws, trying to widen the opening or perhaps just to show dominance. Stones fell with a clatter, and the entire cave trembled slightly under its brute force. The simple trap set by Lin Kai for catching falling rocks looked so small and weak compared to the huge creature. The vines were easily torn apart, and the falling rocks hit the thick fur of the magic bear, just like tickling it, which only made it angrier. "It's over." Lin Kai felt cold inside. This thing was definitely not something he could handle with a small trap. His only hope was that Ayla would come back in time. As if answering his prayer, a flash of silver lightning cut through the shadow in the woods. Ayla's small figure appeared like a ghost on the open ground not far behind the magic bear. She was carrying the freshly hunted, still bleeding prey, rushing back at full speed. When she saw the magic bear trying to attack her nest, her ruby-like eyes instantly widened. A cold, pure anger burst out from her tiny body as if it were real, freezing the surrounding air. She dropped her prey and let out a deep, threatening growl, an expression of her dragon pride and extreme fury. The magic bear also sensed a stronger, more dangerous dragon presence behind it than the scent left in the nest. It suddenly turned around, stood upright, and roared loudly, trying to intimidate this seemingly weak opponent with its roar. Seeing Ayla return, Lin Kai felt a bit relieved, but then he saw her slightly open her mouth. Deep inside her throat, a familiar, terrifying white glow began to gather. Oh no, she's about to breathe fire. Lin Kai was almost scared out of his mind. So close to the cave entrance. He hadn't seen a dragon's breath with his own eyes, but he knew it would be destructive beyond imagination. Not just the magic bear, but the entire cave entrance, maybe even the cave itself, might not survive the aftershock. He was completely helpless inside the cave now. Mom, stay calm. Don't unleash your attack at the door. His survival instinct made him unleash an unprecedented strength. No longer trembling in the corner, he shouted sharply, almost breaking his voice, while desperately waving his small hands toward Ayla, not to ask for help, but to stop her. Ayla suddenly paused her action, her movement frozen. She heard Lin Kai's cry, different from usual, full of fear and a desperate attempt to stop her. She instinctively turned her head and looked at the small figure inside the cave. Lin Kai saw her look and shook his head desperately, his small face full of no and danger. Instead of pointing at the magic bear, he was anxiously patting the animal hide beneath him and pointing at the cave wall, making a collapsing motion. His meaning was very clear. Using dragon breath here would cause the nest to collapse. I would be buried. Ayla looked at Lin Kai's almost hopeless attempt to stop her, then glanced at the magic bear still roaring and challenging her authority. A rare flicker of struggle and irritation crossed her eyes. She could easily crush this daring beast, but the safety of the cub was more important. This feeling of restraint made her very unhappy. In that brief moment of hesitation, the magic bear seemed to think that the small one in front of it was scared. It roared and swung its huge paw, charging at Ayla. The stench of blood and flesh was strong enough to be smelled from afar. The struggle in Ayla's eyes was instantly replaced by cold anger. Not using dragon breath didn't mean she had no way to deal with such a beast. She let out a disdainful snort. Facing the charging magic bear, she didn't dodge or evade. Instead, she slightly crouched down, and then she extended her small, delicate, seemingly harmless hand. Bang! A dull, teeth-grinding loud noise sounded. The scene where Ayla was expected to be knocked flying did not happen. Instead, the huge magic bear, many times her size, let out a piercing, painful howl. Its massive paw, capable of crushing rocks, was firmly held by Ayla's seemingly casual raised hand, preventing it from moving an inch. Then, with a flick of her wrist, a force impossible to resist was transmitted. The giant body of the magic bear was lifted by her, swung through a heavy arc in the air, and then, like a torn sack, was slammed hard against a nearby ancient tree that required several people to embrace. Boom! The ancient tree shook violently, and leaves fell like rain. The spine of the magic bear emitted a clear, chilling, cracking sound. It slid softly to the ground, blood mixed with internal organs spilling from its mouth. It twitched a few times and then stopped moving. From the attack to the instant kill, the entire process happened in the blink of an eye. Ayla didn't even move her feet, standing still, using just one hand to perform a pure, crushing, forceful execution. Inside the cave, Lin Kai's crying suddenly stopped. He opened his small mouth and stared in shock at the unbelievable scene outside. He knew Ella was very strong, but he didn't expect her to be this powerful. That was a giant-looking magical bear, and she just casually threw it aside, killing it. Ella brushed off the imaginary dust on her hands, not even glancing at the bear's body. It was as if she was just cleaning up some trash. She quickly walked back into the cave, came to Lin Kai's side, and carefully checked him from head to toe to make sure he was not hurt or too scared, though he was quite shaken mentally. Then she gently tapped his nose with her finger. "Are you scared?" she asked, her voice soft with comfort and a hint of lingering anger, as if still upset with the bear that dared to challenge her. Lin Kai shook his head, then nodded, feeling mixed and hard to explain. Of course he was scared, but not of the bear. He was afraid of her just now, almost breathing fire. Ella seemed to understand. She pouted and said a bit reluctantly, "Bug. Towel. Burn it. Quickly." She still thought using her fire breath would be faster. Lin Kai quickly shook his head again, clutching her clothes tightly with his small hands, giving her a look that said no. They looked at each other for a moment. Finally, she sighed as if giving up on a more fun game. She picked him up and gently patted his back. "Baby. Trouble," she muttered, but her movements were very gentle. The danger was over, the nest was safe, and the magical bear was dealt with. Everything seemed perfect, but Lin Kai's heart still couldn't fully relax. He leaned into Ella's embrace, his eyes involuntarily drifting toward the bear's body outside and the deep forest in the distance. Ella's display of power was reassuring, but it was also like a bright light, possibly revealing more eyes hidden in the darkness. This time, they faced a not-so-smart magical bear, but what about next time? Could there be smarter, stronger creatures, even ones interested in dragons themselves, drawn here? Ella couldn't stay by his side forever. Every time she left, it could increase the risk. He looked at her side profile, still a bit annoyed, and a strong sense of urgency filled his heart. He needed to grow faster, better at speaking, smarter, and in other ways too. Relying only on warnings and prevention is not enough. The malice in this forest seems deeper than we imagined. The direct result of the magic bear incident, besides the mess at the cave entrance that needs cleaning and the lingering smell of blood in the air, is that Ella's hunting frequency has clearly increased. She seems to see this invasion as a sign of poor territory control. She spends more time patrolling and hunting, often bringing back larger, more aggressive prey, as if silently claiming this area as her own. Soon after, in the corner of the cave, magic cores emitting various faint lights and containing different energy fluctuations are piling up quickly. When handling prey, Ella skillfully cuts open the heads or chests to take out these energy cores, like collecting trophies. She still loves shiny things, like a dragon, and each core is carefully cleaned and sorted by attribute, size, and shine, then added to her growing collection. Lin Kai looks at the valuable treasure and compares it to himself, wearing rough, patched animal skins, and living in a cave with almost nothing but stones, animal skins, and a silly, golden staff. A clear thought begins to form. These magic cores, in a world with civilization and trade, should not just be forgotten decorations in a cave. They are resources, currency, and keys to better living conditions. He must make Ella understand this. But it is a very difficult task. Getting a dragon obsessed with hoarding treasures to understand, exchange, and consumption is as hard as teaching her calculus. He chooses a moment when Ella seems in a good mood. She has just finished a big meal and is lazily lying beside her treasure pile, like a satisfied cat, gently rubbing her cheek against a bright red magic core, her tail swaying happily. Lin Kai makes a sound to get her attention. First, he points to the pile of magic cores in the corner, then extends his small hand as if to give something. Next, he points to the rough animal skins on himself, then to Ella's simple, uncomfortable-looking leather skirt stained with blood and dirt, showing clear signs of dislike and disdain. Finally, he pointed again at the magic core and then outside the cave, toward the forest that represented the unknown human gathering place, making a swap gesture. His face showed a look of anticipation and desire to get something new. Aira stopped rubbing the magic core, looked up, and her red eyes were full of confusion. She followed Lin Kai's finger to look at the magic core, then at the animal skins on her and Lin Kai, and finally outside the cave. Her brows furrowed tightly. She seemed completely unable to understand how these things were connected. Sparkly. Mine, she emphasized ownership, her tone slightly cautious. She instinctively blocked the pile of magic cores with her body, as if Lin Kai was trying to steal her treasure. Lin Kai sighed inwardly, knowing he couldn't rush. He changed his approach. Instead of trying to explain the complex idea of trading, he made it more concrete. He tugged the stiff animal skin he was wearing, making a discomfort sound, then pointed at the magic core and mimicked wrapping his body to show softness and warmth. Aira watched his actions and seemed to understand a little. She hesitated, stood up, and walked over to the pile of magic cores. She picked through them and finally chose a small, dull yellow magic core with the weakest energy fluctuation and the least shine. She returned, handed the small core to Lin Kai, and then pointed at the animal skin on him. Her meaning was clear. Use this to exchange for a comfortable skin? Lin Kai looked at the lowest quality magic core in his hand, feeling a bit amused and helpless, but at least she was starting to understand the idea of exchanging things. He quickly nodded and pushed the small magic core back to Era, then pointed to a larger, more energetic blue magic core among the pile. Era's eyes widened instantly, and her face showed clear reluctance and resistance. No, she refused outright, grabbing the blue magic core and holding it tightly to her chest. Mine? Sharika? Mine. As expected, Lin Kai mentally sighed, rubbing his forehead. Asking the Dragon Clan to exchange their recognized, sparkly, cores was almost like cutting into their flesh. He had to lower his standards again and pointed to the ice blue magic core that Era disliked and kept emitting cold air. She had said before it was a Kaiatar, water, disliked. Using something she didn't like for the exchange, surely that was acceptable? Ella looked at the ice magic core and then at Lin Kai's worn beast hide. Her face showed a struggle. Although she didn't like the magic core, it was still a shiny part of her collection. Sending it away, her dragon instincts made her very conflicted. After thinking for several minutes, Ella seemed to make a very difficult decision. Reluctantly and slowly, she picked up the ice magic core and handed it to Lin Kai. At the same time, she pointed to a gentle, green magic core that had a faint life aura, which Lin Kai had played with before. Give me that, she said, proposing an exchange. She was willing to trade something she didn't like for something she liked a little. Lin Kai, your dragon is quite good at bargaining. But this was a big step forward. She understood the idea of trading and was willing to give up something she liked a little more to get something she liked a lot, the shiny magic core. Lin Kai quickly nodded and agreed, pushing the green magic core toward her. Ella quickly grabbed it, smiling happily because she felt she had gained something. Meanwhile, the ice magic core was temporarily kept by Lin Kai. Looking at the cool magic core in his hand, which seemed to have ice crystals inside, Lin Kai knew this was just the first step of a long journey. The bigger challenge was how to turn this magic core into a useful resource. Ella obviously couldn't go to human towns to trade by herself, and he, still a baby, was even more limited. He held the magic core and looked again beyond the cave. The forest was quiet, but he felt as if he could sense a marketplace, shops, and traveling caravans somewhere far away. This tiny crystal was the only token connecting them to that bigger world. But now that they had the token, where was the messenger? How many unknown dangers hid on the road to the human world? He looked down at the icy blue magic core in his palm, which emitted a faint cold glow, silently telling a story of an unopened future full of opportunities and risks. How should they walk this path? The icy blue magic core was like a cold seed, quietly taking root in Lin Kai's heart. It represented not just a valuable item that could exchange for comfortable beast hides or other supplies, but also symbolized a possibility, a faint clue leading out of the forest and into a broader world. Living in the cave is safe for now, but the lack of resources and potential dangers, like a sword hanging overhead, push him to take this step. He begins to more often show Isla his desire to leave. He points with his small finger to the sun-dappled forest outside the cave, then tries to make a long journey motion, with a face full of hope and determination. He no longer just points to the nearby hunting area, but stretches his arm toward the deeper forest, an area Isla rarely visits. At first, Isla is confused by his actions. To her, the cave with its strong walls, the shiny and stable food sources she collected, though simple to cook, and her protection, is the best place in the world. She doesn't understand why the young one always wants to run outside. This is good. She tries to comfort Lin Kai, drawing a circle with her hand to include the whole cave. Safe. Shiny. Food. Lin Kai shakes his head, very determined. He points to a pile of magic cores in the corner, then pulls at his worn animal hide, and finally points firmly outside the cave, with no sign of compromise in his eyes. After several talks, Isla seems to realize that Lin Kai is serious. She looks into his eyes, which are full of stubborn light, very different from his fragile body. For the first time, she falls into a long silence. Dragons might ignore some, unreasonable requests from their young, but Lin Kai is different. His persistence beyond his age and his previous, special, qualities make her unable to ignore him completely. In the end, she seems to compromise, or perhaps is curious. She stands up, walks to the cave entrance, takes a deep breath of the moist forest air, then looks back at Lin Kai. Her red eyes flicker with uncertainty, but mostly with the dragon's natural curiosity and desire to explore the unknown territory. Outside. Find. She tilts her head to confirm. New. Shiny. Tasty. Lin Kai immediately nods strongly, a glimmer of hope rising in his heart. No matter what she understands, as long as she is willing to leave the cave and go further, it is the first step to success. The preparations are simple, almost hasty. Isla packs her most important treasure, the largest and brightest magic cores, along with her favorite stones, wrapped in a soft animal hide and on her back. Then, she picked up Lin Kai, carefully placed him on her chest, and wrapped him securely with a softer, tanned animal hide to prevent him from falling. Let's go, she announced, her tone serious like someone going on a mission. However, this serious start was soon shattered by reality. As soon as they entered the dense forest, away from the familiar caves and hunting areas, Ella's sense of direction revealed a serious problem. She seemed to rely entirely on vague instincts and quick memories of the terrain to find her way. When in unfamiliar woods, this instinct became very unreliable. Lin Kai had hoped she could use her dragon talents to find the way to the human settlement directly, but he quickly realized with despair that Ella's path was as random as a drunkard's footsteps, with no clear pattern. At first, she confidently moved in one direction, walking lightly. But soon, she might be distracted by a strange-smelling flower she had never seen before, leaning in to smell it. Or she would see a brightly colored bird and excitedly chase after it, forgetting their original goal. More often, she simply got lost. She would circle around an old tree that looked familiar, her red eyes full of confusion, muttering, "Have I been here before?" Lin Kai, held close to her chest, could clearly feel her hesitation and confusion about the way. He tried to guide her in his own way. When he sensed she was heading the wrong way, he made worried sounds and gently tapped her arm, pointing in what he thought was the right direction. At first, Ella listened to his guidance and adjusted her course. But after a few times, she grew impatient. She believed she was a strong dragon and a protector, while Lin Kai was just a little one needing care. How could a little one know better than her? Baby, this isn't right, she frowned, dismissing Lin Kai's advice and stubbornly continuing in her own chosen direction. Usually, this meant they spent a long time crossing thorns and streams, only to end up back at a small clearing with strange mushrooms they had just passed. The sunset began to sink, and the forest grew dim. They had not found any signs of human activity, and even the way back to their cave was unclear. Ella stood on a high ground, looking around with a confused and anxious expression for the first time. She was not afraid of any wild animals in the forest, but feeling lost in an unknown place made her very uncomfortable. Lin Kai also felt his heart sink. He realized that relying on Ella's sense of direction to find the human gathering place was impossible. He had to depend on himself. He forced himself to stay calm, stopped bothering Ella, and began to focus all his attention on observing the surroundings. He remembered some scattered outdoor survival skills from his past life. He looked up, searching the sky through the thinning tree canopy for clues. As dusk fell, a few bright stars started to twinkle in the sky. Lin Kai fixed his gaze on a particularly bright group of stars. He remembered that this might be the North Star, or a similar star in this strange world. He couldn't be sure, but it was his only hope. He reached out his small hand, not pointing to a specific path on the ground, but firmly aiming at that bright star he thought might guide him. Ella looked at the starry sky following his finger and paused. She looked at the stars, then at Lin Kai, who had a serious expression and bright red eyes full of wonder. "Stars?" she asked doubtfully. Lin Kai nodded hard, still stubbornly pointing at that star. Ella was silent for a moment. She was confused by the ground markers, and although her cub's insistence was strange, maybe trying wouldn't hurt. With a cautious attitude, she hugged Lin Kai and started moving toward the star he was pointing at. This time, the journey seemed much smoother. They no longer wandered in circles, but moved steadily in one direction. The forest scenery gradually changed, and the types of trees seemed different from those around the cave. However, just as Lin Kai's hope rekindled, faint sounds came from the woods ahead, different from natural wind and insect noises. It sounded like flowing water, or mixed with some kind of muffled, tapping sound. Ella slowed her steps, hearing these sounds too. She sniffed cautiously, trying to catch the scent in the air. The dragon's senses were far sharper than humans. Lin Kai's heartbeat quickened. Was it humans? Or something else? Ella pulled him closer into her arms, adjusted her posture, and became even more cautious. She moved forward silently, like a true top predator, blending into the shadows. The sounds became clearer. The flowing water murmured softly, and the tapping sounds grew more regular, almost mixed with faint conversation tones. Hope and uncertainty intertwined. Lin Kai held his breath, gripping Ella's chest armor tightly, his eyes piercing the dim light as he tried to see where the sounds came from. The stars' guiding point. What awaited them? Would it be a path to civilization or another unknown danger? Following the faint sounds and the stars' guidance, Ella moved quietly like the darkest shadow in the woods. She kept Lin Kai close to her chest, each step light as walking on cotton. Thick bushes and tangled vines parted naturally in front of her and closed back after they passed. Lin Kai could feel her muscles tense, an instinctive warning from a top predator in unfamiliar territory. The flowing water grew clearer, and the air was filled with moistness and fresh earth scent. The rhythmic tapping sounds and muffled voices became more distinct. The sounds weren't loud, carrying a work-like rhythm, with occasional short bursts that seemed like human speech, but they were still far away and unclear. Ella stopped behind a large fern-covered hill, which offered a good view and good hiding. She peeked out, her sharp red eyes like an eagle's, scanning ahead. A small, clear stream wound through the area, shimmering under the moonlight. Not far across the stream, on an open patch of ground, Lin Kai's heart suddenly jumped. There was a makeshift shelter, just a few thick branches leaning against a protruding rock, covered with large leaves and moss, barely enough for 1 or 2 people to curl up inside. In front of it, remnants of a small, long-extinguished fire lay scattered, with a few charred sticks nearby. On the ground, some animal bones, chewed clean, were scattered, likely from rabbits or small deer. Most importantly, Lin Kai saw a discarded, relatively smooth-edged stone flake and a short, broken leather cord, probably used for tying things. These rough objects showed clear signs of human work, very different from natural forest items. It is a human, truly a sign of human activity. Lin Kai felt a surge of excitement, as if finally seeing a faint glimmer of light in the endless darkness. This meant civilization, community, and the possibility of exchanging supplies. However, opposite to his excitement, Ella, who was holding him, became even more stiff. She made a very low, almost inaudible growling sound from her throat. It wasn't anger, but more like rejection and unease. Dragons are naturally very cautious of unfamiliar creatures invading their territory, or what they see as potential territory, especially intelligent beings who use tools and build shelters. She carefully sniffed the air. The smell of campfire smoke, human sweat, tanned leather, and a faint hint of rusted metal. These complex scents combined to send a clear signal. Humans had been here not long ago, and probably more than one. Humans. Ella squeezed out this word through her teeth, her pronunciation a bit awkward, but her tone was openly alert and slightly disgusted. She seemed to have no good feelings about this race, based on her memories or past experiences. Tar. Dislike. Lin Kai's heart tightened. He was afraid Ella would turn away immediately because of her dislike, or worse, react aggressively if she felt her territory was being invaded. He quickly reached out his small hand, not to point at potential conflict triggers, but gently tugged Ella's sleeve, then pointed to himself, then to the human objects left behind, and finally to his worn animal hide. His face showed a look of longing and a plea. His message was clear: we need them, or what they have. Ella looked down at him, then at the open space across the creek. Her brows furrowed. She understood Lin Kai's desire for better supplies, but her dragon instincts made her extremely distrustful of these two-legged creatures. She hesitated, standing still without moving, but observed her surroundings more carefully, assessing the risks. Lin Kai knew he couldn't force her. He stopped urging her and began to observe carefully himself, trying to gather more information. His eyes swept over the camp, noticing the bones chewed very cleanly with skillful handling. The size of the campfire was just right, indicating they had plenty of experience making fire outdoors. Although the shelter was simple, its location was sheltered from the wind and close to a water source, showing some survival wisdom. It seems they are not ordinary wanderers, but more like experienced hunters or travelers. Lin Kai guessed. Where are these people now? Have they left temporarily or gone far away? At that moment, Ella's ears twitched slightly. She seemed to hear a very faint sound coming from further downstream. She suddenly looked up, her eyes sharper, her body slightly lowered, entering full alertness. Lin Kai also held his breath and listened carefully. Besides the wind, water, and insects, he seemed to catch a faint, blurry sound like footsteps on fallen leaves, and a low, distant conversation that was gradually fading away. Those people haven't gone far. They are nearby? This discovery made Lin Kai both excited and nervous. Excited because the chance of finding humans increased greatly. Nervous because Ella's condition was very unstable, and any reckless contact could lead to disastrous consequences. Ella also seemed to realize this. She looked toward the direction where the sounds were fading, then at Lin Kai, who was wide-eyed and full of hope in her arms. Her struggle was obvious. Should she follow? That would mean approaching those potentially dangerous creatures she disliked. Not following. The desire of the young and the opportunity to exchange for comforts were right in front of her. In the end, she made her decision. She didn't rush forward or turn away. She held Lin Kai and slowly backed off, disappearing into the deeper shade of the forest, completely hiding. She chose a high spot that could observe the downstream river and was still hidden enough, quietly waiting like a hunter for the right moment. Wait, she said to Lin Kai in a very low voice, with an unambiguous tone. Lin Kai understood her choice. She agreed to approach, but only on her terms, under the condition of absolute safety and control. This was a compromise and also a sign of the cautious nature of the dragon race. He no longer spoke, just quietly stayed in Ella's arms, together watching the dark forest downstream where the human sounds came from. The moonlight was like water, shining on the silent forest, the stream murmuring, as if nothing would happen. But Lin Kai knew, the balance had already been broken. The distant sound of human footsteps feels like an invisible thread, subtly connecting them to the unknown world beyond the mountains. Waiting, is it for a better moment, or to avoid an unpredictable conflict? Will those humans disappear completely, or will they cross paths again at an unexpected time? The silent forest remains quiet, leaving endless suspense that quietly spreads in the night. After Ella's decisive wait, time slowly passes in tense silence. The sounds of humans downstream finally vanish deep into the woods, with no sign of turning back. It isn't until dawn, when bird songs fill the forest and no threats remain, that Ella's tense body relaxes slightly. She looks down at Lin Kai, who has been quiet so long that he's starting to doze off, and a hint of determination flashes in her red eyes. Chasing those specific humans is too risky, but the direction pointed out by the temporary camp, combined with Lin Kai's star guidance from last night, sketches a vague path. This time, Ella doesn't rely on her unreliable sense of direction, but focuses more on Lin Kai's reactions. She holds him and follows the stream downstream, beginning a more cautious exploration. The further they go, the clearer the signs of human activity become. Well-trodden paths appear, and occasionally they see abandoned, finely made stone tools. Once, Lin Kai's sharp eyes spot a rough piece of fabric hanging on thorny bushes. All these clues suggest they are nearing a relatively stable human settlement. Ella's caution reaches its peak. She no longer moves through open forest clearings, but stays hidden behind dense treetops and terrain shadows, moving silently. She deliberately suppresses her dragon's aura, but her sharp red eyes act like a precise scanner, catching every movement. Finally, after passing through a dense stand of red osier dogwood, the scene suddenly opens up. A well-worn dirt road, shaped by long use from carts and footsteps, winds into the distance. At the end of the road, leaning against a gentle hillside, a human settlement unfolds like a painting before their eyes. It is a small town. The outer wall is a low, rough barrier made of thick wood and mud, with some parts already damaged and patched haphazardly with new wood. Above the wall, you can see some short wooden roofs and a few wisps of smoke rising, carrying the smell of daily life. A simple, open wooden gate stands at the point where the dirt road connects to the town. At the gate, two lazy figures lean against the wall, likely guards, but they seem completely unalert. This is Breeze Town. It looks poor, backward, and a bit run down. The wall can't stop strong monsters, and the smoke smells of rough firewood. But to Lin Kai, it represents the spark of civilization. It is the first time in this strange world that he truly sees a community built by others like him, even if he looks like a baby. His heart fills with a strange excitement, like a drifting boat finally seeing the harbor. There are trades, information, and everything he needs to improve his life here. But compared to his feelings, Ella's reaction is very different. She hides deep in the shadows of the trees, like a frozen statue. Only her slightly narrowed eyes show her unease. The place in front of her, built by two-legged creatures and filled with strange smells, smoke, animals, human sweat, cheap alcohol, makes her feel uncomfortable and wary. The low wall seems meaningless to her, but the people inside, unknown in number, represent danger and the unknown. There are many people, she whispers to Lin Kai, her tone full of dislike. Smells. Mixed. Noisy. Lin Kai can feel her resistance. He understands her feelings. For a dragon used to living alone in wide open spaces, this crowded, noisy town feels like a cage. But he can't miss this chance. He reaches out his small hand, not toward the town's center, which might make Ella more suspicious, but toward the edge of the town, near where they are. There seems to be a small, separate hut with a shed outside, hanging dried meat and animal skins. At the door, there's a crooked wooden sign painted with abstract patterns of cups and bowls. It looks like a general store or a small tavern. His goal is clear: avoid the center, focus on the edges. Instead of involving many people, only target individuals who might make a deal. He looked up at Ella's tense jawline, trying to soothe and beg with his eyes. Gently, he patted her arm and then pointed again at the lonely shop. Ella looked in the direction he indicated and remained silent. Her eyes moved back and forth between the small hut and the town gate, clearly assessing the risk. The shop was somewhat isolated, close to the forest. If something went wrong, she could quickly retreat into the woods with Lin Kai. Also, there seemed to be only a faint presence around it. After a long moment, just as Lin Kai thought she would refuse again, Ella gave a very slight nod. Only. There, she set her limit, her voice low and serious. If it's not right, we leave. Lin Kai immediately nodded hard, feeling a big weight lift from his heart. As long as she agreed to approach, it was a success. They didn't move right away. Ella showed remarkable patience. She held Lin Kai in her arms and, hidden in the trees, watched the shop and the surrounding area like a skilled hunter. She noted every possible path to approach, every hiding spot, and even planned the best route to retreat back into the forest. Lin Kai was also watching. He saw people coming and going at the shop's door, mostly hunters in rough leather armor with weapons, or travelers carrying backpacks, looking tired. When they entered, they often had empty hands. When they left, they might carry a small cloth bag or a little bucket of liquid. It seemed like a trade was happening, and it didn't look too complicated. He also noticed the shop's owner, a gray-haired old man in faded linen clothes, slightly hunched. Most of the time, he sat on a bench outside, squinting, seemingly weaving something. Only when a customer arrived did he slowly stand up to greet them. He looked very ordinary, even a bit weak, not threatening at all. Time passed as they observed. The sun gradually moved west. The guards at the town gate changed shifts, and fewer people came and went from the shop. The moment was right. Ella took a deep breath, as if making a final decision. Instead of walking straight onto the main road, she moved like a ghost, using the shadows of the trees and to quietly circle around to the side of the shop, away from the town gate and close to the forest. She pressed Lin Kai gently into her embrace again, making sure he was fully covered. Then, she stepped out of the shadows into a small, open space behind the shop, illuminated by the last rays of sunset. Almost as soon as she appeared, the old man sitting at the door, who seemed sleepy, paused his weaving. He didn't look up immediately, but his cloudy eyes subtly shifted toward where Ella had appeared. Their gazes briefly met, Ella's eyes faintly glowing red in the dusk, and the old man's dull eyes. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. Ella stood in the open space behind the shop. The sunset cast a warm golden glow on her silver hair, but her alert and cold eyes, with vertical pupils, didn't match the warm colors. Her muscles were tense, like a bow ready to shoot, prepared to pull Lin Kai back into the safe shadows of the forest. The old man at the door moved slowly as usual. He put down his half-woven basket and looked up with clear, sharp eyes that seemed unusually bright despite their usual dullness. He met Ella's gaze calmly. He didn't show fear or curiosity, which people usually do when they see a stranger, especially someone with obvious non-human features like Ella. His face was lined like dried bark, showing little emotion. He simply nodded slightly, as if greeting or silently confirming something. "Rare visitor," he said in a hoarse voice, rough from years of smoking and drinking, but steady. "From the woods?" Ella didn't answer. She made a faint low sound, almost a whisper, as if she agreed. Her eyes swept over the old man and every corner of the shop, checking for ambushes or threats. Lin Kai, protected tightly in Ella's arms, watched secretly through the gaps in the animal hide. He looked too ordinary, like a pebble smoothed by a mountain stream, indistinguishable in a crowd. But this extreme ordinariness was strange in this border town, especially facing someone as extraordinary as Ella. Either he was a true hermit, wise and experienced, or he was very good at hiding his true nature. Lin Kai kept a wary mind. Old Phil, the shop owner, didn't seem bothered by Ella's silence and caution. His gaze lingered briefly on Ella's simple leather skirt and the small pouch behind her, then finally settled on Lin Kai, carefully held in her arms. When he saw Lin Kai's baby-like outline and the calm eyes peering out through the gaps, his usually expressionless face flashed with a quick, almost unnoticeable surprise. "Carrying a child isn't easy," old Phil said softly, as if talking to himself or hinting at something. He slowly stood up, brushed off some wood shavings, and asked, "Want to trade? Salt? Sugar? Or maybe stronger cloth?" He didn't ask Ella about her identity, where she came from, or try to find out about Lin Kai's unusual appearance. He simply focused on the trade. His calm attitude and practical approach eased Ella's tense nerves a little. Lin Kai knew it was his turn. He moved slightly and made a tiny sound. Ella hesitated for a moment, loosening her hold a little so Lin Kai's small face could be more visible. Lin Kai immediately looked at old Phil, then reached out his small hand and tugged at the rough, slightly prickly animal hide he was wearing, showing a clear discomfort. Then he pointed to the small pouch on Ella's back, and also to the softer, more finely tanned furs and thick, dull-colored cloth hanging in old Phil's shop. His message was clear. He wanted to trade the contents of the pouch for more comfortable clothes. Ella understood his meaning, but hesitated. The pouch held her carefully chosen treasures, her shiny gems. To exchange those for what she saw as worthless leather and cloth made her reluctant, as if her dragon instincts were warning her against losing her valuables. Old Phil saw all this without saying a word. Instead, he turned and took a small piece of very soft, warm white rabbit fur from a shelf and handed it to her. "Feel it. Perfect for the child, the most comfortable." Ella looked at him cautiously, not reaching out immediately. Lin Kai, however, reached out his small hand and gently touched the rabbit fur. The feeling was very different from the stiff animal hide he wore, warm and smooth. His face lit up with longing, and he looked up at Ella, full of a silent plea. Ella looked at Lin Kai's eager eyes, and then at old Phil's small but impressive piece of leather. Her inner balance began to shift. The comfort of the young creature seemed more important than a shiny object she didn't like very much. She clenched her teeth, making what seemed like a very difficult decision. She put down Lin Kai, helping him stand against her leg, though he still wobbled, then reluctantly unwrapped her bundle and slowly opened it. When the bundle was opened, revealing several glowing magic cores with clear energy fluctuations even in the dim light, old Phil's usually expressionless face finally showed a hint of emotion. His sharp eyes immediately locked onto the icy blue magic core and a few other well-formed crystals. The core of the Ice Fang Wolf and the Rock Armor Bears. All in good shape, old Phil said calmly, but his voice was a little faster, showing he was a bit uneasy. He looked at Ella deeply, with more curiosity in his eyes. Only someone who could hunt these monsters and get such complete magic cores was extraordinary. The girl with silver hair and red eyes was more impressive than he thought. How about this leather, plus that roll of rough cloth over there? Old Phil pointed to a roll of gray-brown coarse cloth in the shop. Trade for this small one. What do you think? He was referring to the weakest and smallest of the magic cores, a yellowish one. Ella immediately shook her head, grabbing the yellowish core and holding it close, then pointing to the one she disliked most, the icy blue magic core that radiated cold. Old Phil's eyes flashed with understanding. He seemed to realize Ella disliked this ice-type core. He paused thoughtfully, then reluctantly nodded. All right, for the sake of the kid, let's trade for this one. The deal was made. Ella quickly pushed the icy blue magic core toward old Phil, as if she was throwing a hot potato, then grabbed the soft rabbit fur and the coarse cloth, hugging them tightly. Her face showed a mix of relief from escaping trouble and excitement from getting a new toy. Old Phil picked up the icy magic core, examined it carefully in the sunset glow, and gently rubbed his fingertips over its cold surface. A faint gleam appeared in his eyes. He carefully stored the core in his pocket. Just as Ella picked up Lin Kai again, ready to leave this dangerous place immediately, old Phil spoke once more. His voice was quiet, but it made Ella stop in her tracks. Things haven't been peaceful in the north part of the forest lately, he said casually, as if talking about neighbors. His eyes seemed to hint at something, and he looked at Ella carefully. I heard some big creatures are active there. A few hunters went to check and haven't come back. Are you? From that side? Ella's body suddenly stiffened, and her red eyes shrank sharply. Lin Kai's heart sank too. Old Phil's words might be a friendly warning, or maybe a test. The comment about things not being peaceful in the north was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, stirring up strong feelings of caution in Ella. She didn't answer. Instead, she looked at old Phil with her cold, red eyes, then quickly picked up Lin Kai and turned around without hesitation. She moved swiftly, disappearing into the thick shadows of the forest, leaving only a faint blur behind. Only after she was far away from Wind Breeze Town and back in the familiar forest, filled with the smell of earth and plants, did Ella relax a little. She found a hidden tree hollow, put Lin Kai down, and eagerly unrolled the thick, rough cloth she had traded for. She gently stroked the soft, white rabbit fur, showing a mix of curiosity and satisfaction on her face. Dragons might not care much about comfort, but making sure her, young, was comfortable was her top priority. Lin Kai let Ella play with the new cloth, but his little mind was racing. His first successful trade proved his idea was right. But trading a good-looking magic core for so little was clearly not worth it. The exchange rate was terrible. Old Phil was a clever merchant, and right now, they seemed to be at a disadvantage, lacking information and connections, like fat sheep. He couldn't keep trading basic supplies for magic cores all the time. It was too costly. Lin Kai thought. Ella's collection was limited, and making her give up her beloved shiny things again and again was like cutting into her. He needed to find a cheaper, sustainable product to trade. His eyes fell on Ella's excited face, which lit up because of the new thing she got. A sudden idea flashed through his mind. Old Phil, during trading, seemed to value not only the magic core itself, but also showed a subtle interest in them, especially in the abnormal baby, which was him. Perhaps what they possessed was more than just physical goods. A few days later, when Ella became a bit annoyed again because Lin Kai silently protested against the simple roasted meat recipe, Lin Kai knew it was time for the second trade. He pointed toward the breeze town outside the cave, showing a longing expression again. This time, Ella's resistance was not as strong. The success of the first trade, she received physical items and returned safely, along with Lin Kai's persistence, made her reluctantly agree to go back to that smelly place. She still prepared carefully and observed before appearing like a ghost behind old Phil's grocery shop at the same dusk. Old Phil didn't seem surprised by their return. He still sat on that old, worn-out stool, as if he hadn't moved in days. His cloudy eyes scanned Ella and Lin Kai, finally stopping on Lin Kai's face, where the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. What do you want to trade this time? Salt or sugar? He asked slowly, in a calm tone, like greeting a regular customer. Ella looked at Lin Kai, but Lin Kai didn't point to a specific item like last time. He tilted his head, looked at old Phil, then raised a small finger to point at his mouth, then his head, and finally at the small leather bag on old Phil's waist, which looked heavy and sometimes made a faint clinking sound, usually holding coins. A feint appeared on old Phil's calm face. His white eyebrows raised slightly, and his eyes showed real confusion. "Little one, what do you mean?" he asked Ella, seeming to want an explanation. Ella also looked confused. She didn't understand what Lin Kai was trying to gesture. Lin Kai took a deep breath, knowing this was the key step. He had to use a story to prove that the thing in his mind had exchange value. He chose Little Red Riding Hood. The story was short, with clear characters, direct conflict, and easy to tell with limited words. He first imitated a wolf walking, making a low, woo-woo sound, then used his hands to form two pointed ears on his head. Then, he imitated a little girl jumping happily, making a look of innocence and joy on his face. He gestured towards a basket full of food and then pointed deep into the forest, representing Grandma's house. Next, he acted out the wolf swallowing Grandma and Little Red Riding Hood. And finally, he played the part of a hunter who opened the wolf's belly to rescue the grandmother and the girl. Throughout the story, he used many sound effects, exaggerated gestures, and expressive expressions. Ella watched eagerly, understanding that it was a story about hunting and trickery, but she clearly saw it as a new game for Lin Kai. Old Phil, on the other hand, started confused, then became surprised, and finally, his cloudy eyes sparkled with a strange light. Having lived most of his life in this border town, meeting all kinds of people and hearing countless heroic stories and ancient legends sung by wandering poets, he had never seen a baby so young tell a story so lively, full of childhood fun, and yet complete with logic. This was beyond what any ordinary baby could do. The child, along with the girl with silver hair and red eyes, who had an extraordinary presence, made old Phil's opinion of them instantly rise several levels. The story ended. Lin Kai was a bit out of breath, as it was a heavy burden for his small body. He looked up and once again pointed firmly at the money pouch at old Phil's waist. Old Phil was silent. He looked at Lin Kai, then at Ella, who still seemed lost in the story, tapping his knee unconsciously. After a long pause, he finally spoke, his voice slightly hoarse. "Use stories to exchange for money?" Lin Kai nodded firmly. Old Phil suddenly smiled, his wrinkles relaxing like a dried chrysanthemum. "Interesting. Very interesting." He took out his money pouch, pulled out a few small, worn copper coins, and weighed them in his hand, but didn't immediately hand them over. "Your story is good." He looked at Lin Kai with deep eyes, "and worth this much. But, little one, if you have more interesting stories next time, perhaps we could exchange for something more useful, like information you might need, or some small items that aren't obvious, but could save your life in key moments." His words were meaningful, and his gaze subtly swept over Ella and the empty space behind her where some packages used to be. Lin Kai's mind moved, and he immediately understood old Phil's hint. He was not just a merchant. The range of goods he offered might be much broader than it seemed. He nodded again to show his agreement. Only then did old Phil place the few copper coins on the ground. Although Ella didn't understand why stories could exchange for these shiny little discs, which seemed less bright than magic cores to her, she still picked them up as instructed and casually stuffed them into her rough cloth bag. The deal was done. Ella immediately hugged Lin Kai and prepared to leave. As they turned to go, old Phil's voice came from behind again, this time much more serious. "The town's guard captain complained yesterday in the tavern that the tax carriages from the capital encountered trouble on the road and seemed to have lost some items. He's furious and is increasing inspections everywhere, especially for unfamiliar faces." Ella's steps did not pause at all. She disappeared into the woods instantly. But Lin Kai's heart was once again tense because of old Phil's seemingly casual reminder. The information about the capital's tax officials being attacked on the road and increasing checks. These fragments, unrelated to him directly, seemed to weave into an invisible net slowly tightening around him. He looked at the few copper coins Ella casually stuffed into her bag. They represented a new, potentially more promising way to survive. However, Old Phil's last words felt like a cold wind, dispersing the joy of their initial successful trade and reminding him that beneath this seemingly peaceful borderland, undercurrents were surging. The sense of achievement from exchanging stories for a few copper coins was quickly overshadowed by real needs. Lin Kai watched Ella happily fiddling with the coins, which she saw as just not shiny enough discs. He understood that while this kind of information-based trade was clever, it couldn't solve their most urgent problem, improving their quality of life. His taste buds still protested against the monotonous roasted meat. Even though Ella's cooking skills had reached perfection, the lack of seasoning and variety in ingredients made the food unsatisfying. He turned his gaze to the bottles and jars in Old Phil's shop. Salt, which was white crystals, sugar, a slightly impure, pale yellow block, and some dried herbs emitting strange fragrances. These were the real keys to changing the flavor of their food. However, demanding that Ella use her limited magic cores or precious copper coins to exchange for these, inedible and unwearable, powders and hay would surely meet her strong resistance. In dragon culture, practicality and the appearance of sparkle are the most important values. Lin Kai needed an opportunity, something that would let Ella directly feel the magic of the seasoning. That chance quietly arrived on a clear afternoon after a rain. Ella brought back a particularly plump and brightly feathered rare bird. This bird's meat is known for being tender and juicy, but it has a very mild flavor and relies heavily on seasoning. Lin Kai knew this was the moment. He directed Ella not to roast the whole bird over the fire as usual, but to cut the meat into small pieces. Then he pointed to a small pinch of coarse salt in the corner, a gift from Old Phil during their last trade, something Lin Kai had insisted on, and Ella had reluctantly accepted. Ella didn't understand why, but she followed his instructions, pinching a small amount of salt and sprinkling it evenly over the pinkish bird pieces. Her movements still looked a bit clumsy and casual. When the salted pieces were placed on the fire to cook, a change occurred. As they sizzled and popped with oil, a much richer, more tempting aroma burst forth, different from before, more intense and alluring. The heat had activated the salt, creating a unique salty fragrance that seemed to hook all attention to her nose and mouth. Ella suddenly paused her turning of the branch. Her keen sense of smell, far sharper than ordinary, caught this unprecedented scent clearly. She sniffed hard, her red eyes lighting up instantly, as if she had discovered a new world. This aroma was stronger and more tempting than any prey she had roasted before, more irresistible. Eagerly, she took the first hot, slightly charred, salt-roasted bird piece and bit into it. The hot juices and perfectly balanced salty flavor exploded in her mouth, highlighting the bird's natural deliciousness and elevating her taste experience to a new level. Ella's eyes widened, and she made a muffled, satisfied sound. She didn't even have time to chew carefully. She swallowed the piece in a few bites, then stared eagerly at the remaining pieces on the fire, her throat unconsciously rolling. Lin Kai watched her almost losing control, secretly smiling. Salt is only the first step. Over the next few days, Ella's cooking skills and understanding of seasonings improved rapidly. Lin Kai acted like a hidden food mentor inside a baby's body, guiding Ella through various experiments, with gentle sounds and precise instructions. He pointed to a sugar cube with his tiny finger, then to a sour wild fruit Ella had picked. Ella hesitantly mixed crushed sugar with the juice from the fruit, spread it on a tough piece of meat, and grilled it. The result was surprising. The meat had a wonderful fruity aroma that eased the greasiness and a slight sweetness, making it much tenderer. He found a spicy-smelling root vegetable and signaled Ella to squeeze out a little juice and add it to the grilled meat. At first, Ella was startled by the spicy taste, but soon she loved the exciting sensation and unique flavor it brought. He even directed Ella to crush different dried herbs and mix them with animal fat to make a simple herb butter. She spread this on baked breadfruit, a starchy fruit Lin Kai had discovered. The aroma was so tempting that even Ella, who usually disliked plant-based foods, couldn't help but eat a few more bites. Ella became completely hooked. She never imagined that food could have such a variety of rich, layered flavors. Every successful experiment felt like opening a door to a new world. Now, When she went hunting, she paid extra attention to plants with unusual smells or tastes that Lin Kai had pointed out. Her bag was filling with small cloth pouches containing salt, sugar, dried herbs, and those strange roots and berries, sorted carefully. In the dragon's nest, the smell was no longer just roasted meat. It was a rich mix of salty, sweet, spicy, and fragrant scents that made her mouth water. One day, Ella took Lin Kai to Old Phil's general store again. This time, her attitude was very different. She was no longer completely cautious or distant. Her eyes even showed a hint of eagerness. Without waiting for Old Phil to speak, she took out several small bundles wrapped in clean leaves from her bag and opened them one by one. Inside were some of her latest creations, delicious-looking roasted meat and breadfruit, carefully cut into small pieces. She spoke briefly and clearly, pushing the leaf package toward Old Phil and staring intently at the jars filled with salt, sugar, and spices in his shop. Old Phil was stunned. He looked at the strange-smelling foods before him, then at Ella's bright eyes and Lin Kai's innocent expression. His wrinkles seemed to relax. He picked up a small piece of roasted meat, put it in his mouth, and chewed slowly. After a moment, he let out a long breath, his eyes full of amazement. Unbelievable. He looked at Ella and Lin Kai, finally focusing on Lin Kai with curiosity. This flavor. Did you make it? Ella proudly puffed out her chest. Although most of the credit belonged to Lin Kai, she clearly took the achievement of creating delicious food as her own and her little one's. Old Phil didn't ask more. He knew what to ask and what not to. He happily took out several jars of good salt, sugar, and rare local spices, including a small bottle of clear liquid with a fruity vinegar scent, exchanging them for most of the food Ella brought. These should help you play even better, Old Phil said meaningfully. When Ella returned to the forest with her bounty, her steps were lighter. She often sniffed the spice jars, a satisfied smile on her face. For her, the powders and leaves that created exquisite flavors were worth far more than the shiny, inedible, drinkable discs. Lin Kai leaned into Ella's embrace, feeling her happiness and also feeling quite pleased. He finally found a way to keep improving their life that Ella happily accepted. Food truly is a universal language beyond borders and races. But he didn't fully indulge in the joy of success. Old Phil's last words, play even better, and the subtle meaning in his eyes made Lin Kai feel that their unique delicacies might be doing more than just satisfying hunger. They could be pushing them toward a more noticeable position. When Ella lit a fire in the forest with those unprecedented spices, creating a strange, captivating aroma that even the wind couldn't fully disperse, it probably attracted more than just curious animals. This culinary surprise, while conquering taste buds, might also bring unexpected trouble. The lingering scent, like an invisible invitation, makes one wonder, will it attract friends or curious onlookers? Lin Kai looked at the faint stars shining through the tree canopy, a subtle worry quietly settling in his heart. The taste revolution brought by delicious food greatly improved Lin Kai and Ella's quality of life. However, it also brought some small, less pleasant problems. The grease and spice residues from barbecues, along with Ella's somewhat rough eating style, often made Lin Kai feel sticky and uncomfortable in his mouth and body. Ella herself, with her special dragon blood, could tolerate dirt better than humans, but under Lin Kai's influence, she seemed to develop a vague, higher standard for cleanliness. At least she didn't want her beloved little one to always look unhappy and uncomfortable. Lin Kai focused on basic hygiene. He needed to clean his teeth and body. The rough, strange-smelling cleaning pastes and highly alkaline solid blocks in Old Phil's general store were clearly not good options, and they required ongoing exchange of supplies. He had to use the materials around him and make his own. The first goal was a toothbrush. This was relatively simple. He found a long, tough, but relatively soft wooden branch. He signaled Ella to use her sharp little nails to carefully scrape and carve one end into fine fibers, creating a simple brush head. Ella didn't understand what it was for, but she took it as a new craft game and made it seriously. Next was a substitute for toothpaste. Lin Kai knew some natural cleaning materials. He directed Ella to find a type of charcoal powder with slight abrasiveness and a fresh smell. He also found a reddish mineral soil with a salty taste, said to have cleaning effects. He mixed in some herbal powder with antibacterial properties and water, creating a dull gray paste that looked plain. Ella curiously dipped her finger into the paste and tasted it. She immediately frowned and spat it out. "Tarl. Yucky," she exclaimed. Lin Kai ignored her comment. He took the simple wooden brush, dipped it into the paste, and then opened his mouth. Carefully, he mimicked brushing his small teeth back and forth. After finishing, he took a sip of water, rinsed his mouth, and spat. He then grinned, showing his clean little teeth, with a fresh and comfortable expression on his face. Ella widened her eyes as she watched Lin Kai's series of actions, her red eyes full of surprise. She seemed to understand the purpose of this thing. It's not for eating, but for cleaning teeth. She imitated Lin Kai, took some paste on a makeshift toothbrush, and clumsily started brushing her teeth. At first, her movements were rough and almost hurt her throat, but under Lin Kai's silent guidance and look, she gradually learned how much pressure to use. After finishing, she felt a clean sensation in her mouth, with a herbal scent. Although she still didn't like the taste, she appreciated the effect. After solving the cleaning, the bigger challenge was body cleaning, using soap. Lin Kai remembered vaguely from his past life about cold-processed soap. It needs fats and alkali. Fats were easy. They carefully boiled animal fat they hunted and separated clean oil. The difficulty was the alkali. He couldn't get ash water, since Ella wasn't making fire in the cave, and the ash at the entrance was too impure, nor fine natural alkali minerals. Just when he was at a loss, an idea came to him by chance. Ella accidentally dropped some hard-shelled nuts into their water storage basin while handling them. Lin Kai was surprised to find that the water soaked with those nuts became a bit slippery, feeling like a weak alkaline solution. He immediately asked Ella to collect many of these nuts, crush them, and soak them in water to get the alkaline liquid he needed. The next steps were uncertain. Lin Kai relied on vague memories, instructing Ella to slowly pour the filtered alkaline liquid into melted animal fat, stirring constantly with a clean wooden stick. It was a process requiring patience and care. Ella was initially impatient, but under Lin Kai's persistent urging with a soft, yip-yip sound, she reluctantly followed. When the mixture gradually became sticky, with a faint yellowish color, and left traces on the surface, a trace state, Lin Kai knew he was mostly successful. He asked Ella to pour the thick soap mixture into a simple mold made from stacked large leaves and let it sit to solidify. To make the soap more pleasant to use, he also added crushed fragrant pine needles and lavender, found nearby, into the mixture. A few days later, the soap had begun to solidify. Lin Kai couldn't wait to have Ella cut off a small piece. He dipped this small piece into water and rubbed it in his hand. Immediately, it produced a fine, smooth foam with a light scent of pine needles and lavender. He demonstrated how to use this foam to wash his small hands and face. After washing, his skin felt very clean and fresh, but it didn't have the tight or rough feeling that old Phil's cleaning paste caused. Ella watched the white foam on his hand with curiosity. She poked it with her finger, and the foam broke apart, leaving a slick feeling. She also imitated Lin Kai, wetting the soap and rubbing it in her hand. When a large amount of white, fragrant foam poured out from her fingers, her ruby-like eyes lit up instantly. "Shiny!" she exclaimed happily, clearly thinking the fluffy foam was some kind of sparkling thing. She became playful, repeatedly rubbing out more foam, spreading it on her hands, face, and even trying to put it in her hair. Seeing the white foam cover her whole body and smelling the fresh scent, she giggled as if she had found the most fun toy in the world. Lin Kai watched her play happily, making herself look like a moving foam snowman, and he couldn't help but smile. Although the process was a bit clumsy, the result was definitely successful. They now had a homemade, gentle, and effective cleaning product. But just as Ella was immersed in the fun of the foam, a stronger, longer-lasting mixed scent drifted in, spicy barbecue spices and the plant-like aroma of soap, carried by the mountain breeze from the clearing where they were. It spread into the deeper forest. This was different from the brief food smell before. It was more complex and unique, almost like a signal of a stable, refined life. Lin Kai's smile slightly faded. He instinctively looked toward the dark, sunless corners of the forest. These scents he had created to improve life might attract potential partners like old Phil. But they could also act like a lighthouse in the night, clearly revealing their presence and possibly attracting unwelcome visitors. Those interested not just in food or objects, but in them personally. Was this lingering aroma a sign of human progress, or a warning that danger was quietly approaching? The success of homemade soap was like dropping a stone into a calm lake, creating ripples in Ella's daily life. The small, fragrant soap bars that produced white foam quickly became her new favorite, surpassing her previous favorites like Sparkle. She not only followed Lin Kai's example by brushing her teeth with a twig dipped in the strange-smelling paste after meals, but also turned using soap to clean her body into a daily ritual filled with ceremony. The smooth feeling of washing became an important part of her routine. One sunny day, Ella decided to give herself a full beauty treatment. She happily brought a stone basin filled with clear water and placed it where the sunlight could shine on it. Then, she carefully took out a light yellow soap embedded with pine needles and lavender bits, and cut off a small piece about the size of a walnut. Lin Kai sat on a nearby animal hide, ready to watch Ella's dragon bath show. He thought she would wet her body and then scrub herself to make foam, just like he did. But what Ella did next almost made him pop his eyes. Instead of touching the water first, she took the soap and pressed it against her cheek. Then, like a small animal marking its scent, she rubbed it back and forth with force. She seemed to believe that this way, the soap's fragrance and cleaning power would stick directly to her skin. Wait, that's not how you use it, Lin Kai thought desperately. The soap rubbed on Ella's delicate, but surprisingly tough cheek hardly made any foam, only leaving some wet streaks and a stronger smell. After rubbing her face, Ella looked disappointed. She thought for a moment and then did something that made Lin Kai want to facepalm. She opened her mouth, stuck out her small, pink tongue, and tentatively licked the soap. Don't eat it. That's not food, Lin Kai shouted sharply, waving his tiny hands to stop her. Ella paused mid-lick, looked at Lin Kai with a puzzled expression, as if asking, "Can't I eat it? It smells so nice." Lin Kai quickly made a face of disgust and nausea, shook his head vigorously, pointed insistently at the water in the basin, and mimed rubbing and creating foam. Seeing his gestures, Ella finally understood that she needed to use water. She reluctantly gave up exploring the soap's scent and dipped the piece of soap she had rubbed and licked into the water. Then she clasped her hands together and began to knead it. This time, a lot of delicate, white foam finally appeared. Ella looked at the fluffy, fragrant, white cloud in her palm, her eyes lighting up instantly, and her playful mood returned. She forgot about the purpose of cleaning and focused on making more foam. She played with it like clay, piling and shaping it, trying to make strange shapes, and even blowing bubbles into the air, watching them drift gently away. Lin Kai watched her happily playing, covering herself with foam but hardly cleaning her body. He felt helpless. Is this about beauty or just playing with bubbles? After playing with the foam enough, Ella finally started to wash herself properly. However, her method was still full of the strength of a dragon. She didn't gently apply the soap, but used it like polishing a weapon, scrubbing her arms and legs vigorously back and forth, as if trying to scrub away old dirt and skin. Under her incredible force, the soap quickly wore down and shrank visibly. Lin Kai watched nervously, worried she might press too hard and break the soap or, worse, scratch her seemingly delicate but actually tough skin, though he knew the latter was unlikely. What made Lin Kai most speechless was how she washed her hair. Ella's long, shiny silver hair was very beautiful, but her way of washing was to press the remaining soap directly onto her head and then claw at her hair with her fingers, roughly scratching through the strands. The foam appeared, but she also pulled out a lot of her silver hair, which tangled around her fingers, making Lin Kai feel pained. What a waste. My soap. Your hair. His inner pain was bleeding. The whole beauty process lasted quite a while, filled with funny scenes. When Ella finally stopped happily and rinsed the foam off her body and the ground around her with clean water, she looked truly clean. She was glowing with a fresh scent of pine and lavender, her wet silver hair shining in the sunlight, looking radiant. She walked over to Lin Kai, slightly bowing, and with a little pride, asked, "Smell? Do you like it?" Looking at her, Lin Kai saw that she looked much cleaner and fresher, and her bright red eyes, filled with satisfaction, shone even more. He finally nodded and made a confirming sound. No matter how strange the process was, the result was at least good. Ella squinted happily, like a well-groomed cat. She seemed to truly enjoy the comfort and happiness brought by the cleaning, and she credited the magic soap that could produce white sparkling foam for this feeling. However, just as Ella was immersed in the satisfaction of her beauty, success, playing with the last small piece of soap, Lin Kai's nose twitched slightly. He keenly sensed that, besides the soap's fresh scent and the leftover smell of roasted meat on Ella, there was a faint, unfamiliar smell in the air. It was a smell, with a hint of mold and dust, very different from the fresh forest, food aromas, and soap fragrance. It was very faint, almost imperceptible, as if carried by the wind from far away, or perhaps a trace left by something unnoticed. Lin Kai's eyebrows furrowed slightly as he looked cautiously toward the direction where the strange smell seemed to come from, another part of the forest opposite the path they took to Breeze Town. Ella also seemed to notice it. She stopped playing with the soap, looked up, and her red eyes turned toward the same direction. The relaxed and happy expression in her eyes was quickly replaced by alertness. The relaxed atmosphere was instantly tense again because of this sudden, strange smell of unknown origin. The fragrant dragon's den, which had improved the residents' lives, now seemed to have become a very obvious target, just as Lin Kai had feared. So what might be coming this time? That sudden, strange smell was like a stone thrown into calm water, stirring strong alertness in Ella's heart. She dropped the soap she was playing with, like a silver flash, silently rushing in front of Lin Kai and blocking him tightly. Her red vertical pupils, sharp as blades, scanned the direction of the smell. A deep, threatening growl came from her throat, and an invisible, suffocating pressure spread around her. Lin Kai's heart also jumped to his throat. His small hand unconsciously clenched the beast hide beneath him. He carefully sensed the faint smell, mold, dust, and a hint of something else. An indescribable, cold feeling as if coming from deep underground. It was not the scent of a beast, nor like that of old Phil, a human. It was older, darker, and carried a sense of foreboding. Ella focused intently, alert for a long time, but the smell did not come closer. Instead, it quietly faded away, just like when it appeared, as if it was only a breath of stale air from the forest. Still, Ella's nerves remained tense. She carefully checked around the nest several times, making sure nothing was wrong. Only then did her expression relax slightly, though a shadow of worry still lingered in her eyes. This brief, unformed danger was like a sharp warning bell ringing in Lin Kai's mind. He realized that as they interacted more often with Windy Town, especially with the tempting smells of food and fresh cleaning scents, the location of their nest and their presence were becoming harder to hide. Old Phil was clever and neutral for now, but next time, the one who followed the smell might not be so wise or friendly. Ella's unique features, silver hair, red eyes, dragon horns, tail, and her non-human strength, made her stand out like a firefly in the night in any human gathering. Once noticed, it would surely attract curiosity, greed, or hostility. They needed a believable identity, a story that explained why Ella was so special without revealing her true dragon heritage. A few days later, when they went back to old Phil's grocery store to trade their freshly baked, tastier jerky for salt, Phil's seemingly casual, but actually probing gaze lingered longer on Ella than before. He didn't ask directly, but his silent questions seemed written into every wrinkle on his face. Lin Kai knew the time had come. After the trade was done and Ella was counting her new supplies, Lin Kai looked up. With his sharp, black eyes that seemed to see through people, he looked at Phil. First, he pointed at Ella. Then, with a slow, deliberate gesture, he traced a large, majestic outline of a creature in the air. Long neck, huge wings, strong body, and a long tail. Though just a vague shape, it clearly resembled the legendary image of a dragon. Old Phil's cloudy eyes suddenly widened, and his usual calm face was broken by an unmistakable look of shock. He even forgot to smoke his pipe, staring intently at Lin Kai's gestures. Lin Kai did not stop. He continued to make gestures, showing sadness and longing on his face. His small hand first pointed to Ella, then to himself, and finally to the sky, making a motion as if someone was leaving or disappearing. His meaning was clear. Ella, he, and a dragon were connected, and that dragon was no longer here. Next, he pointed to the dragon horns on Ella's head and the tail behind her, then to his own more ordinary human baby appearance, showing a helpless expression that suggested he inherited different traits. Finally, he looked at old Phil with clear and honest eyes, as if telling a sad but true story. Throughout this storytelling, Lin Kai made no sound. It was all conveyed through precise body language and expressive expressions. Ella watched quietly from the side. Although she didn't fully understand what Lin Kai was saying, she could feel the serious atmosphere. She stood still, her red eyes showing a mix of caution and protectiveness toward Lin Kai. Old Phil was silent. He stared at Lin Kai for a long time, then looked at Ella, whose non-human features were obvious. His white eyebrows were tightly furrowed. Having lived most of his life and heard countless unbelievable stories and lies, he found that what the baby was telling, combined with Ella's undeniable dragon traits and the high-quality magic cores they showed, seemed to confirm this incredible story. A mother with human or half-dragon form, a mysterious dragon father who had already passed away, leaving a daughter with dragon features and a seemingly human son. This explanation, though shocking, strangely connected all the doubts and avoided revealing the true identity of a pure-blood dragon, which could bring disaster. After a long while, old Phil exhaled a long, smoky breath. He picked up his pipe again, lit it, and took a deep puff. The smoke blurred his expression. "So that's it," he muttered to himself, his voice hoarse. The father of the silver dragon. He didn't say whether he believed it or not, but his curious gaze had softened considerably. Instead, a complex expression appeared, mixed with realization, sympathy, and deeper calculation. He knew that, whether this story was true or not, the pair of siblings, as he clearly believed, were definitely not ordinary people. Dealing with them required more caution, but it also might contain greater opportunities. Since that day, old Phil's attitude toward them changed slightly. He still bargained cleverly, but his words carried a subtle shift, perhaps a sign of respect, or maybe a stance of equal exchange. He no longer tried to probe their background, but occasionally offered small bits of information about the forest or the nearby town, as if showing silent goodwill. Although Ella was still naive, she sensed that old Phil's attitude was softening, which made her feel a little less rejected by this place. However, Lin Kai did not feel much relief. He looked at old Phil's face, which seemed mysterious behind the smoke, and knew that this temporary disguise was not foolproof. It might scare off someone like old Phil, who was familiar with the area, but if they encountered someone who truly understood dragons or had other intentions, this lie could easily be exposed. The fictional father of the silver dragon was like a double-edged sword. It provided cover but could also attract greedy eyes interested in the dragon heritage. The story they created to hide themselves might become a new source of trouble. Lin Kai looked at the busy, unfamiliar town street outside the general store, but he had no answers. Only a faint worry drifting with old Phil's smoke rings into the air. He chose a time when Ella was full and happy. He grabbed her clothes and led her to a clear spot he had chosen. Then, he started a new, difficult lesson. First, he pointed to the dark brown soil under their feet and made a digging motion. Then, he used his hand to show a small, round shape, representing a seed, and mimed planting it into the ground. Finally, he pointed to the sun in the sky, made a rain-falling gesture, clasped his hands near his face, and showed a sprouting and growing plant, with a look of hope and reward on his face. Ella squatted on the ground, her red eyes watching Lin Kai's performance. Without blinking, her eyebrows slightly furrowed. In her dragon heritage, there was no idea of planting. They were hunters and gatherers, getting food by hunting and collecting, and their shiny treasures came from searching and taking, burying tiny seeds in the soil and waiting for food to grow. That sounded even more unbelievable than trading stories for money. Food grows in the soil. She tilted her head, full of doubt. Slow. Trouble. She clearly preferred hunting for ready meat. Lin Kai knew that just talking or gesturing wouldn't convince her. He needed her to see the result, even if it was just a small hope. He stopped trying to explain the whole planting process and focused on a tiny part. He used his small hand to draw a square about a meter wide on the open ground. Right here, his eyes showed he was serious and determined. He only needed this small test plot. Ella looked at his stubborn little face and then at the tiny patch of land. In the end, she gave in. Maybe she saw this as a new, strange game. Ella took charge of the clearing work. Lin Kai was worried she might use her dragon breath or force to dig and ruin the land completely. But surprisingly, Ella showed a remarkable talent for this. She stretched out her soft, white hands, her fingers like precise plows, easily inserting into the firm soil. With a slight wrist movement, she lifted a big chunk of earth mixed with grass roots and stones. She pinched it, and the hard soil turned into fine powder, while she carefully picked out the stones and stubborn roots, tossing them aside. Her movements were quick and efficient, with a kind of powerful grace that was hard to describe. In just a moment, she completely tilled, broke up, and leveled the 1 square meter piece of land. The soil became soft and breathable, like a carefully prepared seedbed by an experienced farmer. Lin Kai was amazed and once again marveled at the strange talent points of the dragon race. If only they used this skill for farming, they would be excellent at it. The land was ready, so next came the seeds. Lin Kai had previously noticed some wild plants nearby with edible fruits or roots. He carefully directed Ella to collect the healthiest and fullest seeds or tubers. There was a problem during planting. Ella tried to scatter all the seeds into the soil like throwing stones. Lin Kai quickly stopped her. He showed her his hand and carefully, one by one, placed the seeds into the soft soil at regular intervals, then gently covered them with a thin layer of earth. His movements were slow and careful, as if he was creating a sacred piece of art. Ella tried to imitate him, but her small hands lacked the strength to control the seeds precisely. Sometimes she pressed them too deep, or a few seeds got squeezed together. After several attempts, she looked a bit frustrated. Lin Kai didn't force her. Instead, he persisted with his clumsy, baby-like method, planting most of the seeds little by little. Finally, it was time to water. Ella was about to spray water directly onto the seedbed, but Lin Kai stopped her in alarm. He didn't want the newly planted seeds to be washed away or cooked by the water infused with dragon breath. He signaled her to use large leaves as a container, collecting clear water from a nearby stream, then mimicked gentle rain, evenly sprinkling it over the soil surface. When all the steps were done, and the carefully tended, hope-filled land was laid out before him, Lin Kai took a deep breath, feeling a strange sense of achievement. This was the first time since arriving in this world that he truly tried to create something, rather than just obtain or trade. Ella sat nearby, curious, watching the bare land. She seemed unable to understand what use it could have, but seeing Lin Kai's satisfied and expectant expression, she reached out with a muddy finger and gently touched the moist soil. "Can it grow? Something tasty?" she asked again, her tone filled with deep doubt. Lin Kai nodded firmly, eyes full of determination. From that day on, caring for this 1 square meter vegetable patch became Lin Kai's most important daily task. He would have Ella hold him and regularly check the soil's moisture, clumsily pulling out that occasionally sprouted. Although Ella didn't understand at first, she gradually got used to this daily routine. She even instinctively used a sharpened stick and broad leaves to build a very simple shade to block the strong sunlight on the small vegetable garden. Days passed, and under Lin Kai's careful, through Ella's guidance, care, the tiny patch of land finally sprouted its first shy, tender green shoots. When Ella saw the neat green sprouts, completely different from the surrounding she showed a real surprised expression for the first time. She carefully leaned in, sniffed the small sprouts with her nose, her red eyes full of curiosity. "It really grew," she whispered, looking at Lin Kai with a new kind of expression. This little creature always seemed to do unexpected things. Lin Kai looked at the tiny green shoots, feeling hopeful. This was not just a vegetable garden. It was a symbol of his attempt to settle in this world. It was his first successful effort to combine his past knowledge with his new environment. However, just as he felt happy about the new green growth, he keenly noticed a series of small, clear footprints on the soil at the edge of the garden. The footprints didn't belong to him or Ella, nor did they look like any small forest animals they knew. They appeared silently, lingered near the garden for a moment, then disappeared into the bushes. Was this uninvited visitor curious about the new green shoots, or did it hint that this small land, symbolizing peace and hope, would inevitably be touched by outside disturbances? That tiny green sprout breaking through the soil was like a small spark ignited in darkness, instantly lighting Lin Kai's longing for a peaceful life. Almost every day, he had Ella hold him to watch the delicate stems and leaves for any change. But as the sunlight grew stronger, Lin Kai quickly realized a serious problem. The soil was drying out much faster than he expected. Relying only on Ella to fetch water from a distant stream with leaves was inefficient and couldn't keep the soil moist enough. The tender seedlings had already started to wilt. Water must be diverted. A bolder plan took shape in his mind. He needed to bring water from the nearby stream to the garden. This project was much more difficult than creating a small vegetable garden. It required Ella to understand complex ideas like channels, slopes, and water diversion. This was almost impossible, but seeing the fragile young plants, Lin Kai decided to try his best. He began a more difficult lesson. First, he pointed to the stream, then drew a winding line in the air from the stream toward the garden. He mimicked water flowing along this line, finally pouring into the dry land of the garden. To explain channel, he made a gesture of a U shape in the air. Ella watched very carefully, her red eyes shining with understanding. At least, that's what Lin Kai thought at the time. She seemed to understand that Lin Kai wanted to move water from one side to the other. But the dragon's way of doing things is always simple, direct, and powerful. Just as Lin Kai finished gesturing and hoped she would find a tool to carefully dig a water channel, Ella moved. She walked to the space between the stream and the garden, looked around, took a deep breath, and lifted her small foot in simple leather boots. The next moment, she stomped her foot the ground. Boom! A loud, dull explosion, like a small earthquake, shook the ground violently around where she stepped. Lin Kai barely had time to react before a huge appeared, like a fierce scar, tearing open instantly beneath Ella's feet. With unstoppable force, it spread wildly toward the garden. The ground along the turned over, grass was torn apart, and dark soil was exposed. This was not digging a water channel. This was a ground-splitting spell. Almost as soon as they reached the edge of the garden, Ella made a move that made Lin Kai's heart race. She seemed to think the wasn't wide or deep enough to hold enough water. She growled softly, her hands plunged into the edge of her body shimmering with silver light, and suddenly tore it apart sideways. Boom! A louder sound followed. That was forcibly widened and deepened by her strength, turning into a fierce, gaping trench over 1/2 meter wide and bottomless. At the end of this trench was the newly sprouted 1-meter vegetable garden. The creek immediately found an outlet, and the muddy water, mixed with dirt, grass roots, and small stones, roared like a wild horse into the channel that had been violently carved out, rushing toward the end at an incredible speed. Lin Kai watched helplessly as the muddy torrent, like a yellowish dragon, quickly swallowed the small vegetable garden he had worked so hard to create. Full of hope, the fragile green sprouts had no chance to struggle. They were pulled out by their roots and swept into the muddy water, disappearing without a trace. The water kept flowing strongly, creating a small mud pool behind the garden before gradually calming down. The scene was a mess. A large, ugly deep ditch cut through the once smooth forest clearing, ending in a completely destroyed vegetable garden and a round mud pool. The air was filled with the smell of earth and the sound of rushing water. Ella stood at the start of the ditch, watching the rushing water with a look of satisfaction and pride. She patted the non-existent dirt on her hands, then turned to Lin Kai, seeming to wait for praise. "Look, the water has come. So fast. So efficient." Lin Kai opened his mouth in shock, looking at the now vanished garden and then at Ella, who looked eager for praise. He felt a surge of sadness and helplessness. His hard-earned results, his symbol of a peaceful life, had been completely destroyed in just a few seconds by this powerful but simple-minded dragon girl. He wanted to cry, wanted to laugh, but could only let out a long, suppressed sigh. Forget it. Trying to explain detailed work to a dragon was too naive. Seeing that he was not happy but looked like he might cry, Ella's proud expression gradually turned into confusion. She walked to the ruined garden, looked at the muddy water, then at Lin Kai, and asked in confusion, "The water has come. Baby, Nora? The water is here. Is baby upset?" Lin Kai was too exhausted to be angry. He weakly pointed at the destroyed garden, then at the fierce ditch, and finally at his own head, making a gesture of being overwhelmed or broken down. Ella seemed to realize only then that she might have messed up again. She looked at the mess, blinked her red eyes, and for the first time showed a hint of guilt on her face because of her actions. She muttered softly, "The ground is not firm, Lin Kai." While Lin Kai was feeling upset about his destroyed work, and Ayla was trying to fill the ditch with her foot, which only caused the edges to collapse more, a faint and hurried squeak sound came from the nearby bushes. Both of them, one person and one dragon, turned their heads at the same time. They saw the bushes shake, and a round, fluffy gray creature hurriedly ran out. It seemed frightened by the recent earthquake and the flood that followed. In its panic, it crashed into a nearby tree, spun around twice in confusion, then collapsed on the ground, exposing its soft belly and 4 small paws. Its big, dark eyes were full of fear. It was a groundhog, or a similar creature from this world. Its size was larger than what Lin Kai was used to, and its fur was a shiny gray, looking quite plump. Most importantly, Lin Kai immediately noticed that on this frightened groundhog's back leg, there was some fresh, uniquely colored mud, almost identical to the mud next to the strange footprints he found at the edge of the vegetable garden earlier. Lin Kai's gaze sharpened instantly. So, the uninvited guest that was spying near the vegetable garden earlier was this little creature? Was it just an ordinary animal attracted by the seedlings? Or was it something with a different purpose? This small creature, accidentally disturbed by Ayla's water diversion project, marked the end of this failed farce, or perhaps the beginning of another unknown trouble. Did its big, dark eyes hide more than just fear? My tomatoes and potatoes? Now it's turned into aquaculture? The problem is, there isn't even a single fish in this water. "Hey, look!" Ella, full of excitement, squats by the pond, poking the water with a long stick. Her silver hair almost touches the surface. Shiny. It's moving. The water ripples from her movement, reflecting the sunlight. It's indeed shiny and also moving. Yes, Mom, the water is naturally shiny. If you poke it, of course it moves. Lin Kai sighs silently, but seeing Ella's face light up like she's discovered something new, he holds back his usual teasing. Forget it, as long as she's happy. At least she's not upset about the vegetable garden being destroyed, even though she was the one who did it. He begins to think about how to make use of this unexpected water area. Maybe he could raise some fish or set up a simple water filter. The water can't just sit there, breeding mosquitoes and bugs. While Lin Kai is lost in thoughts about the future of this gift from the sky pond, a sudden, hurried noise with panting and rustling sounds comes from the forest, approaching quickly. "Stop! Don't run! Stay still!" A young-sounding male voice, clearly anxious and angry, rings out. Then, a grayish-white shadow darts out of the bushes like lightning. It's a startled wild rabbit, rushing wildly toward the pond. Its hind legs kick hard, narrowly skimming the water's edge, then it dives into the grass on the other side and disappears. The one chasing it, however, isn't so lucky or agile. A boy, dressed in old but sturdy linen clothes with an ill-fitting leather armor over them, suddenly bursts out of the same bushes. He looks about 13 or 14, with wet brown hair sticking to his forehead and a few fresh scratches on his face. His eyes are fixed on where the rabbit disappeared, completely unaware of the disastrous change in the terrain beneath his feet. "Haha, let's see where you go." Before he can finish his boast, his foot lands on the soft, water-soaked mud. The once solid edge, weakened by Ella's earlier forceful actions, can no longer support a running boy's weight. A loud splash echoed as water splattered everywhere. The boy lost his balance and fell into the newly formed pond. The splash of water was about 1/2 meter high. Even Lin Kai, sitting nearby, felt a few cold droplets land on his face. Lin Kai looked expressionless at the still rippling water surface and the figure floating and sinking, bubbling as it moved. This way of appearing is a bit too shocking. Isla's reaction was much more direct. She was startled, dropping the branch she was holding. Then her red eyes filled with pure curiosity. She tilted her head, watching the struggling figure in the water as if observing a strange new creature she had never seen before. "Kai Kai," she tugged at Lin Kai's sleeve and whispered, with a hint of uncertainty, Is this food too? It ran into the water by itself? My goodness. Can your recipe be less broad? Lin Kai's mind shouted wildly. He quickly clarified in a serious tone, still sounding a bit childish. No? Mom, this can't be eaten. It's a person. He was really worried that Isla might think the guy in the water was a snack falling from the sky and try to catch and roast him. The boy in the water finally seemed to recover from the initial choking and panic. He struggled to stand. Luckily, the water in the center of the pond only reached his chest, and then started coughing violently, spitting out several mouthfuls of murky pond water. He wiped his face, pushed his wet hair back, revealing a face that was young and delicate, but with clear features, now full of embarrassment and frustration. His leather armor, soaked with water, became very heavy, making his movements even harder. He looked around and finally understood his situation, an inexplicable large water hole at the edge of the forest, and standing beside it, two children, one big and one small. The bigger one was a girl with silver hair and red eyes, so beautiful it seemed unreal, staring at him with a look that was hard to describe, like she was looking at a strange, fascinating toy. The smaller one looked even more bizarre, a baby doll, sitting on a stone, gazing at him with a mixture of helplessness and curiosity that was far beyond her age. The boy's face instantly turned red, whether from holding his breath or feeling shy. He tried to keep some dignity, moving his hands and feet toward the shore while muttering, "Unlucky." Almost there, after finally crawling onto the land like a soaked rat, water was dripping all over him, forming a small puddle at his feet. He wrung out his wet clothes awkwardly and looked at Lin Kai and Ella, opening his mouth as if to explain something but unsure where to start. Lin Kai took the chance to observe him carefully. The boy was not very tall, but had a balanced build, with clear signs of regular training. His leather armor was old but well-maintained, and he carried a wooden training sword at his waist, probably an apprentice knight or soldier trainee. His eyes were clear, showing a stubbornness typical of youth and some sharp edges that hadn't been smoothed out yet. Although he looked dirty and unlucky at the moment, he didn't seem like a bad person. An apprentice knight? Coming to the edge of this remote forest to chase rabbits? Lin Kai quickly thought, is he from Windbreeze Town? Or from somewhere else? The boy finally managed to speak. He scratched his still dripping hair and forced a friendly but awkward smile. He looked at Lin Kai, who seemed the only one capable of normal conversation, even if he looked like a baby, and said, "Hello. I am not a bad person. My name is Roy Harper. I'm an apprentice knight." He paused, feeling that introducing himself as an apprentice knight in such a messy state sounded unconvincing. His voice lowered unconsciously. Then he quickly added, "I was chasing a rabbit. It stole the berries I finally picked, and I didn't see the path clearly." His gaze involuntarily shifted to the cause of the water nearby, the displaced dirt and broken wood, which looked like they had been overturned with brute force. A flicker of suspicion appeared in his eyes. Clearly, this wasn't natural. How much strength would it take to cause such a scene? Ella didn't react much to the term apprentice knight. Her attention was drawn to the water droplets falling from Roy. She pointed with her small finger and said, "Kiki, he's leaking." Lin Kai. Mom, that's called dripping water. Roy. Am I being pitted by a kid? A gentle breeze blew, and the soaked Roy couldn't help but sneeze loudly, breaking the strange silence. He hugged his arms and shivered, looking both pitiful and funny. Lin Kai looked at the unlucky guy named Roy in front of him and quickly weighed his options. Roy seemed like a simple-minded, slightly reckless local apprentice knight, but he appeared harmless. His presence might be a good chance to learn about the outside world, especially recent events in Breeze Town. Also, judging by his appearance, he didn't seem like a threat to Ella. There are many ways to make friends, especially in this strange world. Besides, he's not very lucky. Maybe I can use him at a critical moment. To attract attention? Lin Kai decided to show some kindness. He patted the nearby stone to signal Roy to sit down, then spoke to Ella in a clear, childish dragon language. He didn't want outsiders to know he could speak the common language fluently. He said, "Mom, he's cold. Can you make a fire? Just a small one." Ella looked at Lin Kai, then at Roy, who was soaked and had purple lips. She nodded vaguely, understanding. Making a fire was very easy for her. She extended her delicate finger, pointing at a pile of dry leaves and small twigs nearby. A faint silver glow appeared at her fingertip. Suddenly, a small orange flame appeared out of nowhere, quickly igniting the dry leaves and dancing happily, forming a small, warm campfire. Roy, who was about to find an excuse for his disheveled state, saw the sudden, unexpected flame. His mouth opened into an "oh" shape, and his words got stuck in his throat. He widened his eyes, looked at the fire, then at Ella, who seemed calm and casually swatted a mosquito. His mind struggled to process what he saw. This little girl with silver hair. What did she just do? Magic? But she didn't recite any spells or hold a staff. And she's so young. How could she be a mage? A mix of shock, confusion, and slight unease replaced Roy's previous embarrassment. He sensed that these two children were not simple. His unlucky rabbit-chasing trip might be more complicated than just falling into the water. The warm firelight eased some coldness, but also deepened Roy's growing confusion and caution. He stood there, his wet body trembling slightly, his gaze shifting between Lin Kai's calm face and Ella's stunning, non-human-like red eyes. For the first time, he deeply doubted his previous judgment that he had only encountered two ordinary children in the forest. The forest was silent, with only the crackling sound of the fire and the drip of water from Roy's clothes audible. The campfire burned quietly, easing some of the chill at the edge of the forest and illuminating Roy's face, which was still filled with confusion and doubt. He sat on the stone Lin Kai pointed to, his wet clothes sticking tightly to his skin, bringing a cold discomfort. Carefully, he reached out and held his hand above the flames to warm it, but his eyes kept drifting to the other side. A small girl with silver hair and red eyes sat beside a baby. She took a piece of dried meat wrapped in a clean leaf from her small pocket, took a small bite herself, then naturally offered it to the baby. Roy noticed that the baby, whose eyes were unusually clear and calm, opened his mouth and chewed politely. This warm and ordinary scene was filled with unusual details. A girl who looked no older than 8 or 9, a baby still in swaddling clothes, alone at the edge of the forest? And then there was the mysterious flame that suddenly appeared. Roy shook his head, trying to clear the confusing thoughts from his mind. He cleared his throat, feeling that as the older person, at least in appearance, he should break the silence and apologize for his earlier reckless intrusion. Thank you very much, he said, his voice still a bit stiff and unnatural, with the hoarseness typical of a boy going through puberty. My name is Roy Hubbard, from Breeze Town. I was so focused chasing that rabbit earlier that I didn't notice this place. It looks different now. He awkwardly glossed over his embarrassing fall into the pond, his face flushing again. He paused, trying to make his tone more formal, with the seriousness a trainee knight should show. May I know your names? And your families? This place isn't too far from the town, but sometimes dangerous wild animals appear in the forest. It's not safe for you to be here alone. As he spoke, he kept a cautious eye on his surroundings. Apart from this strange pond and a pile of campfires, he saw no signs of adults living nearby, like tents or simple wooden houses. Could these two children really live nearby? That seems impossible. Lin Kai swallowed the dried meat he was chewing and didn't answer right away. He looked calmly at Roy with bright eyes, as if evaluating something. The worry and doubt in this young apprentice knight's eyes didn't seem fake. His attempt to seem mature and responsible also showed his youthful innocence. Whisper Town, the small town where old Phil lives. Judging by his clothes and speech, he looks like a proper apprentice knight, not a homeless person or bandit. He's unlucky, but not bad at heart. While Lin Kai was thinking about how to respond, Ella reacted to Roy's question. When she heard the word family, her red eyes blinked. Then she reached out her small hand, first pointing at herself, then at Lin Kai, and said clearly in a noble, old-fashioned dragon language, Elenisa. Kiki. Family. Her pronunciation was a bit strange, with an ancient rhythm, but Roy could barely understand that it meant name and family in the common language of the continent. He paused, looking back and forth between Ella and Lin Kai. Elenisa. Kiki? He tried to repeat, more confused. Are you siblings? From their looks, Ella with silver hair and red eyes, and Lin Kai with black hair and black eyes, didn't seem like siblings by blood. Also, a girl around 8 or 9 years old living alone in the forest with a baby. That's hard to believe. Ella tilted her head, seeming not to understand the word siblings. She thought for a moment and added another sentence, still in that special tone of the common language, very serious. Kiki mine. This made the meaning much clearer. Roy opened his mouth, unsure how to respond. This sounded even stranger. Lin Kai mentally sighed. Mom, your words are very ambiguous. He knew he couldn't let Ella speak freely anymore, or who knew what even more ridiculous interpretations might come up. He gently patted Ella's arm to signal her to stop explaining, then looked at Roy and slowly said in clear, slightly childish dragon language, Lin Kai. She Ella. We live nearby. He deliberately used the dragon language, which was both a test and a disguise. A baby who can speak dragon language would make others realize they are not ordinary, but it wouldn't reveal Ella's true identity immediately. At the same time, he subtly hinted that they lived nearby, answering the question without giving away the exact location. Sure enough, Roy saw Lin Kai speak, and his eyes widened instantly. It was not strange for a baby to talk, but to speak so clearly and use a language he couldn't understand, yet sounded ancient and mysterious, was astonishing. Thinking of Ella suddenly creating fire just now, an idea couldn't help but come to mind. These two children might be descendants of a powerful, reclusive mage or a different race. This guess changed Roy's initial worry into awe, even a bit of nervousness. He quickly waved his hands and stammered, I'm not here to do any harm. Really, I was just passing by. His voice grew softer as he spoke, feeling that his previous warnings about danger seemed silly in front of these two children who could create fire and speak a strange language. To ease the awkwardness and show friendliness, Roy decided to change the subject and talk about himself. He puffed out his chest, though his wet clothes made the gesture look a bit funny. His eyes shone with pure light. I am an apprentice knight, he declared seriously, as if reciting a sacred vow. My dream is to become a real, noble knight, like the legendary North Wind Knight, Wolfgang, to protect the weak, defend justice, and use my sword and shield to help those in need. His voice rose slightly with excitement, full of sincere conviction. This sudden burst of enthusiasm almost made Lin Kai choke on his water. Northwind Knight sounds like a classic hero from tavern stories. But this dream fits well with a passionate young boy his age. Protect the weak, defend justice. Those are common themes in any world. Lin Kai internally muttered, but on the outside, he just blinked and continued to listen quietly. Ella had no idea what night or dream meant. Her attention was caught by Roy's animated gestures, and she found it quite interesting. Roy seemed to open up and start talking about his dreams. He was lost in his own thoughts and said, I trained at the guard school in Windy Town. Captain Barton is my mentor. Although, sometimes I have small accidents during training. I trip while running, or I drop my wooden sword during practice. He shyly rubbed his nose and lowered his voice, but quickly cheered up again. But I never give up. I believe that as long as I keep believing and work hard, I can overcome all difficulties and finally reach my dreams. He waved his fist, and his wet hair flicked water drops as he moved, showing a silly but determined and optimistic face. Lin Kai watched him quietly. The boy named Roy had something very pure about him. His dreams might sound a bit old-fashioned or naive, but his eyes were very serious, and his passion was so strong that it could inspire others. It seems his clumsy, stubborn nature is confirmed. But maybe, sometimes, this kind of simple-mindedness is more reliable than being clever and calculating. While Roy was passionately talking about his dreams, a loud stomach growl suddenly interrupted him. The sound was so loud it drowned out the crackling of the campfire. Roy's face turned bright red instantly, and his confident mood disappeared completely. He awkwardly covered his stomach, wishing he could hide somewhere. After chasing rabbits all day and falling into the water, he was exhausted. Now, hunger hit him hard and completely broke his focus. Isla heard the sound and immediately brightened her eyes. She knew that sound well. It's a sign of hunger. She looked at Roy's red face and then at the half-eaten dried meat in her hand. After a moment of hesitation, as if making an important decision, she handed the dried meat to Roy. Hungry, she said simply, with a look of understanding and sympathy. Roy stared at the dried meat in front of him, stunned. It smelled faintly of spices and smoke, and looked much more delicious than the plain bread and bland soup he usually ate. He wanted to refuse, but his stomach growled again, louder this time. Lin Kai watched this scene and felt both amused and a little touched. Although Ella often lacks common sense, she has an almost instinctive generosity when it comes to sharing food. Of course, only if she trusts you and has eaten enough herself. Forget it, just consider it an early investment. A friendship with a local apprentice knight might be more useful than I think. Lin Kai nodded gently at Roy and spoke a word in the dragon language. Eat. Roy looked at Lin Kai, then at Ella, whose eyes were pure and simply wanted to share food. A warm feeling replaced his embarrassment. He no longer hesitated and took the piece of dried meat, whispering, "Thank you. I really appreciate it." He carefully took a bite, and the rich aroma and perfect saltiness spread in his mouth, more delicious than any dried meat he had ever tasted. He ate quickly, feeling his cold body warm up a lot because of the food. While eating, he mumbled, You really are different from ordinary people. You can do magic fire tricks, Lin Kai, and you speak that ancient language. Ella's power too. He paused, searching for the right words. You must be children of very powerful people, right? He asked cautiously, full of curiosity. Small Wind Town was just a border town, rarely meeting truly powerful people except for passing merchants and adventurers. But these two children in front of him were definitely the most special he had ever seen. Lin Kai didn't answer directly, just remained silent, which made Roy more certain of his guess. He finished the dried meat in a few bites, licked his lips with satisfaction, then suddenly looked serious, as if he remembered something. But you live near the forest, so you should be careful lately. He lowered his voice with a warning tone. There are some strange rumors in town. A few days ago, the tax officer from the capital was attacked on the road north of town. Luckily, he's fine, but a lot of goods were stolen. The guards have been patrolling more recently. Captain Barton said some troublemakers might have sneaked into the forest. He looked at the deep woods around them, worried. So, it's better if you don't go too far from town, or make sure your family doesn't go out alone. The tax officer from the capital was attacked? Troublemakers have sneaked into the forest? The news Roy brought was like a stone thrown into calm water, causing ripples in Lin Kai's heart. He had thought he was just spending quiet days with Ella in the forest, slowly gaining strength. He didn't expect the outside world's turmoil to reach here so quickly. Was this attack just a random act of bandits, or did it signal bigger trouble ahead? Could those disobedient folks one day wander to the edge of this forest and find our small home? Lin Kai's small hand unconsciously clenched. He looked up at Roy, the firelight flickering in his deep eyes. Attack, he asked slowly and clearly in dragon language. Who was it? Roy's news about the attack made Lin Kai's alert ring faintly. He wanted to ask more details using his limited dragon words, like the attacker's features, how many there were, or if the guards had found anything more specific. But before he could speak properly, Ella, who was nearby, lost patience with this wet new toy. Sharing food was one thing, but this person had almost bumped into Kai Kai, though there was some distance, and now he was saying things she couldn't understand, making Kai Kai frown. In her simple logic, if something made Kai Kai unhappy, it wasn't good. Plus, he didn't seem that hungry anymore, so why was he still hanging around? While Roy was still trying to organize his words to describe the vague attack, Ella suddenly stood up. She walked over to Roy, her big red eyes staring straight at him, then pointed a white hand at his damp shoulder. You, she said in her unique, dragon language-inflected common tongue. Go. Roy, caught up in the tense moment of passing important information, was stunned by Ella's sudden move and command. Huh? Go. Where to? He asked blankly, instinctively leaning back. Ella didn't seem satisfied with his reaction. She thought this person was a bit slow to understand. She paused, then decided to be more direct. She reached out her small hand, not poking but gently pushing Roy's arm, trying to make him understand it was time to leave. The gentle in Ella's eyes was clearly very different from what humans usually perceive. Roy felt an unstoppable force hit his arm. It didn't feel like being pushed by a little girl, but more like being hit hard by a charging wild bull. He didn't even have time to shout before he was thrown into the air and landed with a loud splash back into the pond he had just climbed out of, splashing even bigger water droplets than before. A string of quick bubbles rose to the surface. Lena slapped her forehead, feeling helpless inside, though she didn't make a sound. I knew it. I knew it would turn out like this. Telling the dragon girl to be gentle is like talking to a wall. She quickly slid down from the rock and ran to the pond's edge, nervously peering into the water. She was worried she might accidentally drown her only source of information and potential ally. Fortunately, Roy, as a trainee knight, was in good shape. After choking on some water, he struggled to stand up from the water that was up to his chest. He coughed violently, spitting out mud water, looking 10 times more miserable than before. His hair was completely stuck to his face, and his armor was probably soaked, making his movements slow and heavy. He wiped his wet hair out of his eyes and looked at Ella on the shore with a stunned and fearful expression. What kind of strange strength was that? Even Captain Barton, the strongest in training, couldn't push someone with such force just by a simple shove. Ella watched Roy fall into the water again, tilted her head, and surprisingly showed a look of, why did he fall in again, as if she didn't think her actions were a problem at all. Ella, Lin Kai called sharply in dragon language, with rare seriousness. Hearing Lin Kai's tone, Ella immediately turned around. Seeing Lin Kai's furrowed brow, her expression changed from confusion to a little worry. She walked over to Lin Kai and whispered, Kai, he won't come out. He won't come out? And you still threw him into the water? My goodness. Lin Kai thought angrily, but he had to stay calm on the outside. He took a deep breath and explained as gently as possible in dragon language, no pushing. Dangerous. Ella looked at Roy, coughing and trembling in the water, then at Lin Kai's serious face. She seemed to understand a little. She lowered her head, twisting her fingers in her clothes, like a child who had done something wrong, and muttered softly, Oh. Lin Kai sighed inwardly, knowing that teaching Ella would be a long and difficult task. He looked back at Roy in the water and said in dragon language, Come up. Roy's feelings were very complicated at this moment. He felt fear, confusion, frustration, and a small sense of relief after surviving. He didn't dare to come ashore easily, especially not too close to the little girl with silver hair. He stood in the water, hesitating as he looked at Lin Kai and cautiously glancing at Ella. Lin Kai saw Roy's fear. After thinking for a moment, he said to Ella, Mom, fire. Ella looked up and saw Lin Kai pointing at the campfire. She immediately understood. She walked over to the fire, sat down obediently, and showed she wouldn't move around anymore. Although her eyes still occasionally looked curiously at Roy, she no longer showed any aggression. Seeing Ella calm down, Roy finally relaxed a little. Using his hands and feet, he struggled to climb ashore again. This time, he deliberately kept some distance from Ella and sat on the other side of the campfire. His cold, wet clothes stuck to his body. As the night wind blew, he couldn't help trembling, his teeth chattering. Lin Kai looked at his miserable state and felt a bit guilty. No matter what, Roy was only showing kindness but was unfairly suffering. He signaled Roy to come closer to the fire to warm up, then walked to the corner where they stored supplies. An improvised natural storage made by Ella using her strength to hollow out tree roots, cleverly covered with branches and leaves. Lin Kai pulled out a large, thick, dry animal hide that was bigger than he was. This action made Roy's eyelids twitch again. A baby dragging a hide much larger than himself looked quite strange. Lin Kai pushed the animal hide toward Roy and said in dragon language, Use. Roy was stunned for a moment, but then understood Lin Kai's meaning. A surge of gratitude filled his heart. Thank you, he said trembling. Without hesitation, he took off his wet leather armor and outer clothes, wrung out the water, and hung them on a stone near the fire. Then he wrapped himself tightly with the warm, dry animal hide. The thick hide blocked the cold, and the heat from the fire slowly seeped in. He finally felt a little more alive. A brief silence fell by the campfire. Only the crackling of the flames and Roy's occasional shivering from the cold or fear could be heard. Lin Kai was thinking. Roy's appearance and the news he brought meant they could no longer stay completely isolated from the world. Weijin Town was the closest and currently the only known gathering place for humans. Although Old Phil provided a trading route, he is a clever businessman and getting older. Roy is different. He is young, passionate, and relatively simple-minded. As an apprentice knight, he has access to the town guards and some information. Building a good relationship with him could give you an important source of news and a potential helper. The beginning was not very good, mainly because Roy was thrown into the water twice. But maybe this was a chance. Wrapped in warm animal skins, Roy's body gradually warmed up, and his mind started to think clearly again. He looked across the fire at the baby named Linkai, who sat quietly with a calm gaze like a deep pond. The girl named Elanisa, although incredibly strong, seemed to have a very simple mind and listened completely to the baby's words. This strange group, powerful strength with a small appearance, mysterious language, and behavior that seems lacking in common sense, suggests one thing. They are not ordinary people. They might be descendants of a hidden strong person, or perhaps a different race with special bloodlines. Whatever they are not something an apprentice knight can easily understand or challenge. But they don't seem to have any bad intentions. The baby, Linkai, even tried to control the girl's actions and helped him when he was in trouble, though it was caused by her. Roy's fear slowly turned into curiosity and a strange sense of responsibility. They are so special, yet they seem completely unaware of the dangers of the world, especially the girl. Living alone on the edge of the forest is very dangerous. As an apprentice knight whose duty is to protect the weak, he feels it's his responsibility, at least to care about their safety. Gathering his courage, he broke the silence, speaking respectfully to Linkai. Linkai? Thank you earlier. Also, Miss Elanisa, I apologize for my rashness earlier. He carefully looked at Elanisa. Hearing her name, Elanisa looked up. She saw Roy speaking to her. Though she couldn't understand the words, she felt his tone was gentle. She blinked her ruby eyes, didn't respond, and lowered her head to play with her fingers. Linkai was a bit surprised by Roy's change in attitude, but was pleased. He nodded, accepting the apology and thanks. Roy saw Linkai respond and grew a bit bolder. He carefully chose his words and said, about the attack on the tax officer, the guards are still investigating. Captain Barton said there weren't many clues at the scene, and the enemy was very clever. They only found some messy footprints, like wolf or large dog tracks, but a little different. He tried to remember the bits of information he heard during training. The captain suspects it might not be just ordinary bandits. Maybe it's connected to those restless tribes in the north. The tribes in the north? Wolf or dog footprints? Linkai silently took note of this. It made him think of orcs or other humanoid races. If that's true, the situation might be more complicated than just simple theft. Recently, the town has been uneasy, Roy continued, with a worried look. Besides the attack on the tax officer, a few farm animals have been secretly taken, and the tracks are strange. So, you all really need to be careful. He looked at Ella and added, although Miss Elanisa is very strong, but it's easier to avoid open attacks than hidden ones or traps. His worries were sincere. Ella's power was impressive, but if they faced ambushes, traps, or poison, they might still suffer. Linkai looked at Roy's honest and somewhat childish face. His idea that more friends, more ways, became clearer. This young boy might be a bit unlucky and weaker in strength, but his character seemed worth trusting at least for now. Roy. Linkai finally called his name clearly, though in the dragon language, which sounded a bit strange. Roy's spirit lifted immediately. He quickly replied, yes. Linkai looked at him, and, in slow, clear dragon speech mixed with a few common words Roy could understand, said, you, friend. From now on, you can come here. He pointed to the ground beneath them, then to Roy, and finally toward the town of Windy. Roy was stunned. Friend? This mysterious and powerful baby was willing to be his friend, and he could come here again? A wave of surprise and a sense of great responsibility flooded through him. He suddenly stood up, ignoring his animal hide, straightened his chest, and clenched his right fist to his chest. This was a knight's gesture of respect and promise. I, Roy Hubert, swear by my honor as a knight. His voice was loud and slightly trembling with excitement. I will consider you my friends. As long as I can, I will do my best. He looked into Linkai's calm black eyes, then at Ella, who was looking up confused. At that moment, he felt as if his life was connecting with something extraordinary. He didn't know where this would lead in the future, but the young boy's passion and belief made him promise without hesitation. As night fell over the forest, the campfire's glow looked especially warm in the dark. Near the pond, a wet apprentice knight, a powerful dragon girl, and a baby with an old man's heart formed a subtle and new relationship. Quietly, at the edge of the forest, they were building something special. However, distant wolf howls, faint and sharp, broke the peaceful night like an unwelcome reminder. They told the group that the night on this land was not always calm. Roy instinctively wrapped himself tighter in his animal hide and looked toward the direction of the howls, his brow furrowing. The distant, sharp wolf howls pierced the quiet like cold needles, tightening the relaxed atmosphere by the pond. Roy almost automatically grabbed his still damp wooden sword from the stone, stood up quickly, and looked alertly toward the sound. His young face was filled with tension and a sense of duty as an apprentice knight. The animal hide slipped from his shoulder without him noticing. "Is it a wolf pack?" he whispered, his voice dry from tension. "The sound isn't close, but they are active at night. I've rarely heard such loud howling around here before." Lin Kai's small hand clenched slightly. He didn't have a clear idea of the wild animals in this world, but wolf packs always meant a serious threat, especially in the forest at night. He instinctively moved closer to Ella. In contrast to their tension, Ella simply looked up. Her red eyes flickered with a faint silver shine in the firelight. Her small nose twitched slightly, as if she was carefully smelling the air. She showed no fear, only a slight annoyance at the disturbance, and a strange, almost condescending curiosity. "Annoying," she muttered, giving her simple opinion of the wild howling. In her view, those creatures hiding in the dark and howling are not as interesting as the flickering flames before her, and they are not as important as Kai Kai. Roy tightly held his wooden sword and listened carefully for a while. The distant howling of wolves had stopped, and the forest was filled again with the usual rustling sounds of the night. He relaxed a little, but still frowned. Maybe they are just passing by or claiming territory. But he turned around and looked worriedly at Lin Kai and Ella. "Staying here at night is too dangerous. Why not come back with me to Breeze Town? The town isn't big, but it's safer than the forest." His suggestion seemed reasonable to him. It was hard to imagine two kids spending the night alone in such a dangerous forest. Lin Kai immediately shook his head and clearly said in dragon language, "No here. Breeze Town? What a joke. Not to mention hiding Ella's identity. Just the two of them in a busy town would only attract more unwanted attention and trouble. Compared to that, this edge of the forest, which Ella had transformed, like turning a vegetable garden into a pond, had become their familiar, safe zone, after days of effort and Ella's invisible power deterrent. Plus, they had old Phil, who was a somewhat unstable but existing trading contact, and now Roy, who could be a potential source of information. Seeing Lin Kai's firm attitude, Roy opened his mouth to persuade him again, but when he saw the unwavering look in the boy's calm eyes, he swallowed his words. He remembered Ella's inhuman strength. Maybe they really had their own support. He sat back down, wrapped himself in animal hide, but his worried eyes didn't relax. "You must be very careful. It's best if someone keeps watch tonight, and don't let the fire go out. Usually, beasts are afraid of fire," he advised like an experienced old soldier, even though he rarely spent nights outdoors himself. All he knew came from training instructors and adventurer stories. Lin Kai nodded to show he understood. He looked at Roy's serious face in the firelight, and the idea of a team came back to him, clearer and more urgent than before. One person, or a dragon with a kid, surviving in this world is too limited. Lack of information, limited strength. When faced with complex situations, it's easy to fall into a passive position. Old Phil is a businessman who cares about profit and maintains relationships through mutual benefit. Roy, on the other hand, is different. He is young, passionate, and has what is called a knight's spirit. He seems to have good character, and he is a local with the knowledge and connections about this land and its people that we lack. Lin Kai's mind was racing, analyzing the pros and cons. Although he is currently weaker and less lucky, this weaker mindset makes it easier to control and guide him. His dream is to become a knight who protects the weak. Including us in his protection is both a responsibility and a source of pride for him. Also, through him, we can naturally learn more about Breeze Town, gather outside information, and even, if necessary, use the guard team's strength. A rough plan was forming in Lin Kai's mind. Bringing Roy in isn't about making him an equal, well-known partner. That would take a long time and many tests, but about adding a useful outsider. A contact outside, a bridge for information, a cover for acting within human society. Of course, all this depends on whether Roy is trustworthy and willing to keep helping. Lin Kai looked up again and studied Roy. The boy's face was still wet from tears, his hair messy, wrapped in ill-fitting animal skins. He looked a bit funny, but the sincerity in his eyes and the serious way he made his promise showed he was genuine. He might be worth trying. Lin Kai made his decision. He needed to give Roy a reason to stay, a reason to keep this connection going. Just calling him a friend might not be strong enough, especially for a young person like Roy who dreams of being a knight. He needed something more real, something that proved his worth. Roy, Lin Kai called his name again. Roy immediately turned around and looked at Lin Kai with full attention, ready to follow any command. Using the dragon language and gestures, Lin Kai slowly said, "You, come. Bring news." He pointed toward Breeze Town, then to his ear, indicating, "Town things. Tell us." Roy hesitated for a moment, then understood. Lin Kai wanted him to be there, eyes and ears in Breeze Town, bringing back news of what was happening and important rumors. This was not difficult for him, and it even made him feel trusted with an important task. "No problem," he immediately agreed, slightly puffing out his chest. "If there is any news in the town, I will tell you first." This seemed more meaningful than just worrying about their safety. Lin Kai nodded and continued with his second bait. Food. He pointed at Ella and then at Roy's stomach, which had recently protested. "We have it. You help us, and we can share." His words were a bit broken, but the meaning was clear. If you help us pass the message, you can share our food. For Roy, who often felt half-starved as an apprentice knight, this was very tempting. He had just tasted Lin Kai's delicious jerky and remembered it well. Roy's eyes lit up. He instinctively licked his lips and shyly scratched his head. This is embarrassing, but he couldn't bring himself to refuse. The food at the training center and the black bread at home were worlds apart from that piece of jerky. And Lin Kai looked at him, his black eyes deepening in the firelight. "You need to practice. For training, spar with me." He pointed at the wooden sword Roy had beside him. Roy froze again. Spar with whom? With Lin Kai? Or Ella? Sparring with Lin Kai? He was just a baby. What kind of joke was that? Sparring with Ella. Remembering how Ella had casually pushed him earlier, Roy shivered. Was that any better than risking death? Lin Kai saw his hesitation and explained, "Ella controls her strength. You practice reacting." He planned to let Ella learn how to control her terrifying power through play, while Roy could serve as the best training partner. This would help Roy improve his combat response, or endurance of hits, and also train Ella. It was a win-win. Of course, Roy's safety had to be guaranteed, so Lin Kai would supervise strictly. Roy looked at Ella's pure yet powerful red eyes and swallowed hard. Training with such a partner sounded very dangerous, but if he could survive, it would greatly improve his reaction speed and courage. The path of a knight was full of challenges and dangers. A wave of mixed fear and adventurous spirit surged inside him. He clenched his teeth and nodded firmly, saying, "Okay, I want to try." Seeing Roy's brave face, as if he was about to go to battle, Lin Kai felt a little amused, but also a bit relieved. With food as a tempting reward, the idea of practical training to improve skills, plus Roy's sense of responsibility and the new friendship they just built, he thought Roy would stay with them for now. So, a small team was formed around Lin Kai, with Ella as the main fighter and Roy as the supporter and information source. On this flickering night by the campfire, they reached a basic agreement. Although the teams seemed mismatched, one baby, one strong girl, and a clumsy apprentice knight, the threads of fate had quietly woven them together. As night deepened, the campfire needed more wood. Roy volunteered to gather dry branches nearby, wanting to show his worth. He carried a wooden sword and carefully stepped into the darkness near the firelight. Lin Kai and Ella stayed by the fire, waiting. Ella looked sleepy, her small head leaning on Lin Kai as she dozed off. Soon, Roy's gathering of branches suddenly made a low, surprised cry. His voice was cautious and full of wonder. "Huh? What is this?" Lin Kai immediately woke up, and Ella also looked up. Her red eyes glowed faintly in the dark as she looked toward the source of the sound. Lin Kai's small hand tensed slightly. Several thoughts flashed through his mind. Was it a beast? The group that attacked the tax officer before? Or some other unexpected visitor? He instinctively stepped in front of the slightly confused Ella, even though his small size offered little protection. After a brief silence, there were soft footsteps. Roy appeared again at the edge of the firelight, carrying a handful of dry branches. His face showed a mix of confusion and surprise. He hurried back to the fire, placed the branches down, and carefully took out something from a small leather pouch at his waist. It was a small, dark brown object about the size of a palm. Its edges were uneven, and its surface rough, looking like some kind of bark or thick fungus. "Look at this," Roy said, holding the piece out to Lin Kai, sounding unsure. "I found it near the roots of a big tree while picking up a branch. It was just sitting out in the open, like someone deliberately left it there." Lin Kai moved closer and examined it carefully in the firelight. The object was hard and had a faint smell like dirt mixed with decayed wood. There seemed to be some blurry marks or carvings on it, but they were crooked and hard to recognize as any pattern or writing. "It's not a natural object. It looks man-made. A mark? A token? Or a warning?" Lin Kai's heart sank. Had their territory already been noticed? Was it connected to that suspicious groundhog from before? Or something else? Era also curiously sniffed at it, then wrinkled her small nose, clearly uninterested in this rough, ugly thing. She pulled back and continued fighting her sleepiness. "What is this?" Roy asked Lin Kai, hoping for an answer from this mysterious object. "Is it a mark of territory? A sign left by adventurers? But the carvings are too sloppy, not like the style of the official adventurer guild." Lin Kai shook his head and said in Draconic, "I don't know." He truly didn't know. Many common facts about this world were blank to him, but he was sure this was not something friendly. The rough scratches carried a wild, strange feeling. He held the piece in his hand, turning it over and over, trying to find more clues. But besides the unclear carvings and its strange texture, he found nothing. Seeing that Lin Kai couldn't figure it out, Roy took the object back and put it into his pouch. "I'll take it to the training hall tomorrow and ask Captain Barton. He's seen a lot and might recognize it," he said. Then he frowned again. "But this thing appearing here makes me uneasy. You all should be extra careful." This unexpected find cast a shadow over the recently calming atmosphere. Roy added more firewood, and the campfire blazed brighter. But the flickering flames seemed unable to fully dispel the lurking unknown threat in the surrounding darkness. Silence fell once more. Roy wrapped himself tightly in animal skins, watching the flickering flames. He seemed to think of something, and his gaze gradually became more determined. He turned to look at Lin Kai, speaking very seriously, almost with a tone of solemn declaration. "Lin Kai," he said, "no matter what this thing is, or what dangers hide in the forest or around the town, since I, Roy Hubert, swear on my knightly honor to consider you friends, I will do my best to keep you safe." His voice was soft, but in the quiet night, it sounded very clear. This sudden serious promise made Lin Kai pause slightly. Roy seemed to open up and speak more freely. He straightened his back. Even though he was still wrapped in silly animal skins, his expression looked like he was wearing shining armor. "The first rule of a knight is keep your promises. Speak and act. A promise is a treasure. Since I said it, I will definitely do it." His eyes shone with idealism as he explained the beliefs he understood and held as his guiding principles. "And protect the weak. Well, Miss Elanisa is very strong, but you all live alone in the forest, so you need protection. A knight's sword and shield should be used to defend those who cannot protect themselves. Uphold justice. If those who attack tax officials or bother farmers dare to show up here, I will never back down. Show mercy, even to enemies. We should be kind when necessary. Be brave and fearless. No matter what dangers or difficulties we face, we must not lose courage." He spoke each rule one by one, as if reciting a creed, or as if these principles were guiding and inspiring himself. These words, spoken from his young, innocent, and passionate heart, echoed under the silent forest night sky. Lin Kai listened quietly, feeling complicated inside. These rules sounded noble and perfect, like passages taken straight from heroic stories. Keeping promises, protecting the weak, defending justice. Such bright and righteous words. In his old world, These might be called politically correct and mainstream values, right? He didn't doubt Roy's sincerity at this moment. The boy truly believed in and wanted to follow these principles. But Lin Kai came from a more complicated and realistic world. He had seen too many false slogans and the harshness of reality. The guidelines themselves are not wrong, but in a world where the strong prey on the weak, strictly following these rules might seem a little naive or even foolish. For example, showing mercy to enemies. Could that be cruel to oneself and allies? Or courage and fearlessness? If someone rushes forward knowing it's likely to lead to death, isn't that just reckless bravery? However, Lin Kai looked at Roy's shining, determined eyes in the firelight. Such innocence and purity, in a world full of schemes and exchanges of interests, might itself be a rare strength. At least, teaming up with someone like that means you don't have to worry about betrayal. Ayla didn't react to Roy's passionate speech. She seemed to not understand or care at all. Her head slowly leaned against Lin Kai's shoulder, and she finally fell asleep, breathing evenly and softly. After finishing his long talk, Roy looked a little embarrassed. His face turned slightly red as he scratched his head. Did I talk too much? These ideas are from Captain Barton and Night Stories. Maybe a bit old-fashioned. Lin Kai shook his head and responded simply in Draconic, very good. He appreciated Roy's sincerity. How to apply these principles flexibly in real life would be something to guide and develop over time. A teammate with firm, even if somewhat naive, beliefs is more reliable than someone who wavers and only cares about profit. Hearing Lin Kai's approval, Roy looked very happy. He watched Ayla and Lin Kai sleeping close together, and his desire to protect them grew stronger. He shifted slightly, moving closer to the edge of the campfire, facing the dark forest. His training wooden sword was nearby, and he took on the role of night watch voluntarily. "You two sleep," he said softly to Lin Kai. "Wake me up later in the night." He clearly didn't think a baby could keep watch. He was just showing his willingness to share the responsibility. Lin Kai didn't object. He needed rest, and with Ayla beside him, he wasn't too worried about safety, at least not from wild animals. He adjusted his position to make Ayla more comfortable and closed his eyes. The campfire crackled softly. Roy straightened his back like a true guard, alert and watching the darkness beyond the firelight. His mind echoed with the night's code he had just spoken, and he felt a warm flow surge in his chest. Protecting these two special friends in front of him seemed to give his long-held dream a small, concrete place to rest. As night deepened, the tiny sounds in the forest became clearer. After some time, Lin Kai, who had been quietly resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. He wasn't startled by a loud noise, but sensed that everything around him was too quiet. Even the usual sounds of insects and creatures that symbolized the night's life or danger had disappeared without a trace. A strange feeling, as if something was secretly watching him, crept over his heart like cold spider silk. That cold, watchful feeling slowly faded away like a tide, as if it was just Lin Kai's overvigilance playing tricks. The insect sounds around him gradually returned, restoring the night's natural, mysterious rhythm. But Lin Kai knew this was not a false alarm. Something had indeed been watching them in the dark, and it had the ability to hide its presence perfectly. He kept quiet, burying this alert deep inside. There was too little information, and rushing to act would only scare the prey away. He glanced at Ella, still sleeping peacefully, and Roy, who was trying hard to stay alert and keep watch. Then he closed his eyes again. True rest was impossible. He needed to stay semi-alert just in case. The second half of the night passed in a calm-looking silence. When the first light of dawn appeared on the horizon and the forest birds started singing, Roy, with dark circles under his eyes but energized by the arrival of dawn, moved his stiff body. He looked at Lin Kai and Ella, who was rubbing her eyes, and smiled cheerfully. "Good morning." His voice was hoarse from waking, but full of energy. The morning in the forest is really nice. It seemed he had already forgotten his clumsy fall into the water last night and the brief, unsettling silence. Lin Kai nodded in response. He carefully observed Roy, confirming that he was still in good spirits, and decided to start the training plan he had thought of last night. This was not only necessary to improve Ella's control, but also a good chance to observe and connect with Roy further. He used dragon language to speak to Ella, who had just woken up and still seemed a bit grumpy. "Mom, let's play a game." When Ella heard game, her red eyes lit up, and she looked at Lin Kai with anticipation. Lin Kai pointed at Roy and then at a flat open space nearby. With him, gently, bump. He tried to gesture clearly, indicating very light physical contact, like when Ella poked Roy's shoulder before. Of course, controlling the force so as not to hurt him. Ella looked in the direction Lin Kai pointed, tilted her head, seeming to understand the rules of the game. Roy felt a bit nervous under Ella's gaze. The feeling from last night's cloud riding experience suddenly came back, making him instinctively step back half a step. Lin Kai, Roy swallowed nervously. Are we really going to spar? He looked at Ella's tiny arms and legs, finding it hard to connect. Gentle bump, with her terrifying strength. Lin Kai gave him a reassuring look, though such an expression from a baby looked a bit strange, then emphasized again in dragon language, gently. Like this. He extended his small finger and very softly tapped his own arm. Ella watched Lin Kai's action, seeming to understand, but not fully. She stood up and walked toward Roy. Roy immediately felt like he was facing a big challenge. He tightly gripped his training wooden sword, adopting a defensive stance, muscles tense. He stared at Ella, trying to predict where that gentle strike might come from. Ella reached Roy and didn't attack immediately as he expected. She just stood there, curiously examining Roy's tense posture and the wooden sword that looked like a toy to her. Then, mimicking Lin Kai, she raised a finger and gently tapped the wooden sword held in front of her. From Roy's perspective, that slender, white finger seemed to carry immense power, slowly but irresistibly approaching. He clenched his teeth, channeling all his strength into his arm, trying to hold the wooden sword steady. Pop! A tiny, almost inaudible sounded. Roy felt an overwhelming force from the sword, and suddenly his thumb burst open, blood seeping out. The sturdy oak training sword broke in half as if hit by a catapult, splitting cleanly in the middle. The front half spun and flew away, embedding itself deep into a nearby tree trunk. Roy himself was flung backward along with the remaining half of the sword handle, rolling several times on the ground before stopping, bruised and dizzy. Lin Kai slapped his forehead in frustration. I knew it. I knew it would turn out like this. The word, gentle, doesn't exist in the Dragon Queen's dictionary. He quickly ran over to check on Roy. Roy was lying on the ground, gasping heavily, feeling like all his bones were shattered. He looked at his bloody right hand, and then at the broken sword still trembling in the tree trunk, his face full of shock and confusion. Was this what gentle touch meant? If he hadn't been gentle, would he have turned into a pile of flesh? Ella looked at Roy and the broken wooden sword flying away, showing a hint of confusion on her face. She looked at her fingers and then at Lin Kai, seeming puzzled why her result was different from Kai's demonstration. She had been very gentle. It's too heavy, Lin Kai said to Ella in dragon language, with a hint of seriousness. It needs to be lighter. Like touching a water droplet. He ran to a nearby leaf, pointing at a dewdrop about to roll off, and gestured for Ella to try touching it. Ella nodded and carefully reached out with her fingertip, approaching the sparkling dewdrop with great caution. Her movements were very slow, fully focused. When her fingertip finally touched the dew, it trembled slightly and slid down the leaf's vein without breaking. Yes, just like that, Lin Kai encouraged. Ella seemed to have found a bit of the feeling. She turned around and looked at Roy, who was just struggling to get up. Seeing Ella's gaze turn back to him, Roy was terrified and waved his hands quickly. Wait a minute. Miss Elenisa, I am not ready yet. But Ella had already stepped forward. This time, her movements were even slower and more careful. She extended her finger again, the one that made Roy nervous, and gently touched his shoulder. Roy closed his eyes tightly, muscles tensing as he prepared for the terrifying impact again. However, the expected force did not come. He only felt a light tap on his shoulder from a hard object, roughly the same force as being gently poked by a peer with a finger. Although it still hurt a little, it was within a tolerable range. He opened his eyes in surprise, looking at Ella's close-up red eyes, which carried a hint of curiosity and exploration. Did it work? Roy asked, a bit in disbelief. Lin Kai also let out a small breath of relief. It seemed Ella was not completely uncontrollable, only needing very clear commands and lots of practice. Keep going, Lin Kai told Ella, then looked at Roy. You move. Dodge. Roy understood what Lin Kai meant. He took a deep breath and started moving his feet within a small area, trying to avoid Ella's gentle touches. Ella, like a child discovering a new toy, followed Roy with interest, constantly reaching out to poke him. At first, Roy could barely dodge a few times using his knight-in-training reflexes and footwork. But Ella's learning ability and speed far exceeded his expectations. She quickly stopped aimlessly poking and began predicting Roy's movements, her fingers like a persistent thorn, always finding him precisely. Snap! His shoulder was tapped, causing a twinge of numbness. Puff! His chest was poked, almost making him gasp. Thud! His forehead was tapped, blacking out his vision. Roy felt like a clumsy human punching bag. Under Ella's seemingly slow but actually swift and precise gentle taps, he was helpless, only able to endure with his tough skin and stubborn spirit. His old injuries, from falls and choking, and new marks, from pokes and taps, piled up, making him miserable. Lin Kai watched carefully from the side. He noticed that during Ella's pursuit of the moving target, she seemed to enter a more focused state, and her control of strength was visibly improving. From initially losing control and knocking Roy over, she gradually maintained a level of force similar to being lightly poked by a peer. Indeed, practice makes perfect. But this kind of practice is a bit harsh for Roy. Lin Kai looked at Roy, who was bruised, panting, yet still trying to dodge, and inwardly expressed a half-hearted sympathy. Rest, Lin Kai called out, noticing Roy's stamina was clearly running out and his movements were becoming awkward. Ella withdrew her hand reluctantly, seeming quite satisfied with this active toy. Roy, on the other hand, felt like he had been pardoned and collapsed onto the ground, feeling 10 times more exhausted than after a full day of intense training at the training camp. Lin Kai walked over and handed him a piece of dried meat and a cup made from a large leaf filled with clear water. Roy gratefully took them, gobbling down the meat and drinking the sweet spring water, feeling his energy slowly returning. He winced as he rubbed the bruised spots on his body, glancing at Ella, who was sitting nearby, quietly playing with her silver hair. His mood was complicated. Fear still lingered, but there was also a deep, indescribable shock. The girl's strength and control far exceeded his understanding, and Lin Kai, this young child, could naturally command and restrain her. Lin Kai, Roy couldn't help but ask, his voice still a little breathless. Miss Elenisa, who exactly is she? And you guys, he didn't finish his question, but his meaning was clear. The mystery surrounding this sister and brother pair was very thick. Lin Kai lifted his obsidian-like eyes and looked calmly at Roy without answering. Instead, he raised a finger to his small lips, making a shushing gesture. This gesture, made by a baby, might seem funny, but combined with Lin Kai's calm, almost deep gaze, it carried an undeniable power. Roy was stunned. He looked at Lin Kai, then at Ella, and suddenly realized that some secrets might not be something he should or even be allowed to know right now. They had accepted his friendship, allowed him to get close, and even helped him train. That was a form of trust. Asking further might ruin this fragile relationship they had just begun to build. He took a deep breath, pushed his doubts aside, and nodded seriously. I understand. Some boundaries must be consciously respected. At that moment, Ella, who had been sitting quietly, suddenly lifted her head. Her small nose twitched gently, and her red eyes looked toward a certain part of the forest, a faint, different expression from her usual training confusion flickering across her face. Kai Kai, she whispered in dragon language, her tone uncertain. The smell is strange. Ella's confused comment, the smell is strange, was like a tiny needle gently piercing the brief calm after morning training. Lin Kai immediately became alert and looked in the direction Ella was staring, deeper into the forest, where the trees were thicker and the light dimmer. Roy also clenched his fists tightly, ignoring his soreness, and cautiously scanned that area. However, apart from the rustling of leaves in the wind and occasional bird calls, nothing unusual happened. The so-called strange smell seemed to vanish quickly, leaving no trace. Ella sniffed a few times, then shook her head, and the confusion in her red eyes disappeared. It's gone, she reported simply, her attention soon drawn to a beetle crawling on the ground. But Lin Kai did not relax immediately. He trusted Ella's senses. As a dragon, her sense of smell was far better than a human's. The fleeting, strange smell was unlikely to be a coincidence. Was it the scent left by the feeling of being watched last night? Or related to the strange bark Roy found? Or was there something in the depths of the forest itself? There was too little information to judge. But this uncertainty strengthened Lin Kai's resolve to quickly improve their group's strength. The most urgent task now was to help Ella master the basic ability to control her destructive power. Otherwise, not only would they struggle to face potential threats, but even their daily practice with Roy would become difficult. Continue practicing, Lin Kai said to Ella in dragon language, pointing to several stones of different sizes nearby. He decided to systematize their training, starting with basic object contact. He first picked up a rough, fist-sized stone and placed it on a flat, large blue stone. Touch it, but don't break it. He gave clear instructions to Ella. Ella looked at the stone, extended her index finger, and this time her movements were slower and more focused. Her fingertip gently touched the surface of the stone. The stone wobbled slightly, but remained intact. Good, Lin Kai praised, then switched to a smaller, more fragile-looking shell. This one lighter, Ella tried again. Her eyebrows furrowed slightly as she concentrated on controlling the force with her fingertip. The shell was gently pressed, but did not break. Lin Kai proceeded step by step, from stones to dry branches, then to soft leaves and delicate petals. Ella learns very quickly. She seems to start understanding different levels of lightness and can instinctively adjust her output strength based on how fragile the target object is. When she can gently hold a full dewdrop with her fingertips without breaking it, even Roy, who is watching nearby, can't help but quietly marvel. That's amazing, Roy murmured. He has seen Ella change from a humanoid destruction machine to someone capable of such delicate control. Her fast learning pace is truly astonishing. After finishing basic object control practice, Lin Kai turns his attention back to Roy. It's time for dynamic training. You, Lin Kai says to Roy, walk slowly. Roy takes a deep breath and accepts his fate, beginning to walk slowly in a designated open space. He knows he has once again become a moving target. Ella watches Roy's slow movements, her eyes shining with a hunting-like gleam. She follows him, extending her index finger, trying to touch Roy's back. The first time, she presses a little too hard, causing Roy to stumble and almost fall. The second time, Ella adjusts her strength just right, lightly tapping him. Roy feels like he's been brushed by a branch. The third, fourth times, Ella keeps adjusting, her movements becoming smoother, and her control over the moving target more precise. Lin Kai watches closely, occasionally giving commands in dragon language. Lighten up, slow down, predict the direction. Sweat drips down Roy's forehead. He concentrates fully, feeling each touch's strength behind him, trying to make his movement path unpredictable. This isn't just Ella's training. For him, it's a test of reaction speed, body coordination, and crisis intuition. Though the process causes bruises and pain, he can feel that dodging under great pressure is much more effective than sparring with partners in training rooms. During a break, Roy sits on the ground, resting and chewing on the dried meat Lin Kai provided to regain energy. He looks at Ella, sitting quietly nearby and watching Lin Kai, and whispers to Lin Kai, Miss Elenice's learning speed is almost like that of a legendary elf. No, maybe even faster than an elf. He pauses, showing a hint of hesitation, but then asks, does she have some connection to the dragon race? I heard that only the legendary dragon race can have such extraordinary power and talent. This is his boldest guess based on the legends he knows. Silver hair, red eyes, great strength, quick learning. These features seem to be connected to those almost mythic creatures. Lin Kai felt a slight movement in his heart, but showed no change on his face. He neither admitted nor denied anything, simply looked calmly at Roy with his black eyes and asked, "What is a dragon clan?" His tone was full of pure curiosity, as if he truly had no idea what the word meant. Roy was caught off guard by the question. He looked at Lin Kai's honest, innocent eyes, like those of a child, though he knew behind that innocence was a mature soul. And for a moment, he hesitated. Could he be wrong? Are they just some powerful alien race he doesn't know about? Dragon Clan. are those very, very powerful, large creatures that can fly and breathe fire or ice. Roy tried to recall stories from night novels and bard songs. They are almost extinct, only existing in legends. It said their scales are invulnerable, and their strength can destroy mountains. As he spoke, he felt it sounded a bit absurd. Connecting this delicate, fragile-looking silver-haired girl with such destructive monsters required a lot of imagination. "Oh," Lin Kai responded softly, and then stopped talking. He lowered his head and fiddled with a few leaves, seeming to lose interest in the topic of Dragon Clan. Seeing Lin Kai's calm reaction, Roy also thought he might have overthought it. Maybe Ella was just naturally strong, plus her race was special. He stopped worrying about their origins and focused on recovering his energy, preparing for the next round of getting hit training. The next training session was more difficult. Lin Kai made Roy move faster, not just walking slowly but jogging, stopping suddenly, and changing directions. He also introduced new commands. Touch shoulders, left, tap right knee, lightly, dodge. Ella needed to predict the movement of moving targets, accurately touch specific spots, and respond quickly by relaxing or turning. This required higher concentration, faster reactions, and better control. At first, she was a bit clumsy. She either touched the wrong spot, used too much force and knocked Roy down, or didn't relax in time and bumped into him. Roy was in great pain, feeling like a broken puppet used to test new weapons. But Ella's ability to adapt showed how terrifying she was. After failing more than 10 times, she started to get the hang of it. Her movements were no longer just following, but included some prediction and guidance. She could sense Roy's intentions a half step ahead, with her fingers waiting on the path he was about to take, gently tapping with just the right amount of force. When Lin Kai shouted, "Dodge," she could quickly pull back just before touching Roy, like an electric shock, moving smoothly and naturally without any delay. At first, Roy was just taking hits, but later he managed to trick Ella with fake moves and sudden speed changes, making her miss a few times. These small successes made him very excited, like seeing a glimmer of hope in dark despair. His enthusiasm for training grew stronger. Lin Kai watched as the two seemed to perform a strange dance on the open ground, one clumsy but persistent in dodging, the other precise and steady in chasing and touching. He felt a little comforted. Ella's control was improving rapidly, and Roy's reaction and resilience in real combat were also getting better. This strange training method seemed to really work. The sunset was beginning to set, casting long shadows from the trees. The day's training was about to end. Roy was exhausted, almost collapsing, with pain everywhere, but his mind was unusually excited. He felt he had learned more today than in a whole month of training at the training center. Ella also looked a bit tired. She walked back to Lin Kai and sat quietly. Lin Kai was about to announce the end of today's training so Roy could rest when suddenly, Ella suddenly lifted her head. Her reaction was much more intense than in the morning. Her sharp red eyes looked deep into the forest, her small nose twitching constantly, showing clear signs of dislike and alertness. She even made a deep, almost beast-like growl. "Kai Kai," she said tensely. "Smell? It's here again. Very strong. Very unpleasant." Almost at the same time Ella issued her warning, a distant sound came from deep within the forest. It was different from a normal wolf howl, longer, more mournful, and with a cruel, bloodthirsty tone. The sound cut through the dusk and clearly reached the ears of the three. Roy's face suddenly turned very pale. He clenched his fists, and his voice trembled with uncontrollable fear. This isn't an ordinary wolf howl. It's a mountain wolf's cry. That piercing, inhuman mountain wolf howl was like a splash of cold water, instantly freezing Roy's brief moment of relaxation after training. The excitement on Roy's face faded, leaving only tension and alertness. Almost instinctively, he grabbed the broken sword again, even though he knew it might be useless against a real beast. He kept his eyes fixed on the deep forest where the sound came from, holding his breath. Ira's reaction was even more direct. A flash of anger crossed her red eyes, and her aura, typical of a top predator, unconsciously spilled out, making Roy nearby feel a jolt of fear and weakness. Her low growl became more obvious, like a fierce animal defending its territory. Kane's heart skipped a beat. Mountain wolf. In his understanding, These are dangerous and aggressive magical beasts often seen in fantasy stories, more threatening than normal wolves. How could they appear so close to the outskirts of Windbreeze Town? Thinking of the tax officer's attack, the missing livestock, and the strange bark, a sense of impending trouble overwhelmed him. However, after that howl, the forest fell silent again. No wolf pack rushing through, no more howls in response, just as if that sound was a hallucination or a warning. The tense nerves slowly relaxed during the long silence, but the sense of caution remained deep in their hearts. Roy dared not stay any longer. He had to return to the town quickly and report the possible sighting of the mountain wolf to the guards. "Kaime, Miss Irenisa, I must go back to the town immediately," Roy said urgently. "It's very unusual for a mountain wolf to appear here. The town must prepare early. You must be very careful. Don't stay outside tonight." Kane nodded to show he understood. He looked at Ira and warned her in dragon language. "Scent. Remember, be alert." Ira nodded firmly, imprinting the unpleasant, strange smell and the earlier howl into her senses. Roy hurried away, his figure quickly disappearing into the forest trail shrouded in dusk. Only Kane and Ira remained by the pond. The campfire was rekindled, but the atmosphere was completely different from yesterday. In the darkness, it seemed as if countless eyes were watching, and the unknown threat hung overhead like the sword of Damocles. He couldn't just wait passively. Lin Kai lay on a makeshift bed covered with soft, dry grass, staring at the starry sky broken into fragments by the treetops. His mind was racing. Insufficient information, not strong enough. I must do something proactive to break this passive waiting. Earn money, gather supplies, improve my strength, build a broader information network. A clear idea gradually formed. Old Phil's general store had limited trade and relied too much on him alone. If I want to gather resources faster, meet more people, and get more information, perhaps, I need a more stable and direct way to connect. The next morning, Roy, with darker circles under his eyes, came again to the pond. He brought news from the guards. Captain Barton had increased patrols, focusing on the forest edge, and warned townsfolk not to enter the forest alone recently. Captain Barton couldn't identify the strange bark either, only saying it looked like iron moss from northern swampy areas, but the scratches on it were unreadable. The captain said things are not peaceful lately, so it's best for you two. Roy wanted to persuade them to leave the forest, but Lin Kai interrupted him. Using draconic language and clear gestures, he proposed a plan that left Roy stunned. Sell roast meat in town. It took Roy a moment to understand. Sell roast meat in town. You and? He looked at Lin Kai and then at Ella, thinking this idea was even more unbelievable than a wolf appearing. But Lin Kai looked very serious. He pointed at Ella. Having her meant they could get the freshest prey without trouble. Then he pointed at himself. He had seasoning and grilling ideas from another world that could surpass local rough cooking techniques. Finally, he pointed at Roy. He needed Roy as a bridge between them and the townspeople, responsible for the venue, simple negotiations, and maintaining order. You help. Split money. And meat. Lin Kai laid out an irresistible condition. Roy opened his mouth, confused. An apprentice knight selling roast meat at the market? Does that make sense? But thinking of Lin Kai's incredible grilling skills, the tempting dried meat, and his own empty wallet and always hungry stomach, he hesitated. He couldn't find the words to refuse after a few moments. And it seems, this might also be a way to help friends. Plus, it allows us to observe the town's happenings. Under the pressure of real needs and Lin Kai's undeniable gaze, Roy finally nodded reluctantly. Okay, I'll try. I know there's a spot in the corner of the market that isn't used much. The plan was set. Over the next 2 days, the three of them, mainly led by Lin Kai, with Ella executing and Roy helping, prepared intensively. Ella was responsible for hunting. She had become much more precise with her strength, able to knock out prey without breaking their skulls, bringing back several fat wind rabbits and a fairly large forest deer. Lin Kai directed Roy to gather specific herbs and wild honey, and they used coarse salt and a fermented liquid similar to soy sauce that they had previously tried making to marinate the meat. Lin Kai also asked Roy to bring some cheap iron skewers and a flat stone slab from the town. He abandoned the common local method of direct open-flame grilling, which easily burned and heated unevenly, and decided to use a combination of stone grilling and slow roasting on skewers. On the day of opening, at a corner of the market in Windy Town, where the usual smell of livestock manure, hay, and cheap beer filled the air, a new, captivating aroma of exotic meat wafted out. The smell was rich and full, with a hint of caramel sweetness and a savory saltiness that made mouths water, mixed with the fresh scent of wild herbs. It cut through the other food smells at the market like an invisible hand, teasing the noses and taste buds of everyone passing by. Roy blushed and looked a bit lost as he stood behind a simple stall. The stall was made of a few wooden planks covered with clean large leaves. On the leaves, skewers of meat sizzled on a flat stone, dripping oil and turning golden and crispy. Nearby, thick slices of deer meat were also being grilled on the stone, giving off tempting sounds and aromas. Ella sat on a tree stump behind the stall, curiously watching the crowd, but mostly focused on the meat, occasionally drooling secretly. Lin Kai was carefully held in Ella's arms, his dark eyes calmly observing everything in the market. This was his first time seeing human society in this strange world up close. A farmer woman dressed in rough cloth clothes loudly bargaining, a blacksmith carrying the smell of metal shavings, a cautious adventurer with alert eyes, and a well-dressed town official quickly walking past while pinching his nose. These different people created a lively and noisy scene. At first, people just looked around out of curiosity, attracted by the smell. When they saw that the vendors were two children and a baby, Roy, though young, was already considered more of an adult compared to Ella and Lin Kai. They hesitated. Only a few brave children gathered around the stall, staring eagerly. Can this be eaten? A chubby woman in a dirty apron asked doubtfully. Whose kid is running around causing trouble? Roy's face turned even redder as he stammered to explain. Yes, it's edible. Tastes very good. It's cooked with a special method. Just then, a drunken adventurer in worn leather armor staggered over. Drawn by the smell, he casually tossed a copper coin and said loudly, "Kid, give me a skewer. If you try to cheat me, I'll tear down your stall." Roy nervously looked at Lin Kai, who nodded slightly. Roy picked up a perfectly roasted rabbit skewer and handed it over. The adventurer took it, impatiently blew on it, and then took a big bite. Suddenly, he froze. His eyes widened in surprise, and the impatience and drunkenness on his face disappeared. Instead, he looked shocked and delighted. He chewed slowly and carefully, as if savoring a rare delicacy. Ugh! He let out a muffled, satisfied moan, quickly devouring the entire skewer, even licking the stick clean. Another 5 skewers. He suddenly pulled out more copper coins and slammed them on the wooden table, his voice trembling with excitement. "What kind of meat is this? I've never tasted anything so flavorful." This dramatic scene instantly sparked excitement among the onlookers. "Give me one too. I want that deer steak." "Kid, how much for this?" A small line quickly formed in front of the stall. At first, Roy was a little nervous, but under Lin Kai's silent watch and occasional simple commands in Draconic like, "Take money, give meat," he gradually calmed down and became more efficient. Although Ella couldn't help with selling, she sat there, serving as an invisible deterrent that made some troublemakers or opportunists think twice. The strong smell of grilled meat and the lively atmosphere of the stalls attracted more and more people. Even some villagers who were just watching the fun couldn't resist pulling out a few coins to buy a skewer and try it. Cheers and satisfied sighs filled the air. "Oh my, this smell, way better than the grilled meat at the Wild Boar Howl Tavern. Little ones, will you come again tomorrow?" Lin Kai watched all this calmly. The first step of his plan was successful. They had attracted attention and opened up the situation. Through this small barbecue stall, they could quickly earn the world's currency and meet all kinds of people, hearing various conversations about tax officials attacking, livestock missing, northern tribes, and even some secret rumors. These pieces of information would gather at this small stall as people passed by. However, just as the stall was busiest, with Roy sweating profusely and even Ella helping to hand over meat skewers, carefully controlled under Lin Kai's strict supervision, a group of burly men dressed uniformly and with stern faces pushed through the crowd. The leader was a man with a scarred face and a fierce look, carrying a curved sword at his waist. His gaze swept over the stall and finally landed on Roy, Ella, and Lin Kai. Who gave you permission to set up a stall here? The scarred man's voice was hoarse and full of malice. Don't you understand the rules? This area is under the protection of our Bloodblade mercenary group. The malicious words of the scarred man like a cold wind swept through the lively stall, instantly freezing the noisy surroundings. The queue of people instinctively took a few steps back, showing fear on their faces, clearly recognizing the members of the Bloodblade mercenary group and knowing they were not to be messed with. Roy's face turned pale instantly, and his hand holding the skewer trembled slightly. He was just an apprentice knight, and faced with these fierce, bloodthirsty mercenaries, he felt instinctively afraid. He opened his mouth to speak, but couldn't make a sound. Ella, behind the stall, reacted very differently. Her curious red eyes immediately locked onto the scarred man. Their eyes no longer showed innocence and curiosity, but instead became cold and pure hostility, like fierce beasts eyeing their prey. She leaned slightly forward, and once again made that deep, chilling growling sound from her throat. It felt as if an invisible pressure was gathering in the air. Scar-faced man and the mercenaries behind him felt this sudden coldness too. They instinctively tightened their weapons and looked suspiciously at the small girl with silver hair and red eyes. Her gaze was too strange. Just as a fight seemed about to break out, Lin Kai, who was being held in Ella's arms, reached out his small hand and gently pressed it on Ella's arm. "Mom, don't move," he said in dragon language. His voice was quiet but carried a firm, unquestionable calm. Ella's dangerous aura, about to erupt, paused slightly. She looked down, glanced at Lin Kai. Although the hostility in her red eyes hadn't disappeared, her body obediently stopped leaning forward, though she still stared fiercely at the scar-faced men. Lin Kai's gaze crossed Ella's shoulder and landed on the scar-faced man. His eyes were dark and calm, without any innocence of a baby. Instead, they looked like a deep, bottomless lake, making the person looking into them feel an inexplicable pressure. The Bloodblade mercenary group? Sounds like trouble. Collecting protection money? As expected, such local bullies exist in every world. Lin Kai's mind raced quickly. Direct confrontation isn't wise. Ella's power is her trump card. It shouldn't be revealed easily. But we can't let others control us either, or we'll never have peace. He needed a way to solve the problem without immediately sparking violence. The scar-faced man was a little unnerved by Lin Kai's overly calm eyes, but he quickly dismissed it as a false impression. What threat could a baby pose? He refocused on Roy, who seemed to be the main person in charge, and his tone grew more hostile. "Kid, are you deaf? Pay up. 5 silver coins. From now on, this place will pay 3 silver coins every week. 5 silver coins." A gasp of shock sounded around. For a small vendor, that was an astronomical amount. Roy was even more anxious, sweating on his forehead. Their business today was good, but most of their earnings were copper coins, probably less than 1 silver coin in total. We don't have that much money." Roy tried to explain. "No money?" The scar-faced man sneered and reached out to grab the coin jar on the stall. "Then use these meats to pay your debt." Just as his finger was about to touch the coin jar, a small stone suddenly flew in from nowhere. With a sharp snap, it hit his wrist precisely. "Ouch!" Scar-faced man yelped in pain, quickly pulling back his hand. His wrist was already red. He looked around angrily and surprised, asking, Who the heck dares to attack?" The crowd looked at each other. None of them saw where the stone came from. Only Ella kept staring at him intently, as if ready to strike again. Lin Kai, meanwhile, looked at him calmly, as if everything that just happened was none of his concern. The precise throw was more of a warning than an attempt to hurt. Did Ella do it? When did she learn to do that? Has her control improved? Lin Kai thought quietly, but kept a composed face. He needed to use this brief moment of intimidation. He looked at Roy and spoke a few words in the dragon language. "Tell him, rules, guard team." Roy was stunned for a moment, then quickly reacted. He took a deep breath, trying to suppress his fear. He straightened his broad chest, which was slightly wider from years of training. Though his voice trembled a little, he tried to sound more firm. "This is the market of Windy Town. It's under the law of the kingdom and the guard team. You're asking for money. What proof do you have? Does Captain Barton know about this?" Mentioning the guard team and Captain Barton made Scar-Faced Man's face change slightly. Mercenaries operated in town and were often unruly, but they generally didn't want to fully break with the official guard. Barton, Scar-Faced Man snorted coldly. The guard team handles security, but they don't control the market rules. That's decided by our mercenary guild. Kingdom law is above all guild rules. Roy gathered his courage to reply, guided by the knight's code he was taught. You don't have the right to tax. If you insist on money, we can go to the guard station and ask Captain Barton to decide. To the guard station? Scar-Faced Man's eyes flickered. Confronting the guard team over such a small matter wasn't worth it. And seeing how fearless this kid was, could he really have some connection with the guard? While he hesitated, Lin Kai spoke a few more words to Roy again. Though confused, Roy still followed the instructions. Or, try these skewers of meat. Let's consider it a gesture of friendship. He picked up a few of the best grilled skewers and offered them to Scar-Faced Man. Scarface looked at the golden, fragrant meat skewers, then at Roy, who had a nervous but sincere expression, and at the cold-eyed girl and the strange baby behind them. He weighed his options. Forcing his way in seemed difficult because the girl was a bit tricky. It might be better to take the benefits now and deal with them later. He grabbed a skewer aggressively and glared at Roy. Kid, you're smart. I'll let this go this time. But watch yourself next time. After saying that, he and his men pushed through the crowd and left. A potential crisis was avoided, at least for now, with just a few skewers of meat. When the crowd saw the mercenaries leave, they relaxed and gathered around again. Their eyes showed a mix of sympathy and curiosity. They were surprised that the Bloodblade group had to back off. These kids were not ordinary. Roy only then felt his legs go weak, and cold sweat soaked his back. He looked at Lin Kai with fear and gratitude. If Lin Kai hadn't stopped Ella and helped him talk his way out, the consequences could have been terrible. But Lin Kai was not relaxed. He knew this was only temporary. The mercenaries wouldn't give up easily. Like sharks smelling blood, they would come back sooner or later. They needed to build more strength and influence or find a stronger backing. The stall's business, after this small incident, didn't slow down. In fact, it became even busier. People seemed to want to support the brave kids by buying their food, and they were also completely won over by the irresistible smell. Give me 10 skewers. Do you have more of those deer ribs, little guy? How do you make these grilled meats? They smell so good. Roy was busy running around, collecting money and handing out skewers. His nervousness was replaced by a sense of fulfillment from being busy. Ella saw the skewers quickly selling out and, although a little reluctant, helped pass them along under Lin Kai's signal, trying not to break the sticks. Lin Kai watched quietly from behind the scenes, like a hidden commander. He listened to the conversations while people waited. Duh, Bloodblade. And those are getting more and more reckless. I heard that their leader's younger brother was involved in the incident with the tax officer. The trading caravan from the north said that the orc tribes are acting up again, as if they're looking for something. Yesterday, the guards found another sheep bitten to death on the west side of the town. The wounds are strange, not like wolf bites. These bits of information flow into Lin Kai's mind, confirming and adding to what he already knows. The attack on the tax officer, the appearance of wolves, orc disturbances, strange bark on trees, and the mercenary group's extortion. These seemingly separate events seem to be connected by some faint, hidden link. In the evening, after all the meat they brought was sold out, Roy counted the coins in the bag, copper and a few silver coins, his hands trembling. He had never held so much money at once. According to their agreed plan, he would get a good share too. Lin Kai, we made a lot of money. Roy's voice choked with excitement. This means not only improving his life, but also finding a way, besides training, to truly help his friends and prove his worth. Lin Kai looked at the excited Roy and Ella, who was happily playing with her silver hair after eating her fill. But inside, he felt little joy. They had earned money and gathered some information, but the potential threats seemed to grow. He looked toward the end of the market, where the Bloodblade mercenary group had disappeared, then toward the silent forest in the dusk. The success of the roasted meat stall was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, creating ripples that were already spreading. This small town of Wind Whisper is far more turbulent beneath the surface than it appears, and these three seemingly weak individuals are already caught at the edge of this whirlpool. What might await them tomorrow? The delicious food from the Lin family's roasted meat stall caused a stir, like a giant stone dropped into the quiet lake of Wind Whisper, creating ripples far beyond Lin Kai's expectations. Over the next few days, their stall became the busiest spot in the market. Before dawn, people queued up, and their meat was often sold out before noon. The unique aroma seemed to become a new landmark of the market, boosting sales at nearby food and grocery stalls as well. Copper and silver coins clinked into the money pouch, and Roy's smile grew wider each day. He is no longer the inexperienced apprentice knight who once trembled in fear before mercenaries. Although still a bit naive, he has become skilled at greeting customers, handling money, and giving change. He can even remember the preferences of some regulars. This job has brought him not only financial rewards, but also a sense of being needed and appreciated. He feels he is no longer just the clumsy, dependent apprentice in training, but is truly doing something useful, protecting the special friendship and teamwork he shares with Lin Kai and Ella. Ella is very happy to eat the freshest, crispiest meat scraps every day and is gradually getting used to the stall game. Under Lin Kai's ongoing, special training and clear instructions, she now helps deliver skewers with good control, avoiding breaking the sticks or poking customers. She still feels a bit curious and distant from the crowd, mostly sitting quietly beside Lin Kai. Only when Lin Kai or the meat is threatened do her sharp red eyes become alert. Lin Kai acts like a behind-the-scenes planner, calmly watching everything. He gathers information through Roy's conversations with customers and casual chats among vendors and townspeople. He learns that the Bloodblade mercenary group has a very bad reputation. Bullying others, drinking excessively, and causing trouble are common. Their leader is a tough character called Scarface Walker, who is rumored to be involved in shady deals. Rumors about the tax official attack are more numerous. Some say bandits fleeing from the north. Others hint that it might involve local nobles unhappy with the kingdom's tax policies. Regarding the strange happenings in the forest, besides wolves, some claim to have seen blurry, tall, black shadows walking upright in the fog. These pieces of information are scattered and chaotic, but they all point to one fact. Microwind Town and its surroundings are in a delicate and unstable state. Their grilled meat stall has suddenly risen in prominence during this sensitive time, earning huge profits and attracting more hidden eyes. Among all this, the most uneasy is the owner of the Wild Boar Howl tavern on the other side of the market, Fat John. Wild Boar Howl is the largest tavern in Microwind Town, offering simple meals. Its signature dishes are grilled ribs and stews. Though the taste is rough, the portions are generous, and the prices are fair. It has always been a main choice for townspeople and passing merchants to fill their stomachs. Fat John leaned against the tavern, living a comfortable life. He was plump, with a round face, always wearing a smooth smile typical of a businessman. However, in recent days, his smile has faded. The number of customers at noon and evening has noticeably decreased. Many regulars, who used to order large mugs of beer and a plate of grilled ribs to pass the time, have gone to the market corner instead. Even the chef responsible for roasting meat in the kitchen has complained that the quality of the meat delivered lately seems worse than before. In fact, their taste buds have become spoiled by the deliciousness they have experienced. What kind of magic did those kids use? Fat John stood at the window on the second floor of the tavern, grimly looking toward the market. Although he couldn't see the stall clearly, the tempting aroma drifting over made him uneasy. He clenched his short, chubby fingers, calculating his losses over the past few days. The more he thought about it, the more it hurt. At first, he didn't pay much attention to the stall run by 2 children and a baby. He thought it was just some poor kids trying to earn a little pocket money with new tricks. Once the excitement died down, it would be over. But unexpectedly, the popularity didn't fade. It grew stronger, even threatening his tavern's business. This was no longer just about losing a few customers. It was about his reputation and status in Breezetown's food scene. If a few mysterious kids could steal his business, how could he survive in the future? Things can't go on like this, Fat John muttered to himself, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his cloudy eyes. He turned around and shouted downstairs, "Hans, come up here." A young man, wearing a greasy apron, thin and with darting eyes, hurried upstairs. He was the tavern's assistant cook and Fat John's distant nephew. He usually handled shopping and odd jobs. He was clever, but not entirely honest. "Uncle, you called me?" Hans asked politely. Fat John pointed toward the market with his short, thick finger. "See that roasted meat stall over there? Huh. Yeah, uncle. Business is crazy good," Hans immediately complained. "They've taken quite a few of our customers." "Go." Fat John lowered his voice. "Find out everything about them. Where do they get their meat? What spices do they use? How do they roast it? Especially that roasting method. Look at it carefully. And who are they? What's their connection to Roy from the guard squad?" Hans's eyes lit up immediately, and he understood what Fat John meant. He wanted him to sneak in and gather information about the other side. "Don't worry, uncle. Leave it to me. I will find out all their secrets for you." Over the next 2 days, Hans's figure appeared more and more often near Lin Kai's stall. Sometimes he blended into the crowd, stretching his neck to look around. Sometimes he pretended to pass by, glancing at the baked stones and spice jars. Sometimes he chatted with other vendors nearby, subtly asking about Roy and the 2 kids. His actions were not very discreet, and soon Lin Kai, always alert, noticed him. Here we go again. This time not a mercenary, but a spy. Lin Kai looked at the skinny young man with a greasy apron, peering around the crowd, and sneered inwardly. "It seems our business has attracted some unwanted attention." He didn't reveal his suspicion right away or tell Roy, to avoid alarming the others. Instead, he paid more attention to the young man's movements and thought about how to handle the situation. Simply driving him away wouldn't solve the problem. Fat John had been running his business in town for many years, with deep roots and many covert and overt methods. A smarter, more permanent solution was needed. Roy also sensed that someone was watching them, but he was busy dealing with the constant flow of customers and didn't investigate further. His main focus was on how to improve the stall, even suggesting to Lin Kai that they could add new items like grilled fish or vegetables. Ella was unaware of Hans's spying. She mainly focused on the meat and protecting Lin Kai. Only when Hans got too close and the greasy, tavern-like smell wafted over would she wrinkle her nose in disgust and scoot closer to Lin Kai. That evening, after closing up, Roy was counting the earnings and excitedly told Lin Kai, "Lin Kai, with this pace, we'll save up a lot of money soon. Maybe we can rent a small shop so we won't have to stand outside in the sun and wind every day." But Lin Kai didn't respond to his dreams. He looked at Roy and slowly, clearly, said in Draconic, "Someone is watching us." Roy was stunned, and his smile froze. "Someone? Who? Is it those bloodblades again?" "No." Lin Kai shook his head and pointed toward the direction of the Wild Boar Howl tavern. "The people over there." Roy looked in the direction Lin Kai pointed and saw Hans sneaking away around the corner. He immediately understood and looked upset. "It's John's people. What are they trying to do?" "Just want to know secrets," Lin Kai replied simply. Roy clenched his fists and looked angry. "That's so mean. When you can't compete fairly, you use tricks." Seeing Roy so angry, Lin Kai suddenly asked, "What is John afraid of?" Roy was caught off guard and answered instinctively, "Him. That kind of person is probably most afraid of losing money, losing face, or getting into trouble with the guards." His voice was uncertain at the end. John had been running his business in town for years and had good relations with some guards, so it wouldn't be easy to shake him. Lin Kai nodded without saying anything. His black eyes flashed with a calculating light. Afraid of losing money, afraid of losing face. Then what if he lost even more money and faced even bigger trouble? A plan was forming in his mind. He needed some special ingredients and a good time to act. The next day, Hans was still near the stall on time, watching more carefully. He even tried to get close to Roy, who was in charge of roasting, asking about any special herbs he used. Roy remembered Lin Kai's instructions and just gave vague answers, not revealing anything important. While this was happening, Lin Kai took advantage of Ella's distraction by a butterfly. Quietly, he took some dried, powdered wild fruits with a very bitter taste and some plant roots with a slight numbing effect from a small hidden bag. He mixed these secretly into a small jar of burnt meat and fat that was about to be thrown away. The mixture tasted terrible but wouldn't cause serious harm for a short time. He placed it in a quiet corner of the stall, as if it had spilled there by accident. Then he waited quietly. Sure enough, when Roy turned to serve another group of customers, Hans, who had been lurking nearby, saw the discarded spice mixture. His eyes lit up. When no one was paying attention, he quickly approached, used a prepared small piece of paper to scrape some of the dark powder, and slipped it into his pocket. Then he left as if nothing had happened. He thought he had succeeded, but he didn't know that what he had stolen wasn't a secret recipe at all. It was a carefully prepared surprise. Lin Kai watched Hans's disappearing figure, the corner of his mouth lifting in a barely noticeable smile. The real show was just beginning. What kind of face would Fat John make when he used the secret recipe Hans had worked so hard to steal, only to cook up some terrible-tasting meat? And when he lost both ingredients and reputation, would he feel the sting of regret? Hans carried the secret powder he had stolen so easily, feeling proud of himself as he hurried back to the Howling Boar Tavern to claim credit from Fat John. He could already imagine his uncle's approving look and the rewards he would get once the tavern's business became lively again. At the corner of the market, Lin Kai's barbecue stall was still crowded and filled with delicious smells. Roy was busy and sweating, but his eyes were bright and his movements quick. For now, he had pushed aside thoughts of Fat John and the business spy, focusing only on his work. Ella sat in her usual spot, nibbling on a crispy roasted rabbit leg. Her red eyes wandered lazily over the crowd, like a relaxed but alert cat. Lin Kai looked calm on the surface, but he was quietly watching everything around him. He knew Hans had already taken the bait. Now, it was time to see how Fat John would use that so-called secret recipe. Lin Kai wasn't worried that they could copy his real cooking skills. Those required perfect control of heat, marinating time, and spice balance, things that couldn't be imitated easily. What he looked forward to most was the surprise hidden in that powder. Time passed quietly as they worked. By afternoon, the crowd had thinned, and Roy finally had a moment to rest, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Ella, now full, began to play with her silver hair, occasionally tugging at Lin Kai's sleeve to hint that she wanted to go home. Just then, Ella's once distracted gaze suddenly sharpened. Her small nose twitched slightly, as if she had caught a special scent in the air. She lifted her head, her red eyes locking onto the edge of the market, where a thin figure was pretending to examine cheap leather goods while secretly glancing at their stall. It was Hans, back again. Fat John was clearly unsure about Hans's stolen, secret recipe. He sent Hans back to double-check or to see if Lin Kai and the others were panicking because the recipe was stolen. Hans thought he was good at disguising himself. He blended in with some farmers, choosing leather goods, hiding behind his body to secretly watch the barbecue stall. He noticed Roy looked a bit tired. The little girl with silver hair was daydreaming bored, and the baby was being held by the girl. Everything seemed normal, which made Hans more confident that he had stolen the real thing. He felt very sure of himself, but he didn't know that he was being watched by something with senses far beyond humans. Ella looked at the sneaky figure. Her red eyes showed no anger or suspicion, but instead a strange, curious light. In her simple understanding, this person's behavior was odd. He didn't walk straight over to buy meat or leave like other passers-by. Instead, he hid there, looked over now and then, moved carefully, as if playing a game she had never seen before. A game of hide and seek. A vague thought formed in Ella's mind. She remembered Lin Kai had taught her some simple games, including one like finding the hidden person. Kai called it hide and seek. She thought this game sounded fun. Also, Kai didn't seem to like this person. She remembered Kai had pointed out someone was watching them. So, Ella made a decision. She wanted to join this game. She gently put down the leftover bones, slid down from the tree stump without making a sound. Instead of rushing straight to Hans, she mimicked his cautious movements, using the crowd and stalls to quietly approach him. Her small body and quick movements made her like a silver ghost in the noisy market, hard to notice. Lin Kai immediately saw Ella's unusual behavior. He saw her leave her seat, moving in a way very different from her usual straightforward style, with a hint of imitation, heading toward Hans. What is she doing? Learning from that spy? Is she turning this into a game? A thought moved in Lin Kai's mind. He didn't stop her right away. He was curious about what Ella would do. He also thought that letting Ella play with the spy this way might be more interesting than just forcing him out violently. It might also be less likely to reveal her unusual behavior. As long as she stayed within the game and didn't cause real harm, it was fine. Roy was still looking down at his money bag, not noticing Ella's departure or Hans's presence in the distance. Hans watched for a while, feeling he hadn't found anything new. He decided to leave and report to Fat John. As he turned to go, he caught a quick glimpse of something silver flashing behind a nearby cloth stall. He paused, stared carefully, but saw nothing. Foggy eyes. Hans rubbed his eyes, feeling uneasy, and quickened his steps. He hadn't gone far when he sensed a small shadow passing behind a pile of barrels. He suddenly looked back, but it was still empty. The busy market was noisy and lively, seeming normal, but the feeling of being watched, faint but persistent, grew stronger. Ella was like a cat teasing a mouse, quietly following Hans from a distance. She used the busy market's environment to hide herself perfectly. Sometimes she slipped under stalls, sometimes she used tall people to block her view. Her movements were light and silent, as if she had no weight. She even started copying Hans's nervous, looking over his shoulder walk, mimicking him perfectly. But with her cute face, it looked quite funny. Linkai watched from afar, almost laughing out loud. Who knew the Dragon Queen had such talent? If only she were an actress, she'd be great. But Hans couldn't laugh. He felt a chill run down his back. Although he saw no one following him, the feeling of being shadowed was impossible to shake. He started to jog, eager to leave this strange market. He crossed the pottery area, skirted around a cart full of hay, and ran into a quiet alley connecting the main market street and the back alley of the tavern. Just when he thought he had finally escaped the strange fear and leaned against the wall to catch his breath, a small silver head silently peeked over the wall above him. Ella was holding onto the wall with both hands, her red eyes curiously fixed on him without blinking. Hans was caught off guard, terrified out of his wits, and let out a sharp scream. He sat down the ground, scrambling backward on his hands and knees, his face pale as paper. He pointed at Ella on the wall, trembling and stammering. "You. Ghost. There's a ghost." Ella looked at his terrified face, tilted her head slightly, seeming to find his reaction amusing, more fun than their earlier hide-and-seek game. She gently leapt down, falling from the wall like a feather, and stood in front of Hans, still looking at him with pure curiosity. Hans stared at Ella, who was so close, especially at her non-human red eyes. He was terrified to the limit. He tried to stand and run away, but his legs were weak, and he failed several times. He could only stammer and beg, "Don't come closer. I was wrong. I won't do it again. Please let me go." Ella looked at his messy state and seemed to lose interest. She tried to imitate Lin Kai's usual way of comforting her, reaching out her small hand to pat Hans's head, as if saying, "Game over." But in Hans's eyes, that fair little hand looked like an invitation from death. He closed his eyes in fear and let out a loud scream. "Help!" At that moment, a stern voice in dragon language rang out. "Ella!" Ella immediately stopped her movement. She withdrew her hand and turned to look at the alley entrance. She saw Lin Kai standing there, having arrived earlier, being held by Roy, who finally realized something was wrong and followed. Lin Kai's face was expressionless, but his eyes clearly conveyed the message, "Stop." Ella quickly abandoned Hans, ran back to Lin Kai's side, and with a look of someone who had done a good deed and was waiting for praise, pointed at the collapsed Hans and said to Lin Kai, "Kai, look, we found him." Roy looked at the terrified Hans on the ground and then at Ella, who was eager for praise. His mind was a bit confused. What is going on? What happened to Hans? What did Miss Ella Nisa do to him? Lin Kai didn't explain. He just nodded at Ella and said in dragon language, "Well done. Let's go home." Ella happily grabbed Lin Kai's hand. Although Roy was full of questions, he still hugged Lin Kai, took Ella, and ignored the trembling, babbling Hans behind them. They left the alley. Hans sat on the cold, muddy ground, slowly coming to his senses after a long time. He looked at the empty alley entrance and remembered the terrifying scene just now, especially the ghostly figure of the silver-haired girl and her cold red eyes. A chill ran from his feet straight to the top of his head. He scrambled and crawled back to the Wild Boar Howl tavern, his face pale, clothes covered in dirt, looking more miserable than a fleeing refugee. Fat John was in the kitchen, holding the secret powder Hans had stolen, hesitating whether to try it on tonight's roast. Seeing Hans burst in looking like that, I was startled. "Hans? What happened to you? Weren't you supposed to watch over them?" Hans grabbed Uncle John's arm, voice trembling with tears and lingering fear. Uncle, it's strange. It's too strange. That little girl with silver hair. She's not human. She's a ghost. She can fly. She looked at me. She wants to hurt me. Uncle John frowned, pulling Hans's hand away, scolding. Nonsense. Ghosts don't appear in broad daylight. Are you cursed? Or did someone scare you so badly you're imagining things? Really? Uncle, I'm telling the truth. Hans was so anxious he was stomping his feet. She really. Anyway, that stall is cursed. Let's not bother them anymore. Uncle John looked at his nephew, who seemed lost and scared, then at the mysterious powder in his hand. He started to wonder, could those kids really be up to something strange? He had planned to use that secret recipe tonight, but now he hesitated. His face darkened as he threw the powder aside. Useless stuff, he cursed Hans, but his eyes showed doubt and caution. It seemed that dealing with those kids would require more careful planning. At least, he needed to find out what that silver-haired girl with red eyes was really about. That day, they finished work a little earlier than usual. Roy was busy cleaning the stone slabs and tools, while Ella helped nearby, mainly organizing the used skewers under Lin Kai's supervision, though she secretly wanted to keep those shiny little sticks. A young man, dressed in a wild boar howl, tavern worker's outfit and looking pale and thin, sneaked over while the market was less crowded, acting sneaky with a nervous, flattering smile on his face. Roy, brother Roy. The young man spoke very softly, his eyes flickering as he kept glancing toward the tavern, as if afraid of being seen. Roy recognized him. He was an apprentice in the tavern's kitchen, often called around by other cooks, and seemed to be having a tough time. Guile? Is something wrong? Roy asked with some suspicion. Guile fidgeted nervously, looking uncomfortable. He quickly took a small paper-wrapped package from his pocket and shoved it into Roy's hand, speaking hurriedly with a pleading tone. This was asked of me by Boss John, to sneak some into your seasonings. I dare not. Roy, brother, you are good people, your barbecue is so delicious. I can't do something so dishonest. Roy opened the paper, revealing a light yellow powder that smelled strange, like a mix of mushrooms and dirt. His face instantly turned pale, and he clenched his fists. Fat John, he actually wants to poison us. No, it's not poison. Gal hurriedly waved his hands, sweating nervously. Boss John said it's just a laxative powder. It will upset people's stomachs if they eat it. He said if your stall has a few problems, customers will be too scared to come back. I checked, and this stuff isn't very strong, just enough to make people run to the bathroom a few times. But I think it's wrong. Roy trembled with anger. He couldn't believe Fat John was so despicable, using such low tricks. If this apprentice hadn't had a conscience, the consequences could have been terrible. He instinctively looked at Lin Kai, seeking advice. Lin Kai, held by Ella, calmly watched the scene. He signaled Roy to take the paper package. He leaned in to smell it, then used his small finger to dip a tiny bit of the powder and tasted it on his tongue, so fast that Roy couldn't stop him. The taste was bitter, with a hint of earthiness, typical of strong laxatives. In small doses, it wouldn't cause severe dehydration, but enough to make someone embarrassingly ill and ruin their reputation. Lin Kai quickly judged the situation. Fat John, you're actually handing the knife directly to me. A plan that was just a trick suddenly became perfect in his mind. He felt no anger at all. Instead, he showed a comforting expression to the frightened young apprentice. Gil, which Roy thought was very uncharacteristic for a baby. He spoke a few words in Draconic to Roy. Although Roy didn't understand, he translated gently. Gil, thank you for telling us. Don't tell anyone about this. Just pretend nothing happened. We will take this package. Gil was stunned, not expecting them to let him go so easily, or to help him hide it. He was very grateful and bowed repeatedly. Thank you. Thank you, Roy. Thank you, young master. I promise I won't do this again. After saying that, he ran away like a scared rabbit. Lin Kai, what should we do? Should we tell Captain Barton? Roy held the package of laxative powder, feeling both angry and worried, like holding a hot potato. Lin Kai shook his head, a cold light flashing in his black eyes. Accuse him? What about the evidence? With only a young apprentice's word, Fat John could easily deny everything or even turn the blame around. Also, whether the guards would investigate a small stall or a well-known tavern owner in town was uncertain. He wanted a more direct, satisfying, and effective way to fight back. He told Roy to put away the laxative powder and signaled to go home. Back at their home, near the forest edge, Lin Kai immediately began his plan. He directed Roy to gather several specific plants. Some were bitter wild fruits they had tried to make soy sauce from before, which were harmless but extremely bitter. Some were roots with slight numbing effects, often used by hunters to make simple anesthetic arrows, and one was dried bark ground into powder, which absorbed a lot of water and felt like chewing sand. He mixed these materials with the package of laxative powder Gil had brought, carefully grinding and adjusting the proportions. His goal was not just revenge, but to give Fat John a stronger surprise. Roy watched Lin Kai skillfully handle plants he didn't recognize at all, feeling shocked and confused. Lin Kai knew so much. Could a baby really do all this? Ella was not interested in playing with flowers and plants. She was busy trying to catch fish in the pond using a small wooden stick that Lin Kai had recently sharpened for her. Although she often splashed water everywhere because she couldn't control her strength well, she enjoyed the activity very much. The next day, Lin Kai asked Roy to place a small jar of special, dark powder in a prominent but hard-to-reach spot at the stall. Next to it, he casually placed some common herbs used to remove fishy smells and add flavor as cover. The appearance and smell of this powder were similar to his usual main seasonings, but with subtle differences that could confuse someone unfamiliar with cooking. They opened their stall as usual, and business was still very busy. Lin Kai seemed relaxed, but was always watching the surroundings carefully. Sure enough, near noon, a middle-aged man dressed in plain gray clothes, acting suspiciously, slipped into the crowd and approached the stall. His eyes scanned the bottles and jars, finally locking onto the jar of special powder. While Roy turned to serve a customer, the man quickly reached out, using a small pouch to scoop a large amount of the powder from the jar, then quickly pulled back and disappeared into the crowd. The whole action was very fast, almost like lightning. If Lin Kai hadn't been prepared, it would have been hard to notice. He got it. Lin Kai thought coldly. Fat John, I hope you like this secret recipe, Roy had no idea what was happening and was still happily greeting customers. That night, in the kitchen of the Wild Boar Howl Tavern, Fat John, trembling, held the double secret formula he had stolen again, this time from a safe distance so Ella wouldn't notice, and the successful heist by the gray-clad man. His face finally showed a confident smile, especially the latter, with similar herbs placed next to the jar, making it look more convincing. Kids are still kids. They're not careful enough, Fat John said proudly to Hans, who had regained his courage, and the gray-clad man. Tomorrow, we'll show them that doing business in Wind Breeze Town isn't for everyone. He immediately ordered the roast meat chef to add large amounts of these two secret ingredients, especially the dark powder stolen earlier, into the roasted ribs and sausages for the next day. Add more. Make the flavor stand out. The next day, the Wild Boar Howl Tavern displayed a sign saying, "New product launch, secret flavor," attracting many curious regular customers and townspeople who heard the news. However, the expected delicious food did not appear. The first group of customers who ordered the secret roast ribs had strange expressions after taking the first bite. The taste was hard to describe. First extremely bitter, like chewing wood soaked in bile, then a slight numbness on the tongue, followed by a strange sensation as if swallowing dry, sandy soil. Worse still, not long after eating, a strong urge to have diarrhea came on suddenly. The tavern quickly filled with complaints and angry voices. Yuck! What is this stuff, boss? Are you trying to poison us? My stomach. I can't take it. Where's the bathroom? Give me my money back. Refund it now. Initially, Fat John tried to defend himself, saying the new recipe might not suit everyone's taste. But when more customers started having diarrhea, and some even fainted weakly in their seats, he realized something was wrong. He rushed into the kitchen, picked up the jar of secret formula, and sniffed it. The strange smell made his heart sink. He trembled as he dipped a finger in and tasted it. The indescribably bad flavor and the dry throat sensation made his face turn pale. This is fake. It's all a lie, he shouted angrily, throwing the jar to the ground. We've been tricked, but it was too late. News about the Wild Boar Howl Tavern using poor quality ingredients, making customers sick, and new products as dangerous as poison spread quickly across Breeze Town, like wings on the wind. The tavern's reputation plummeted, and that night's business was completely ruined. They also faced angry customers demanding compensation and questioning. Fat John suffered heavy losses and lost face, becoming the town's laughingstock. In a corner of the market, Lin Kai's barbecue stall still emitted tempting aromas. Roy, passing by, overheard some customers happily talking about the disaster at the Wild Boar Howl Tavern. At first, he was shocked, then suddenly realized something. He looked at Lin Kai, who was being held by Ella, and appeared calm, and his eyes filled with unbelievable admiration. Lin Kai, this is all you're doing, he whispered, excited but at a loss for words. Lin Kai simply looked at him with a calm expression, as if to say, this is just a small lesson. But deep down, Lin Kai didn't feel too proud. He knew that Fat John wouldn't give up easily after this. Having failed in both open and secret competition and suffered such a big loss, with his personality, he was likely to become desperate and act recklessly. While Roy was still celebrating his successful revenge, the apprentice from the tavern who had brought the laxative powder, Gil, once again hurried over, looking anxious and hurried. This time, his face showed no guilt or nervousness, only pure fear. Roy, brother Roy, something's wrong. Gil's voice was trembling, and his face was pale. Boss John, he's gone mad. I overheard him. He seems to have gone to find the Bloodblade people. He said he would do anything to make you all disappear from Windbreeze Town. Gil's news hit Roy like a cold wave, sinking deep into his heart. Fat John was willing to betray the Bloodblade mercenaries. This was no longer just business rivalry. It was a direct threat of death. Roy's face turned pale instantly, and his fingers, gripping the cleaning tools, lost their color from the force. He looked at Lin Kai, worry and hidden fear flickering in his eyes. However, Lin Kai's reaction was surprisingly calm. His young face showed no sign of panic, only a cold glint in his deep, dark eyes. He gently patted Ella, who was hugging his arm. The dragon girl seemed to sense Roy's sudden tension, her ruby-like eyes narrowing slightly, showing instinctive caution. Understood, Lin Kai said in dragon language, short but carrying a strange calm strength. Roy looked at the calm face of the baby, and his turbulent emotions gradually settled. This mysterious partner always seemed to show extraordinary skills in desperate situations. Lin Kai didn't continue this topic, but turned his gaze to the miscellaneous items in the corner that Roy couldn't name. While being alert to the approaching crisis, they couldn't stop their steps of survival and growth. Improving strength was essential, but so was improving living conditions and gathering resources. He signaled Roy to follow him to the pile of odds and ends, pointing to a bag of brown beans exchanged from Old Phil, and then to an idle wide-mouthed clay jar nearby. This, Lin Kai said in dragon language with a gesture, is for making new seasoning. Roy looked confused at the hard beans and the empty jar, unable to connect them with feed or seasoning. But the trust built over long companionship made him suppress his doubts and follow the instructions. Over the next 3 days, Lin Kai steadily advanced his brewing plan. He asked Roy to select the plumpest beans, wash them repeatedly with clear spring water until the water was transparent. The process of roasting wheat is very careful. Ella carefully controls the fire's temperature, making sure the grains smell toasted but do not burn. This world's microorganisms are different from Earth's, so the control needs to be more precise. Lin Kai carefully observes each step. He asks Roy to grind the bean-wheat mixture more finely and adjust the salt water concentration. When all the ingredients are placed into the clay jar, he leaves small holes in the cloth seal to allow air in, preventing germs from entering and helping fermentation. Although Roy doesn't fully understand, he follows every instruction strictly. He notices how sensitive Lin Kai is to temperature changes and how strict he is about cleanliness. These are beyond what he usually knows about making food. Sometimes he asks, will this really create a new flavor? Lin Kai usually gives brief answers, but signals Roy to watch every detail. He points out how the beans swell after soaking, how the wheat turns color during roasting, and the texture and smell of the mixture. These are clues to understanding the process. Ella seems uninterested in all this. She cares more about the daily roasted meat than the sealed clay jar. But she gradually notices how important this game is to Lin Kai. Sometimes she squats next to the jar, sniffing gently to catch subtle changes. On the morning of the fourth day, she suddenly says to Lin Kai, "It has a smell now. It's faint, but strange." Lin Kai's eyes light up with surprise. Ella's sharp senses confirm his guess. Fermentation has begun. He carefully lifts a corner of the cloth, and a complex smell fills the air. It's the fresh aroma from the beans breaking down, mixed with the sweetness of malt and a hint of wine-like aroma. Is it successful? Roy looks amazed at the wonderful changes happening inside the jar. Still need to wait, Lin Kai says with rare anticipation. He knows this is just the beginning. Making soy sauce takes time to mature, just like their growth needs patience and experience. Meanwhile, Lin Kai secretly makes plans to deal with threats. He asks Roy to take a detour past the Wild Boar Howl tavern when returning to town and pay attention to what's happening there. He also asks Ella to remember the scents of the mercenaries who often appear at the market, creating a simple warning system. If they come close, Lin Kai tells Ella, "You must tell me immediately." Ella nodded seriously, her red eyes shining with the hunter's light. Protecting Lin Kai was instinctive for her. Any threat had to be stopped early. Roy was caught in mixed feelings. On one side, he was excited about the success of the soy sauce fermentation. On the other, the shadow of the mercenary group weighed heavily on his mind. This conflict reached its peak on the fifth day. He overheard a conversation outside the tavern between Fat John and the mercenaries, planning a surprise. On their way back to the forest, Fat John's sinister voice was faintly heard. "Make it look like a robbery." Roy hurried back to the camp and told Lin Kai this frightening news. To his surprise, Lin Kai remained strangely calm. "Tomorrow," Lin Kai said, looking at the fermenting jar, "we continue, but they might." "I know," Lin Kai interrupted him, his black eyes shining faintly in the dusk. "Be prepared." That night, Lin Kai conducted a special experiment. He asked Ella to demonstrate her precise control over fire, not a wild dragon's breath, but delicate temperature adjustments. When Ella's fingers flickered with a steady flame, Lin Kai's lips curled slightly. He signaled Roy to gather some dry dirt and small stones, and they set up a few simple traps around the camp. These traps wouldn't cause serious harm, but would alert them and slow down intruders. "If they come," Lin Kai told Ella, "use the least force." Ella nodded vaguely, understanding his meaning: protection, not destruction. Late at night, Roy lay on a makeshift bed, gazing at the starry sky, unable to sleep. He reflected on the past months, from the unlucky apprentice knight who fell into a pond chasing a rabbit, to now being involved in mysterious brewing and facing deadly threats. All these changes stemmed from that mysterious baby and his powerful sister. The fermenting jar stood silently under the moonlight, its microorganisms quietly changing everything. Just like the three of them, on this seemingly peaceful night, they were also undergoing unseen transformation. Lin Kai, wrapped in Ella's warm embrace, couldn't sleep either. His mind raced, calculating all possibilities. The soy sauce needed time to ferment, but the enemy's actions could happen at any moment. He needs to be fully prepared within this limited time. In the breeze, he seemed to sense a distant danger and also the new life growing inside the clay jar. These two feelings mixed together, symbolizing an upcoming storm and hope. When the first morning light broke through the night, Lin Kai gently freed himself from Ella's embrace and moved to the side of the clay jar. He carefully sniffed the sealed opening, a look of satisfaction flashing across his face. The fermentation was going well, and soon they might taste the world's first soy sauce. However, just as he was about to wake Roy, Ella suddenly opened her eyes. Her body tensed instantly, and her sharp red eyes looked in a certain direction in the forest. "Someone is coming," she whispered, with a cautious tone. "Many people, with the smell of metal." Ella's warning instantly put the camp on alert. Roy rolled over, grabbed the broken sword beside him, and nervously looked into the depths of the forest. Lin Kai's small hand clenched slightly, but he kept a calm expression beyond his age. He gently patted Ella's arm and whispered in dragon language, "See clearly. How many people? Which direction?" Ella's red eyes shimmered in the morning light. She tilted her head slightly, her nostrils flaring as if catching invisible information in the air. "7," she quickly reported, coming from the town direction, carrying the smell of metal and food. This description made Lin Kai pause briefly. If it was the Bloodblade mercenary group, They should carry a murderous aura. He signaled Ella to keep watching while he quickly thought of various possibilities. At that moment, familiar shouts came from the woods. Roy. Lin Kai? Are you there? It was Keel's voice. Roy sighed in relief, but immediately became alert again. Why is he here again? And with others? Lin Kai signaled Ella to relax, but made a warning gesture to Roy. After a moment, Keel appeared on the forest trail, followed by 6 soldiers in guard uniforms. Leading them was Captain Barton, a tall, stern-looking guard captain. It seems you're doing quite well. Barton looked around the camp, his gaze lingering on Ella for a moment before settling on Lin Kai. I've heard some things about you. Why are you here? Barton didn't answer directly. He looked around the camp and finally focused on the sealed jar. I heard you caused some trouble at the market? Lin Kai understood immediately. Fat John was acting faster than expected and had already started pressuring officially. But he noticed that Barton's tone wasn't accusing. Instead, it carried a hint of curiosity. We're just doing business, Roy bravely replied. It was Fat John who. Barton raised his hand to stop him. Business disputes are not the concern of the guards. I'm interested in something else. His eyes shifted back to the jar. I heard you're working on new seasoning methods? This change of topic surprised everyone. Lin Kai noticed that Barton's eyes showed not curiosity, but a deeper concern. Roy didn't know how to explain. At that moment, Ella suddenly sniffed and turned toward the jar. The smell has changed. Her voice was soft, but it made Lin Kai tense up. He signaled Roy to open the jar. When the cloth was lifted, a strong sour and rotten smell immediately filled the air. The liquid, which should have been amber, was now covered with a gray-green mold, looking disgusting. It seems your experiment didn't go well, Barton said calmly, without showing emotion. Roy's face fell. Failed? How could that happen? Lin Kai's face was tight with worry. He carefully examined the mold's shape, recalling every step they took. Temperature? Humidity? Or are the microbes in this world completely different from those on Earth? Ella leaned closer to the jar out of curiosity, but quickly stepped back in disgust after smelling it. It's spoiled. We can't eat it anymore. Barton looked thoughtful and suddenly said to Roy, 20 years ago, the Alchemy Society of the capital offered a reward for a method to produce stable fermented seasonings. No one has succeeded yet. This sentence hit Lin Kai like a thunderclap. Roy's eyes widened, and Lin Kai instantly understood Barton's real purpose. You mean? Roy's voice trembled. Barton didn't answer directly. Instead, he walked to the jar and carefully examined the failed product. This kind of attempt is very dangerous. Incorrect fermentation can produce toxins or even cause plagues. His sharp gaze swept over the 3 of them. He said, That is why I came here. Lin Kai remained silent. He realized he might have underestimated the level of technology in this world, as well as the official sensitivity toward this kind of research. We are just trying, Roy tried to explain. Trying requires knowledge and experience, Barton interrupted him. Not just guessing and mixing things randomly. His tone suddenly became serious. From now on, stop all similar experiments. This is an order. Roy instinctively stood straight. Yes, Captain. Barton's gaze finally settled on Lin Kai, and he said meaningfully, some knowledge needs proper inheritance. After the guards left, the camp fell silent. Roy sat on the ground, staring blankly at the broken clay pot. Ella, bored, played with her silver hair, seemingly indifferent to what had just happened. But Lin Kai was deep in thought. Barton's warning was meaningful. On the surface, it was to stop dangerous experiments, but it also revealed important information. This world has an urgent need for fermentation technology, but lacks reliable methods. Moreover, Barton seemed to have some expectations about their attempts. The Alchemist Guild's bounty. Proper inheritance. These words echoed in Lin Kai's mind. He realized this was not just a failed experiment, but also a hint of an opportunity. Lin Kai, Roy said sadly, have we gotten ourselves into big trouble? Lin Kai didn't answer. His gaze fell on the gray-green mold spots, and suddenly he noticed some unusual details. The shape of these molds was different from common spoilage bacteria he knew, and their color distribution was quite distinctive. He signaled Roy to bring a clean stick and carefully picked up a small piece of mold to examine it closely. Under the sunlight, the mold showed a strange metallic sheen, which was very rare among earth fungi. This world's microorganisms are indeed different. Ella watched Lin Kai's actions curiously and suddenly said, This smell. I think I've smelled it somewhere before. Lin Kai suddenly looked up. Where? Ella tilted her head and thought for a moment. Deep in the forest, there's a place where the stones all have this smell. This information energized Lin Kai. If this mold exists naturally in the environment, its characteristics might follow certain patterns. Failure is perhaps not the end, but another beginning. Roy, Lin Kai suddenly spoke. We need more of this kind of being. Roy was stunned. But Captain Barton said, not as a spice. Lin Kai's eyes sparkled with thought. For something else. At night, Lin Kai sat alone in front of a clay jar, continuing to observe the strange mold under the moonlight. The shadow of failure still loomed over the camp, but a new hope had begun to grow in his heart. Ella leaned quietly beside him. Suddenly, she looked up, her red eyes shining faintly in the dark. Someone is watching us. Lin Kai looked in the direction of her gaze and saw a blurry figure flicker among the distant trees. The figure did not seem to be Barton or any guard, nor a mercenary sent by Fat John. On this night of failure, it seemed there were other eyes watching their every move. The clouds of failure kept circling above the camp. The mold-contaminated clay jar emitted a sour, unpleasant smell. Roy wanted to clean it many times, but was stopped by Lin Kai. To Lin Kai, this seemingly failed experiment held valuable information. The strange mold spots with metallic shine, and the clue Ella mentioned about smelling a similar scent deep in the forest pointed to a completely new research direction. Captain Barton's warning still echoed in their minds, but Lin Kai knew that standing still was the greatest danger. In this dangerous world, every new discovery could be a key to survival. We need to find the source of that smell, Lin Kai told Ella. The silver-haired girl nodded vaguely, her red eyes shining with eagerness. For her, any exploration with Lin Kai was like an exciting game. Roy looked worried. But Captain Barton clearly forbids us from continuing the experiments. It's not an experiment, Lin Kai replied calmly. It's collecting samples. This subtle difference made Roy think deeply. He remembered the captain's meaningful look when he left, and suddenly realized that perhaps the warning was not just about prohibition, but also a reminder to be more careful. The next morning, the three of them set out to find a special type of mold. Ella led the way, like a quick and alert dog, stopping now and then to sniff the air. Roy followed closely, holding a broken sword and watching carefully around him. Lin Kai was carefully carried in Ella's arms, his black eyes constantly scanning the surroundings, noting the shape and features of every plant. As they went deeper into the forest, sunlight broke into pieces through the thick tree canopy and shone on the ground covered with fallen leaves. The air was filled with the smell of damp earth and decaying plants. Suddenly, Ella stopped and pointed at a moss-covered rock ahead. There, it was an ordinary-looking rock wall, covered with thick moss. But if you looked closely, you could see tiny, shiny spots with a metallic gleam growing in the cracks of the moss, very similar to the mold spots found in the clay pot. Just as Roy was about to step forward to collect a sample, Ella suddenly perked up her ears. Something's there. Her voice just finished. A semi-transparent, jelly-like creature slowly wriggled out of the shadow of the rock. It had no fixed shape, its body trembling slightly like jelly, shining with a strange glow in the sunlight. Slime, Roy exclaimed, immediately adopting a defensive stance. This low-level monster was not very aggressive, but its slime was corrosive and difficult to deal with. However, this slime behaved strangely. Instead of attacking, it slowly moved to the rock wall and covered the mold spots with its body. Even more surprising, inside its semi-transparent body, the mold spots were disappearing at a visible speed. Is it eating the mold? Roy stared in disbelief. Lin Kai's eyes sparkled with excitement. He signaled to Roy to stay still and watch the slime carefully. After eating, the slime's body began to change subtly. The cloudy gel inside became clearer, and it started secreting a faintly glowing mucus on its surface. Ella reached out her finger curiously to touch this strange creature, but Lin Kai stopped her just in time. Yet, in that brief moment of closeness, Lin Kai caught a faint, special smell, the rich aroma typical of fermentation, emanating from the slime's mucus. A bold guess formed in Lin Kai's mind. He signaled Roy to collect some slime secretions, carefully placing them into a pre-prepared wooden jar. Back at the camp, Lin Kai immediately started a new experiment. He had Roy prepare a small batch of bean and wheat mixture, this time adding a tiny amount of slime. To avoid Barton's restrictions, they did not seal the fermentation with a clay jar, but used an open cultivation method. The results were shocking. In just half a day, the mixture began to emit a strong sauce aroma, and its color gradually turned into a deep amber. Even more amazing, there were no signs of mold or spoilage this time. "This is incredible," Roy exclaimed, trembling with excitement as he watched the changes. "Can slime secretions really help fermentation?" Linkai carefully observed the sample, thinking quickly. This wasn't just about speeding up fermentation. The slime seemed to act as a catalyst and also prevented harmful bacteria from growing. This discovery was more important than soy sauce itself. It could completely change how food is processed in this world. Just as they were celebrating this breakthrough, Ella suddenly wrinkled her nose. "Someone's nearby? It smells like yesterday." Linkai quickly signaled Roy to put away all the experiment tools. Soon, Captain Barton appeared again at the edge of the camp. This time, he was alone, with a hard-to-read expression on his face. "It seems you didn't follow my advice," Barton said, glancing over the camp and finally focusing on the recently successful fermentation jar. Roy wanted to explain nervously, but Barton raised his hand to stop him. Surprisingly, the captain's face showed a hint of approval. Sometimes, rules are meant to be broken by clever people. He approached the sample, sniffed carefully, and his eyes widened in surprise. "What is this? What method did you use?" Linkai and Roy exchanged a quick look. After a subtle nod from Linkai, Roy cautiously explained how they discovered the slime. Barton was silent for a long time after hearing this. When he finally spoke again, his voice was very serious. "This discovery is more important than you think. The Alchemist Guild has studied this for decades, and you've solved it in this way." He paused, looking at Linkai with a meaningful gaze. "But this information must never be revealed. Before you become strong enough, this discovery could bring great danger." As night falls and Barton leaves, the camp falls into strange silence. Roy looks at the successful fermentation sample for the first time, realizing they may have uncovered a major secret. Linkai remains very calm. He carefully collects the remaining slime, already planning his next research steps. This unexpected discovery not only solves the fermentation problem, but also opens a door to unknown areas. Alla leans beside him and whispers, "That captain. He's lying." Linkai quickly looks up. "What do you mean?" His smell is strange. Alla frowns, confused. "Sometimes he smells honest, sometimes complicated. It's like he emits many scents at once." This discovery makes Linkai think deeply. What are Captain Barton's true intentions? Is his warning out of kindness, or does he have other plans? Suddenly, faint sounds come from the distant bushes. Alla immediately becomes alert and looks over, her red eyes shining in the dark. "Someone is watching us again," she whispers. This time, the smell is very unfamiliar. Linkai gazes into the dark forest, feeling an invisible net slowly tightening around them. The slime discovery puts them at a new starting point, but also pulls them into a more dangerous whirlpool. Morning light filters through the trees and shines on the jar of successfully fermented seasoning. The amber liquid gently sways inside the clay pot, giving off a rich, complex aroma that sharply contrasts with the sour, rotten smell from before. Roy carefully scoops a little with a wooden spoon, examining its color and texture under the sunlight, his face full of uncontrollable excitement. "It's a success. We really did it," he says excitedly, his voice trembling with joy. "This is not just a success for the seasoning. It's the best reward for all their efforts over this time." Linkai's expression remains calm, but his black eyes shine with satisfaction. He signals Roy to bring a small piece of roasted meat, dipped in the newly made sauce. As the meat enters his mouth, a rich flavor explodes on his tongue. The layered salty and slightly sweet taste blends perfectly, far surpassing any known seasoning from this era. Ella curiously leaned over, her red eyes fixed on the jar, emitting a tempting aroma. With Kai's permission, she carefully dipped her finger to taste a little, and her eyes lit up. "Delicious. Even better than before." This simple comment made Roy even more excited. He eagerly started planning. "We can make more tasty food with this. It will be very popular at the market. Maybe even nobles from the royal court will come to see it." But Kai shook his head. He pointed to the jar of seasoning, then to the slime collection jar, and finally toward the deep forest. The meaning was clear. The key to this technology is the slime. and its source must be kept secret. Roy immediately understood Kai's concern. Captain Barton's warning was still fresh in his mind. This discovery was too amazing. Revealing it carelessly could cause trouble. He calmed down and thought carefully about how to use this safely. "We can make a small amount for ourselves," Roy suggested. "And when the time is right, we can decide whether to share it." Kai nodded approvingly. His cautious attitude was exactly what they needed. Right now, their goal was not quick profit, but steady growth and building strength. Over the next few days, the three of them planned to collect slime carefully. They found that not all slimes could produce the catalytic mucus. Only those that had long contact with special mold showed this mutation. This confirmed that the discovery was a unique product of a specific environment. Ella showed remarkable talent during this process. She could accurately identify which slimes had the needed traits and even communicate simply with these low-level creatures using special sounds. With her help, their collection work became much easier. Meanwhile, Kai began experimenting with the new seasoning to improve their daily meals. Simple grilled meat dipped in the special sauce tasted much better. Even ordinary stews became delicious after adding a little of the seasoning. Roy joked that even the royal chefs couldn't make such tasty dishes. However, peaceful days are always short-lived. One evening, when Roy returned from town, he brought back unsettling news. Fat John's tavern had suddenly closed, and it was said that he had also left Breeze Town. "That's very strange," Roy frowned as he analyzed. Fat John ran his business here for over 10 years. Why would he leave all of a sudden? Also, I heard he was close to some strangers before he left. Linkai thought carefully about this information. Fat John's sudden departure was suspicious, and there might be a bigger secret behind it. He signaled Roy to keep watching the town and to strengthen the camp's defenses. While they were discussing plans, Ella suddenly looked up, her red eyes fixed on a part of the forest. "There's a dangerous smell coming closer." Her warning immediately put the camp on alert. Roy grabbed his weapon, and Linkai quickly thought of a plan. But unexpectedly, it wasn't mercenaries sent by Fat John approaching, but a pack of forest wolves attracted by the smell of sauce. These wild animals looked very hungry. They crouched low, showing their sharp teeth, and slowly moved toward the camp. Roy tightened his grip on his weapon, ready for a tough fight. Just then, Ella stepped forward. She didn't show her dragon's power, but took a small piece of meat with sauce on it from her pocket and gently threw it to the wolves. Roy was surprised, and even more so when the wolves stopped advancing after smelling the meat. The alpha wolf carefully approached the meat, sniffed it, and then took a cautious bite. In the next moment, its ears perked up, and its tail started wagging gently, showing friendliness. "It seems even wild animals can't resist this delicious food," Roy sighed in relief, smiling. Linkai saw more possibilities in this unexpected event. If even fierce forest wolves could be calmed by food, then this seasoning might have many more surprising uses. That night, they enjoyed a very special and delicious dinner. The new seasoning made the food taste great, and everyone was happy. Roy even joked that with this recipe, they could open a top restaurant in the capital. But in Lintsai's heart, this success brought not only joy but also a heavy sense of responsibility. He clearly knew that in this dangerous world, anything valuable could become a double-edged sword. How to protect this discovery and how to use it wisely would test their intelligence. Late at night, Lin Kai sat alone at the edge of the camp, gazing at the starry sky in thought. Era quietly came to his side and, imitating him, looked up at the stars. "Are you worried, Kai?" she softly asked. Lin Kai didn't answer. Instead, he gently patted her arm. This simple gesture made Era look reassured. Suddenly, a strange light streaked across the distant night sky. It was not a shooting star. It shone with an unnatural green color and lasted several seconds before slowly disappearing. Roy was also awakened by this light. He rushed out of the tent and stared in shock toward where the light had vanished. What was that? No one could answer. But all three felt that this mysterious light seemed to signal some unknown change coming soon. On this ordinary night, a new storm was brewing, and they were already on the edge of it. After the strange light disappeared from the night sky, the camp fell into a subtle silence. Roy still looked up, trying to find traces of the green light in the stars, his face full of confusion and unease. Era was unusually quiet. Her red eyes no longer looked around lively as usual, but fixed steadily on the deep forest, as if listening to sounds that ordinary people couldn't hear. Lin Kai keenly sensed Era's unusual behavior. He gently tugged her sleeve and looked at her with his eyes. Era lowered her head, her brow slightly furrowed, as if trying to find words to describe an indescribable feeling. There, she pointed to the dark forest. Something is calling me. Her voice was soft, but it made Roy shiver involuntarily. Calling you? What do you mean? He asked nervously, his hand unconsciously resting on his sword. Era shook her head. Her silver hair shimmered softly in the moonlight. It's not a sound, she tried to explain. It's a feeling. Like my mother is calling me to come home. This metaphor moved Lin Kai. He remembered Era had once mentioned her background. She was a void silver dragon, a dragon species nearly extinct in this era. If there is something that can call her deep within her bloodline, it is likely related to the dragon race. The next morning, as the first sunlight filtered through the treetops, Ella appeared more restless than usual. She paced around the camp, occasionally stopping to look into the forest. Even her favorite roasted meat lost its appeal today. That call is becoming clearer, Ella suddenly said during breakfast, putting down her snack after just a bite. Roy looked worriedly at her, then at Lin Kai. Should we go see what it is? It might be dangerous, Lin Kai thought for a moment and shook his head slowly. He pointed to their food supplies and the new batch of fermented seasonings. The simple gesture sent a clear message. Now is not the time for risk. In fact, Lin Kai's thoughts were more complicated than Roy imagined. The strange light, Ella's feeling of the call, John's sudden departure, and the mysterious bark they found earlier, these events seemed connected. Without enough preparation, rushing into the forest could lead to unknown dangers. In the following days, Lin Kai began to strengthen the camp's defenses carefully. He had Roy set up more warning devices around the camp, using thin wires and bells to create a simple alarm system. They also sped up their food and supplies storage, as if preparing for something. Ella still felt the call, but with Lin Kai's comfort, she gradually calmed down. However, her senses seemed sharper because of this event. Once, she predicted a heavy rain accurately, allowing Roy to reinforce the tents in time. Another time, she detected the scent of strangers from far away, helping them avoid a passing group of hunters. This might not be a bad thing, Roy said after dinner one night. If Ella can sense danger early, we can protect ourselves better. Lin Kai nodded, but his worries didn't lessen. He noticed that when Ella felt the call, a faint silver glow sometimes flickered on her body. The light was very subtle, almost invisible during the day, but faintly visible at night. It reminded him of Ella's dragon form, which she had shown briefly before, powerful and unforgettable. One night after a week, the change finally happened. While Ella was sleeping deeply, she suddenly was surrounded by a bright silver light. The light was so strong that it lit up the whole camp. Roy woke up, staring in shock at what he saw. Lin Kai quickly moved closer, carefully watching Ella's transformation. In the silver light, Ella looked like she was in pain. She curled up, sweat beads forming on her forehead. "It's calling me," she whispered, her voice trembling with tears. "It's so uncomfortable." Without hesitation, Lin Kai reached out and gently took Ella's hand. Surprisingly, as soon as he touched her, the silver light started to fade, and Ella's face gradually became calm. "It smells like Kai." Ella opened her eyes, looking confused at Lin Kai. "Kai's scent makes me feel better." This discovery made Lin Kai think deeply. Why could his touch calm Ella's strange feelings? Was it because of a special bond between them, or because he might have some unique trait related to dragons inside him? In the following days, Lin Kai began to test this idea. He found that whenever Ella felt a strong call, as long as he was nearby, the effect would weaken. But if they separated by some distance, Ella would become restless again. "It looks like we really need to go deep into the forest," Roy said worriedly. "We can't keep going like this." This time, Lin Kai didn't oppose. He knew some things couldn't be avoided. Since the call was directed at Ella, the problem would have to be solved sooner or later. Instead of waiting passively, it was better to take action. They started preparing carefully for the adventure. Roy repaired and strengthened their gear, bringing extra medical supplies. Lin Kai studied the mysterious bark they had found earlier, trying to find clues. Ella was in charge of food, marinating lots of dried meat with new spices. The meat was tasty and could last a long time. During the preparations, Lin Kai noticed something interesting. The seasonings fermented with slime mucus seemed to have a calming effect on Ella. After eating these foods, her sense of the call became blurry, and her emotions stabilized a lot. Maybe we should bring more of these seasonings, Roy suggested. They might be useful at a critical moment. The night before they left, all three of them went to bed early. The campsite under the moonlight was unusually quiet, with only the crackling of the campfire breaking the silence. Ella sat close to Linkai, feeling that this was the only way to feel safe. Roy kept checking the luggage repeatedly, making sure nothing important was missing. At dawn the next day, as the rising sun cast golden light over the forest, they were ready to leave. Ella stood at the edge of the camp, took a deep breath, and then pointed firmly in a certain direction. "Over there," she said. "The answer is there." Linkai took one last look at the place where they had lived for several months, then turned and walked with his friends into the unknown depths of the forest. Half a day into the forest, Linkai quickly noticed the environment changing. Birdsong became less frequent, and there was a restless feeling in the air. Ella looked more alert than usual, her red eyes scanning the trees around her. Occasionally, she made a low growling sound, which was her instinctive reaction to sensing danger. Roy, a trainee knight, also noticed something strange. He pointed to some messy footprints on the ground and said, "Look at these tracks. Different kinds of monsters are running together. That's very unusual." Indeed, the muddy ground was covered with footprints of wild boars, wind wolves, and even large cats. Normally, they would avoid each other or hunt each other, but now they seemed to be fleeing from something. That night, they camped by a small creek. As the campfire was lit, distant howls of wolves sounded. The howls were different from usual, sharp and wild, echoing through the silent forest and making everyone feel uneasy. Roy clenched his sword tightly, his face serious in the flickering firelight. "They are scared," Ella suddenly said, her small face looking very serious in the firelight. "The whole forest is scared." The next day, things got worse. They found more strange signs along the way. Small trees knocked over, frightened herds of deer running away, and even the bodies of some low-level monsters, apparently trampled to death in panic by their own kind. Linkai carefully examined a wind wolf's body, noticing its eyes were bloodshot and foam was still around its teeth. It was clearly in a state of extreme rage. "We need to move faster," Roy looked worried and said. "If there is something that can make all the monsters in the forest go crazy, then the town of Wind Breeze might also be in danger." Linkai nodded in agreement. He noticed that Ayla's condition was also changing. The deeper they went into the forest, the more anxious she became. Sometimes she would suddenly stop and stare in one direction for a long time. Other times, she would toss and turn in her sleep, her silver hair damp with sweat. At a fork in the path, Ayla firmly chose the left trail. "The call is coming from this way," she said with a slight tremor in her voice. "But there's another smell, a very dangerous one." They followed Ayla's lead, and the scenery around them became more strange. The trees started to wither abnormally, some with deep claw marks on their trunks, marks much larger than any known monster. A faint, foul smell filled the air, reminding them of rotting flesh. In the afternoon, they faced their first real attack. A group of wild boars, driven mad, charged out of the bushes. Their eyes were red, and they charged at the three of them without regard for their own safety. Roy quickly stepped in front, swinging his sword to fend off two of the boars. Ayla protected Linkai, throwing stones with precise aim to hit the weak spots of the boars. The fight was over quickly, but everyone knew the danger was serious. These boars acted unnaturally, as if controlled by some force, driven only by instinct to attack. "Look at this," Roy said, crouching beside a boar's body and pointing to a tiny wound on its neck. The tissue around the wound was blackened, and faint crystalline particles could be seen. "This shows signs of magical corruption." Linkai carefully examined the crystals. They emitted faint energy waves, similar to the silver glow Ayla sometimes showed, but more chaotic and wild. It reminded him of the mysterious bark he had found near the camp, which also seemed to carry similar energy traces. As they went deeper, monster attacks became more frequent. They had to change how they moved, with Ayla leading the way to avoid areas with many monsters. Roy was responsible for fighting off small groups of attackers, and his sword skills visibly improved during the fight. At dusk, they took a break in a cave. Roy checked his gear, his face growing more serious. Based on this situation, we can only hold on for 2 more days before we must return. Ella leaned against the rock wall, looking very tired. The continuous sensing drained a lot of her energy, and the mysterious call seemed to be also draining her life force. Lin Kai mixed the last bit of special seasoning into water for her to drink, which made her face look a little better. The source of that call might also be the reason for the monster uprising, Ella said weakly. I can feel it affecting the whole forest. This judgment made the 3 of them fall silent. If it was true, they would not only face unknown dangers, but also fight against the crazy forest itself. Night fell, and Roy kept watch at the cave entrance. The forest under the moon looked very strange, with occasional roars from monsters and flashes of magic energy lighting up the night sky. Lin Kai sat beside Ella, thinking about what to do next. Their goal was to find the source of Ella's call, but now it seems that this source is probably related to the strange behavior of the forest. Should they keep going to find the truth and try to solve the problem, or turn back immediately to warn Breeze Town to prepare defenses? This choice could save many lives. When the first light of dawn entered the cave, Lin Kai made a decision. He signaled Roy to pack up and drew a simple map on the ground. His plan was to go forward for half a day, and if they didn't find anything, they would turn back right away. Both agreed with this compromise. Ella's condition was not good, but she understood how serious the situation was. After a simple breakfast, they set out again. The deeper they went into the forest, the more terrifying it became. They saw groups of monsters rushing toward the forest edge like a tide, and also saw plants twisted and deformed by magic. In a valley, they even found several human bodies, likely adventurers, whose deaths looked very brutal, as if torn apart by some terrible force in an instant. At noon, they finally reached a fork in the road. Ella pointed to the narrow path covered with thick vines on the right and confidently said, "It's at the end of this road." However, on the left path, they saw more fleeing monsters, including some mid-level creatures. This meant the crisis was spreading and would soon reach Breeze Town on the edge of the forest. Lin Kai stood at the fork, his eyes moving between the 2 paths. On one side is the secret about Ella's background, and on the other are the lives of hundreds of innocent people. This choice will determine their future fate. The howling of the monsters grew louder, and the ground began to shake slightly. Roy clenched his broken sword, his knuckles turning white from the grip. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to stay calm, and recalled every combat rule he had learned during training. Ella carefully hid behind a sturdy oak tree, her eyes quickly scanning the surroundings, her mind racing. To the east, 7 wind wolves, 2 spiked boars. Ella's voice was surprisingly calm, her red eyes shining with the hunter's spirit. Long-term frustration and anxiety seemed to find an outlet in this moment. But she remembered Lin Kai's advice: do not reveal your true strength. Lin Kai gave commands using short dragon language and hand signals. He pointed to some bushes and narrow passages, indicating the need to set up obstacles and use the terrain. Roy immediately acted, using a rope and broken branches he carried to make simple traps and barriers. Ella followed Lin Kai's instructions, bringing a few medium-sized stones and stacking them at key points as makeshift throwing weapons. The first wave of wind wolves charged out of the woods. Their eyes were bright red, saliva dripping from their mouths, completely losing their usual cunning, only driven by a wild desire to attack. They ignored the crude obstacles and lunged straight ahead. "Hold the line," Roy shouted, rushing to meet the frontmost wind wolf. His swordsmanship was still stiff from training, but his steps were steady. Every block and slash was done with all his strength. He struck one wolf on the nose with his sword, causing it to whimper and retreat, while he narrowly avoided the attack of another. Ella stood in front of Lin Kai, playing her role. When a wind wolf tried to circle around Roy from the side, she let out a perfectly timed cry, appearing to panic as she threw a stone. The stone hit the wolf's front leg precisely, producing a clear cracking sound. The wolf howled in pain and fell to the ground, losing its ability to move. "Luck is on my side," Roy called out hurriedly, thinking Ella's action was a lucky accident in her panic. He fought to block a wind wolf's bite, a scratch of blood appearing on his arm from its claws. Lin Kai watched the battle calmly from behind the tree. He noticed that the wolves' attacks were disorganized, relying entirely on instinct. which confirmed they were in an abnormal state. He made a few sounds, and Ella immediately understood. She pretended to slip, falling while kicking a stone away. The stone rolled just right to block the charging path of another wind wolf, giving Roy a chance to fight back. Roy seized the moment. He lunged and stabbed through the wind wolf's throat. Warm blood splattered on his face. He was stunned. This was the first time he had truly killed a monster. But he couldn't think too much. 2 more wind wolves were already rushing toward him. Right side, Lin Kai shouted in the common language, which was their prearranged simple command. Roy instinctively stepped to the right. His broken sword swung across, and just blocked one wind wolf's sharp teeth. The strong impact made his arm numb, but he stayed steady. The other wind wolf was hit on the head by Ella's, accidentally, thrown water pouch, slowing its movement for a moment. The fight gradually came under control. Roy realized that although Lin Kai couldn't fight directly, his commands were perfectly timed and always pointed out the key moment. Ella's seemingly clumsy actions often unintentionally helped resolve dangers. Roy started to cooperate more with Lin Kai's instructions. His swordsmanship became more flexible and practical, no longer just formal. When 2 wild boars with spines on their backs roared out of the woods, the battle became tense. These tough, thick-skinned creatures were not easy for the broken sword to handle. They lowered their heads, sharp tusks aimed at Roy, and their hind legs scraped the ground. "Draw them away, trap," Lin Kai quickly said. Roy understood immediately. He moved to one side, shouted loudly to attract the boar's attention. Ella pretended to be scared and ran backward, kicking aside some scattered stones in a panic. One of the boars was drawn by her and turned to chase after her. Just as the boar was about to hit Ella, she seemed to trip over a root, screamed, and fell forward. The boar lost its balance, its front hooves stepping into a shallow trap Roy had set, a pit covered with branches and leaves. The pit was shallow and couldn't trap it, but the stumble made it lose balance. The other boar was led into a narrow passage by Roy. There, a tripwire worked perfectly. The boar's front legs got tangled in the rope. Although it quickly broke free, its speed was noticeably slower. "Eyes!" Lin Kai shouted. Roy responded instinctively. As the boar struggled free, he rolled close and accurately stabbed his broken sword into the boar's eye. The wild boar let out a loud, piercing scream and frantically shook its head, throwing Roy and his sword out of the fight. At that moment, the boar that Ella had distracted had broken free from the trap and charged again. Ella closed her eyes in fear, hurriedly pushed her hands forward, and weakly pressed them against the boar's forehead. With a loud thud, the boar's charge suddenly stopped. It wobbled and then fell heavily to the ground, blood dripping from its nose and mouth. To outsiders, it looked as if the boar had accidentally knocked itself out on Ella's hand. "Oh my goodness!" Roy crawled up from the ground, just in time to see this scene. He was so shocked he couldn't speak. He thought it was just another of incredible luck. The other boar, which was blind in one eye, was quickly taken down with their teamwork. Roy used its blind spot to keep bothering it, and finally, Ella, accidentally, threw a stone that ended its life. When the last howling wind wolf ran into the forest in despair, the battle was finally over. Roy, leaning on his broken sword, gasped for breath. His body was covered in dirt and blood, and his arm hurt badly, but his face was full of excitement. "We did it! Lin Kai? Ella! We won!" he shouted excitedly, looking at Lin Kai and Ella with a new level of trust and admiration. Ella got up from the ground, brushed off the dirt, and walked over to Lin Kai. Her red eyes showed a questioning look, as if asking whether her performance was good enough. Lin Kai nodded slightly, showing a hint of approval. Roy started cleaning up the battlefield. He cut off some useful wolf pelts and boar tusks, which could be traded for supplies. As he worked, he excitedly reviewed the fight. "Lin Kai, your command was amazing. And Ella, your luck was incredible. If you hadn't kept blocking them every time." Ella blinked innocently, showing a pure, naive expression. Lin Kai's lips twitched slightly, but he didn't explain. As the sunset faded, they carried their loot and valuable combat experience back to their temporary camp. Roy was still immersed in the joy of victory, but he didn't notice that Lin Kai's gaze was always alert, scanning the surrounding forest. He also didn't notice Ella occasionally stopping to look deeper into the woods, where the call still lingered, hidden beneath the noise of the battle. In this battle, they not only defeated the monsters, but also unknowingly formed the beginning of a true team. Trust was built through life-and-death moments, and teamwork grew through the flashes of swords and blades. Although the road ahead was still full of fog, they knew that as long as the three of them worked together, they could face anything with courage. The sunset cast long shadows of the three friends as they returned to their temporary camp along the same path. Roy led the way, his steps slightly heavy from exhaustion, but his back was straight. He kept looking back to check on Lin Kai and Ella. His broken sword was sheathed, but his right hand stayed on the hilt, ready for danger. Ella held Lin Kai gently and followed behind with light steps. Her silver hair fluttered in the evening breeze, and her red eyes scanned the trees nearby. She no longer looked anxious or restless like before. The fight seemed to have drained her excess energy and made her forget the mysterious call for now. Lin Kai stayed quietly in Ella's arms, watching Roy's back with his black eyes. He could see the change in the young apprentice knight. He was not only more steady in his movements, but also showed a new inner confidence. The boy who used to sweat nervously during battles was now learning how to focus and stay aware of his surroundings while moving. Back at the camp, Roy quickly checked the alarm systems around him to make sure they hadn't been tampered with. Satisfied, he let out a breath of relief. He took off his backpack and started sorting the day's loot. A few intact wind wolf skins, some wild boar tusks, and a handful of herbs he had picked up along the way. These wolf skins should sell well after tanning, Roy said as he cleaned the blood off the skins. The boar tusks can be polished into daggers or decorations. There was pride in his voice. It was the first time he had earned a reward through his own strength. Ella carefully laid Lin Kai on a bed of dry grass, then crouched beside Roy, curious as she watched him handle the materials. When Roy took out herbs to treat his wound, she suddenly reached out and said, "Let me do it." In Roy's surprised gaze, Ella skillfully crushed the herbs and applied them to his arm. Her movements were surprisingly gentle, very different from the clumsy girl she usually was. Roy suddenly remembered that during the previous battle, Ella's seemingly frantic actions actually carefully avoided danger. "Ella, today you..." Roy hesitated, unsure how to express his confusion. Ella looked up, blinking her red eyes, and showed an innocent smile. "Kiki taught me." This answer made Roy feel relieved. He turned to Lin Kai, full of gratitude. "Thank you, Lin Kai. If it weren't for your leadership, we might not have made it back today." Lin Kai shook his head slightly, pointing at Roy, then Ella, and finally himself. The simple gesture clearly meant the victory belongs to the three of them. As night fell, a campfire flickered in the center of the camp, casting shadows on their faces. Roy took out the wolf meat they gathered today, cutting it into small pieces and skewering them on sticks to roast. Ella carefully applied their special seasoning to the meat. Soon, a tempting aroma filled the camp. During dinner, Roy couldn't help but review today's fight. "When that wild boar charged at us, I really thought it was over," he said, taking a bite of roasted meat, recalling the danger. But luckily, Ella was just in the right spot. Lin Kai listened quietly, occasionally sharing his thoughts with simple words or gestures. He noticed that Roy, while describing the fight, was able to accurately point out his own mistakes and areas for improvement. This young apprentice knight was growing quickly. "I think we need better teamwork," Roy said seriously, putting down his skewer. "Today, a lot depended on quick reactions. If we face a stronger enemy, it could be very dangerous." Ella nodded, seeming to understand, but also more focused on whether her roasted meat was cooked just right. When she confirmed it was crispy outside and tender inside, she carefully tore off a piece and offered it to Lin Kai. Lin Kai took the food, but his gaze stayed on Roy. He pointed at Roy's arm and then at his own head. Roy was surprised but then understood. It meant, in battle, courage and strength are important, but thinking and strategy are just as vital. "I understand," Roy nodded seriously. "Next time, we should make a more detailed plan before fighting." After dinner, Roy began to take care of his equipment. The broken edge of the sword had several chips, and he carefully repaired it with a whetstone. The tears in his leather armor were also sewn up carefully. He worked meticulously on these small tasks, as if the equipment was not just simple gear, but a symbol of knightly honor. Ella leaned against a big tree, watching Roy busy at work. Suddenly, she softly said to Lin Kai, "He has changed." Lin Kai nodded in agreement. Something was happening to Roy. The naivety of a trainee knight was fading, replaced by a stronger, more resilient aura. This change was not only from today's fight, but also from his understanding of his responsibilities. It was late at night, and Roy offered to keep watch. He sat on a stone at the edge of the camp, the broken sword resting on his lap, alertly scanning the darkness around him. The moonlight shone on his young face, showing a calmness beyond his age. Linkai and Ella lay close together on a bed of animal skins. Ella's breathing gradually became steady and deep, but Linkai couldn't fall asleep for a long time. His mind kept replaying the day's battle, analyzing every detail, thinking about how to make their team stronger. He noticed that Ella had improved in controlling her strength during the fight. Those seemingly accidental moves were actually carefully calculated. Roy was also learning to think during battles, no longer rushing blindly. This budding understanding was more valuable than any fighting skill. From afar, a few wolf howls sounded, but this time, the wildness in their voices was gone, replaced by the natural rhythm of the forest night. Roy clenched his sword tighter, but soon relaxed again. He had learned to distinguish different sounds, knowing these wolves were just communicating normally. When the first light of dawn broke through the trees, Roy still kept a watchful stance. His eyes were bloodshot, but he remained focused. Seeing Linkai wake up, he showed a tired but satisfied smile. "Good morning," he said softly, his voice a little hoarse from a sleepless night. "It's very quiet around here, no unusual signs." Linkai sat up and looked at the young knight, who seemed to have grown a bit more overnight. He pointed at Roy and made a resting gesture. Roy shook his head. "I'm not tired yet." But the fatigue at the corner of his eyes betrayed him. Ella was also awakened by their movements. She rubbed her eyes and sat up, her silver hair messy over her shoulders. Seeing Roy still on watch, she tilted her head and thought for a moment, then walked over to him and looked toward the forest, mimicking his stance. At this moment, in the soft glow of dawn, 3 figures sat quietly at the edge of the camp. They came from different races, had different experiences, but were brought together by fate. Yesterday's battle showed them each other's strengths, and tonight's peace made them trust one another. The forest was still deep and full of mystery. The danger was not gone, but on this ordinary morning, a silent bond called understanding was quietly growing among the 3. It was invisible and intangible, but stronger than any weapon, enough to help them face any challenge ahead. The morning fog had not fully lifted when the sound of steady horse hooves came from the forest trail. Roy immediately stood alert, his right hand on his sword, eyes sharp as he looked toward the sound. Ella also stopped playing with her roasted meat, her red eyes narrowing slightly, like a small animal sensing danger. Linkai sat quietly by the campfire, calm but with a hint of deep thought in his eyes. Soon, a well-equipped mercenary team appeared in sight. There were 5 of them, each riding a strong horse, dressed in matching leather armor, with weapons swinging gently as they moved. Leading the group was a middle-aged man with a short beard, his eyes sharp like a hawk, scanning the camp with a professional gaze. Behind him was a young woman carrying a longbow. Her gaze lingered briefly on Ella's silver hair before shifting away naturally. In the middle was a burly man with a heavy battle axe at his waist. At the back were 2 younger mercenaries, one with a pouch of potions hanging at his waist, the other responsible for leading a pack horse carrying supplies. "Relax, young man," the short-bearded man called out as he reined in his horse outside the camp, offering Roy a reassuring smile. "We are the Grey Wolf mercenary team. We're just passing through." Roy remained cautious, keeping his guard as he carefully observed this suddenly appearing group. The Grey Wolf mercenaries were somewhat known in the area for being reliable and non-confrontational when completing tasks. But that alone was not enough for him to trust them easily. "I am the leader, Graham." The short-bearded man introduced himself confidently and signaled to the team behind him to stay still. "We are on a mission, heading to Blackstone Fortress in the north." At that moment, the woman carrying a longbow gently sniffed the air and looked at the fire where meat was roasting. "That's a very special smell," she said with a smile. "Did you use some special spices?" Ira instinctively moved closer to Linkai, her small hand clenched into a fist. He noticed that her gaze was fixed on the woman with the longbow, as if sensing something unusual. Roy answered carefully, "Just some common herbs from the forest." He didn't reveal anything about special seasonings. Captain Green nodded and quickly looked around the camp, finally stopping his gaze on Lin Kai. A baby appearing deep in the forest was very unusual, but his expression remained calm, as if he was used to seeing strange things. This part of the forest has been quite restless lately, Green said seriously. We've seen many monsters acting strangely. You're camping here, so be very careful. Roy hesitated but decided to share some information. We've also noticed this. Yesterday, we encountered a group of wild wolves and boars that seemed to be going crazy. Hearing this, the mercenaries looked serious. The woman with the longbow exchanged a quick look with Green, then softly asked, "Did you notice anything special about those strange monsters? Like some kind of mark or unusual energy?" This question made Lin Kai think. He remembered the red eyes and wild behavior of the monsters from yesterday's fight. They didn't seem natural, but he stayed silent, letting Roy handle the conversation. "They looked very crazy, with red eyes," Roy said honestly. "That's all I noticed." Green took a water bag from his saddle and took a sip, then casually asked, "By the way, have you heard any stories or rumors about this forest? Maybe about some ancient creature awakening?" Iris stiffened slightly, but quickly returned to normal. Only Lin Kai beside her noticed this small change. Roy shook his head. "We're just staying here for now. We don't know much about the forest's legends." At that moment, the tall, silent man suddenly spoke, his voice like distant thunder. "Captain, it's getting late. We should keep moving." Graham nodded and said to Roy, "Young man, good luck. If you run into trouble, come to Blackstone Fortress. The Grey Wolf mercenary group has a temporary base there." After saying this, he turned his horse around and led his team down the trail. The woman carrying a long bow looked back at Ella before leaving, a faint smile on her lips. It wasn't until the mercenary team disappeared completely into the woods that Roy relaxed. However, his brow was tightly furrowed. "They seemed to be looking for something," he whispered to Lin Kai. "Ancient creatures. What could they mean?" Lin Kai didn't answer. He kept his eyes fixed on where the mercenaries had vanished. The woman with the long bow gave him a strange feeling. Her gaze on Ella was curious, as if she sensed something. Ella tugged at Lin Kai's sleeve and whispered, "That woman. She smells very strange. It's a bit like." But not exactly. Her voice grew softer, as if she couldn't quite explain what she felt. That afternoon, Roy decided to go to the nearby creek to fetch water. Not long after he left, Ella suddenly became restless, pacing back and forth beside Lin Kai. "The call has appeared again," she said, clutching her chest. "And it's stronger than before." Lin Kai held her hand, trying to comfort her. But this time, it didn't work as well. Ella's forehead was covered in tiny beads of sweat, and her breathing grew rapid. "It's angry," Ella said, trembling. "Very angry." Just then, Roy hurried back to the camp, looking very worried. "Something's happening at the creek," he panted. "I found this." He opened his palm, revealing a broken piece of leather armor. On it was a clear wolf head emblem, the same symbol as the Grey Wolf mercenary team from this morning. The fragment was stained with fresh dark red blood. "There are signs of a fight," Roy added. But strangely, no bodies or other clues. Lin Kai stared at the broken piece, quickly recalling every detail of the mercenary team from this morning. Captain Green's calm eyes, the tall, impatient man, and the woman with the long bow who looked at Ella with a special gaze. Suddenly, he realized that the seemingly random encounter earlier might be more complicated than it appeared. Why did the mercenary team, claiming to head to Blackstone Fortress, appear so close to their camp at the creek? Ella's breathing grew faster. She tightly held Lin Kai's hand, a faint silver glow flashing in her red eyes. "That call. It's warning us." Roy clenched the blood-stained mercenary badge, his knuckles turning white from the grip. The discovery by the creek cast a dark shadow over the event. He hurried back to the camp, handed the badge to Lin Kai, and described the strange scene. Clear signs of a fight, yet no bodies, and suspiciously little blood, almost as if someone had cleaned the scene on purpose. Lin Kai took the badge, rubbing the intricate wolf head carving with his fingertips. He noticed slight wear on the edges and a faint flicker of strange energy on the metal surface, very different from the wild chaos in the forest earlier, colder and more deliberate. Ella sniffed nearby, her red eyes showing disgust and caution. She whispered to Lin Kai, "There's a bad smell, different from the forest, more sneaky. We need to find out what they really encountered," Roy said firmly. He looked at Lin Kai. I want to try to catch up with them, at least, to see if the badge's owner is still alive and what they're searching for in the forest. Lin Kai hesitated for a moment, then nodded. He signaled to Roy that this was mainly an exploration to avoid conflict and indicated Ella to come along. Her presence could help sense most dangers early. Although Ella instinctively disliked getting close to the mercenaries again, she obediently stood beside Roy. They tracked in the direction the mercenaries had left. Ella used her extraordinary senses to help Roy avoid several areas with strange auras. About an hour later, they reached the edge of a relatively open forest clearing and saw the Grey Wolf team again. Unlike the neatness of early morning, at this moment they seemed to have just experienced a hurried encounter. A young mercenary has fresh bandages on his arm, and his saddlebag is torn. Captain Grimm squats on the ground, examining some faint footprints with a serious expression. The woman carrying a longbow, named Lena, is perched in a nearby tree, watching the surroundings carefully. Roy takes a deep breath and steps out of hiding, holding up a badge to show he means no harm. Captain Grimm, the mercenaries immediately become alert, but relax slightly when they see Roy. Grimm stands up and looks at the badge in Roy's hand, his eyes narrowing. This is our team's badge. Where did you find it, young man? Near a creek not far from our camp. Roy replies honestly, describing the scene. No bodies, and the fight marks have been cleaned up. Is this your people? Grimm exchanges a glance with Lena in the tree, then takes the badge and nods heavily. Hank, our scout. He left the team yesterday evening to scout ahead and hasn't come back since. He touches the badge thoughtfully, speaking in a low voice. It seems he met with trouble, and the other side was very skilled. What exactly are you looking for in the forest? Roy seizes the chance to ask the main question. Or rather, what is targeting you? Grimm looks at Roy for a few seconds, then glances at Ella, who stands quietly behind him, as if weighing his options. Finally, he sighs and gestures for Roy to sit down. It's not a problem to tell you. After all, the strange events in this forest probably affect everyone. He lowers his voice. Our mission is to find traces of the Dragon Clan. Dragon Clan? Roy is surprised. This word, usually found in epics and legends, is spoken by a seasoned mercenary. Yes, legend says that deep in this forest, the last of the dragons sleep, or at least, secrets related to them are hidden, Grimm explains. In recent months, there have been strange energy fluctuations and wild beast disturbances across the continent. Some scholars believe this is connected to the awakening of dragon powers or the appearance of their ruins. Many forces are secretly acting. We are just one hired team investigating this. Lena gracefully jumped down from the tree and added, but we might have underestimated how dangerous this mission is. The enemies in the forest are not just crazy beasts. There are other things too. They act secretly and are very ruthless. Hank's disappearance is probably their doing. We are searching for the dragon relics, but they seem to be blocking anyone from getting close or are looking for a specific key. Key? Roy caught the word. Just a guess, Grimm said, his gaze casually sweeping over Ella's striking silver hair in the faint forest light. In ancient legends, the power of dragons sometimes passes in unexpected ways. Certain bloodlines or special individuals might be the key to awakening or opening something. Ella trembled slightly, almost unnoticeably, and instinctively moved closer to Roy. Sensing her unease, Roy quickly changed the subject. So, the strange behavior of the beasts in the forest might be related to this. Very likely, Grimm nodded. A powerful energy source or awakening relics can disturb the magic field around them, affecting creatures with fragile minds. We brought detection devices, and the deeper we go into the forest, the more chaotic and intense the readings become. He paused, looking meaningfully at Roy. You chose to camp near that area, which is very close to an energy anomaly. Be extremely careful. This exchange of information gave Roy far more than he expected. He thanked Grimm for the warning and prepared to return to the camp with Ella. As they were about to leave, Lena suddenly called out and handed him a small bundle of arrows wrapped in oilcloth. Here, young man. These are enchanted arrows with a dispel effect. They are low-level enchantments, but they might work on some things. The water in the forest is deeper than it looks. On the way back, Roy felt heavy-hearted. The legends of dragons, the ambitions of various factions, hidden enemies, and the subtle hints in Grimm's words and Lena's eyes all pointed to one conclusion. They had been caught in a huge and dangerous whirlpool, and Ella, the girl with mysterious origins and special powers, was likely at the very eye of the storm. He shared all the information openly with Lin Kai. Lin Kai listened quietly, his dark eyes deep and unfathomable. He gently patted Ella, who was curled up nearby and unusually silent. The pieces of the truth were slowly coming together. Deep in the forest, the call of the wild, Ella's mysterious background, the beast's uprising, the secretive disappearance of mercenaries, and everyone's search for the dragon relics. These clues are like threads that eventually come together at their small camp. Roy looked at Lin Kai, who was silent, and Ella, who was nervous. He clenched the bundle of arrows given by Lena. He realized that just hiding might no longer keep them safe. They needed to take action to learn the truth and control their future. But first, they had to become stronger, not just in fighting skills, but also in understanding the hidden rules of this world. The Grey Wolf mercenary team disappeared into the forest trail, leaving behind many mysteries and a heavy atmosphere. Roy sat alone on a stone at the edge of the camp, absent-mindedly touching the broken magic arrows Lena had given him. The cold, hard feel of the arrow shaft helped calm his restless mind, but the words of Captain Graham kept echoing in his head. Dragon relics, energy anomalies, the key. These words stirred uneasy ripples in his heart, like stones thrown into a calm lake. He looked up at Ella, who was preparing dinner. The silver-haired girl was carefully spreading a special sauce on a piece of meat. Her focused face looked especially pure in the flickering firelight. This purity contrasted sharply with the turbulent undercurrent in Graham's words, making Roy feel a strong desire to protect her. Suddenly, Ella stopped her movements. She put down the meat and stood up, imitating Captain Graham's steady stride, pacing back and forth by the campfire. She frowned slightly, trying to tighten her lips and mimic the seasoned mercenary's experienced look. But her ruby-like eyes still sparkled with childlike curiosity, making her imitation both clumsy and adorable. Young one. She lowered her voice, imitating Graham's tone. This forest is not safe. Her young voice struggled to sound serious, and she tiptoed to keep her balance. Roy, lost in thought, couldn't help but laugh. Lin Kai sat quietly among the gnarled roots of an old oak tree, watching this scene. He didn't stop Ella's game, but saw it as a good opportunity. Ella's understanding of human social rules was still shallow. These childish imitations might be her first step toward understanding complex relationships. He nodded gently, indicating that Roy could cooperate with this sudden acting class. With his approval, Ella became more engaged. She picked up a straight stick, slung it over her shoulder like Lena, and then tiptoed, imitating the agile tree-climbing move of a female archer. Unfortunately, she underestimated the flexibility of the stick and almost slipped, but she caught a hanging vine just in time. Feeling stubborn, she puffed her cheeks and tried again. This time, she steadied herself and even turned to give Lin Kai a proud smile. See, do I look like that, big sister? She mimicked Lena's archery stance, focusing her red eyes as if aiming at a distant target. The sunset's glow filtered through the leaves, dancing on her silver hair. Her focused look reminded Roy of his first time holding a bow on the training ground. Next, Ella started to imitate the strong, burly man in the team. She spread her legs, puffed her cheeks, patted her non-existent chest with small hands, and roared loudly. Where's my axe? Her exaggerated performance made her cough from the effort, her face turning red. Roy couldn't hold back his laughter, and his cheerful laugh seemed to lift some of the gloom from the past days. As night fell, the campfire crackled, casting long shadows of the three. Ella's acting show paused. She sat next to Lin Kai, nibbling on a piece of roasted meat, but her red eyes kept flicking around, as if planning her next performance. Roy wiped tears of laughter from his eyes and suddenly had an idea. Lin Kai, he said, turning to the silent baby, Ella is so quick to learn. Why don't we take this chance to teach her more? Like, how to act like a normal girl in a human town. This suggestion made Lin Kai's eyes light up with approval. He reached out and gently patted Ella's arm, then pointed at Roy, signaling that this teaching task should be led by the apprentice knight. Starting the next day, the camp became a special classroom. Roy began teaching the basics. how to tell edible wild fruits from poisonous mushrooms, which herbs could stop bleeding, and which to avoid. He gathered various plants and patiently explained their properties and uses. Ella learned quickly, often remembering after just one demonstration, and sometimes even pointing out mistakes in Roy's explanations. "Here," she said, holding up a piece of the hemostatic herb Roy had just introduced, tilting her head. "It looks like the one from yesterday, but the leaf veins are different. Its taste is a bit more bitter." Her sharp perception amazed Roy. Although Lin Kai couldn't speak, he always used gestures and simple dragon words to help at key moments. When Roy explained the idea of trading, Lin Kai took out several colorful stones and demonstrated the barter process. Ella watched intently and quickly understood the meaning of equal exchange. "So," she said thoughtfully, "we use tasty meat to trade for old Phil's salt and cloth, just like trading shiny stones for other shiny stones." Her dragon-style analogy made Roy smile. But he had to admit she grasped the main point. The hardest part for Roy was teaching social rules for humans. Ella's questions often pointed to the most contradictory parts of human nature. Why can't we throw annoying people into the pond? She blinked with her pure red eyes, clearly remembering how she pushed Roy into the water twice before. If they do bad things first, why can't we punish them? Roy scratched his head, trying to find the right words. Because everyone has guards to protect them. If we punish others randomly, it would be like those bad mercenaries, breaking the rules. Are rules more important than reason? Ella asked again. This question made Roy speechless. He looked at Lin Kai and saw that the baby dragon also looked thoughtful. Finally, Lin Kai made a complex gesture, comparing rules to small paths in a forest, sometimes winding, but helping everyone stay on the right track. Ella nodded as if she understood, but at least she remembered the rule. You can't just throw people around. In the days that followed, Ella made visible progress. She learned to hide behind Roy when strangers approached, acting shy. She learned to say, "Thank you," when helped, and to admit her mistakes by lowering her head. She even started to imitate Roy's bow. Though her small body made the knightly gesture look a bit awkward, her serious expression always making people feel fond of her. One evening, Ella finished a very complex imitation. She first mimicked Captain Graham's steps around the yard, then struck an arrow pose like Lena, and finally shouted the call to end work in a rough voice like a strong man. The entire performance flowed smoothly, capturing the unique traits of the three characters perfectly. Roy couldn't help but clap. "Amazing. Ella, you're a natural actor." Ella happily ran to Lin Kai, her bright red eyes waiting eagerly for praise. Lin Kai gently brushed her slightly messy silver hair, his eyes full of pride. He knew that these seemingly playful imitations were helping Ella build a connection with the human world. Every successful performance meant she could better hide her special nature and live more safely in this dangerous world. As night fell, Ella leaned on Lin Kai and fell into a deep sleep, a small smile still on her face from practicing her imitation. Roy sat by the campfire, gazing at the starry sky. Over the past days, he had learned more about Ella. She was like a rough gemstone, full of talent but fragile, needing careful care. "She is learning how to become a human, Roy whispered to Lin Kai. "And we are learning how to protect her." Lin Kai quietly watched Ella sleep. His hand unconsciously patted her back, as if comforting a normal child. The moonlight shone like liquid silver over the camp, gently wrapping the three of them. In this dangerous forest, the bond crossing different races was quietly growing into the strongest armor. Afternoon sunlight filtered through sparse clouds, shining on the busy market in Windy Town. Lin Kai's barbecue stall still had a long line of customers. The rich aroma seemed to grip every passerby's steps like an invisible hand. Roy skillfully turned skewers on the hot stones, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, but his face was full of satisfaction. Ella sat quietly on a wooden box behind the stall, nibbling on a charred rib. Her red eyes seemed to scan the crowd aimlessly, but she was actually alert, watching for any signs of trouble. Business was better than expected. The heavy purse at Roy's waist jingled with coins, making a pleasant sound like music. But beneath this lively scene, danger was lurking. Several men dressed in rough cloth, with shifty eyes, had been circling around the stall all morning, like hyenas sensing blood. Lin Kai was carefully holding Ella in his arms. His calm, dark eyes had already taken in the suspicious onlookers. They were not like ordinary customers. Their eyes always greedily swept over the busy Roy, finally settling on the bulging money pouch. Lin Kai gently pinched Ella's arm, exchanging a look that only the two of them understood as a warning. Ella's action of biting into the meat paused slightly. Her red eyes quickly shifted toward the group of men, and her pupils subtly constricted. She remembered the smell of sweat, cheap beer, and greed that mixed in the air. Roy was not completely unaware. As an apprentice knight, he had a basic sense of malice. Every time he handed over a meat skewer and received coins, he felt several sticky eyes watching his hands. He forced himself to stay calm, moving quickly, but his muscles tensed quietly, like a crouching predator. He subtly moved the money pouch behind him, closer to Ella and Lin Kai. "Hey, buddy, business is good," a mocking voice said. The crowd around seemed to part as if pushed by an invisible hand. A burly man with a fierce, scarred face, accompanied by two followers, swaggered to the stall. His bare arms were covered with old scars, and his curved dagger swung with his steps, giving off a dangerous vibe. He was a member of the Bloodblade mercenary group, who had previously come to collect protection fees. The air in front of the stall instantly froze. The townspeople in line instinctively stepped back, showing fear on their faces. The lively atmosphere suddenly became eerily quiet. Roy's heart sank sharply, but he still tried to keep calm. "Would you like to buy some grilled meat?" he asked, trying to sound confident and respectful. The scarred man sneered, his rough finger pointing at Roy's waist pouch, almost spitting on Roy's face. "Buy? No, I'm here to collect. The peace tax in this area. Aren't you supposed to pay it? Not this again." Roy clenched his iron skewer tightly, his knuckles turning white. The guard never imposed any peace tax. "This is under the jurisdiction of the king's law." "King's law?" The scarred man burst into laughter, along with his two followers behind him. "In this windy town, what the Bloodblade says is the law." He suddenly slapped the stall's wooden board, causing the meat skewers on top to jump. "Enough talk. If you don't hand over 5 silver coins today, I'll tear down this broken stall." Ella put down the half-eaten rib and slowly stood up. Inside her small body, it seemed as if a storm was gathering, her red eyes coldly fixed on the scar-faced man. The look no longer held any childish innocence, but showed the calmness of a top predator. The air around seemed to grow colder. The scar-faced man felt a strange chill from her gaze, but in front of everyone, he couldn't show fear in front of a little girl. "What are you looking at?" "Little girl, believe it or not, I'll." He cursed and reached out to push Ella away. Just as his dirty hand was about to touch Ella's shoulder, Lin Kai, who had been silent, suddenly made a short, clear sound. It wasn't a baby's babble, but a strange rhythmic tone. Ella moved as fast as lightning. No one saw how she did it, only hearing a soft sound. The scar-faced man let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered as his wrist bent at a strange angle. "My hand! My hand!" the scar-faced man cried, clutching his wrist, his face pale with pain and cold sweat pouring down. His two followers were so scared they froze, backing away in terror, staring at the expressionless silver-haired girl. Ella simply shook her hand lightly, as if she had just swatted away an annoying fly. She sat back on the wooden box, picked up the leftover rib, and continued nibbling as if nothing had happened. Roy suppressed his shock. He knew Lin Kai and Ella were protecting him and his stall. He took a deep breath, stepped forward, and said in a firm voice to the trembling scar-faced man and his frightened followers, "Go back and tell your leader that we do honest business, protected by the kingdom's laws and the guards. If you come back again, it won't just be your wrist that gets broken." His voice was quiet, but carried the firm tone of a trainee knight, clearly heard across the quiet market. The townspeople watched this scene with mixed feelings, shock, relief, and deep worry. The two followers, seeing they had no choice, hurriedly helped the crying scar-faced man and pushed through the crowd, running away without even a harsh word. The danger was temporarily over, but Roy knew this was not the end. The Bloodblade mercenary group was vengeful. After being humiliated in front of so many people today, they would not let this go easily. He looked at Lin Kai and Ella, his eyes full of mixed feelings, gratitude, fear, and worry about the future. Lin Kai looked back at him calmly, his dark eyes deep and quiet like an old well. as if he had already expected all this. He gently patted Ella's arm to signal her to relax. Ella tilted her head to look at Lin Kai, then at Roy, who looked serious. She didn't quite understand why the atmosphere was still so tense. For her, just chasing away the annoying flies was enough to end the trouble. Roy started greeting the customers again, but his movements were noticeably faster. He needed to finish quickly and leave this place of trouble. Today's earnings were good, but the problems might be even bigger. When the last skewer of grilled meat was sold, Roy quickly packed up his tools and tightly tucked the heavy money bag into his pocket. He picked up his tool basket with one hand and instinctively reached out to hold Lin Kai, but saw that Ella had already stepped in first, holding Lin Kai securely and standing protectively in front of him. The setting sun stretched their shadows long across the ground as they walked through the gradually quieting market toward the forest. Behind them, watchful eyes hidden in the corners looked at their backs coldly, like poisonous snakes. The sheep had revealed their horns, and the hunters sharpened their claws in the darkness. The night in the forest was destined to be restless. The afterglow of the sunset stretched their shadows long and thin, like three hurried silhouettes rushing toward the forest's embrace. Leaving behind the watchful eyes of the market, Roy's tense nerves didn't relax. The heavy money bag in his arms felt like a hot coal, constantly reminding him of the danger ahead. He walked quickly, glancing back now and then to make sure no one was following. Ella held Lin Kai quietly behind Roy. She didn't fully understand Roy's nervousness, but Lin Kai's serious warning earlier made her realize trouble was coming. Her red eyes shone brightly in the fading dusk, like small lanterns, keenly sensing any unusual movement or smell in the woods. Lin Kai leaned on Ella's shoulder, his small brow furrowed slightly. His mind was racing, analyzing the current situation. The Bloodblade mercenaries had been publicly humiliated at the market, and given their style, revenge was almost certain. During the day in town, they might still worry about the guards, but at night in the forest, the line between law and chaos becomes blurry. This is the best time for them to strike. Their goals are clear: regain their pride, steal money, and possibly silence their enemies. They must be ready. When they returned to their camp at the edge of the forest, Roy immediately put down his basket of tools and began to count their supplies for defense. "We have too few weapons," he said worriedly, picking up a broken sword and some sharpened sticks. "This is all we have, plus a few broken magic arrows Lena gave us. They might be enough for 1 or 2 thugs, but if the Bloodblade gang sends experienced mercenaries," Lena signaled to Ella to put him on the ground. He crawled to the center of the camp and used small branches to draw on the soft mud. First, he drew a circle to represent their camp, then marked the locations of trees, rocks, and the pond that had formed from the vegetable garden. His drawing was simple but clear, quickly outlining the terrain around the camp. Roy and Ella crouched nearby, watching carefully. Lin Kai looked up, his calm black eyes fixed on Roy, then pointed to the simple map and to some miscellaneous items they had collected: leftover ropes, some polished stones, empty jars used to collect slime, and even some charcoal and oil from a previous barbecue. Roy was momentarily stunned, then suddenly understood. "I see. We can't fight head-on. We need to use the terrain and traps." A new sense of strength filled him, easing some of his worries. He began to act according to Lin Kai's instructions. First, he set up a few simple tripwires around the camp, especially along the small path coming from Windbreeze Town. He used ropes and flexible branches, hiding them under leaves and grass. The other end was tied to hanging baskets filled with stones or empty cans that would make loud noises if triggered. Even if they didn't cause harm, they would alert them quickly. Next, he dug shallow pits behind bushes and in blind spots, placing sharpened, fire-hardened sticks at the bottom, cleverly covered with leaves. He also used slopes to pile rocks of different sizes behind weak points, creating simple rolling stone traps. Lin Kai then directed Ella to work on another task. He crushed the charcoal and mixed it with oil to make a thick black paste. He carefully instructed Ella to apply it around some dry bushes and grass near the camp. This was their last line of defense. If danger came, they could set it on fire to block the enemy temporarily. He also told Ella to bury some empty cans at key entrances of the camp, filling them with small stones so that when stepped on, they would make noise. Ella was very interested in setting traps. She was strong and quick, easily moving heavy stones that Roy struggled with, and silently tying tripwires to high branches. She followed Lin Kai's gestures and signals very carefully, learning quickly. Soon, she could set simple traps on her own. Roy watched Ella busy with her work and felt a mix of feelings. The girl had great strength, but was so pure. She seemed to see setting traps as a new kind of game, but this game was about their survival. Ella, Roy asked during a break, if someone comes tonight, are you afraid? Ella was carefully fitting a sharp stone into A. She looked up at him, her red eyes showing a bit of confusion. Afraid? Why? Kakai said they're here to take our meat and shiny, bad stuff. She waved the stone that reflected a little in the moonlight and said confidently, protect our things and chase them away. That's right, isn't it? Her simple and direct logic made Roy speechless for a moment. Then he felt a strange sense of peace. In Ella's world, right and wrong seemed clear. Protecting what's theirs was natural. This made some of the moral worries and fears before the fight fade away. Night fully covered the forest. Only faint, carefully hidden embers of the campfire remained, giving a little light and warmth. All the traps were set. Roy and Ella each kept watch in different directions, following Lin Kai's plan, able to signal each other if needed. Lin Kai was in a safe, central tree hollow, where he could see everything and be protected by Ella and Roy if necessary. The night breeze rustled through the treetops, making a soft sound that covered the usual insects chirping. The air felt heavy, like a storm was about to break. Roy tightly grips the broken sword, his palms slightly sweaty from nervousness. He forces himself to slow his breathing and listens carefully for any unusual sounds. Ella, like a small stone statue, quietly hides behind a thick bush, her red eyes shining in the darkness, catching every scent carried by the wind. Time slowly passes in silent waiting. The moon rises high in the sky, its cold light filtering through the branches, casting flickering shadows on the trap-filled clearing. Suddenly, Ella's ears twitch slightly. She turns toward Roy's direction and makes a faint growling sound similar to a night owl, their prearranged warning signal. Roy's heart races, and he grips his sword tighter. He holds his breath and looks in the direction Ella indicated. At the edge of the moonlight and shadows, several blurry dark figures, like ghosts, silently approach their camp. Thick darkness covers the forest, turning everything into deep navy blue. In this night-swallowed clearing, only the smoldering embers of a carefully hidden campfire still emit a faint glow. Sparks dance in Roy's eyes, reflecting tiny points of light, but this makes the surrounding darkness feel even more oppressive, as if a heavy weight presses down on his chest. He leans against an old, weathered oak tree, its rough bark pressing against his back through his thin clothes. The broken sword rests across his knees, its cool metal constantly stimulating his nerves, helping him fight off the growing fatigue. The scars on the blade shimmer faintly in the moonlight, telling silent stories of past battles. He took on the duty of keeping watch willingly. Ella, with her keen senses and extraordinary strength, is still a child and cannot endure long periods of alertness. Lin Kai needs sleep for his fragile body. Only Roy Hubert, an apprentice knight sworn to protect, stands at the front line of danger. This is not just his duty, but also a way to uphold his identity. Yet, strong willpower cannot fully overcome physical limits. The noise of the daytime still echoes in his mind. The bustling market, the sizzling sound of roasted meat on stones, Scarface's fierce shouts, and the crisp of Ella's bones when she strikes. These fragments of memory intertwine with the energy drained from setting traps at dusk. Now, in the quiet of the night, they turn into overwhelming drowsiness, crashing over his mind in waves. His eyelids are heavy, as if weighed down by lead, and they keep falling uncontrollably. The shadows of trees at the edge of his vision begin to twist and sway, as if they might turn into lurking shadows ready to attack. He suddenly shakes his head and blinks hard until tears form, forcing himself to focus again on the broken clearing in the woods under the moonlight. Sweat slides down his forehead, bringing a cool feeling in the night breeze. Absolute silence makes every small sound seem louder. The rustling of leaves in the wind, the distant hoot of an owl, even his own rapid heartbeat, all are clear in his ears. Each sound, filtered through his tired and tense nerves, hides potential danger. A sudden snap of a dry branch can make his muscles tense instantly, his fingers white as he grips his sword, until he confirms it's not an intruder. Then he slowly exhales, relieved. He dares not sit down. Instead, he keeps shifting his weight or moving his feet lightly to chase away the numbness spreading through his limbs and the growing sleepiness. His calves ache from standing too long, and his old back injury begins to ache again. At this moment, he truly understands what his training instructor warned. The hardest part of staying awake isn't fighting enemies head-on, but battling laziness and fear within himself. The tide of memories floods uncontrollably. He recalls how clumsy he was when he first held a sword, remembers Captain Barton's strict lessons, and the kind teasing from his companions. Now, he must face possible danger alone. The scar-faced villain's fierce face appears in his mind, along with the quick shadow of Ella's attack, the sharp of bones breaking, and the frightened yet excited looks of onlookers. These images form a disturbing picture. The revenge of the Bloodblade mercenaries hangs like a sword above his head. These vengeful enemies won't rest once they hold a grudge. How many of them are coming? How will they attack? Will it be a direct or a sneaky ambush? With only these simple traps and his broken sword, can he truly protect Lin Kai and Ella? These questions keep circling in his mind, like buzzing insects, making him restless. A hint of self-doubt quietly gnaws at his confidence. He was just an apprentice who hadn't even earned the title of knight. His swordsmanship was average, his experience limited, and he was always plagued by bad luck. Why would he think he could protect these two family members who were so special and depended on him? If they were to be taken tonight, would Lin Kai be kidnapped? Would Ella be lost forever because her powers were exposed? He dared not think too much about it. A cold shiver ran up his spine, making him tremble suddenly, and his sleepiness faded a little. He turned his head and looked at the cleverly disguised tree hollow in the middle of the camp. Lin Kai was sleeping inside. That mysterious baby, with wisdom and calmness beyond his appearance, always seemed to point the way through the fog. Roy found it hard to imagine what would happen to him and Ella without Lin Kai. Perhaps they would have been destroyed because of Ella's special nature, or maybe they wouldn't be able to survive in this dangerous forest. Protecting Lin Kai was no longer just about gratitude. It was a serious response to the guidance and trust he had received. His gaze shifted again to the bushes where Ella was hiding. Under the moonlight, her figure was almost invisible. Only faint sensations confirmed her presence. The girl with silver hair and red eyes had a strength capable of moving mountains, yet her heart was pure like fresh snow. She would puff her cheeks when her meat was burnt, and her eyes would light up when she learned a new move. She trusted him, depended on him, and saw him as a partner to share food and secrets. This complete trust weighed heavily on his heart, turning into a duty he could not back down from. "My name is Roy Hubert." He silently recited the knight's code in his mind. Keep promises, protect the weak. These once somewhat empty beliefs now gained flesh in the darkness. What he wanted to protect was this small piece of land behind him and the two people within it. This realization was like a faint flame burning stubbornly in his heart, driving away the shadows of fear. Time slowly passed in anxious waiting, and the moon gradually sank westward. Dew in the woods began to form, soaking his boots and pants, bringing a chill. Fatigue swept over him again, even more fierce than before. His head started to move uncontrollably, his vision blurred into a fog, and his body involuntarily slipped down the tree trunk. A voice tempted him from deep inside. "Just close your eyes for a moment. Just a moment. Nothing will happen." Just as he was about to be swallowed by sleep, a very faint click, different from natural sounds, pierced the silence like a silver needle stabbing his eardrum. The sound came from the direction where Ella was hiding. Roy suddenly woke up, all his exhaustion instantly gone. His muscles were tense like a drawn bow, and his eyes shot a sharp, fiery gaze toward the darkness where the sound came from. He held his breath, gripping the broken sword on his knee. The rough texture of the sword's handle gave him a strong sense of determination. His heart pounded loudly in his chest, and the sound of blood rushing in his ears was clear, but he forced himself to stay calm. He stood still without making a sound, using all his senses to the fullest. His ears listened carefully for any strange vibrations in the wind, and his eyes fixed tightly on every shadow in that area. He lightly sniffed the air, trying to detect if there was any unfamiliar smell. At this moment, he felt as if he had become part of the forest, extending his senses into it. They are coming. What was supposed to come finally arrived. The earlier feelings of worry, hesitation, and fear strangely settled and froze, turning into sharp, crystal-like focus. He no longer thought about whether he was strong enough or imagined what might happen if he failed. His whole world now only contained the approaching threat and the existence he must protect at all costs. With the broken sword in his hand and the moonlight shining on him, he was no longer the unlucky apprentice knight, but the guardian of this land. His duty to guard the night was done. The moment of battle was near. In this dark forest, a silent confrontation was unfolding, and Roy Hubert was ready. The moonlight poured down like silver on the clearing in the woods. The small wooden house, carefully built by Lin Kai with Ella's rough help, was now shrouded in a tense, deadly atmosphere. The lively barbecue area from daytime, full of people and smoke, was now just a few smoldering coals flickering in the breeze, like lurking eyes hidden in the darkness. Inside the house, Lin Kai sat cross-legged on a simple bed covered with soft animal pelts, eyes closed as if meditating. In fact, he was listening carefully, his ears like antennas, trying to catch any unusual sounds outside. His breathing was steady, but his furrowed brow showed he was tense inside. Roy sat by the door, holding his shiny, well-maintained sword, struggling to stay awake. Every time he almost fell asleep, he would suddenly wake up with a start, nervously looking around. In the innermost part of the room, a luxurious bed decorated with shiny, but mostly worthless, stones and feathers, a small girl with silver hair and red eyes is curled up, sleeping peacefully. Ella is holding Lin Kai, using the softest magic rabbit fur to make her pillow. Her tiny mouth slightly opens, emitting a faint, cat-like purring sound. Her tail unconsciously curls around the corner of the bed, and her dragon horns shimmer softly in the moonlight shining through the window. Her innocent and pure sleeping face makes it impossible for anyone to associate her with words like void silver dragon or embodiment of destruction. Time flows slowly and quietly, as if frozen. Suddenly, click, a very faint sound, like a dry branch snapping underfoot, comes from the southeast corner outside the house. Lin Kai's tightly closed eyes suddenly open, and a sharp glint flashes in his pupils in the darkness. They've arrived. He silently gestures to Roy by the door. Roy instantly loses his drowsiness, grips his sword tightly, and holds his breath. Outside, 3 villains from the Bloodblade mercenary group, skilled in stealth and assassination, are approaching the wooden house like ghosts, using shadows to hide their movements. They are quick and light-footed, clearly experienced. The leader is a tall, thin man with a scarred face, codenamed Viper. Their orders are to infiltrate the house, control or eliminate the so-called child prodigy, Lin Kai, and deal with the silver-haired girl and the apprentice knight as a bonus. Be careful, that kid is tricky. He might have set traps, Viper whispers to his 2 companions behind him. They scouted the area during the day and know that the surroundings of this house are not simple. However, the traps Lin Kai set, combining modern physics knowledge with otherworldly materials, are far more sophisticated than these mercenaries, who are used to straightforward attacks, can imagine. The click sound was caused by one of the villains accidentally triggering a trap made from elastic magic vines and sharpened wooden stakes. Although he narrowly dodged the deadly wooden spear, as he landed, a clearer, glass-shattering sound came from beneath his feet. Snap. This was the sound alarm zone Lin Kai had set up using dried hollow grass stems and highly sticky tree resin. The grass stems were filled with tiny stones, and when stepped on, they would produce a piercing, whistle-like sound that could carry far in the silent night. The loud alarm pierced the night sky. The venomous snake muttered angrily, realizing their position was fully exposed. He immediately changed tactics. Attack! Inside the house, Lin Kai and Roy instantly went into battle mode. Roy suddenly pushed open a door, his sword gleaming with cold light, ready to fight. Lin Kai quickly moved to the window, clutching several makeshift smoke bombs made from fire lizard oil and flammable plant powders. However, they overlooked the most important and unstable factor. At the same time the alarm sounded, Ella on the bed let out a dissatisfied mumble. She wrinkled her small nose, as if swatting away a noisy fly, then buried her head deeper into the soft pillow, trying to block out the annoying noise. But the villains outside clearly didn't plan to let her sleep peacefully. Bang! A muffled sound. One of the villains tried to force open the door reinforced with a wooden stick by Roy. People inside, come out quietly, or you won't leave in one piece. The venomous snake's cold voice rang out outside, full of deadly intent. Shoo, I'm trying to sleep. This time, her mumbling was much clearer. Ella suddenly opened her eyes. What kind of eyes were those? Her once clear and pure crimson pupils now looked like they were burning with molten lava, filled with furious rage from being abruptly awakened and a wildness like a fierce beast from ancient times. Her silver hair floated without wind, and her tail behind her impatiently thumped the bed with a dull thump. The aura instantly chilled the room, as if the air itself had frozen. Lin Kai's heart suddenly tightened. Oh no, I forgot. His biggest trump card, and also his biggest trouble, Ella's morning temper, had been triggered. Kai. Ella's voice was hoarse from just waking up, but the coldness and irritation almost spilled out. It's so noisy outside. She rubbed her eyes and sat up, her gaze sweeping past the tense Lin Kai and Roy, directly staring at the door. That look wasn't like she was looking at humans, but more like she was glaring at some noisy, bothersome bugs disturbing her rest. Mom, stay calm. Leave it to us. Lin Kai hurriedly spoke, trying to soothe this human nuclear bomb about to explode. He knew very well that if Ella lost control of her strength in her anger, not only would these villains be in trouble, but the wooden house and the surrounding forest might also be damaged. It was even more dangerous to hide her identity. Unfortunately, his warning came too late. Bang! There was another stronger impact, causing the door to shake violently, and the latch groaned under the pressure. Roy held the door tightly, veins bulging on his forehead. This final loud noise finally ignited Ella's anger. Annoying. Dead, she suddenly jumped off the bed, barefoot, and rushed to the door in just a few steps. Her speed was so fast that only a silver shadow was left behind. Roy felt a gust of wind pass by him, and before he could react, Ella was already standing in front of the door. Miss Ella, it's dangerous, Roy shouted. Lin Kai also panicked. Mom, don't do anything. Let me handle it. Ella didn't listen to anyone. Her mind was only focused on one thought, making those noisy troublemakers outside stop immediately, completely, and quietly. She didn't use any dragon breath or supernatural powers. She simply raised her seemingly soft, innocent little fist. Then, she punched the door that was still being battered and was about to collapse. Her movement was simple and straightforward, almost like a child's temper tantrum. But, boom! A deafening explosion suddenly erupted. The heavy wooden door, along with the villains outside who were hitting it, was hit by an invisible battering ram, instantly shattering into countless pieces that shot outward in all directions. Splinters flew like rain, and a strong gust of wind carried the broken wood out of the door frame, knocking the unsuspecting snake and another villain flying away. The villain who was smashing the door was the worst off. He felt like he had been hit head-on by a charging mammoth, his chest bones shattered in many places. He was thrown back 7 or 8 meters, crashing to the ground without even a grunt, and fainted immediately, clearly out of breath. The snake and the other villain rolled on the ground several times before stabilizing themselves. They looked up in shock, staring at the now vanished doorway. Under the moonlight, amidst the dust and wood shavings, a small girl wearing a cute nightgown, with silver hair and red eyes, stands barefoot at the doorway. Her little face is tense, her brows furrowed, and her fiery red eyes stare fiercely at them. Behind her, her silver tail stands upright in annoyance, swaying slightly. Her tiny fist is still raised as if ready to strike, but there isn't even a red mark on it. Silence. Deadly silence. Only the rustling of the night whined through the treetops and the occasional distant hooting of an owl can be heard. The poisonous snake and his only remaining companion gape with wide eyes, their minds blank. They look at the small figure standing among the ruins, then at their unknown fate and the scattered wooden door fragments. A deep cold from their souls runs down their spines to their heads. What kind of monster is this? Was the terrifying destruction just caused by this small girl who looks like she could break apart at any moment. Roy is also stunned. He stiffly turns his head to look at Ella, who has a blank expression and has retracted her fist, then glances at the terrifying scene outside the door. He swallows hard. He knows Ella is very strong, but this is beyond just strength, right? The only one still somewhat calm is Lin Kai. He painfully covers his forehead, mentally ranting. I knew it. I knew it would be like this. Ella in her grumpy mode is basically a top-tier weapon. Reasoning? Not possible. Physical silence is her best choice. Now the door is gone, and we're almost out of people. Our plan to hide our identities is completely ruined. He takes a deep breath, forcing himself to stay calm. Now is not the time to complain. He must handle the situation immediately. Outside the door, the poisonous snake finally recovers from his shock. Overcome with fear, he almost roars as he orders his remaining companion, retreat. Quickly retreat. The intel was wrong. This is not an ordinary little ghost. The two scramble to their feet, ignoring their unconscious companion, and just want to escape this terrifying place as fast as possible, away from the seemingly harmless, but actually ancient beast-like girl. Ella watches the two, trying to run, her anger burning brighter. Wake me up, and then try to run. Her small foot taps lightly on the ground, and her figure blurs again. The next moment, she appeared beside the villain who was lagging behind, like a ghost. The villain only saw a blur before feeling an irresistible force hit his waist. Take that! Ella pouted and casually swung her small hand, slapping his side as if swatting a fly. A clear sound of bones breaking. Ah! A sharp scream pierced the night sky. The villain was hit as if by a speeding truck, flying sideways and smashing into two small trees. He then collapsed softly onto the ground, completely unconscious. In an instant, the three attacking villains were dead or badly injured, losing their ability to fight. Ella clapped her hands as if she had done something trivial. She yawned widely, and the anger in her red eyes gradually faded, replaced by tiredness. She rubbed her eyes, turned to look at Lin Kai inside the house, pouted, and muttered with a sad nasal voice. Kai Kai. The door is broken. It's so cold. And I'm hungry again. Lin Kai looked at the messy doorway, and then at Ella, who looked innocent and sleepy, crying out for food. He felt exhausted. He stepped forward, took off his coat, and wrapped Ella, who was only in a nightgown, in it. He sighed. Got it, Mom. You go back to sleep first. I'll handle this and get you something to eat later. Ella obediently nodded, wrapped herself tightly in the coat that carried Lin Kai's warmth, and trotted back to her bed. Almost as soon as her head hit the pillow, light snoring began again, as if she wasn't the one who had just caused a thunderous, instant crisis. Roy finally recovered from his dazed state. He walked over to Lin Kai, looked at the scene outside, and his voice was hoarse. Lin Kai. What do we do now? Lin Kai didn't answer immediately. He went to the door, looked at the unconscious villains and the scattered debris, and his expression was serious. The fight had ended quickly. Although Ella's commotion was loud, in this relatively remote forest edge, it probably wouldn't attract much attention right away. However, the casualties among the Bloodblade mercenary group here meant the enemy wouldn't just give up. More importantly, Ella's inhuman strength had been exposed. He knelt down and checked the villain Ella had slapped flying, confirming he was only badly injured and unconscious, with no immediate danger to his life. First, tie up these two alive ones and see if we can get any information, Lin Kai calmly ordered in a deep voice. As for the one who died, find a place to bury him. Roy quickly nodded and started working. Lin Kai looked up, gazing toward the direction of Microwind Town, then at the deep, seemingly secret-filled forest beyond. The night was still thick, but his mood was even heavier than the darkness. Trouble has only just begun. The Bloodblade mercenaries are close to taking revenge, and Ella's uncontrollable power is like a double-edged sword. It protects them, but also pushes them toward even greater danger. The darkest time before dawn is the deepest. The forest is filled with the cold air and the damp smell of wood shavings. The messy clearing in front of the wooden house looks like a sudden scar under the faint moonlight. Two badly injured Bloodblade mercenaries are with strong magic vines and left in a corner, while a third body is simply covered and waiting to be dealt with. The air still carries a faint smell of blood and traces of violence. Roy's face is pale, and his grip on his sword makes his knuckles white. He keeps glancing at the small bed inside, where gentle breathing has resumed, and his eyes are full of shock and fear. Since childhood, he has heard tales of knights, admiring their skill, courage, and honor. But what Ella just showed was pure, wild, and completely overturns his understanding. The visual and mental shock is hard to digest all at once. Lin Kai stands in front of the broken doorframe, the night wind blowing his messy hair, bringing a cool breeze. His expression is very calm, but his quick-moving mind and slightly pursed lips reveal his inner turmoil. Trouble is far from over. This is just the beginning. Ella's punch not only shattered the door and the bones of the villains, but also broke the false calm they tried to maintain. Lin Kai, Roy's voice trembles slightly. What do we do next? Miss Ella, first, clean this place up. It's almost dawn. Lin Kai interrupts him, his voice low but firm. Roy, find some wooden planks and tools, and try to temporarily block the door. I'll handle those two prisoners. His gaze sharpens as it falls on the two bound figures in the corner. We need to extract some information from them to understand the Bloodblade mercenary group's next plans and how much they know about Ella's special situation. Roy nodded, took a deep breath, and forced himself to calm his chaotic thoughts. He turned to find some materials. He knew this was not the time to panic. Lin Kai approached the two prisoners and squatted down. He didn't use any weapons or torture, just looked at them calmly. At the same time, he gently extended his powerful mental energy, nurtured by the dragon environment, which was much stronger than that of his peers. This created an invisible pressure. This kind of mental intimidation, coming from the soul level, was much more effective than physical pain for those who had just escaped death and were mentally shattered. You only have one chance. Lin Kai's voice was quiet but sharp like an icy spear, piercing their confused minds. Tell me, how many people did the Bloodblade mercenary group bring this time? Who is in charge? What are their next plans? And how much do you know about the girl in the house? One of the villains, overwhelmed by pain and fear, broke down mentally and stammered. The other, the small leader codenamed Viper, also began to under Lin Kai's mental pressure. He hesitated and then explained that the infiltration was ordered by Vice Captain Bloodhand Mars, aiming to eliminate Lin Kai as an obstacle and seize any secret formula or valuables. Most of their main force was still in town, directly commanded by Mars. The three of them were just the vanguard for testing. As for Ella, the intelligence they received only mentioned she was somewhat special, but they never expected it to be this special. Viper repeatedly emphasized that they were just following orders and knew nothing about Ella's true identity. Vice Captain Mars. He's cautious, but also vengeful. If we don't report back, he will surely notice something's wrong. And probably, we'll bring a large force here soon. Viper panted, fear in his eyes as he glanced nervously toward the wooden house. Lin Kai got the information he needed and didn't ask further. He stood up and said to Roy, who was struggling to nail the wooden planks, "It's confirmed. They are from Bloodhand Mars. Their main force is still in town. We don't have much time." Roy hesitated, worry deepening on his face. Then, should we leave immediately? Lin Kai shook his head, his gaze sweeping over the mess Ella had knocked over with a punch. Leave. Now, going back would only make us look guilty, and where could we go? The forest isn't safe either. Since we can't hide anymore, there's no point in hiding. His eyes gradually became firm, and a bold plan quickly formed in his mind. Showing weakness and running away won't solve anything. Sometimes, showing strong, mysterious, and intimidating power is the best way to protect oneself. The accidental situation created by Ella might be turned into a strategic warning. Roy, don't fix the door. Lin Kai suddenly changed his mind. Leave it as it is. Huh? Roy was surprised, looking at the large hole. Leave it. It will be cold tonight. And, exactly so people can see, Lin Kai interrupted him, a cold smile on his face. Not only should they see the broken door, but also these things at the entrance. He pointed to the deep wood door fragments embedded in the ground and the small trees farther away, broken by Ella's careless toss. These signs silently tell of a violent event that happened here not long ago. Go to town, find old Phil, and tell him a little about what happened here, Lin Kai whispered to Roy, giving him instructions. Remember, emphasize that unknown bandits attacked late at night, and were quickly defeated by some mysterious force. The details should be blurry, but the outcome clear. Mentioned that the attackers had almost no resistance and the scene was very brutal. As for Ella, say she was frightened but protected by this mysterious force. Roy wasn't stupid and immediately understood Lin Kai's plan, creating confusion, shifting focus, and making Ella's extraordinary power seem like some unknown, powerful protection. Maybe it was a hidden expert's intervention or an ancient magic spell. This explains how the crisis was quickly resolved and helps take Ella out of the spotlight, at least making her less obvious in the eyes of others. I understand. Roy's eyes showed clarity, and he nodded firmly. He put down his tools, turned around quickly, and headed toward Weifeng town before dawn. Meanwhile, Lin Kai began to arrange the scene himself. He didn't clean up the intense battle marks, but instead placed some striking debris more prominently. He stood in the middle of the open space, looking around and imagining how others would feel when the sun rose. Fear? Awe? Curiosity? No matter what, the Bloodblade mercenary group would think carefully before taking action again. Considering this mysterious power, time passed quietly and busily. The eastern sky gradually turned pale, and the morning light filtered through the trees, casting dappled spots on the ground. When Roy returned, looking serious but relaxed after completing his task, the sky was already bright. He told Lin Kai that old Phil was very shocked when he heard the news and said he would keep an eye on the town's rumors, especially about the Bloodblade mercenary group. Meanwhile, this unbelievable news was spreading quickly among the townspeople and adventurers who had woken up early. When I came back, I already saw a few people pointing and talking from a distance, Roy added, with a mix of relief and worry in his voice. He felt some relief that things were going as planned, but also concern about what the future might hold. Lin Kai nodded. He had expected this outcome. Rumors are the best way to amplify information and also the best way to hide the truth. Just then, there was a rustling sound inside the house. Ella woke up. She rubbed her sleepy eyes, yawned, and walked out of the doorway, which no longer had a door. Her silver hair shimmered like a flowing river of stars in the morning light, and her red eyes still looked a little sleepy. She was wearing her cute nightgown and tiptoed on her bare feet on the cool floor. "Good morning, Kai," she greeted softly. Then she looked toward the usual door spot, but it was empty, leaving only a big hole and the messy scene outside. Ella blinked, tilted her head, and looked a little confused, trying to remember what happened last night. After a few seconds, she seemed to piece together her memories, a look of realization appearing on her face. And then, nothing more. To her, it was just a small, insignificant event, like killing a few noisy mosquitoes. Her attention was soon drawn to other things. "Kai," she tugged at Lin Kai's sleeve, lifting her small face with pure hope in her red eyes. "The door is broken, but it can be fixed. I'm hungry. What are we having for breakfast? Do we still have yesterday's roast meat?" Looking at her innocent face, completely unconcerned about the dramatic events of last night and only thinking about breakfast, Lin Kai and Roy exchanged a glance. In each other's eyes, they saw a deep sense of helplessness and a hint of absurdity. Lin Kai took a deep breath, suppressing his urge to complain, and forced a gentle smile. "All right, I'll make it for you. Roy, start the fire." The sunlight completely dispersed the morning fog, warmly illuminating the forest clearing and also lighting up the large gate and the ruins outside. A new day began. The potential danger was not gone, but at least they had a moment to breathe. In an unexpected way, they showed their teeth to any lurking enemies. Even if those teeth belonged to a little girl who only kept saying, "I'm hungry." The morning light fully cleared the thin mist in the woods, casting warm rays over the clearing. It also harshly illuminated the shocking battlefield in front of the wooden house. Broken wood chips, scattered footprints, deep dents in the ground, and a few broken small trees in the distance all silently told the story of last night's brief but fierce fight. The air smelled of fresh broken wood, masking the faint scent of blood, but the tense, deadly atmosphere lingered for a long time. Roy found some clean water and rough cloth, beginning to clean up the most obvious signs of the fight, like the dark red bloodstains. His movements were stiff, and he kept glancing toward the house. Ella sat on the bed, quickly and eagerly eating the reheated roasted meat. cheeks puffed out with food, looking satisfied as if the mess outside had nothing to do with her. Lin Kai stood by the broken doorway, calmly surveying the scene outside. His mind was racing, assessing the situation. Rumors had already been spread by Roy and old Phil, but that wasn't enough. Malice Mards wasn't stupid. He wouldn't give up just because of some vague rumors. They needed a stronger warning and had to deal with the current trouble, the two badly injured prisoners, and the corpse. Roy, don't clean up yet, Lin Kai said sharply. Go to town and find Captain Barton of the Guards. Tell him what happened here. Say there was a night raid by unknown bandits, but they were repelled. There are prisoners and a corpse. Ask them to come and handle it. Roy hesitated for a moment and looked uncertain. Should we ask the guards? Lin Kai, could this attract too much official attention and lead to more questions? Exactly why we need the guards to get involved, Lin Kai explained sharply. We must act honestly. We are victims who fought off the bandits and reported it ourselves. This is reasonable. It can help the authorities scare off the Bloodblade mercenaries and also make the incident clear to everyone, preventing them from using secret methods later. Also, he paused, having the guards handle the prisoners and bodies is much cleaner than us doing it. Roy understood immediately and put down his work. Got it. I'll go right now. Watching Roy walk away, Lin Kai took a deep breath. The next step was to explain to the guards, and through them, to everyone interested, where the mysterious force from last night came from. He turned and entered the house. Carefully, from the bottom of a small storage box filled with various experiment items and materials, he took out a few pieces of animal hide decorated with complex, twisted lines. These were his failed magic circle and rune experiments, with their magic power long since dispersed, leaving only some seemingly mysterious but actually useless patterns. He selected the two pieces with the most chaotic residual energy and hardest to recognize lines. Mom, Lin Kai said softly as he crouched beside Ella, who was busy grilling meat. Later, some guards from the town might come. They are here to help catch the bad guys. If anyone asks who drove the bad guys away last night, just say, it was Dad's magic scroll that protected us, okay? Ella looked up from the meat, her oily little mouth moving as she chewed, with a hint of confusion in her bright eyes. Dad's scroll? Yes. Lin Kai nodded confidently and handed her the two pieces of animal hide that emitted faint magic waves. See? That's it. It's powerful, but it broke after one use. He pointed to the blackened, twisted parts on the hide caused by magic conflicts. Ella blinked her big eyes, looked at the two broken pieces, then at Lin Kai's serious expression. She nodded slightly, seeming to understand, but not fully. Oh, I get it. The shiny scroll Dad left behind drove the bad guys away. For her, as long as Lin Kai said it, adding the prefix, Sparkling Dad, she was willing to accept the explanation. As for the logic, that didn't matter. Lin Kai let out a small sigh of relief. On Ella's side, they had temporarily agreed on the story. He didn't expect this simple lie to fool everyone, especially wise mages or strong fighters. But as long as there was a seemingly reasonable explanation to confuse and distract most ordinary people and low-level adventurers, that was enough. Truly clever people would be more suspicious because of the poor disguise, making them more afraid of the mysterious power. Soon after, Roy hurried over with a group of guards wearing leather armor with iron fittings. The leader was a burly, rough-faced guard captain named Barton. When he saw the scene in front of the hut, his thick eyebrows furrowed deeply. After checking the dead person and the two injured prisoners, his face grew even more serious. Lin Kai, is this really you're doing? Captain Barton asked in a deep, incredulous voice. His sharp eyes looked over Lin Kai and Roy, finally resting on Ella, who sat obediently by the bed, sipping hot water from a cup. The girl looked delicate, like a doll, out of place in the violent scene. Lin Kai showed some fear and anger on his face. Captain Barton, you saw it too. Last night, these people suddenly attacked. If my father hadn't left us a protective item, we might have. He paused at the right moment, acting like a frightened boy who had narrowly escaped. A protective item? Captain Barton caught the key phrase. Lin Kai nodded, took out two torn pieces of animal skin, scrolls, from his pocket, and handed them to Barton. This is it. My father said it's a powerful magic scroll that activates automatically in danger to protect us. Last night, it suddenly glowed, and then everything outside changed. His tone was uncertain, with a hint of confusion, as if he himself was surprised by the scroll's power. Captain Barton took the pieces and examined them carefully. The twisted patterns and chaotic magic residue on them looked like the aftermath of a single-use magic item. Although he was a warrior and didn't understand magic deeply, he knew some powerful magic scrolls could cause wide-range destruction. However, this destructive power seems a bit too overwhelming. He suspiciously looked at Lin Kai and then at the two fragments, ultimately choosing not to ask more. Some things are better left unknown. These people are from the Bloodblade mercenary group. Captain Barton pointed to the captured prisoners on the ground, speaking firmly. Their markings are unmistakable. Mars is getting bolder, he spat, clearly unhappy with the Bloodblade mercenary group's rampage in the town. We will bring these two alive for questioning, and the bodies will be dealt with. Captain Barton waved his hand to signal his team to start working. Lin Kai, you all should be careful now. Mars took a big loss, and he probably won't give up easily. But he paused and looked around at the mess, lowering his voice. After this, if he tries to attack again, he'll have to think twice. The magic scroll. Just an excuse. That last sentence carried a subtle, knowing tone. Captain Barton didn't fully believe Lin Kai's story, but he chose to accept it because it served his interests. A young prodigy with unknown skills who can make the Bloodblade mercenary group suffer a setback is worth some protection. This helps maintain the balance in Windy Town and suppress the arrogance of the Bloodblade. The guards efficiently carried away the prisoners and wrapped the bodies in cloth to take them away. Before leaving, Captain Barton looked deeply at Lin Kai and left a final word. If you need anything, come to the guard station. Watching the soldiers disappear down the forest path, Lin Kai knew that the first step of intimidation was complete. Through official channels, news of the Bloodblade mercenary group's failed night raid, heavy losses, and being caught off guard would spread more authoritatively. The vague mention of the magic scroll would hang over Mars like the sword of Damocles. Roy looked at the now calm clearing and let out a long breath, feeling half the weight had been lifted from his heart. He looked at Lin Kai with admiration. In such a sudden crisis, Lin Kai not only quickly took control of the situation but also came up with a clever plan, turning disadvantages into advantages. Next, should we fix the door? Roy asked, looking at the big hole, feeling unsafe. But Lin Kai shook his head and looked again toward Windy Town, his eyes deep and thoughtful. No, not yet. Let's leave this hole as it is for a few more days. Why? Roy asked, confused. This is a warning, Lin Kai said softly, with a calm tone but a firm voice. To everyone secretly watching us. If anyone plans to attack us, they should first think if they can handle that strike. Sunlight shone through the door opening, illuminating Ella's satisfied smile and Lin Kai's steady figure. The wooden house temporarily lost its door, but it seemed to build an invisible wall made of fear and suspicion. After the guards took away the bodies and prisoners of the Bloodblade mercenaries, the wooden house in the woods seemed to return to normal, leaving only the striking door opening. It looked like a silent warning, showing that a strong counterattack had happened here. But beneath this calm surface, a quiet undercurrent was stirring in the town, spreading quickly like a breeze. The first to spread the news was the Oak Barrel Tavern. It was a place where mercenaries, adventurers, and idle people gathered, and where rumors often started and spread. That afternoon, some people who had heard noises from afar or passed by Lin Kai's house early in the morning eagerly shared what they saw. You guys didn't see that scene, a thin man with a pointed face said, drinking beer and gesturing wildly. The door of that house was shattered into pieces, like sawdust, and there was blood everywhere on the ground. That's not all. Another burly hunter added quietly, as if sharing a secret. I saw several trees with thick branches broken in the morning. The breaks were clean, like something hit them hard and broke them. Didn't they say someone died? The guards were called in, someone asked curiously. More than that, the thin man said mysteriously, looking around. I heard that the two people carried away alive had broken ribs and almost couldn't survive. The attack was really fierce. There was little need to guess who the attackers were. The Bloodblade mercenaries had a bad reputation in town, and their conflict with Lin Kai's barbecue stall was no secret. Almost everyone believed this was Mars's revenge. But what really made people talk and imagine was the outcome of the attack. Bloodblade really hit a dead end this time. Who would have thought? 3 skilled fighters, attacking 2 teenagers and a young girl, and they all failed. They didn't even make a sound before they were defeated. Who is this Lin Kai kid? Is the legend of his silver dragon father true? I don't think so. If he were really from a dragon clan, why would he be selling barbecue on the edge of our small town? I heard. The speaker lowered his voice, making others lean in to listen. It's a magic scroll. A powerful magic scroll. With a flash of light, everything changes, and those guys just collapsed. The idea of a magic scroll, spread intentionally or unintentionally by Roy and Captain Barton's vague attitude, quickly became the main explanation. It seemed the most reasonable and mysterious, clever young man with strong life-saving tricks, making it believable. But among the market vendors and women fetching water at the well, another, more strange and imaginative story was quietly spreading. I don't think it's that simple, an old woman selling miscellaneous goods whispered to a regular customer as she organized her items. You haven't seen that girl with silver hair. She's so delicate, like she stepped out of a painting, and her eyes are red. Can ordinary families even have children like that? I think it's strange too, the customer agreed. Old S.'s second son went to deliver firewood that day. He said he saw the girl the day after the attack, acting normal, eating, drinking, not scared at all. How can a kid not cry or panic after seeing something like that? Maybe. The one protecting them isn't a scroll, but the girl herself. A bold guess emerged. I heard some old families or non-human bloodlines are born with incredible powers. Shh. Be quiet. Don't say such things aloud. The old woman hurried to stop him, but her eyes flickered with doubt and awe. These rumors, like dandelion seeds carried by the wind, spread into every corner of the town and reached the ears of those with curious minds. In the back room of the Wild Boar Howl Tavern, Bloodhand Mars looked pale and angry as he listened to his trembling subordinates report. When he heard that 3 elite subordinates died and 2 were seriously injured, but the target remained unharmed, and even the wooden door of the cabin was completely destroyed by an incomprehensible force from inside, he suddenly smashed his wine glass on the ground, spilling amber liquid and shards everywhere. Good for nothing. A bunch of useless fools, Mars growled, veins bulging on his forehead. He didn't care about his subordinates' lives. He cared about the reputation of the Bloodblade mercenary group and the chain reaction caused by this failure. That kid named Lin Kai was much more troublesome than he had thought. Magic scroll? He was very skeptical about that. What kind of scroll could cause such pure, violent physical destruction? It seemed more like an extremely overbearing power. Captain, what should we do next? His subordinate asked nervously. Stay put for now, Mars gritted his teeth. Although he was angry, he was not stupid. Rushing in before understanding the enemy's strength would only cause greater losses. That door opening was like a silent mockery and warning, forcing him to hold back his claws for the moment. Keep a close watch on them. Also, go investigate. Find out who that silver-haired girl is. I don't believe she's just an ordinary kid. Meanwhile, in Old Phil's general store, the shrewd old man was leisurely wiping an old-looking brass star chart. Listening to the various rumors circulating in town, a faint smile of understanding appeared in his cloudy eyes. Magic scroll. That's an interesting explanation, Old Phil muttered to himself. He glanced at the remaining special soy sauce and soap he bought from Lin Kai on the shelves. Looks like my small investment is more profitable than I thought. That fool Mars has really hit a hard place this time. He didn't fully believe Lin Kai's words, but he enjoyed the fog of mystery surrounding him. A mysterious and powerful partner was much better than a talented young man who could be easily exploited. He decided that next time Lin Kai delivered goods, he might deepen their cooperation. At the edge of the town, in a relatively quiet 2-story house, the mayor of Wind Breeze Town, an elderly man with white hair who valued practical benefits over empty rumors, also received a detailed report from Captain Barton of the Guards. He frowned as he read about the extent of the destruction and wounded prisoners, and then looked at the notes about the suspected powerful magic scroll, this Lin Kai. It seems he's not just good at storytelling and making barbecue. The mayor put down the report and rubbed his forehead. Tell Barton to keep order in the town. Let the Bloodblade mercenaries behave themselves. As for that child, as long as he doesn't cause big trouble in the town, let him do as he wishes. Maybe. He's not a bad thing for Breeze Town. Rumors are spreading, and people's attitudes are quietly changing. Fear, curiosity, respect, attempts to win favor, and caution. These feelings are mixed together, creating a complex web of protection and observation around Lin Kai and Ella. The broken door frame is no longer just a sign of a fight. It has become a symbol of invincible power and deep secrets. Lin Kai stands inside the wooden house, looking out through the door frame at the setting sun. Roy nervously reports the exaggerated rumors circulating in the town. Lin Kai, now people are saying all kinds of things. Even Miss Ella is said to be a descendant of an ancient elven royal family. Roy looks worried. Could this bring even bigger trouble? Trouble has always been there, Lin Kai answers calmly, with a far-reaching gaze. But now, more people are thinking carefully before acting. Rumors are a double-edged sword, but for now, they make our enemies more cautious. That's enough. Ella is unaware of all this. She is holding a jar of Lin Kai's freshly made jam, using a small wooden spoon to eat happily, squinting contentedly. The warm glow of the sunset reflects in her red eyes. To her, the world is simple. There's Kai, delicious food, and her brave dad who leaves, useful skins, to fight bad guys. That's all she needs. The chaos outside the door is less real to her than the sweet jam in her jar. The evening sun bathes Breeze Town in a warm golden light. Smoke rises from chimneys, bringing the smell of dinner and a peaceful daily life. But beneath this calm, a restless undercurrent flows. The brief and brutal night attack on the wooden cabin in the woods, and its unbelievable outcome, have become the hottest topic in town after a day of spreading and embellishing, making the story more bizarre and strange. At dusk, a slightly hunched figure cloaked in dark fabric quietly appears in front of Lin Kai's missing door wooden house. It is old Phil, the general store owner. He stood at the edge of the deliberately preserved ruins, his murky yet sharp eyes slowly scanning the ground covered with broken wood, fragments embedded deep in the soil, and distant broken tree stumps. He did not rush into the house, but, like a connoisseur, carefully examined these silent clues. His fingers unconsciously stroked his sparse beard, and the wrinkles on his face looked even deeper in the twilight. Inside, Lin Kai was placing a freshly roasted magical pheasant on a simple wooden table, its tempting aroma filling the air. Ella's nose twitched like a small animal's, her bright red eyes sparkling, almost jumping onto the table, but she obediently sat still, her tail tip anxiously wagging from side to side. Roy was wiping his long sword. When he saw old Fiel's figure, he immediately stood alert and looked at Lin Kai. Lin Kai brushed off the dust from his hands, showing no surprise, as if he had already expected old Fiel's arrival. He stepped to the doorway, speaking calmly, "Mr. Fiel, you're here. Please come in." He turned sideways to make an inviting gesture, even though there was no door. Old Fiel nodded and stepped over the threshold. His gaze quickly swept the room, passing the alert Roy and finally resting on Ella, who was staring eagerly at the roasted meat, seemingly unaware of his arrival. The pure, focused look in the little girl's eyes contrasted sharply with the scene outside, which displayed terrifying power, deepening old Fiel's curiosity. "It seems you had a restless night last night," old Fiel said in his usual hoarse voice, with little emotion in his tone. He placed a cloth bag on the table. "I brought some medicine and calming incense. You might find them useful. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Fiel," Lin Kai replied politely, not rejecting the kindness. He signaled for old Fiel to sit down, and Roy silently poured 2 cups of warm water. Old Fiel didn't beat around the bush. He lowered his voice, even though no one else seemed to be around. "The rumors in town, I suppose you've heard some of them. The Bloodblade mercenaries suffered quite a loss this time. Mars is a vengeful man and very suspicious." Lin Kai nodded, waiting quietly for more. Old Phil's gaze briefly swept over Ella. Ella was secretly trying to poke the steaming roast with her little finger, but Lin Kai stopped her with a look. She pouted and retracted her hand. "But, Lin Kai, do you really think this kind of story can fool everyone for long? Especially when someone is paying close attention to you all," old Phil said. He paused, looking at Lin Kai's calm face, and continued, "Mars isn't a fool. He'll figure it out sooner or later or find proof that it's not a magic scroll. When that happens, he'll want to restore his reputation with even stronger actions. Also, Your presence has already attracted too much unnecessary attention. His voice grew more serious and deep. Windbreeze Town is just a small border town. The water is shallow, but that doesn't mean there are no crocodiles. The specialness you show is like a torch suddenly shining in the dark, attracting all kinds of eyes. Some of these eyes might be harder to deal with than the Bloodblade mercenaries. The merchants, some noble spies, and even the capital might have ears and eyes. These words felt like a cold stream flowing into Lin Kai's heart. He understood this well, but hearing it from old Phil, who had been running in the town for many years and had deep connections, made it feel more real and serious. His previous threats bought some time, but couldn't eliminate the hidden dangers. Mr. Phil, what do you mean? Lin Kai looked up directly at old Phil, wanting to hear his specific advice. Leave, old Phil said simply and decisively. Leave Windbreeze Town and hide for a while. Go somewhere bigger, where the waters are muddier and easier to hide. For example, Black Iron City, or even further, the capital. There, your specialness won't stand out so much. There are more strange people and events, more opportunities, and more room for you to grow. This suggestion resonated with a deep part of Lin Kai's mind. He knew that Windbreeze Town wasn't a place to stay forever. Ella's growth and his own development needed a bigger stage and richer resources. But his previous plan was to wait until he was better prepared before leaving. Now, you don't have the luxury to prepare slowly. Old Phil seemed to see through his thoughts. The Bloodblade mercenary group is like a wounded, venomous snake. It has pulled back for now, but could strike at any moment. Staying here will bring endless trouble, and next time, it might not be just a few sneaky people. He glanced at Ella with a meaningful look. Some power should not be shown too early or in such a small pond. It could lead to disaster. Ella seemed to sense the seriousness of the topic. She tilted her head, looked at old Phil and Lin Kai, and whispered, Kai, the meat is getting cold. Lin Kai took a deep breath. Old Phil's words made sense and pointed out the risks he had been trying to avoid. Leaving was indeed the most rational and safest choice right now. I understand. Thank you, Mr. Phil, for your warning, Lin Kai said sincerely. We will think carefully and make arrangements soon. Seeing that Lin Kai accepted the advice, old Phil's expression softened a little. He stood up, took a small pouch from his pocket, and pushed it to Lin Kai. This is the share from the last batch of goods, plus a little extra. Consider it a token of my goodwill. You'll need it on the road. Remember, young man, living and becoming stronger is the way to the future. Microwind Town is too small. He didn't say more. He patted Lin Kai's shoulder, then turned and disappeared into the growing dusk, moving like the wind. Only the heavy atmosphere in the room and the pouch of coins on the table remained. Roy came over to Lin Kai, worry and a hint of confusion on his face. Lin Kai, are we really leaving? Lin Kai didn't answer immediately. He walked to the broken doorway and looked out at the forest, now completely dark. The night wind was cool, but couldn't shake his firm decision. Yes, it's time to leave, Lin Kai said softly but with unwavering certainty. Old Phil is right. This place is no longer safe or suitable for us. Get ready, Roy. We might be starting a new journey. Ella finally got to enjoy her roasted meat. She chewed happily, looked up at Lin Kai's back by the door, and her red eyes shimmered faintly in the dark. She didn't seem to understand what leaving meant, but as long as Kai was here, anywhere was fine. After old Phil left, the cabin fell into a brief silence. Only the faint sound of Ella chewing on meat and the occasional crackle of firewood in the stove. Roy watched Lin Kai standing quietly by the doorway, hesitant to speak. Finally, he asked, Lin Kai, do we really have to leave Windbreeze Town? When are we leaving? Where are we going? Lin Kai turned around, his face showing no doubt about the unknown future, but rather a clear sense of determination. We will leave, but not right now in a panic. He walked to the table, unconsciously running his fingers over the rough wood grain. We need to prepare, especially Ella. His gaze fell on Ella, who was struggling to chew on a piece of meat. The little girl with silver hair seemed to sense his look, lifted her head, and grinned with a mouthful of food, her bright red eyes full of satisfaction. Watching her innocent, unworldly expression, yet powerful enough to shake the roof, Lin Kai felt the weight of responsibility. The previous principles of discreet behavior mainly focused on hiding her dragon traits and not using obvious supernatural powers in front of others, But after the night attack incident, he realized that was not enough. Ella's uncontrollable temper and her lack of awareness of her own strength and the huge difference between her and ordinary people were the biggest risks. Prepare? What do we need to prepare for? Roy asked, a bit confused. To help Ella better fit in with the human world, Lin Kai emphasized the word fit in. Or at least, make her look like a normal little girl who might be a bit stronger than usual, rather than a humanoid beast. He sat down, looking seriously at Ella. Mom, we're going to play a new game called Be a Good Kid. Ella, hearing, game, and good kid, immediately became interested. She put down the bone she was chewing and looked at Lin Kai with bright eyes. Game? Is it fun? Do good kids get rewards? Yes, rewards. If you behave well every day, you'll get extra snacks, Lin Kai said, offering a tempting reward. He saw Ella's tail wag excitedly. The rules of this game are simple. First, outside. Unless I or Roy agree, you can't use too much strength. For example, you can't punch and break stones, kick down big trees, or hit people into the air. Do you understand? Ella tilted her head, looking a bit confused. Why? Can't bad guys be hit away too? Bad guys are handled differently in special cases, Lin Kai said, rubbing his forehead. But normally, like when picking things up, walking, or gently touching others, you need to use very little force. Like this. He picked up an empty wooden cup from the table and gently set it down. Oh, like how Kai does it. Ella nodded as if she understood, then imitated Lin Kai by reaching for another wooden cup. Suddenly, with a soft the cup in her small hand split open. Ella looked at the broken cup with innocent eyes. It broke by itself. Lin Kai and Roy. Lin Kai took a deep breath, reminding himself to stay patient. It's okay. We will practice slowly. Remember, use the least amount of force. Also, if someone, especially a stranger, tries to touch you, like to pat your head. Before he finished, Ella wrinkled her little nose and looked annoyed. No, I don't like it. Except for Kai. If anyone touches my head, I will bite them. She showed her tiny white teeth, which looked cute, but considering her real strength, her threat was quite serious. You can't bite people, Lin Kai quickly said. If you don't want others to touch you, you can move away or hide behind me or Roy. Tell us you don't like it, and we will handle it. Remember, you must never bite or hit anyone, unless a bad guy is trying to hurt us. Ella pouted, clearly unhappy with this rule, but for the sake of snacks, she reluctantly said, Okay. Third, Lin Kai continued, and most importantly, if something unexpected happens, like you accidentally break something, or someone is surprised by your strength, you should say that it's because of the magic tools Dad left, which made your strength a little bigger for a while. Do you understand? Like the scroll we used to fight the bad guys last time. This explanation was an extension of the previous magic scroll story, attributing Ella's occasional uncontrollable strength to external objects. It was a bit of a stretch, but safer than revealing her non-human nature directly. Wow, Dad left so many shiny things, Ella said with admiration, accepting the story smoothly. Got it. All Dad's magic. Over the next few days, Lin Kai paused the barbecue stand's operation and declined most curious visitors. He focused mainly on giving Ella special training. The training was detailed and challenging. They started with basic object handling. Lin Kai brought various items made of different materials, light feathers, ceramic bowls, heavier wooden blocks, and metal tools, so Ella could practice using just the right amount of force to pick them up. The process was full of surprises. Ella accidentally squeezed the feathers into balls, broke several bowls, left fingerprints on the wooden blocks, and sometimes caused shallow dents on the metal tools. Each time, Ella would pout sadly and look at Lin Kai with a sad expression, while Lin Kai felt sorry for the damaged items, but patiently comforted and corrected her. Next was controlling walking, running, and jumping. Lin Kai marked an area in the backyard, asking Ella to walk without leaving obvious footprints and to run without causing slight ground vibrations. This was very difficult for Ella, who was used to moving freely. She often accidentally stomped loudly or dashed off like the wind, kicking up dust and leaving small holes. Roy watched nervously, worried she might accidentally the ground. The most difficult part for Lin Kai was role-playing scenarios. He and Roy acted as different characters, curious villagers, pedestrians who accidentally bumped into her, and even strangers with bad intentions trying to get close to test Ella's reactions. Wow, little girl, you look so cute. Can I pat your head? Lin Kai acting. Ella instinctively showed her teeth to growl, but Lin Kai gave her a look to stop her. Remembering the rules, she quickly hid behind Roy, clutching his clothes tightly, burying her face and quietly saying, "No. Go away. Good job." Lin Kai immediately praised her and gave her a small piece of dried meat as a reward. Ella's face lit up with a big smile. But when Roy played the role of a drunk person walking unsteadily and accidentally bumping into her, Ella's first reaction was to reach out and push him away. Luckily, Lin Kai was watching closely and quickly said, "Ella, gently step aside." Ella's hand stopped in midair, almost touching Roy. She looked a little upset and pouted, but she obediently moved aside. "Yes, that's right. Just step aside. No need to hit." Lin Kai sighed in relief and rewarded her again. Training is dull and repetitive. For Ella, who is simple-minded, remembering and following these complex rules is not easy. She often forgets or, when impatient, instinctively uses too much strength. Lin Kai is very patient, clear with rewards and punishments, and keeps repeating, slowly embedding these behavior rules into Ella's mind. After a few days, although the results are not immediately obvious, progress is clear. Ella's damage to common objects has greatly decreased. When walking or sitting, she is still more energetic than normal children, but no longer causes chaos. When facing simulated strangers, she gradually learns to avoid and report instead of fighting back directly. At sunset, Ella carefully carries a bowl of water, trying to walk steadily to Lin Kai. She is very focused, her face tense, walking slowly and steadily. The water in the bowl only ripples slightly. When she successfully hands the bowl to Lin Kai, she shows a tired but proud smile. "Kai, I did it." Gently, she says, as if claiming credit. Lin Kai takes the water, pats her head, and sincerely praises, "Good job. Mom is proud of you." Ella happily squints her eyes, enjoying the praise, her tail gently wagging. Roy watches nearby, feeling deeply. He has seen Ella change from a wild, powerful dragon cub to someone trying to control herself and adapt to human society. The process is full of funny moments and dangers, but it also makes him understand Lin Kai's careful efforts and sense of responsibility even more. She has learned the basic rules, but to turn them into instinct, she still needs time and more practice, Lin Kai says to Roy, with a thoughtful look. Next, we need a more complex environment with more people to strengthen this training. Black Iron City might be a good choice. The Low-Key Conduct Guidelines version 2.0, through repeated cracking sounds, careful steps, and lots of snacks, has initially planted a naive dragon heart. It lays a small but crucial foundation for the upcoming, broader journey, even if not very solid. Morning light once again shines on the wooden cabin in the woods. The door remains open, like an unhealed wound, reminding of past dangers and upcoming changes. After a few days of basic training with the low-profile rule, Ella, under deliberate control, can barely manage not to accidentally crush everyday objects. When walking, the ground vibrations have decreased to nearly normal levels. However, Lin Kai knows that this progress is still far from enough. The simulated training at home is limited, lacking the complexity and unpredictability of real social interactions. To make these behavioral rules instinctive for Ella, she needs to undergo stress tests in environments that are closer to real life. "Today, we will train at the edge of the town," Lin Kai announced after breakfast. Roy looked worried. "At the edge of the town? Isn't that too risky? What if someone from the Bloodblade group sees us? We won't go to crowded places like the market or tavern," Lin Kai explained. "We'll stay near the houses and small paths close to the forest. It's quieter there, with fewer people, mostly ordinary residents who don't know us. It's a good place to simulate entering a strange town." Also, he glanced at Ella, who was carefully tying her small leather boots with a gentle effort. Some situations can only be encountered in real environments. Ella was very interested in going outside to play, especially since Lin Kai promised she could eat a honey-filled baked good if she performed well. Faced with the snack temptation, she seemed more willing to accept the complicated rules. The three of them left the wooden house, not taking the usual main road to the market, but detoured to the edge of the windless town near the forest on the west side. The houses here were sparse, mostly belonging to woodcutters and hunters. The roads were just dirt paths, occasionally stirred up by carts transporting wood, raising fine dust. Lin Kai began his field teaching. He no longer played different roles but guided Ella to observe real passers-by and explained quietly. "Look over there, Ella." Lin Kai pointed to a strong hunter chopping firewood nearby. "He's very strong, right? But when he splits wood, he uses skill and tools, not just brute force. That's how people use strength in crowded places, by relying on tools and controlling their power within reasonable limits." Ella watched the hunter swing his axe, splitting the firewood in half with a loud. She blinked her red eyes, seeming to understand a little, but also feeling unsure. She whispered softly, "Using an axe is so troublesome. I can just use my hands to break it." Lin Kai. He took a deep breath. "But if you do that, others might find it strange and keep staring at you. We don't want too many people to watch us, right?" Ella thought about the curious looks she might get. She wrinkled her small nose and nodded. "Yes, I don't like being stared at." They kept walking along the small path. Sometimes, familiar villagers passed by and greeted Lin Kai and Roy kindly. Their eyes often lingered on Ella, who was dressed cutely and had rare hair and eye colors. "Good morning, Lin Kai, Roy." "Who is this little girl?" An aunt carrying a shopping basket asked with a smile. Lin Kai responded calmly. "Good morning, Aunt March. This is my sister, Ella. She just came to live with us recently." This was his prepared excuse, changing Ella's identity from mother to sister to match her age and avoid unnecessary explanations. Ella remembered her training but didn't speak. She just lowered her head slightly, acting shy as Lin Kai had taught her. Her small hand instinctively clenched his shirt. "Oh, what a pretty little girl," Aunt Mar praised, reaching out to pat Ella's head. Ella's body tensed instantly. Just as she was about to react, Lin Kai quickly stepped half a step to the side, blocking her. He smiled and said to Aunt Mar, "She's a bit shy." "Thank you for the compliment." Aunt Mar didn't mind and smiled as she walked away. Lin Kai let out a breath and whispered to Ella, "You did very well just now. You didn't hide or push away. Remember this feeling. When you don't want to be touched, hide behind me or Roy." Ella looked up, a little proud, with her red eyes shining. "Yes, I remember." Next, they practiced more situations. Lin Kai asked Roy to pretend accidentally bump into Ella to test her reaction. The first time, Ella instinctively tried to block with her hands. After Lin Kai gave her a look to stop her, she awkwardly sidestepped, a bit stiff but not using her powerful strength. The second time, the third time, she gradually got used to this, avoiding, instead of fighting back, approach. They passed by a house, and suddenly a big guard dog rushed out of the yard and barked loudly at the strangers. Roy was startled and instinctively gripped his sword handle. Ella's reaction was even quicker. She glared with her red eyes, and a faint, invisible dragon aura instinctively spread out. The fierce dog from a second ago seemed to be doused with cold water, whimpering and trembling as it hurried back into the yard, no longer making a sound. Lin Kai was surprised and quickly looked around. Luckily, no one nearby seemed to notice this brief, abnormal event. He knelt down and seriously told Ella, "Mom, remember, outside, you must never show that kind of look to ordinary animals or people, and never release that kind of aura." Ella looked at the scared dog and seemed to realize she had done something wrong. She lowered her head and whispered, "It's so noisy. I won't do it next time." Training is not always easy. When Ella tried to go alone to a small stall run by an old lady on the roadside to buy a small bag of wild fruits with a few coins, something unexpected happened. Ella handed over the coins, and the old lady smiled and took them, then handed her the bag of wild fruits. Maybe the old lady's hand was trembling, or perhaps Ella's grip was still not accurate enough, and the bag slipped at the moment of exchange, scattering the fruits all over the ground. "Oh no!" the old lady exclaimed. Ella looked at the scattered fruits and froze for a moment. Her first instinct was to bend down and pick them up, but she seemed to want to be more polite. Her movements hesitated and were a bit clumsy. She accidentally tripped, and to keep her balance, she instinctively pushed her hand onto the ground. Bang, a muffled sound. The ground where her hand pressed showed several tiny cracks and a shallow handprint. The air instantly froze. The old lady stared in shock at the cracks and handprint on the ground. Roy gasped in surprise. Lin Kai's heart jumped to his throat. Ella also saw the damage she caused. She looked up, a flicker of panic in her red eyes. She remembered Lin Kai's teaching. If she broke something, she should blame it on Dad's magic. She quickly thought of a solution, or rather, awkwardly applied a formula. She pointed at the cracks on the ground and told the stunned old lady, "It's Dad's magic." "I didn't do it," the old lady. Lin Kai almost face-bombed. He quickly stepped forward, helping to pick up the wild fruits, and apologized to the old woman with a polite tone. "Sorry, Grandma. My sister. She was sick when she was young. Our family used some magic tools to strengthen her body, but the side effect is that sometimes she can't control her strength. It's not intentional." He quickly took out a few extra copper coins and handed them to the old woman. "This is a compensation." The old woman looked at the fresh handprint on the ground, then at Ella with her innocent face and Lin Kai with a sincere attitude. Her cloudy eyes were full of confusion and a hint of respect. She took the coins and muttered, "Magic tools. Really? Impressive." It was unclear whether she was praising the magic or the girl's strength. This accident deeply affected Ella. On the way back, she seemed a bit down. Even the honey-baked cake she promised didn't taste as sweet as usual. "Kai," she whispered, "did I mess up again?" Lin Kai didn't blame her. Instead, he patted her head and said, "You didn't mess up. Mama's worked hard today. We just need more practice. Remember, if you accidentally break something next time, don't rush to explain. Just let me handle it." Ella nodded, burying her face in Lin Kai's arm, softly saying, "I'll be more careful." As the sun set, their shadows stretched long. The day's disguise training was over. Ella's performance in real situations was still inexperienced and even caused some laughs, but she began to realize the importance of control and started learning how to better apply the principles Lin Kai taught during unexpected moments. Lin Kai, through his observations, gained a clearer understanding of Ella's trouble spots, accumulating valuable experience for future training and their upcoming journey. Back at the small wooden house without a door, Lin Kai began counting their few belongings. His gaze occasionally drifted westward, toward the direction of Black Iron City. He knew it was time to start planning their departure. The training at the town's edge was just the beginning. The real challenge awaited in that large, complex city. Inside the wooden house, the flickering oil lamp cast long shadows of the three of them on the rough wooden walls. Without a door, the night wind carried the coolness of the woods and the scent of grass and trees, but it couldn't dispel the serious atmosphere inside. The recent disguise training has come to an end for now. Old Phil's warning still echoes in his mind. Lin Kai knows it's time to turn the idea of leaving into real action. He sits at a simple wooden table, in front of him a rough sketch of the area around Wind Breeze Town, drawn on a piece of tanned animal hide. He traded some small supplies with an old hunter to get it. The map shows the town, main roads, forests, rivers, and the distant city called Black Iron City, the main human city nearby. Roy sits opposite him, looking focused but also a little uncertain and nervous about the future. Ella leans on the table, resting her chin in her hands, her bright red eyes curious as she looks at the strange lines on the hide. To her, it's more like a new toy than a map. "We can't stay in Wind Breeze Town anymore," Lin Kai says calmly but firmly, pointing to the small circle that marks Wind Breeze. "It's too small, too many eyes. Plus, the Bloodblade mercenary group is like a fireball that could explode at any moment. Staying nearby is too dangerous." Roy nods. He already thought about this, but hearing it said out loud still makes him feel heavy inside. This place is his hometown, where his dreams began. Now he has to leave it behind. Lin Kai moves his finger along a winding line that represents a road, heading west, and finally points to a square marked with darker strokes, symbolizing a city. "Our goal is here, Black Iron City, Black Iron City," Roy repeats softly, a flicker of longing and worry in his eyes. It's the biggest and busiest city on the northern border, full of traders, mercenaries, opportunities, and dangers. For someone like him, a young knight from a small town, it's a distant place full of legends. "Why Black Iron City?" Roy asks. "It's not the closest city, and I've heard its power is complicated. Exactly why it's the best choice for us," Lin Kai explained sharply. "Distance isn't a problem. Staying away from Wind Breeze's conflicts is actually good. The complicated power struggles there mean the waters are muddy. As small players, we won't stand out as much. It has a bigger market, more resources, and wider channels of information. Whether for hiding or for the future, Black Iron City is the best option right now. He looked at Ella and said, and there, Ella's special abilities blend in with different groups of people, so she won't stand out so much. We need a bigger stage for her to get used to things. When Ella heard her name, she looked up, blinked, and seemed a bit confused, but still gave Lin Kai a sweet smile. I understand, Roy said, taking a deep breath to calm his thoughts. His eyes became firm again. We are going to Black Iron City. What do you need me to do? Before we leave, we need to buy a lot of supplies and prepare everything, Lin Kai said, pointing at the sketch of the town and Black Iron City. The journey is long. At normal caravan speed, it will take at least 10 days. We must be ready with enough supplies for any problems along the way. He explained his plan clearly, showing he had thought it through. First, food and water. We need long-lasting dry food, like hard bread, dried meat, and root vegetables that keep well. I will make some concentrated meat paste and seasonings, which are good for eating and adding salt. For water, besides carrying water bags, we need materials to purify water, like fine sand and charcoal. Roy took notes carefully and added, I know Old Hack at the east end of town makes good dried meat and dry food that lasts long. We can buy from him. Next, equipment and tools, Lin Kai continued. We need a sturdy tent that can block wind and rain, at least 2 sleeping bags. Roy, your weapon needs maintenance, and we might need a small knife for outdoor survival. Ropes, fire-starting tools, medicine for injuries, insect repellent. All of these are necessary. He paused. Most importantly, we need a reliable horse-drawn cart, or at least a sturdy wagon, and a pack animal. Walking with all this gear will be slow and dangerous, Roy frowned. Carriages and pack animals aren't cheap, and good ones aren't easy to find. I'll handle the money, Lin Kai said calmly. We still have that bag of money from old Phil, plus some I saved from selling roasted meat and seasonings. It should cover our initial expenses. He didn't mention the exact amount, but his confident tone reassured Roy. Lin Kai's eyes grew deep. We need to learn about the main trade routes to Black Iron City recently, whether there are bandit activities, and the weather conditions. We can ask old Phil. He knows a lot. Also, we must decide on our identities once we enter the city. He looked at Ella. The 3 of us are siblings from a small village in the south. Our parents have passed away, and we sold our family property to go to Black Iron City to find a distant relative for work. This story is simple and unlikely to be questioned. Ella heard siblings and relatives and felt a bit excited. She whispered, Kai Tai, can we sell roasted meat in the city? I want to eat sugar-topped cake. I heard there are many delicious foods there. Lin Kai smiled helplessly. Yes, as long as Mom behaves well, there are many tasty things in the city. This was the biggest encouragement for Ella. Finally, the action plan, Lin Kai said, assigning roles. Roy, you are responsible for buying most of the basic supplies, like dried food, tents, sleeping bags, and tools. You know the town better and where to find good prices. Be sure to buy discreetly so as not to attract attention. Understood, Roy nodded. I'm in charge of special items, like buying the carriage and pack animals, and getting better medicine and insect repellent. I will also trade the last batch of soap and special soy sauce from home to old Phil for more cash. Lin Kai arranged. As for Ella, he looked at the girl, who was poking at the Black Iron City mark on the animal hide map with her finger. Tomorrow, you will go with me. This is the last practical training in Breeze Town. You need to practice how to control your strength in crowded places, stay close to me without running off, and handle curious looks. This is the most important practice before entering the city. Ella immediately puffed out her little chest, trying to look serious. Yes, I will be very good. For the sugar-topped cake, Lin Kai rolled up the animal hide map, his eyes calm and firm. The city entry plan was not just about gathering supplies, but also a final check before a strategic move. He knew that the road ahead would not be smooth, but only by being well prepared could he secure a safe place for himself and his important family members in the large game called Black Iron City, and even more. Before dawn, the darkness had not fully lifted, and the forest was filled with the cool, damp air of early morning. The small town of Breeze Town was still asleep, with only a few scattered rooster calls and dog barks breaking the silence. Outside a wooden house with no door, a busy scene was unfolding. A sturdy-looking second-hand cart with a waterproof cover was parked in an open space. It was pulled by a gentle, strong northern pack beast, known for its endurance and adaptability, an excellent choice for long journeys. This was an important asset that Lin Kai bought yesterday afternoon through Old Phil's channels, nearly exhausting his cash. Under the cover, all their supplies from the past few days were neatly packed: bags of dried food and jerky, bundled tents and sleeping bags, water skins filled with clean water and homemade fruit vinegar, and wooden boxes containing tools, medicines, and a few precious spices and soap. Everything was carefully planned by Lin Kai to make the best use of limited space. Roy checked one last time to make sure the harness was secure. He wore old leather armor suitable for travel, with a long sword hanging at his waist. His face showed a mix of reluctance to leave his hometown and determination to start a new journey. He knew leaving was for a better future and to protect his important companions. Lin Kai stood at the door of the wooden house, taking a final look at the place they had lived for some time. The house was now empty, with only some simple furniture that couldn't be taken and the open doorway. It had been his place of rebirth, the starting point of his bond with Ella as a mother and child, and the first step he took in this strange world. A faint feeling of sadness crossed his mind, but it was quickly replaced by the urgency of the unknown challenges ahead. Kai, will we come back someday? Ella's voice sounded beside him. She had changed into a clean, travel-friendly cotton dress. With a soft animal hide cape, she had modified herself. Her silver hair was simply tied at the back, and her bright red eyes shone especially clearly in the early morning light. She tightly held a small bundle wrapped in soft cloth, which contained her most treasured, sparkling collection: several colorful, beautiful stones, a few vibrant bird feathers, and a small toy that made soft, ringing sounds made by Lin Kai. Lin Kai looked away, lowered his head to look at Ella, and gently brushed her messy hair caused by the wind. He said softly, "Maybe yes, maybe no. But wherever we go, we will be together, and we will have a new home." "Yes," Ella nodded strongly. As long as she was with Kai, she didn't feel sad about leaving the old home. Instead, she looked forward to the new home and sugar cake. The sky gradually brightened, and the eastern horizon was painted with beautiful orange-red colors. It was time to leave. Lin Kai took a deep breath of the cool, fragrant air and said in a calm voice, "Let's go." Roy tightened the reins of the pack animal one last time, checked everything, then sat in the driver's seat and held the rough reins. Lin Kai helped Ella onto the wagon, making sure she sat inside, near the supplies to prevent her from falling out of curiosity. Then he smoothly took his place beside Roy as the second in command. "Drive." Roy gently shook the reins and called softly. The gentle pack animal snorted and started walking steadily, pulling the wagon filled with their hopes for the future. It slowly left the forest clearing, crossing the dewy grass, and headed onto the main road west. The wooden house behind them gradually became smaller. The noticeable doorway eventually blended into the forest background, like an abandoned symbol. There were no grand goodbyes or noticeable farewells. Their departure was as quiet and swift as their presence had been there, low-key and quick. The wagon traveled west along the main road, which was packed down by wheels and footsteps. At first, they could see scattered farmland and cottages on both sides, with smoke rising from chimneys, and early risers occasionally glancing curiously. But as the sun rose higher and they moved farther from Wind Breeze Town, the scenery began to become more wild and open. Dense forests replaced the farmland, and along the roadside grew wild bushes and flowers. The air was filled with the scent of earth and plants. She knelt on the mat, her small hands gripping the edge of the carriage, her bright red eyes curiosity shining as she looked around. When she saw birds flying past the treetops, she whispered in surprise. When she saw rabbits darting along the roadside, she excitedly pointed them out to Lin Kai. To her, this long journey felt more like a fun and exciting outdoor adventure. Lin Kai watched the road carefully while also paying attention to Ella's mood. He wanted to prevent her from doing anything risky out of excitement, like trying to jump off the carriage to chase rabbits. He also quietly planned their route. According to the map and what he heard from Old Phil, they needed to reach their first stop today, a small village at a fork in the road where traders and travelers rest. It had simple inns and a water source. The trip was not easy. At noon, They faced a muddy section of road caused by recent rain. The wheels got stuck in the mud, and the pack animals struggled. Roy got out to lead the animals ahead, while Lin Kai pushed from behind. It took a lot of effort to free the carriage. Ella watched their muddy pants and busy movements, blinking as if she wanted to help. But remembering Lin Kai's warning not to use too much force, she held back and quietly asked, Kai, do you want me to gently push? Lin Kai wiped his sweat and quickly shook his head. No need, Mom can sit still. We can handle it. He didn't dare let Ella push lightly. If she pushed too hard, she might accidentally push the carriage off the road. This small incident made Lin Kai and Roy realize even more how tough the journey was and how important good preparation was. They found a dry spot to rest, eating some dried meat and hard bread for lunch. They also gave the pack animals water and grass. In the afternoon, the trip went more smoothly. The road became dry and firm, and the animals moved more easily. Lin Kai used this time to teach Ella some safety tips for traveling, like not picking unfamiliar wild fruits, staying close to the carriage and adults, and keeping a safe distance from strangers. Ella chewed on the dried fruit Lin Kai gave her, listening with half understanding. Most of her attention was still on the passing scenery outside the window. As the sun began to set, turning the clouds into a beautiful tapestry of colors, they finally saw some lights flickering along the road ahead before nightfall, just as planned. That was a place much smaller than Wind Breeze Town, with only a dozen or so households, an inn with a faded wooden sign hanging, and a small square for passing travelers and horses to stop and drink water. Here we are, Roy sighed in relief as he guided the cart into the simple square. Several small trading groups and scattered travelers had already arrived, unloading goods, watering their horses, and chatting. The sounds of voices mixed with the neighing of beasts, making it a bit noisy. Link jumped down from the cart, carefully observing the surroundings. He gently took Ella from the cart and whispered, "Stay close, don't run around, and don't talk to strangers." Ella nodded, clutching Link's clothes tightly. Her bright red eyes curiously examined this strange new place filled with different smells and sounds. For her, leaving Wind Breeze Town on this first day was a mix of tiredness and wonder. The long journey to Black Iron City had just begun. After more than 10 days of travel, the dusty cart finally reached the wider, smoother trade road leading to the destination, Black Iron City. The first thing that caught the eye was the tall, gray silhouette on the distant horizon. As the cart approached, the shape became clearer and larger, eventually revealing a massive structure sprawling across the plain. The high city walls were built from large, rough black stones that shimmered coldly in the sunlight, resembling the back of a sleeping ancient beast. The walls were lined with arrow towers, and guards in shiny armor stood like nails, giving off a stern, intimidating presence even from afar. The huge gates were open, with thick ironclad wooden doors swung wide, like a giant beast's open mouth, swallowing the steady flow of people and horses. That's Black Iron City. Roy tightened the reins, slowing the cart as he looked up at the grand walls, his eyes filled with awe. Compared to Wind Breeze Town, with its low walls, this mighty city felt overwhelming. He instinctively straightened his back, gripping his sword handle tightly. Though feeling small and insignificant, a fiery passion surged in his chest. This was the stage where legendary knights truly performed. Link's gaze was more composed as he carefully examined the city walls, the distribution of guards, and the crowd near the gates. He noticed that, besides the main city gate they were heading toward, there were smaller side gates on both sides, apparently meant for pedestrians and small vehicles. The main gate was crowded with carriages and horses, forming a long line waiting for inspection by city guards. The air was filled with dust, the smell of pack animals, and a busy, lively atmosphere typical of a big city. "Get to the back of the line, Roy," Lin Kai whispered. "Follow the plan we agreed on." The carriage slowly merged into the line of vehicles waiting to enter the city. Ella was already captivated by the scene outside the window. She leaned out slightly, her small mouth slightly open, her bright eyes wide with wonder as she looked at the tall city walls, the diverse crowd, and the convoy of carts loaded with strange goods. Everything felt new and exciting to her. "Wow, Kai, that gate is so big. Much bigger than our old home's gate," she whispered excitedly. almost revealing her thoughts, but quickly changing her words. Yes, because this is a big city, Lin Kai replied calmly, gently pressing her back into the carriage. Sit still, don't lean out too much. It's not safe. Ella obediently pulled back, but her eyes kept eagerly watching the outside world, especially the silk and jewel boxes shining in the sunlight on the backs of the pack animals. Her tail twitched instinctively whenever she saw something shiny and beautiful. The line moved forward slowly. Lin Kai watched carefully as the guards checked the vehicles. They mainly examined the cargo, asked about their purpose for entering the city, and looked for any illegal items. For small, ordinary carts and pedestrians, the checks weren't very strict, but the guards' attitude was not friendly. Finally, it was their turn. Two guards, dressed in black armor with iron trim and holding long spears, approached. One was young, with a scrutinizing look. The other was older, with a weathered face and sharp eyes, clearly the leader. Where are you coming from? What is your purpose for entering the city? The young guard asked routinely, glancing over the worn carriage and the three tired-looking people. Roy answered in a slightly nervous but fluent voice, as they had practiced. Greetings, sir. We come from Oak Village in the south. My parents passed away not long ago. We are 3 siblings, and we sold our family property to come to Black Iron City to find work with a distant relative. He pointed at Lin Kai and Ella inside the carriage. The older guard's gaze paused on Lin Kai's face. Lin Kai showed a cautious and slightly nervous expression appropriate for his age as he looked around the unfamiliar environment. Then, the older guard's eyes shifted to the inside of the carriage. What else is inside? Lift the curtain and see. Lin Kai signaled to Ella not to move. He reached out and fully lifted the curtain at the front of the carriage, revealing neatly packed luggage and Ella sitting beside it, curiously observing the guard. When the guard saw Ella's delicate face, rare silver hair, and pure red eyes, both of them paused in surprise. The young guard's eyes flashed with amazement and curiosity, while the older guard's brow furrowed slightly, almost unnoticed. Is she your sister? The older guard asked, his tone emotionless. Yes, sir. Her name is Ella. She's still young and a bit shy, Lin Kai replied respectfully, his heart beating a little faster. Ella's appearance always drew attention wherever she went. At that moment, the young guard seemed moved by Ella's adorable look. Maybe out of kindness or curiosity, he instinctively reached out to touch Ella's soft-looking silver hair, a faint, somewhat awkward smile on his face. Little sister, don't be afraid. This action instantly triggered Ella's warning zone, which Lin Kai had repeatedly emphasized. Almost at the same time as the guard's hand reached out, Ella's red eyes suddenly contracted. Her body tensed instantly, like a frightened small animal. She remembered Lin Kai's words, if you don't want to be touched, just dodge or tell me. But her instincts acted faster than her thoughts. She didn't dodge but tilted her head back sharply, showing her sharp little tiger teeth with a wide grin, and let out a very soft, warning growl. Ugh. That sound was quiet but carried a wild, primal warning that no young human could produce, coming from the top of the food chain. The young guard's hand froze midair, his smile stiffening. An inexplicable chill ran down his spine, and he stopped his hand. Even the experienced older guard's pupils shrank suddenly, and his grip on his spear tightened instinctively. The atmosphere instantly became tense and heavy. Lin Kai's heart nearly skipped a beat. He reacted very quickly and immediately turned sideways to block the carriage door, blocking Ella's view of the guards. His face was full of apology and helplessness, and he explained hurriedly, Please, Your Excellencies, don't be angry. I'm really sorry. My sister. She was frightened by a wild animal when she was young, which left her with a lasting fear. She's especially afraid of strangers touching her. When she's startled, she reacts like this. Our village doctors say there's nothing they can do. We truly apologize for disturbing you. As he spoke, he secretly signaled Ella to stay quiet with his hand behind his back. Inside the carriage, Ella saw Lin Kai block her view again. She also picked up on his hint and realized she might have done something wrong again. She immediately stopped looking fierce, pouted, lowered her head, and buried her face in her knees, pretending to be scared and upset. Her tail, however, was still stiff with nervousness. The young guard awkwardly withdrew his hand, blushing and looking uncertain. He muttered, So that's how it is. The strange chill he felt came and went quickly, making him doubt whether it was just his imagination. The older guard looked deeply at Ella, who was hidden behind Lin Kai, then at Lin Kai himself, who was sincerely apologizing, and finally at Roy, who looked a bit nervous. He paused for a few seconds, his gaze seeming to see through people. In the end, he appeared to accept Lin Kai's explanation or decided not to fuss over such a small matter, since the other was just a harmless-looking country boy with 2 young siblings. All right, go in. The older guard waved his hand, his tone returning to normal. Remember, Black Iron City has its rules. Be good and don't cause trouble. Yes, yes, thank you, sir. We will follow the rules, Lin Kai quickly replied, feeling relieved inside. Roy immediately urged the beast to move, and the carriage slowly started up, passing through the large, deep city gate, leaving the guards and the small incident behind. As the carriage fully entered the noisy streets of Black Iron City, Lin Kai felt a fine layer of cold sweat on his back. He looked back at Ella, who was secretly lifting her face and sticking out her tongue inside the carriage, and shook his head helplessly. They had finally gotten through the first checkpoint safely. But Lin Kai knew that in this city full of hidden talents and dangers, the real test was just beginning. The carriage wheels rolled over the large blue stone slab at the entrance of the Iron City, making dull, steady sounds. Finally, the tall city gate and the faint tension behind it were left behind. However, Lin Kai's heart was still not completely at ease. The quick conflict at the gate, though he managed to resolve it with quick thinking, served as a warning bell in his mind. In this unfamiliar big city, even small mistakes could cause unnecessary trouble, especially when it came to Ella's uncontrollable instincts. Inside the carriage, Ella seemed to realize her actions might have caused trouble. She stopped looking around curiously, lowered her head, and nervously twisted the hem of her clothes. She kept sneaking quick glances at Lin Kai's face, like a small cat waiting for its owner's scolding. Her silver tail drooped listlessly on the cushion, occasionally flicking anxiously. Lin Kai didn't speak immediately to scold her. He knew that Ella's strong rejection and defensive reaction to unfamiliar touches were almost instinctive dragon traits, as natural as breathing. Forcing her wasn't the best choice. Instead, guiding her to develop safer ways to respond was more important. He turned to face the inside of the carriage and spoke calmly, with no anger in his voice. "Mom, were you scared just now?" Ella looked up, her red eyes showing a mix of hurt and fear. She nodded hard. "Yes. That person suddenly reached out. I don't like it." "I know you don't like it," Lin Kai said softly. "You did the right thing by showing you didn't like it. When you don't want to be touched by strangers, you should tell me or Roy. Do you remember?" Ella pouted and whispered, I forgot. He was too fast. Next time, try to remember faster, okay?" Lin Kai patiently guided her. "Look, you showed your teeth and made a sound just now," which scared the guard, but it also caught the attention of the other, more powerful guard nearby. "That could cause trouble. If you just hide or call me right away, they might not notice us so much." Ella seemed to understand, but wasn't completely sure. She could feel that Lin Kai wasn't angry, but was teaching her a better way. She nodded and promised, "I'll remember next time. I'll hide or call Kai Kai." "Good girl," Lin Kai gently patted her head. This time, Ella didn't resist, and instead happily squinted her eyes, her tail lightly wagging again. "Remember, here we should try not to draw too much attention, so we can find a safe place to stay and enjoy lots of delicious food." Delicious food. Ella's attention was instantly caught by the phrase, and her red eyes brightened. "Kakai, are we going to find something tasty now?" "First, we need to find a place to stay and settle down," Lin Kai smiled. "Then we can look for good food." While Lin Kai was calming Ella, at the front of the carriage, beside the wide stone road just inside the city gates, another group of people noticed them. It was a small mercenary team, well-equipped and looking tough. They seemed to have just finished a task and were preparing to leave the city. One of the team members was a tall female elf ranger, with a keen gaze sweeping over Lin Kai's carriage. Her eyes paused on the slightly old-fashioned carriage, then shifted to Ella's side face, which was just peeking out from behind the curtain and talking to Lin Kai. Her silver hair and red eyes caught her attention, making her eyebrows slightly raise. She nudged a middle-aged human warrior, wearing chainmail and looking like the team leader, with her elbow and whispered, "Boss, look at that cart." The leader looked in the direction she pointed and saw only a plain, rustic-looking carriage and 3 young boys and girls who seemed to be refugees. He even considered Roy as a young boy. "What's wrong, Lena? Is there a problem?" the leader asked, a bit confused. Lena, the elf ranger, shook her head slightly, her eyes showing a subtle hint of curiosity. "Nothing much. It's just that the little girl. Her hair and eye color are quite rare. Also, earlier at the city gate, there was a bit of a commotion, and it seemed to be related to that card." The leader shrugged dismissively. "Isn't it common for hundreds of monsters to come into Iron City? Just some country kids, probably inexperienced, got scared when questioned at the gate. Don't bother with it. We still have a mission to complete." Lena nodded and withdrew her gaze. But deep inside her sharp eyes, she remembered that brief scene and the rare silver hair and red eyes. As an excellent ranger and scout, she is very sensitive to any unusual details. This small incident went unnoticed by Lin Kai and the others. Their carriage had already merged into the busy crowds and traffic of Black Iron City. Roy carefully guided the packed beast, trying to navigate the noisy, bustling streets filled with shouting, the clatter of wheels, and footsteps. His nerves were tense. He had to avoid hitting pedestrians and also look out for the various signs hanging along the street, trying to find an inn or rental house that looked affordable. Lin Kai sat beside him, calmly observing the city's pulse. The wide streets were lined with dense, closely packed shops selling everything from daily goods to weapons, armor, magic materials, and strange pets. The pedestrians were diverse: humans, elves, dwarves, and even some orcs with hoods covering most of their faces. The air was filled with the smells of food, beast odors, rusted metal, spices, and a complex, hard-to-describe atmosphere typical of a large, crowded city. This was Black Iron City, a place much larger, more complex, lively, and dangerous than Windbreeze Town. They were like 3 drops of water merging into this noisy ocean. "Lin Kai, look over there." Roy pointed to a quieter side street with a wooden sign that had "Stone Crow Inn. Reasonable prices, stables available," written in common language and dwarf runes. "Let's check that out," Lin Kai decided. They needed to settle down quickly, rest after more than 10 days of travel, and let Ella get away from this overstimulating environment. The carriage turned into the side street, and the noise lessened a bit. The Stone Crow Inn was a 3-story stone-in wood building that looked a little old. Its exterior was plain, but the entrance was kept clean. A middle-aged woman in an apron, slightly plump, was sweeping the steps outside. Roy parked the carriage near a small stable beside the inn, and he and Lin Kai got out together. Lin Kai turned back and told Ella inside the carriage, "Mom, Roy and I are going to ask about a place to stay. You stay here and wait quietly. Don't come out, and don't talk to strangers, okay?" Ella, curious about everything outside, nodded obediently. "Yes, I'll wait for Kai." Lin Kai and Roy approached the woman and began asking about the price and conditions of lodging. Neither of them noticed that behind the window of a tavern on the 2nd floor across from the inn, a pair of eyes was watching them with interest, especially the seemingly ordinary carriage. The watcher took a sip of the amber-colored drink in their cup, and a faint, mysterious smile appeared on their lips. The small conflict between Ella and the guard was like a stone thrown into a lake. The ripples had faded, but whether there were still traces remained to be seen. Only time could tell. For the 3 travelers who had just entered Black Iron City, finding a safe place to rest from the wind and rain was the most important thing right now. The room at the Stone Crow Inn was small and simple, just enough for 2 narrow beds and a worn wooden table. But for the 3 who had traveled a long way, it was a rare place to rest peacefully. After moving their few belongings into the room and taking a short break, Lin Kai decided to go out and explore the surroundings. In a place like Black Iron City, missing even a moment could mean losing opportunities or falling into trouble. "We're going out to look around and get familiar with the area," Lin Kai told Roy and Ella. "Remember, stay close to me, don't run around, and don't attract attention." His gaze lingered especially on Ella for a moment. Ella nodded eagerly, her small hand grabbing Lin Kai's sleeve. Her red eyes sparkled with curiosity and excitement about the unknown world. To her, the faint noise outside the inn was full of endless attraction. The 3 stepped out of the Stone Crow Inn and rejoined the bustling crowd of Black Iron City. When they truly found themselves on the main street of the city, The overwhelming impact that couldn't be experienced through the carriage window hit them like a giant wave. A flood of sounds instantly overwhelmed them. The shouting and bargaining of merchants, the rhythmic hammering from blacksmith shops, the clatter of wheels over cobblestones, the neighing and snorting of pack animals, street performers singing and playing instruments, children chasing and playing, and conversations in different languages and accents. All these sounds blended into a huge, chaotic, lively roar that struck their ears. Roy instinctively shrank back, feeling dizzy and disoriented. Ella widened her eyes, her small head turning left and right like a drum, trying to identify the source of each sound. The symphony of smells is equally complex and strong. The fresh bread's wheat aroma mixes with the greasy scent from the nearby meat stall. The ripe, sweet smell from the fruit stand intertwines with the salty, fishy odor from the fish vendor. The rich, pungent exotic scents from the spice shop coexist with the smell of animal droppings left by the pack animals on the street. There are also smells of sweat, leather, and the faint fragrance of perfume drifting from noble carriages. These various scents act like invisible hands, teasing the sense of smell and painting a lively picture of the bustling marketplace. Ella's nose keeps twitching, sometimes frowning, sometimes showing delight, especially when she detects the aroma of food. The visual feast is the most direct and impressive. The street is wide enough for several carriages to pass side by side. On both sides are tightly packed shops with colorful signs competing for attention. There's a blacksmith shop with a large hammer symbol hanging outside, the fire blazing inside, and the blacksmith working shirtless and sweating. There's a weapon shop displaying shining armor and sharp swords, giving off a cold, intimidating glow. A magic supplies store is filled with strange herbs, minerals, and scrolls, radiating a mysterious aura. There's a silk shop with colorful, textured fabrics, and a general store selling rare treasures from across the continent. Crowds of people fill the street, forming a moving map of different races. Tall, strong dwarves with thick beards and loud voices carry large axes or hammers almost as tall as themselves, walking in groups. Elegant, slender elves with pointed ears and thin lips, dressed in fine clothes, move through the crowd with a slightly distant look. Dark-skinned or bronze-toned orcs, mostly hiding their distinctive features under hoods or scarves, still exude a fierce presence. Of course, humans are the most numerous, ranging from noble, well-dressed aristocrats to ragged beggars, heavily armed mercenaries to hurried scholars. Roy's gaze is almost fixed on the well-equipped knights and mercenaries. He watches their shiny armor, engraved swords at their waists, and ornate shields on their backs, filled with longing and envy. This is a world apart from the guards he saw in Wind Breeze Town, who only carried simple leather armor and ordinary iron swords. He even saw a knight riding a tall, armored warhorse, accompanied by attendants. The knight's commanding presence made him almost hold his breath. He instinctively straightened his posture, as if he himself was about to be inspected as a knight. Lin Kai's observations are more calm and practical. He notices the layout of different shops, judging which areas are commercial zones, which might be craft districts, and which places have busy crowds that need caution. He sees city guards wearing uniform armor patrolling in order, and also spots some idle people gathered at street corners with wandering eyes, looking unfriendly. He notices shop entrances with different emblems, and in the distance, a grand, solemn building with a tall spire, which he guesses might be the town hall or an important institution. Ella's attention is completely drawn to the shiny and tasty-looking things. Her red eyes scan from stall to stall, making small exclamations of wonder. "Look, Kai, that one glows." She points at a stall selling poor-quality magic crystals, which emit colorful light after being infused with faint magic, like treasures in her eyes. "Kai, what's that shiny round thing?" she asks, blinking at the bright copper basin reflected in a shop selling metal utensils. "Wow, it smells so good. It's sweet." She follows the scent to a craftsman making sugar art. The amber-colored syrup is shaped into lively figures in the artist's hands, and she watches with wide eyes, her tail wagging quickly. She wants to rush over and look closely or even touch, but Lin Kai holds her tightly and whispers, "You can only look, not touch or take anything. Remember?" Ella reluctantly responds with an, okay, but her eyes still greedily linger on the attractive items, her face showing her desire. They walk along the main road for about half an hour. What they see and hear far exceeds everything Roy and Ella have known before. The market in Windbreeze Town is like a pond compared to the ocean here. Roy feels a sense of smallness he's never experienced before, but also a surge of excitement and a desire to prove himself in this vast world. Ella is simply immersed in the novelty and thrill, feeling like her eyes can't keep up. Lin Kai stops at a relatively wide intersection where they can rest for a moment, giving Roy and the overly excited Ella a chance to catch their breath. He looked around, his gaze passing over the busy crowd, and he saw the deeper parts of the city with taller and more magnificent buildings faintly visible. Here is just the outer city area, near the gate, which is quite chaotic, Lin Kai whispered to Roy. The inner city must be a different scene altogether. Roy looked in the direction of his gaze, only able to see a continuous row of rooftops and blurry outlines in the distance. He gained a deeper understanding of how large and complex this city was. At that moment, a strong smell of food mixed with various spices drifted on the wind, instantly catching Ella's full attention. She sniffed sharply, her bright red eyes shining, and tugged Lin Kai's sleeve. She pointed with her small hand toward a busy archway entrance ahead on the street, where lively voices and tempting food aromas faintly came from. Kai, over there. It smells so good. Can we go see? Ella's voice was full of longing, as if that place was her dream paradise. Lin Kai glanced at the wooden sign hanging above the archway, carved with symbols of a wine cup and a knife and fork. He looked at Ella's eager little face, knowing that the temptation of delicious food was crucial to calming her emotions and making her cooperate. Okay, he nodded. Let's go see over there. But remember, stay close to me. Don't run around, and don't reach out to grab anything you see. Got it? Ella immediately promised loudly, her attention already fully captured by the unknown food market. Passing through the archway marked with a knife and wine glass, it was as if stepping into another world. The sounds, smells, and sights suddenly intensified several times, creating a dizzying whirlpool. This was a large open square surrounded by many two-story stone and wood buildings. The ground was paved with shiny stones, worn smooth by time and oil. In the center of the square, fixed stone stalls were scattered around, while the edges were filled with bustling food stalls and taverns or restaurants with colorful banners. The smell of grilled meat sizzled on iron griddles, sparks flying from the flames. Thick soups boiled in large pots, bubbling with white foam, steam carrying mouth-watering aromas straight to the nose. Pastry chefs skillfully stretched dough, which quickly puffed up into golden, hollow balls when fried. At the elf's stall, a special drink with fresh fruit and honey scent shimmered in a clear container, reflecting colorful light. In front of the dwarf's shop, stacks of hearty black bread sprinkled with coarse salt and giant roasted beast legs, bigger than an adult's face, were displayed. This is the largest food court in the West District of Black Iron City, a gathering place for mercenaries, craftsmen, small traders, and many ordinary citizens looking for cheap and tasty food. The lively sounds of talking, clinking dishes, vendors calling out, and satisfied sighs from diners blended into a non-stop, lively symphony. Ella stood at the archway, sniffing the air with her small nose. Her red eyes shone brightly, like sparkling rubies. She tightly held Lin Kai's sleeve, trembling slightly from excitement. Her tail wagged quickly behind her, almost making a breeze. Kai, over here, she stammered, pointing excitedly at the endless food battlefield in front of her. Her voice was high-pitched with excitement. That, the golden one, the bubbling one, that smells so good. I want to eat everything. Lin Kai looked at the scene before him. Even with his mature mind, he felt a little overwhelmed. It wasn't just the tempting food. It was also a test of his wallet and Ella's discreet rules. He took a deep breath, trying to stay calm like a general preparing for a tough battle. Roy, stay close and watch Ella carefully. Don't let her get lost in the crowd, Lin Kai first instructed Roy. Then he squatted down, looking directly into Ella's eager eyes, and seriously repeated the rules. Listen, we can eat, but we must follow the rules. First, stay close to me. Never run off alone. Second, tell me or Roy what you want to eat. and we will buy it. You can't reach out and grab things from the stalls. Third, eat slowly. Pay attention to your manners. Don't eat like you're at home, and don't make loud noises. Can you do that? Yes. I can. Ella nodded eagerly. For the sake of food, she was willing to agree to anything at this moment. The raid began. Their first stop was a stall selling skewers of what looked like giant insects. The shells were roasted to a golden, crispy perfection, giving off a strange smell of spices and cooked protein. Ella's eyes immediately locked onto it. Kai, that. The moving legs. She pointed at the tiny insects still curled on the charcoal fire. Lin Kai's mouth twitched slightly, but he forced himself to step forward and buy 2 skewers. Ella took the skewers, looked at them curiously, then bit into one with a crunch, her face immediately showing surprise and happiness. Crispy. Delicious. A few mercenaries nearby, drinking, saw the adorable little girl calmly eating the roasted insect skewer and looked at her with surprise. Lin Kai quickly pulled her away toward the next stall. Next was the elf juice stand. Clear liquid floated with unknown flower petals and fruit pieces, giving off a cool and sweet aroma. Ella drank a glass of the shimmering, silver moon dew, in one go, licking her lips happily and looking longingly at Lin Kai. He sighed and bought her another glass. Then came the dwarf's grilled meat stall. A large leg of mountain goat, marinated with a secret sauce and grilled to perfection, was easily cut into small pieces by Ella using the dagger Lin Kai handed her. She finished it quickly, gnawing the bones clean. The dwarf boss watched in amazement and gave a thumbs up. Little girl, you have a good appetite. Just like our dwarf warriors. They walked and ate along the way. Flowing sugar art, Ella carefully held up a crystal-clear dragon-shaped piece. She had requested that pattern, reluctant to eat it. Steaming pies filled with rich cheese and meat. She took a bite, pulling out long strings and blowing hot air, but refusing to put it down. Pastries wrapped in special plant leaves, steamed with a sweet rice aroma from the southern marshes. A strange blue jelly that seemed to move slightly on its own. Ella seemed like a bottomless pit, her stomach connected to another dimension. Lin Kai's money pouch quickly emptied as coins clinked into the vendor's hands. Roy followed behind, from initial shock to numbness, helping carry more and more snacks that Ella tasted and then said she wanted to save for later, feeling like a moving food stand. Lin Kai's mood was much more complicated. On one hand, he watched Ella's pure and satisfied smile, her curiosity and joy at each new food, feeling a strange sense of happiness, like a farmer proud to see his crops grow strong. On the other hand, his ever-shrinking purse was like an alarm bell ringing in his mind. Prices in Black Iron City were far higher than in Breeze Town, and at this rate, they might face a financial crisis in just a few days. He had to find a source of income soon. Ella's way of eating also drew quite a bit of attention. Although she tried to remember Lin Kai's reminder to eat slowly and mind your manners, the temptation of so many delicious foods made her version of slow still much faster than most people's. Her amazing appetite contrasted sharply with her small, cute appearance, and her rare silver hair and red eyes made her even more noticeable. Many passers-by, and even some stall owners, looked at the little girl with surprise or amusement as she enjoyed her food with great enthusiasm. Hey, look at that little girl. She can really eat. Silver hair and red eyes, she's so pretty. Is she from a noble family? Doesn't look like it. Her brother's clothes are pretty plain. What an appetite. I'd be thrilled if my son could eat half as much. These comments drifted into Lin Kai's ears, making him both helpless and cautious. He needed to end this food raid quickly and take Ella away from this overly crowded place. All right, that's enough. We should head back, Lin Kai said, glancing at the half-eaten sugar-coated pastry in Ella's hand and the pile of paper-wrapped snacks Roy was holding. Just one more, Kai? Please, just one. Ella pleaded, licking the sugar from her lips and pointing toward a nearby stall selling colorful, smoke-like magical ice cream. That one. I want that one. Seeing the clearly expensive, magic-infused dessert, Lin Kai touched his nearly empty purse and shook his head firmly. Not today. We're almost out of money. We'll come back tomorrow, okay? Ella's face fell, and even her tail drooped sadly. But she seemed to understand what out of money meant. Though reluctant, she didn't argue. She only muttered softly, then, we have to come tomorrow, promise? All right, tomorrow, Lin Kai said with a sigh of relief. But in his heart, He was already calculating. Before tomorrow came, he had to find a way to earn some money. He held on to Ella, who was somewhat reluctant, and kept looking back, and greeted Roy, who was carrying a lot of food. They started walking against the crowd toward the exit of the food square. The sudden food square raid was temporarily over. All that was left for Lin Kai was a satisfied, but clearly still wanting more, mother dragon, a tired night, a nearly empty money pouch, and a heavy sense of urgency about how to survive in Black Iron City. Leaving the noisy, crowded food square with its mixed smells, it felt like waking up suddenly from a lively dream. The street noise was still there, but the burst of excitement was gone, making everything seem calmer. Ella held Lin Kai's hand with one hand, while the other clung to a partially eaten, sugar-coated fried dough. Her face showed a mix of laziness from eating too much and a longing for more food. Roy followed behind, holding several paper-wrapped packages, which contained the snacks Ella wanted to save for tomorrow. He looked tired, but mostly amazed at how much the city cost. Lin Kai guided them toward the general area of the Stone Crow Inn, thinking quickly. His money was running out fast, like an invisible whip urging him to find a steady income. Relying only on his savings from Windbreeze Town, he knew he couldn't last long in Black Iron City. Should he go back to his old job selling roasted meat and spices? Or use his modern knowledge to try something more upscale? Or send Roy to the Mercenary Guild to see if there were any short-term jobs? Many ideas flashed through his mind as he weighed the pros and cons. While he was lost in thought, the small hand holding his suddenly squeezed tightly, making him stop. Kai, look, over there. It's shining. Ella's voice was excited, trembling with a different kind of thrill from when she saw food. Lin Kai looked in the direction she pointed, and his heart skipped a beat. They were walking along a wider, smoother stone-paved street. The people here dressed more finely, and the shop signs looked more stylish. The goods sold ranged from beautiful crafts to enchanted weapons and armor, far better than those in the outer city. What caught Ella's full attention was a grand three-story stone building ahead of them. The building features large, arched doors and windows carved with intricate patterns of twisting vines and exotic animals. The walls are made of smooth, polished white marble, creating a striking contrast with the common black-gray tones of the city. At the entrance, four guards stand tall, dressed in shiny full-body armor, with long swords at their sides and serious expressions. Their sharp eyes scan anyone who tries to approach. The most eye-catching feature is a huge sign hanging above the main door, painted in gold, with large, flowing characters that read, Golden Grain Auction House. Through the spotless glass windows, you can faintly see the bright interior, displaying items resting on velvet cushions, shining under magical lights. Even from a distance, with Lin Kai's enhanced vision influenced by the dragon environment, he can clearly see the items in the display window. A necklace with a large red gemstone about the size of a pigeon's egg, glowing with what looks like flickering flames inside. A one-handed sword emitting a cold blue glow, as if it radiates icy energy, and a crown woven from silver threads, decorated with tiny diamonds. These objects don't just shine physically. They seem to carry a magical allure that attracts all energy-sensitive beings, a kind of irresistible temptation. Alla's bright red eyes are wide open, reflecting the dazzling glow inside the auction house window, as if two small suns are burning in her eyes. She forgets about the dough she hasn't finished eating, letting it fall onto the stone street. Her breathing quickens, her small nose twitching slightly, as if she can smell the enchanting aura of those sparkling treasures through the air. Her silver tail swings wildly, and her small body leans forward slightly, like a kitten completely captivated by a toy, ready to pounce. Wow, so beautiful, she whispers, her voice full of longing. Kai, that red stone, and that shiny ring. Can we go inside and look? Just a little? She lifts her head, her pure, eager eyes fixed on Lin Kai, her small hand unconsciously tightening around his, almost hurting him. Lin Kai's heart sinks suddenly. One of his biggest worries has come true. Alla's obsession with shiny objects is deeply rooted in her dragon bloodline instinct. Her desire for them might even surpass her craving for delicious food. When in Windy Town, due to the environment, she only came into contact with some pretty stones, glass beads, or cheap jewelry, which were still manageable. But the items in the auction house before her were clearly real magic gems and valuable metals, and they were very tempting to Ella. No, Mom, we can't go in. Lin Kai immediately and firmly refused, speaking very seriously for the first time. He pulled Ella strongly, stopping her from instinctively stepping forward. Why? Ella's small face instantly fell, showing sadness and confusion almost bursting out. Just to look. I won't touch. I promise, she hurriedly explained, but her eyes still fixed tightly on the gemstone necklace in the display window, unable to look away. That's not a place you can just walk into, Lin Kai tried to explain in a way Ella could understand, while signaling Roy to come closer, forming a protective circle to prevent Ella from breaking free. Look at those guards. They are very fierce. To go inside, you need something called an invitation letter, which we don't have. And everything inside is very, very expensive. All our money, all our dried meat, all our baked bread combined can't buy even the smallest shiny stone. He tried to help her understand the difference in value using things Ella cared about, money and food. All the money. Can't buy it. Ella seemed shocked by this statement. She looked at Lin Kai's thin money pouch at his waist, then at the shining gems in the display window. Her small face showed confusion and struggle. In her simple understanding, Kai's money could buy lots of delicious food. So how could she not even buy a tiny, little stone? At that moment, the gilded door of the auction house was pulled open from inside by two attendants. A wealthy merchant, dressed in a luxurious silk robe, plump, with rings full of gems on his fingers, walked out proudly, surrounded by guards and attendants. One attendant respectfully handed him a delicate wooden box. The merchant casually opened it, revealing a pair of earrings made from a whole moonstone, glowing with a soft white light. The pure, gentle glow immediately caught everyone's attention, including Ella's. Moonstone. Looks pretty good, the merchant casually commented, closing the box and tossing it to a servant behind him, as if it were just a small, insignificant trinket. This scene was like pouring hot oil on Ella's burning desire. "Kay, that. The white one. It's more beautiful," she shouted excitedly, leaning forward with more force, almost pulling Lin Kay off balance. Can we find a way to go inside and look? Just look. Please, Kay." She started struggling hard, trying to pull away from Lin Kay's grip. Her bright eyes shimmered with a thin layer of tears from her strong desire, looking both pitiful and stubborn. Roy saw this and hurried to help, softly saying, "Miss Ella, calm down. We really can't go there." Lin Kay's heart tightened. He knew Ella was in a nearly obsessive state driven by instinct, and normal reasoning or persuasion wouldn't work. He had to be more firm and clear to bring her back. "Ella," Lin Kay called her for the first time with a strict, almost scolding tone, gripping her tightly with both hands, almost wrapping her small body in his arms. "Look at me." Ella was startled by his sudden sternness. Her struggling slowed a little. She looked up at Lin Kay with tearful eyes. "I'm telling you one last time, no?" Lin Kay stared into her eyes, speaking clearly and firmly, with no room for compromise. "You can't go there now. If you don't listen, we'll go back to the hotel. Tomorrow, the day after that, there will be no more delicious food, including the frosting cake." This final warning, especially the mention of no more delicious food and frosting cake, was like a cold splash of water, finally cooling Ella's fiery desire. Her craving for sweets and her longing for shiny things fought fiercely in her small mind. In the end, under Lin Kay's unwavering, stern gaze and the threat of losing her treats, the desire for the shiny things won only with difficulty. Tears finally welled up in her eyes and fell with a plop. She stopped struggling, pouting and crying sadly. "Ugh, Kay is mean. Just don't look if you don't want to. I can't be without my frosting cake." Seeing her pitiful look, Lin Kay felt a soft spot in his heart, but he was also a little scared. He loosened his grip slightly, but still held her hand tightly. His tone softened a bit, but remained firm. "Just listen. There will be shiny things again later, but not here. Let's go back now." He gave Roy a quick signal, and the two of them, one on each side, almost like bodyguards, gently guiding Ella, who was quietly sobbing and glancing back repeatedly, away from the street filled with luxury and temptation. They left behind the shining auction house. Lin Kai looked back at the heavily guarded entrance, frowning. Ella's obsession with treasures was more unstable than her love of food. Today, they managed to suppress it, but what about next time? In Black Iron City, such temptations are everywhere. He needed to help Ella understand the rules of this world better and find a safe way to satisfy her desire for shiny things. Otherwise, this ticking time bomb would eventually explode. After leaving the street with the auction house, they entered a more normal crowd. Lin Kai still felt Ella's tense body and her silent sadness. She was no longer crying, but her little mouth was pouting, her red eyes dull, no longer curious about her surroundings. She was just walking quietly, pulled along by Lin Kai. Her silver tail, which usually swayed gently, now hung limply behind her, like a tired vine. Clearly, the threat that all the good food is gone had worked, but suppressing her natural feelings made her a little depressed. Roy walked beside them, feeling a bit sorry for Ella, but he understood Lin Kai's difficult position and the need to be decisive. When Ella stared at the display window of the auction house with those bright red eyes full of longing, it made him feel uneasy. That look was not something a normal little girl should have. Lin Kai felt even heavier. He kept an eye on Ella's condition while quickly thinking through their options. Using food as a threat was only a temporary fix. It didn't solve the root problem. Ella's desire for treasures was instinctive, like needing water when thirsty or food when hungry, almost a biological need. Suppressing it might work a few times, but long-term, it could cause her to break down emotionally or erupt in a more intense, uncontrollable way at an unexpected moment. He needed to find a way to help her vent her feelings or find a substitute. "Mom," Lin Kai slowed down and spoke softly, trying to distract her. "Look over there. They're selling pinwheels, colorful ones that spin when the wind blows. They're pretty too." He pointed to a small street stall, where many simple windmills made of colored paper and bamboo strips spun gently in the breeze, reflecting sunlight and appearing colorful. Ayla lazily lifted her eyelids, glanced casually, then lowered her head with little interest, softly muttering, "That not as bright as gemstones, Lin Kai." "Okay, her taste is quite high now." He tried again, pointing to a stall selling colorful glass beads. "Those beads are round and come in many colors." Ayla looked up again, observing the transparent glass beads shining in the sunlight, but her red eyes showed no excitement. Fake, no sparkle. After several disappointments, Lin Kai felt a bit helpless. Having seen real magical gemstones shine, these ordinary, cheap sparkling items no longer caught Ayla's attention. It's like serving a gourmet meal to someone used to fine delicacies, such a big difference. While he was thinking about what else could comfort Ayla, a sudden, somewhat hurried metallic clatter and noise at the street corner caught their attention. Something seemed to be happening. They moved closer and saw a small group of city guards blocking the road, inspecting passers-by more carefully than at the city gate, especially those carrying packages or looking like outsiders. The guards looked serious, sharp-eyed, and the atmosphere was tense. Nearby, some pedestrians gathered, whispering among themselves. "That I heard something happened at the Golden Grain auction house." "Really? When? Just now? It seems a precious magic crystal was stolen." "Wow. Who's so bold? Dare to attack in Golden Grain's territory? No idea. The whole city is on high alert, searching everywhere. I heard they stole the deep blue lament, a priceless crystal. No wonder the guards are so strict." The scattered rumors reached Lin Sai's ears, making his heart tighten suddenly. The Golden Grain auction house. The magic crystal theft? Just after they left? He instinctively looked at Ayla beside him. The little girl also seemed affected by the sudden tense atmosphere, temporarily losing her desire for gemstones. She clutched Lin Sai's hand more tightly, looking around warily at the serious-faced guards. Lin Kai's mind was racing quickly, and a bad feeling like a cold snake wrapped around his heart. They had just stopped briefly outside the auction house. Ella's unusual behavior and her rare silver hair and red eyes might have attracted some attention. Although they hadn't done anything wrong, at such a sensitive moment, any suspicious person who had contact with the auction house could be under investigation. "Let's go around," Lin Kai decided quickly. He pulled Ella and called Roy, planning to walk through a small alley nearby to avoid the checkpoint. But just a few steps after turning, a deep, commanding voice came from behind. "Those three in front, please stop." Lin Kai froze instantly. He slowly turned around and saw two men dressed in black armor with iron trim, clearly squad leaders of the guards. One of them was the guard who had been patrolling near the auction house earlier. His gaze was sharp, like a hawk, sweeping over Lin Kai and Roy first, then locking onto Ella, who was protected behind Lin Kai. The guard captain examined Ella carefully, especially her striking silver hair and her red eyes, which showed some nervousness. When he was patrolling near the auction house, he had noticed this very distinctive girl and her intense, almost obsessive stare at the display window. He wasn't sure if it was related to the theft, but in this tense moment, no suspicious clue could be ignored. "Did you stay near the Golden Grain auction house just now?" The guard captain asked coldly, with an unquestioning tone. Roy's face turned pale instantly, and he instinctively reached for his sword. Ella seemed to sense hostility, shrinking behind Lin Kai. Her red eyes flickered with a faint golden glow, a natural reaction when a dragon feels threatened. Lin Kai's heart sank. The worst was happening. He forced himself to stay calm, showing just enough surprise and a hint of unfairness at being questioned without reason. He answered in a slightly rural accent, using the common language. "Sir, we just passed by there. My sister is inexperienced and saw the shiny windows, so she looked a bit longer. We left quickly, we didn't do anything." He deliberately emphasized, "younger sister, and haven't seen much of the world," trying to explain away Ella's unusual behavior as simple curiosity from a rural child. The guard captain clearly didn't believe him easily. His sharp gaze remained like a blade. "Really? Just looking? I noticed her behavior at the time, and it was more than just curiosity. Who are you? Where do you come from? What are you doing in Black Iron City?" A series of questions were thrown out, and the air seemed to freeze. Some passers-by nearby also noticed the commotion, casting curious and scrutinizing looks. Lin Kai knew that any sign of panic might be seen as guilt. He took a deep breath, about to repeat the story he had prepared earlier about being relatives from Oakwood Village, emphasizing that they had left the auction area some time ago and were not involved in the theft. But just before he spoke, another slightly hurried voice interrupted. "Captain, we found something." A regular guard quickly approached the captain and whispered, "In a small alley in the East District, we found clothes and tools that look like they were abandoned by thieves. There are traces of poison used by dark elves. The command has ordered to seal off the East District and search thoroughly." Hearing this, the captain's face changed. Dark elves. This was a much more important lead than a few mysterious rural children. He quickly looked at Lin Kai and the others, especially Ella. Although the little girl's appearance was suspicious, it seemed far from the style of dark elves. Now that there was a clearer target, he didn't want to waste time here. "All right, you can go now." The captain waved his hand, his tone still stiff, but his attention had clearly shifted. "The city's been tense lately. Don't wander into sensitive areas if you have nothing to do." Yes, thank you, sir. "We'll head back to our place," Lin Kai hurriedly replied, feeling a huge weight lift from his chest. He pulled Ella and Roy, almost like fleeing, and quickly left the scene of trouble. Walking back to the Raven Inn, the three of them remained silent. Ella seemed to understand she had almost caused big trouble and obediently followed without throwing a tantrum. Roy looked scared and worried. Lin Kai looked back at the city center, still shrouded in tense atmosphere, with a frown. The crisis was temporarily over, but he didn't feel even a little relaxed. Ella's desire for treasures is like a bomb that could explode at any moment. The huge city of Black Iron City has many places where sparks could ignite the fuse. The theft at the auction house is just the beginning. They must be more careful, find a way to survive quickly, and figure out how to solve Ella's biggest problem, her instability, at its root. The small room at the Stone Crow Inn was very quiet at dawn, a sharp contrast to the faint unrest in the city yesterday. Lin Kai woke early, leaning by the window, watching the growing crowd on the street below, his brow furrowed. Although he escaped last night, the impact of the theft at the auction house still lingered. The city guards seemed to patrol more often than usual, and a tense feeling filled the air. Ella was still sleeping deeply after her emotional ups and downs and the scare from yesterday. Her face was buried in the pillow, breathing evenly. Roy had already gotten up, carefully wiping his long sword with gentle movements, trying not to wake Ella, but worry was still visible on his face. Suddenly, loud and urgent knocking broke the morning silence, making both inside the room tense up. Roy paused his cleaning, looked at Lin Kai with alert eyes. Lin Kai made a shushing gesture, took a deep breath, and went to the door. He didn't open it right away, but asked in a serious voice, "Who is it?" A firm voice answered from outside, "City guards. Open the door for a routine check." What was coming had come. Lin Kai sighed inwardly, knowing he couldn't avoid it. He signaled Roy to stay calm, then slowly unlocked the door. Outside stood 3 fully armed city guards. The leader was the older guard captain who had checked them at the city gate and stopped them on the street before. He looked serious, with sharp eyes like a hawk. Behind him, 2 young guards held their swords, ready to act at any moment. The inn's plump owner lady looked worried, fidgeting and hesitant. "You again." The captain's cold gaze swept over Lin Kai's pale face, then looked past him to Ella, who had just woken up and sat up confused, and Roy, holding his sword tightly. Lin Kai forced himself to stay calm, speaking as steadily as possible. "Have you heard about the theft of the deep blue lament magic crystal at Jinsui auction house?" The captain of the guards asked directly, his voice deep and commanding. "According to our clues, you stayed near the auction house for a long time before the incident, acting suspiciously. Especially her." He pointed directly at Ella on the bed. She showed an unusual interest in the exhibits and even tried to rush the guards. "We suspect you are involved in the theft." "That's not true, sir," Lin Kai immediately protested, showing urgency and frustration. "We were just passing by yesterday. My sister is young. She came from the countryside and has never seen such beautiful display windows. She looked a little longer, that's all. As for rushing the guards, that's nonsense. She was just shy and hiding a bit, which might have caused a misunderstanding. We left quickly, and the merchants and passers-by can confirm that." He spoke quickly but clearly, denying the main accusations and blaming Ella's strange behavior on her curiosity as a country girl and her shyness. "Humph, just a coincidence." The captain snorted, clearly not convinced. "You appeared at the scene before and after the theft. The main suspect's features are unclear, but you all look suspicious, especially this girl. Silver hair and red eyes, very distinctive. Who's to say it's not some disguise or a distraction? We need to search your rooms and luggage. Also, you 3 must come with us to the guard station for further questioning." "A search of the room? To the guard station?" Lin Kai's heart sank sharply. Once in the interrogation room, many things would be out of their control. Ella's identity was fragile. Roy's knight certificate was questionable. He wasn't officially registered with a knight order, and he himself, a child prodigy, with a mature soul, would find it hard to explain. Moreover, in the midst of the theft investigation, they could easily be made scapegoats. "Sir, this might not be appropriate," Lin Kai tried to argue. "We are just ordinary relatives passing through. We have clean backgrounds and no evidence linking us to the theft. Detaining us based on suspicion alone isn't right according to the kingdom's laws." The captain of the guards smirked with a hint of sarcasm. "Until solid evidence is found, any suspicious person must cooperate with the investigation. Now, you can either open the door voluntarily for us to search, or we will arrest you on charges of theft and obstructing official duties." 2 young guards stepped forward behind him, their hands already on their sword hilts, clearly threatening. The innkeeper's face turned pale with fear, and she kept retreating. The atmosphere inside the room instantly chilled. Roy clenched his sword tightly, his arm muscles tense. He knew resisting was unlikely and the consequences serious, but surrendering was impossible. Ella seemed to sense the tense mood too. Her bright red eyes watched the guards at the door cautiously, her small hand gripping the corner of the blanket, leaning slightly forward like a small leopard ready to pounce. Lin Kai had no doubt that if the guards forced their way in to arrest them, Ella's temper and maternal instincts would erupt instantly, and the consequences would be unthinkable. Just at this critical moment, a slightly childish but annoyed voice broke the tension. "You're disturbing my sleep. And those shiny stones clearly disappeared on their own, so why are you blaming us?" It was Ella. She seemed irritated by the noise and the tense situation, still upset from being forcibly taken away yesterday. Hearing the guards insist they stole the shiny stones, she couldn't help but speak up, her tone childish and angry. "Ella." Lin Kai was shocked and hurriedly tried to stop her, but it was too late. The captain of the guards immediately shot a sharp look at Ella, catching the key part of her words. "Disappeared on their own? How do you know they just disappeared? Could they have been stolen?" His voice suddenly rose, sharp and full of suspicion. Lin Kai's mind buzzed with unease. Ella's words sounded like a straightforward statement of fact, even a flimsy excuse like they disappeared by themselves, to outsiders. Ella was startled by the fierce gaze of the captain. She instinctively shrank back behind Lin Kai, but refused to admit defeat, mumbling softly, "It's just a feeling. With so many people watching, how could they be stolen?" This innocent remark only deepened the captain's suspicion. He stared at Ella intently, as if trying to see through her. This silver-haired girl with red eyes looked strange from the very beginning. Lin Kai knew he couldn't let Ella speak anymore, or things would only get worse. He quickly stepped in front of Ella, stood tall, and faced the captain of the guards with a firm tone. "Sir, my sister is just a child. She was frightened and talking nonsense. You have no proof, only guesses and a child's words. Are you going to accuse us without evidence? If this is how the Iron City guards work, I suspect you're just blaming outsiders because you can't catch the real thief, trying to settle the matter quickly." His words clearly accused the guards of failing to do their job, pointing the finger at them. The guard captain's face turned pale with anger, and his eyes burned with fury. He was under pressure to solve the case quickly, and Lin Kai's words hit a sore spot. "How dare you slander the guards?" the captain shouted loudly, already reaching for his sword. "It seems we need to teach you a lesson so you won't be so cheeky. Seize them." Two young guards immediately drew their swords, ready to attack. Roy also quickly stepped forward with his sword, blocking Lin Kai and Ella. His face was pale, but his eyes were firm, prepared to fight to the end. A fight seemed about to break out. Just then, a calm but commanding voice came from the other end of the corridor. "Stop! What's going on?" Everyone looked toward the voice. A middle-aged officer, dressed more finely, wearing a captain's badge on his chest, and with a calm but authoritative presence, approached with two attendants. His gaze swept over the tense scene at the door, finally resting on the pale-faced guard captain. "Captain Hoffman?" The officer recognized him. "What happened here?" Hoffman, the guard captain, saw the visitor and immediately stiffened. He quickly lowered his sword and saluted, then explained the situation briefly, emphasizing Lin Kai's suspicious behavior and Ella's intriguing words. The middle-aged officer listened quietly, his eyes shifting between Lin Kai and Ella, who was protected by Roy. He paused for a moment on Ella's rare silver hair and red eyes, a flicker of subtle thought crossing his gaze. After hearing the report, the middle-aged officer did not immediately respond. Instead, he looked at Lin Kai with a calm but commanding tone. "Young man, you say you are innocent, but do you have any proof or witnesses to show that you were far from the auction house at the time of the incident and not involved in the theft?" Lin Kai's mind moved quickly, knowing this was a key moment. He forced himself to stay calm, his thoughts racing as he recalled the details from yesterday. "Sir," Lin Kai respectfully bowed, speaking confidently but politely. "After we left the auction house, we went straight to the food court in the West District. We stayed there for quite a while, buying a lot of food. Many vendors should remember us, especially my sister. Her appetite and appearance should be easy to recognize. You can send someone to verify at the food court. That will prove we were not at the scene of the crime and had plenty of time to be elsewhere." He paused briefly before continuing. "As for what my sister said earlier, it was just childish fear-induced nonsense. If you don't believe us, you can investigate the real clues, like the guards' discussion yesterday. They seem to have found traces related to dark elves. Wasting time on us, who have clear alibis and are unimportant suspects, might only let the real thief go free." Lin Kai's words were logical and well-supported. He provided a clear alibi with the food vendors and cleverly pointed out that the guards had more important clues about the dark elves, hinting that the focus might be misplaced. The middle-aged officer listened carefully, pondering for a moment. He then looked at Ella, who was carefully protected by Lin Kai. Her red eyes showed only caution and unease, with no sign of guilt. He had already made his judgment. It was not wise to cause trouble over a few suspects with weak suspicion and alibis, especially when there were clearer leads. "Captain Hoffman," the middle-aged officer said, turning to the uncertain Hoffman, "send someone to verify their whereabouts at the food court. If everything checks out, don't waste more time here. The main point of the theft is in the East District." Captain Hoffman opened his mouth as if to say something, but under the calm yet tense gaze of the middle-aged officer, he finally swallowed his words. He glared unwillingly at Lin Kai, waved dismissively, and left with his men in a sullen mood. The middle-aged officer looked at Lin Kai again with a deep gaze and left a warning. Black Iron City is not a small town. Be more careful in your actions. Then he turned and walked away. The innkeeper saw this and let out a long breath. She quickly comforted Lin Kai with a few words and hurried downstairs. After the door closed again, the room fell into brief silence. Roy leaned against the wall, exhausted, with cold sweat on his forehead. Ella seemed to realize the danger was over, relaxed, yawned, and crawled back into bed, muttering, "So sleepy." Lin Kai looked at Ella curled up again and then out the window at the still heavily guarded city. He slowly exhaled. This time, they were lucky to get through, but the risk of being blamed was not gone. In Black Iron City, without roots or strength, one is like a floating with no anchor, easily overturned or crushed by sudden storms. They must change this passive situation quickly. The footsteps of the guards faded down the corridor. Inside the small room at the Stone Raven Inn, the tense atmosphere did not ease. Roy leaned against the wall, breathing heavily, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. The tense scene earlier still haunted him. Ella seemed unaware of how close they had come to danger. She yawned, curled up on the bed, and unconsciously mumbled, sparkling. Her breathing soon steadied, and she fell asleep again. Lin Kai stood by the window, looking through the slightly foggy glass at the patrol guards still walking on the street below. His face was calm, but his tightly pressed lips betrayed his inner turmoil. Waiting passively for the investigation results? Relying on the guards' efficiency and fairness? That was not his style. Captain Hoffman's unwilling gaze told him that as long as the real thief remained at large, these three, distinctive, outsiders would still be suspects, possibly questioned again at any moment. Next time, a more rational officer might appear. He had to take the initiative and control his own fate. "Roy," Lin Kai turned around, his voice low and firm, "we can't just wait here." Roy looked up, still showing signs of nervousness on his face. "What do you mean?" "We need to find the real thief, or at least gather enough evidence to clear our names completely," Lin Kai said sharply. "The guards have their way of doing things and their limits, but we have our advantages." "Advantages?" Roy looked confused. They were strangers in this city, with no roots here. What advantages could they have? "We were there, even if only briefly. Maybe we noticed details that the guards overlooked," Lin Kai explained, walking to the table. He dipped his finger in water and traced patterns on the rough surface. "And we have Ella." He glanced at the small girl sleeping on the bed. "Miss Ella?" Roy was even more puzzled. "Her senses are sometimes very special," Lin Kai said without elaborating, but he believed Roy would understand. Ella's intuition and sensitivity to energy fluctuations had been proven many times in the forest near Windbreeze Town. "We need to go back to the auction house, not as suspects, but as witnesses and concerned citizens, to help with the investigation." Roy thought about Lin Kai's words, and his eyes lit up. Being passive and blamed was frustrating. If they could actively prove their innocence, that would be the best choice. "All right, what should we do? First, we need to learn more details about the theft," Lin Kai said thoughtfully. "The innkeeper is well informed, so we should ask her. Also, we need a good excuse to get close to the auction house again without raising suspicion." Half an hour later, Lin Kai and Roy appeared in the common area on the first floor of the inn. Lin Kai looked worried and regretful, asking the innkeeper, who was cleaning the counter, for information. "Ma'am, this morning really scared us," Lin Kai sighed. "We're just simple folks from the countryside. We've never seen such a scene." "You're well informed. Do you know what was stolen from the auction house? It caused such a big fuss." The innkeeper was talkative and had seen the guards come earlier. Now, hearing Lin Kai's question, she lowered her voice and spoke mysteriously. "Yes. I heard they lost a magic crystal called Deep Blue Lament. It's said to be one of the highlights of this auction, worth a fortune. The Gold Spike auction house has a strong background, so they're really embarrassed now. They're trying to pressure everyone they know to find it. The guards over there are under a lot of pressure. I heard Captain Hoffman, who is investigating the case, is so anxious he's even getting blisters around his mouth. Such valuable items, how could they be lost?" Roy asked at the right moment, looking curious. "It's really strange." The shop owner looked around and lowered her voice. "I heard the auction house is heavily guarded, with multiple layers of guards and magic alarms inside and out. But that crystal disappeared right in front of everyone's eyes, from a sealed display case. No traces at all. If the case hadn't been empty, no one would have noticed anything was missing. Now there's talk that it's haunted, or maybe some advanced space magic disappeared out of nowhere, in plain sight. Space magic? These words flashed through Lin Kai's mind like lightning. He suddenly felt he was onto something. Thanking the shop owner, Lin Kai and Roy returned to their room. Ella was already awake, sitting on the bed, swinging her little legs and looking at Lin Kai eagerly, clearly hungry. "Mom, hold on a bit. Help Kai Kai first. Later, I'll take you to a better place to eat." Lin Kai crouched down and looked into Ella's eyes. "Do you remember that big house with lots of shiny stones from yesterday?" When shiny was mentioned, Ella's bright red eyes lit up immediately, and she nodded strongly. "I remember. Back then, besides the stones being very shiny, did you feel anything special?" Lin Kai tried to guide her in a way she could understand. "Like, did you suddenly hear a buzz or feel the air twist a little? Like water ripples?" Ella tilted her head, trying to recall, a thoughtful look on her face. After a few seconds, she blinked and pointed towards a small alley on the side of the auction house. "There. It's like there was a little pop, and it felt weird, like an invisible bubble burst, very quickly. Then a shadow whooshed away. I thought I was seeing things. Invisible bubbles? Shadows? Whooshing away." Lin Kai's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Ella's description, though simple, was extremely important. It likely pointed to some kind of short-range teleportation or advanced invisibility magic. And the location was on the side of the auction house, not the main entrance, which makes sense for avoiding the main security lines. "Mom, you've done a great job." Lin Kai couldn't help but gently pat Ella's head, a real smile of relief appearing on his face for the first time since entering Black Iron City. He turned to Roy and quickly said, "We have a lead. The thief probably used magic or some teleportation device and was waiting in a side alley. After grabbing what they wanted, they immediately escaped. The guards are probably too focused on the main gate and inside, and might have missed the brief, high-energy space disturbance outside. Then let's go tell the guards right away," Roy said excitedly. "No, we should not just tell them directly. Words alone may not be convincing, and they might not believe us, especially since Captain Hoffman already has a bias against us." Lin Kai shook his head. "We need better proof. Come on, let's check near that alley." The three of them left again, this time with a clear goal. They avoided the main road, approached the auction house from another route, and deliberately stayed away from the main checkpoints. Near a quiet side alley of the auction house, Lin Kai didn't go straight in. Instead, he sat down at a small tea stall a short distance from the alley entrance, ordered 3 cups of the cheapest mint tea, and pretended to rest while carefully observing. The alley was deep and narrow, with a damp ground and some scattered debris. At first glance, everything seemed normal. The guards had probably searched here already, leaving no one behind. Lin Kai's eyes scanned like a sensor, moving inch by inch over the alley walls, ground, and clutter. Suddenly, his gaze stopped at a corner of the wall. There was a faint, slightly darker mark, like a water stain, but more regular in shape. And the air still carried a very faint, strange smell of sulfur and ozone, almost impossible to notice without sharp senses. He remained calm, stood up slowly, pretending to stretch, and casually walked toward the corner. He squatted down, pretending to tie his shoe, and gently touched the dark mark with his fingers. A tiny, almost imperceptible residual magic energy, with a chaotic space attribute, was faintly detectable. This is it. The trace left by teleportation or space magic when it is activated. But, with just this trace, it's still not enough to identify the thief. Lin Kai frowned, thinking about what to do next. At that moment, Ella sniffed the air. With a puzzled look, her red eyes turned toward a deeper part of the alley, where an old wooden box lay abandoned. She whispered to Lin Kai, "Kai, that box. It smells bad. It's a bit like the guard from yesterday who tried to pat my head, but even worse." Lin Kai and Roy exchanged glances, both seeing the same surprise in each other's eyes. Was Ella talking about Captain Hoffman? His scent? But stronger? Lin Kai quickly stood up and walked to the old box. It was covered in dust and looked like it hadn't been touched for a long time. Carefully, He used a stick he found nearby to pry open the lid. Inside, the box was empty, except for a small, worn copper button lying in the corner. On its surface, there was a faint, blurred pattern that looked like the claw of a bird of prey. Using a piece of cloth to hold it, Lin Kai picked up the button and examined it closely. That pattern. He recalled Captain Hoffman's armor from that morning. It didn't seem to match the standard emblem of the city guards. The button's design and wear suggested it might be a custom piece or a symbol used by a small private group. A bold thought formed in Lin Kai's mind. Could Captain Hoffman's eagerness to capture them be more than just pressure to solve the case? Was he trying to find scapegoats to hide the real truth? Could this button, found near the teleportation site and marked with a special symbol, be connected to him? Let's go, Lin Kai said quietly, putting the button away carefully. We need to find the officer who helped us this morning. This time, they had clearer clues, the traces of spatial magic and a possible piece of evidence pointing to someone inside the guard force. Though they still lacked direct proof, it was enough to draw the attention of the more reasonable officer and steer the investigation in the right direction, clearing their names. When Lin Kai met the middle-aged officer again, he calmly explained his findings and reasoning, leaving out Ella's special sense and claiming it was his own careful observation. The officer studied the button and listened to Lin Kai's description of the spatial traces. His expression grew serious. He looked at Lin Kai deeply, his eyes showing both scrutiny and a hint of respect. "Young man, your observation is sharp," the officer said in a low voice. "I'll handle this matter personally. You should go back for now. Until the truth is revealed, keep a low profile." Although there was no clear apology, it certainly meant that the suspicion on them had been greatly reduced or even completely lifted. Leaving the guard station and walking back to the inn, Roy took a deep breath, feeling as if a heavy weight had been lifted from his chest. Ella tugged on Lin Kai's sleeve and started to complain again. Kai, hungry, frosting cake." Lin Kai looked at Ella's innocent side face, feeling a mix of emotions. This time, they only escaped danger thanks to Ella's extraordinary senses. He successfully proved his innocence through his intelligence and observation, but he also realized more deeply that in this dangerous city, their strength is both a protection and a potential source of trouble. The road ahead still requires careful steps. After clearing their names, the air seemed fresher. Back at the Stone Crow Inn, Lin Kai kept his promise, and, with Ella eagerly waiting and Roy still excited, they returned to the food square and enjoyed a long-overdue brunch. Of course, with frosting cake as a must-have. Watching Ella hold a big piece of cake covered with white frosting and colorful sprinkles, her happy face made Lin Kai's worries from the recent trouble fade away. However, the urgency of reality quickly took over again. Their money pouch was visibly getting emptier. Although the auction incident was temporarily over, it served as a warning. Without steady income and a solid foundation in Black Iron City, they were like a boat without roots, ready to be overturned by the next wave. In the afternoon, Lin Kai decided not to delay any longer and began to address their survival needs. He asked Roy to stay at the inn to watch over Ella, mainly to prevent her from being lured away again by shiny things, while he went out alone to explore the business environment of Black Iron City to see if Lin's barbecue and special seasonings had a market here. He first visited a medium-sized market in the Western District. This place focused more on daily goods and food ingredients than the food square, with bustling crowds and constant bargaining. Lin Kai moved among the stalls like an ordinary customer, but kept a sharp eye on the quality of meat, prices, and types of seasonings. He found that Black Iron City had a richer variety of meats, including some from lower-level magical beasts, and naturally, the prices were higher than in Wind Breeze Town. Regarding the seasonings, although there are many spices, most are quite basic. The complex condiments he makes, blending modern cooking ideas with exotic materials, like soy sauce fermented with slime mucus, are rarely seen here. Maybe I could try setting up a stall, Lin Kai thought to himself. With his skills and the rarity of his special seasonings, it shouldn't be hard to find a market. But there are problems too: stall rent, ingredient costs, and possibly attracting local gangs like the Bloodblade mercenaries again. In a chaotic place like Black Iron City, a small, unconnected but popular stall is like a juicy target. While he was observing and weighing his options, a gentle yet noticeable voice spoke beside him. Young man, I've been watching you for a while. You seem to have a good understanding of these spices. Lin Kai tensed slightly and looked over. He saw an old man in a deep blue robe decorated with silver star patterns, standing by a spice stall, smiling at him. The old man's hair and beard are white, face thin and clear, with bright, deep eyes that seem full of wisdom. He holds a simple-looking wooden staff topped with a pure blue gemstone, radiating a calm yet powerful aura. Lin Kai had only felt such energy from Dean Gryan before, but this old man seemed even more reserved and mysterious. He is a mage, and definitely not an ordinary one. Lin Kai quickly composed himself, showing a respectful and appropriate expression toward the elder. Hello, sir. I was just looking around. I don't really have any special insights. He couldn't quite read the other's intentions, so he responded carefully. The old man chuckled, his gaze sweeping over the few spices Lin Kai had just examined, and slowly said, No need to be so modest. The way you looked at flame pepper and frost leaf lasted longer than with other spices. These two have opposing properties, and most people avoid them, but you seem quite interested. Also, you carry a faint, interesting energy residue, so subtle that if I weren't sensitive to energy fluctuations, I might not notice. This energy seems different from common elemental magic, carrying a sense of, well, order and creation. Lin Kai was deeply shocked. Energy residue? Order and creation? This elder surprisingly sensed the faint energy fluctuations brought by his dragon bloodline, or perhaps the dragon crystal. He even gave such precise descriptions. This perception ability is truly astonishing. He forced himself to calm the turbulent waves in his heart, maintaining a composed expression, and vaguely explained, Sir, you're joking. I'm just an ordinary person, maybe just fresh from the countryside, with some dust and dirt on me. He absolutely did not mention anything about energy. The elder did not pursue the matter further. His eyes, which seemed able to see through people's minds, still carried a smile. He turned the conversation. Young man, no need to be nervous. I am the vice president of the Magic Guild in Black Iron City. You can call me Odric. I see that your thinking is sharp and you have a unique way of observing things. It seems you also have a rare affinity for the essence of energy. Although you don't show obvious magic whirlpools, that might mean your potential isn't in traditional spellcasting. Vice President of the Magic Guild? Lin Kai's heart skipped a beat again. This is Black Iron City, a very important figure in the entire Northern Kingdom. How could he notice a newcomer like him? A country boy? Odric seemed unaware of Lin Kai's shock and continued gently. The path of magic is vast, like a sea of stars. It's not only about gathering magic power and chanting spells. Theoretical research, rune crafting, alchemy, even philosophical thinking about the nature of magic. These are all ways to seek the truth. Our Magic Guild has always valued talented people with special abilities. I wonder, would you be interested in taking a simple assessment at the guild? Perhaps you will discover that you are better suited for a different, unique path of magic. Is this an invitation? Lin Kai's mind raced quickly. Gaining the recognition of the Magic Guild was undoubtedly a golden opportunity. Once he joined, he would have a strong backing, abundant resources, and a stable position and income. This could instantly solve all his current problems. The special talent and affinity for the essence of energy Odric mentioned probably referred to his connection with the dragon race. The guild might not be able to determine the exact source, but they clearly recognized his extraordinary nature. This was a huge chance. But Lin Kai's rational mind immediately suppressed his impulse. Joining the Magic Guild had many benefits, but it also meant immersing himself in an environment full of high-level mages, detection magic, and strict rules. Ella's true identity can only be hidden for so long. Her uncontrollable power and instincts might be exposed at any moment in a place like the guild. If that happens, what awaits her could be not praise, but unpredictable research, confinement, or even dissection. The risk is too high. Moreover, he seeks relative freedom, a future where he can protect Ella and allow her to grow at her own pace, rather than being bound within a large organization's research system. Weighing the pros and cons happens in an instant. Lin Kai shows a look of surprise mixed with some regret, and respectfully bows to Odric. Thank you very much, Master Odric, for your recognition. It is the greatest honor for me. He first expresses his gratitude, then shifts his tone sincerely. However, I have just gone through some things, and I am still physically and mentally tired. I also have a young sister at home who needs care. Recently, I may find it hard to focus on such serious evaluations and studies. I truly appreciate your kindness, but at the moment, I dare not accept it rashly, for fear of disappointing you. He doesn't refuse outright, but uses not feeling well and needing to care for family as reasons to politely delay. This shows respect and leaves himself room to reconsider. Odric's deep gaze lingers on Lin Kai's face for a moment, as if trying to see whether his words are sincere or just an excuse. After a moment, he smiles slightly and doesn't insist. Instead, he takes out a silver badge about the size of a baby's palm, engraved with a simplified star map, and hands it to Lin Kai. No problem. Young people have their own considerations, which is good. Odric's voice remains gentle. Keep this badge. It doesn't represent guild membership, just a token. If you change your mind later or encounter any difficult problems, you can come to the Mage Guild and find me using this badge. Lin Kai takes the badge with both hands. Its surface feels smooth and warm, and he can sense a faint magical energy within. He knows this isn't just a token, but also a gesture of goodwill and a potential protective charm. Thank you, Master. Lin Kai sincerely thanks again. Odric nods without saying more. Leaning on his staff, he turns and walks away slowly, his figure quickly blending into the crowd of the market, as if he had never appeared. Lin Kai clenches the silver badge in his hand, still warm, feeling a complex mix of emotions. During a seemingly ordinary market survey, he was unexpectedly approached by the vice president of the Mage Guild. This not only confirmed his hidden value, but also signaled that his future path would become more complicated. He glanced at the simple badge in his hand and carefully tucked it into the most hidden pocket of his coat. This unexpected recognition was both an opportunity and a warning. It reminded Lin Kai that in Black Iron City, he must grow faster and build his own strength and foundation. Only then could he truly control his destiny and protect the important people around him. He decided to give up his plan to set up a stall for now and return to the inn to replan his survival strategy with Roy in Black Iron City. The Mage Guild's doors were temporarily closed, but he knew he had to keep moving forward. As Vice President Odric's figure disappeared into the busy crowd of the market, Lin Kai still felt the faint warmth and weight of the silver badge in his hand. He didn't leave immediately, but stood there for a moment, letting the noisy surroundings wash over his inner thoughts. The invitation from the Mage Guild was like a suddenly opened door to power and knowledge, leading to a path many dream of. Odric's words showed genuine admiration, and the badge was proof of his sincerity. Accepting it would instantly free him from his current predicament, granting protection, resources, and status, and perhaps even help uncover the mystery of his special abilities. However, Lin Kai's mind clearly pictured Ella's pure yet wild red eyes and her innocent face while sleeping. The Mage Guild was a place full of curiosity about the unknown and relentless pursuit of power. Ella's bloodline from the Void Silver Dragon, her uncontrollable terrifying power, and her unique existence. How long could she hide from the keen senses and powerful magic of high-level mages? Once exposed, the consequences could be disastrous. He couldn't risk Ella's safety on the guild's goodwill, especially since they knew almost nothing about dragons. Freedom. This word weighed heavily in his heart. Being reborn here, his greatest wish wasn't to climb to the peak of power, but to protect the rare and precious family bond that crossed races and to live according to his own will. Joining the guild is safe, but it also means being bound by invisible restrictions and rules that require constant caution. He needs the freedom to adapt quickly and to step back whenever he wants, not a fixed position within a large organization. Moreover, deep inside, his pride as a modern soul makes him unwilling to fully depend on any organization. Using his own wisdom and skills to create a new life in this different world is a challenge that he finds very appealing. With his decision made, Lin Kai no longer hesitated. He carefully kept the badge close to his body, not as a sign of accepting the invitation, but as a way to keep good relations and a potential safety net. Then he turned and walked confidently toward the Stone Crow Inn. He needed to quickly align his thoughts with Roy and plan his next steps. Back in the small but temporarily safe room, Roy immediately came over, looking curious. Ella was leaning by the window, holding a cheap but colorful ceramic bird that Lin Kai bought her. She was happily watching it in the sunlight. "How is it outside? Did you find a good place to set up a stall?" Roy asked with concern. Lin Kai shook his head, signaling Roy to sit down. He then seriously summarized his encounter at the market, including meeting Vice President Audric and the other party's attempt to recruit him, and his final decision to decline. "So, you refused the Mage Guild's invitation?" Roy's eyes widened in disbelief, his face showing surprise. "That's the Mage Guild. So many people would do anything to get in. With the Guild's protection, we wouldn't have to worry about any trouble in Black Iron City." His tone was full of regret and confusion. To him, it seemed like giving up a golden opportunity that was within reach. Lin Kai understood Roy's reaction. For someone like Roy, an ordinary person eager for opportunities and stability, the Mage Guild's invitation was like a shortcut to success. He patiently explained, "Roy, I understand what you think. But have you considered what joining the guild really means?" He lowered his voice and glanced at Ella, who was still playing with her ceramic bird. "It means we would be under the watch of many high-level mages for a long time. Ella's special nature can hide from ordinary people, even from regular guards. But can it hide from those skilled in detection magic and highly sensitive to energy fluctuations? If we're discovered, we can't predict how they will treat Ella. Are they considered rare research subjects or potential threats? Later, we might not even have the chance to resist." Roy opened his mouth to argue, but realized that Lin Kai's points were reasonable. Thinking about Ella's inhuman strength and the destruction she caused in Windbreeze Town, he had to admit that exposing her in a place like the Mage Guild was very risky. Lin Kai continued to analyze. Moreover, the guild isn't united. There are many factions and strict rules. If we go in without a solid base, it might seem like we have support, but we could get caught up in even more complicated conflicts. I prefer we stay independent and free, relying on our own strength to stand firm. That way, we can attack when we want and defend when needed, keeping control in our hands." He looked at Roy sincerely. "I know this path will be harder and full of uncertainties. But Roy, I believe in our abilities. Your sword skills and knight spirit, my special knowledge and ideas, and Ella's power, if kept under control. Together, we might be able to carve out a place in this dark Iron City. Do you trust me? To take this possibly tougher but truly ours path." Seeing Lin Kai's clear and firm gaze, Roy's hesitation and regrets slowly turned into courage. "Yes, relying on a strong person is easier, but creating your own future with your strength is the true spirit of a knight, courage and honor." Lin Kai's wisdom and decisiveness he had seen firsthand. Instead of joining a large organization full of dangers, it's better to follow Lin Kai, brothers united, and act decisively. He nodded heavily, a look of relief and determination on his face. "I understand, Lin Kai. You're right. I was thinking too simply. Instead of being dependent and worried all the time, let's give it a try together. I believe in you. I'll walk this path with you." Hearing Roy's words, Lin Kai also relaxed and smiled happily. With Roy's full support, his confidence grew stronger. "What are you talking about? What are you trying to do?" Ella suddenly came over, tilting her small face, curious, her bright eyes flicking between Lin Kai and Roy, clutching a small painted bird tightly in her hand. Lin Kai bent down, patted her head gently, and smiled softly. "We're talking about buying more tasty food for Mom and more shiny. Pretty little things." He quickly changed his words to avoid upsetting her with the shiny part. "Really?" Ella's eyes lit up instantly, and her tail wagged happily. "Kai is the best." The temporary crisis and great temptation had passed. The team's unity, tested by this decision, became even stronger. Lin Kai's refusal was not out of fear, but to protect something more important. He chose a more challenging but freer future. He walked to the window and looked down at the crisscrossing streets of Black Iron City and the distant, hazy buildings. Refusing the shortcut offered by the Magic Guild meant they had to find their own way to survive quickly. The plan to set up a stall needed to be reassessed for risks and benefits. Maybe they could try other safer or easier ways to make a living, like using his advanced business thinking to do some information-based or service-related work. Many thoughts spun and collided in his mind. The road ahead was still foggy, but the direction was clear. They would start from this small inn room and rely on their own strength. Step by step, they would explore and find their place in this large, complex city. The silver badge in his hand was a secret card, quietly lying there, waiting for an unknown future. They stayed at the Stone Raven Inn for 2 more days. After confirming that the theft at the auction house did not affect them again, and that the guards had not come back, Lin Kai decided not to delay anymore. Although Black Iron City was big and full of opportunities, as newcomers with little money, staying here was like being stranded on a lonely island. The most urgent thing was to find a cheaper place that was easier for them to settle and grow. After careful thought and discussing with Roy, Lin Kai turned his attention back to the small towns they had passed through on their way here. Surrounding Black Iron City, there should be some towns like Windy Town, moderate size, with some business foundation, but not as chaotic and costly as Black Iron City, Lin Kai explained to Roy in their room. We can start there, restart our barbecue and spice business, and build up funds and connections. Once we are stable and familiar with the area, we can think about entering Black Iron City or looking for other opportunities, Roy agreed. After experiencing the danger of Black Iron City and the temptation of the Magic Guild, he felt more confident in Lin Kai's steady and reliable decisions. A familiar and controlled environment is indeed more suitable for their current state, especially for Ella, who needs time to adapt to human society. Ella has no strong opinion about leaving Black Iron City. Although there are many delicious foods and shiny things here, Kiki promised to bring her back someday. She believes there will be tasty treats and new places on the way, so she happily agrees. On the morning of the 4th day after arriving in Black Iron City, the 3 of them set out again in that second-hand carriage, leaving the backyard of the Stone Raven Inn and blending into the flow of people and carts heading out of town. Unlike when they arrived, their money is now tighter, but their plans for the future are much clearer. The carriage moves east along the same trade road. Sunlight filters through the gaps in the canopy, casting dappled light inside. Ella looks out the window, watching the scenery rush past. This time, she feels more familiar with everything, even pointing out places to Lin Kai, saying, "Kiki, we rested here last time." Or look, that tree looks like a big bunny. Lin Kai responds softly and whispers to Roy, who is sitting at the driver's seat. They discuss what small towns might be good places to settle, considering factors like population, business activity, safety, and distance from Black Iron City. At first, everything goes smoothly. The road is flat, and the pack animals walk steadily. But after about half a day's journey from Black Iron City, entering a more remote area with denser trees on both sides, Lin Kai's alert senses pick up something unusual. It's a feeling of being watched, not from the people ahead or to the sides, but from behind. He subtly shifts his position and quickly glances back. There are other travelers and carts on the road, some distance away. About 50 meters behind them, there's another ordinary-looking cart covered with a gray cloth, moving at a steady pace. The driver wears a wide-brimmed hat, and his face is hidden. At first glance, there's nothing strange. The cart maintains a consistent distance, neither trying to overtake nor falling too far behind. It blends in with the other travelers, unremarkable. But Lin Kai's instincts sound the alarm. The distance and speed are too perfect, too much like a typical tale. It feels like they're being followed. He recalls that when they left Black Iron City, he vaguely noticed this cart's presence, but with the busy traffic, he didn't pay much attention. "Roy," Lin Kai's voice was very low. Only Roy nearby could hear. "Watch the gray carriage behind us, the one with the wide-brimmed hat driver." Roy tensed slightly without turning around immediately. Instead, he quickly glanced at the rearview mirror during the brief moment he was adjusting the reins and steering, memorizing the features of that carriage. "I saw it. Is there a problem?" Roy responded softly, tightening his grip on the reins. "Not sure, but something feels off. It's been following us for a while, and its distance stays too steady," Lin Kai said thoughtfully. "Let's test it. We're about to reach that fork in the road. We'll take the left, slightly longer path to Creek Valley Town and see if it follows." Roy understood immediately and nodded. Soon, they reached a clearly marked fork in the road. One path continued east toward Wind Breeze Town, the usual route for most caravans. The other veered northeast, a rougher road leading to a small place called Creek Valley Town. Without hesitation, Roy pulled the reins and guided the pack animals onto the side road toward Creek Valley. Inside the carriage, Lin Kai appeared to be resting with his eyes closed, but his senses were fully focused on the sounds from the rear carriage. They're coming. Through the gap in the carriage cover, he clearly saw the gray carriage at the intersection, almost not stopping, and turning onto this quieter side road, still maintaining a safe distance. Now, it was almost certain they were being followed. Confirmed. They're after us, Lin Kai said with a hint of coldness. Who could it be? The remnants of the Bloodblade mercenaries in Black Iron City? The aftermath of the auction incident? Or the Mage Guild, still not giving up, sending spies? Or some other force attracted by Ella's uniqueness or his own value? Many thoughts flashed through his mind, but at this moment, identifying the pursuers was not the main priority. The most important thing was how to respond. What should we do? Roy's voice was tense, instinctively gripping his sword at his waist. On this remote forest road, if the other side had malicious intent, a conflict was almost unavoidable. Lin Kai's mind raced quickly. The other side had been following in the shadows for a long time before being noticed. Clearly experienced and bold enough to follow openly, they either felt confident they could overpower them or were completely fearless. Fighting directly was not the best choice, especially since they didn't know how many enemies there were or how strong they were. Don't panic, and don't fight right away, Lin Kai quickly said. Let's speed up and try to shake them off. I remember part of the road to Creek Valley Town runs along the mountain wall on one side and a steep on the other. The road is narrow and hard to overtake. We'll look for a chance there. Okay, Roy replied, gently pulling the reins to give the command. The pack animal pulling the cart snorted loudly, and its hooves pushed harder, making the cart go faster. But as they sped up, the gray carriage behind also increased its speed, keeping an unsettling distance, like a stubborn thorn. Lin Kai's heart sank. The other side also had good pack animals, and their clear intention to follow made it very hard to escape. The carriage sped over a bumpy dirt road, wheels crushing stones and making loud noises. The trees beside the road grew thicker, sunlight was broken into patches by the dense canopy, casting large shadows in the woods, making the atmosphere tense. Ayla seemed to sense the unusual mood. She stopped looking at the scenery and leaned close to Lin Kai, grabbing his arm with her small hand. Her red eyes showed a hint of worry as she whispered, Kai, what's wrong? Why is the car behind us always following? Lin Kai patted her hand gently to comfort her. It's okay, probably just someone on the same road. Sit tight. Roy is going to speed up. He couldn't tell Ayla the truth, to avoid her panicking and doing something uncontrollable. After traveling a bit further, the terrain started to rise and fall. As Lin Kai remembered, the road began winding along a steep mountain wall on one side, with it covered in bushes and rocks on the other. The road was just wide enough for one cart. Here it is, Lin Kai's eyes sparkled. Roy, listen to me. When I shout stop, you brake the cart as fast as you can, then immediately release the harness connecting the pack animal to the cart. Although Roy didn't fully understand Lin Kai's plan, he trusted him completely and quickly responded. Got it. Lin Kai then quickly searched through his luggage for several elastic magic vine ropes and a few rough, sharp stones he had previously picked up for making fire. He quickly used magic vines to tie the stones into simple trap ropes. The carriage sped along the narrow mountain path, with the edge of the steep just inches away, making it very dangerous. The outline of the gray carriage behind was faintly visible through the trees, like a ghost chasing its prey. Now is the time. Stop, Lin Kai shouted softly. Roy suddenly pulled the reins tight and stepped on the brake wooden block. The pack animal let out a loud cry, and the carriage slid forward a little due to inertia. The wheels squeaked loudly against the ground, finally stopping just before a sharp turn. Almost at the moment the carriage stopped, Roy, following the trained commands, quickly released the special latch connecting the pack animal and the carriage shaft. At the same time, Lin Kai leapt down from the side of the carriage like a leopard. He flicked his wrist and threw the magic vine ropes with stones behind the carriage onto the road surface. The vines with stones rolled into the middle of the road, cleverly hidden by dust and shadows. Let's go, Lin Kai growled. He and Roy, who also jumped down, quickly pulled the confused girl, Ella, out of the carriage and hid in the thick bushes on the mountain wall, holding their breath. The whole action happened in an instant. The gray carriage behind clearly didn't expect the target ahead to suddenly stop on such a dangerous road. The driver instinctively pulled the reins hard to slow down. But their speed was too fast, and they were too close. Braking was impossible. Worse, as they slowed, the wheels suddenly ran over the magic vine ropes set by Lin Kai. The elastic vines instantly tightened, wrapping around the wheels, and the sharp stones tied to the vines created a terrible obstacle. Creak! The sound of braking and grinding filled the air. One of the gray carriage's axles took a huge impact, groaned under the strain, and snapped suddenly. The carriage lost balance instantly, tilting and skidding violently on the narrow mountain road. The driver let out a terrified scream and desperately tried to control the carriage, but it was too late. Due to inertia, the now out-of-control gray carriage, missing a wheel, crashed through the road, with a series of loud splinters and the terrified screams of the pack animal. It tumbled and collided, rolling down the steep on the other side. The loud noise echoed through the valley, startling a flock of birds into flight. Lin Kai and the two others hid behind the bushes, watching calmly through the gaps in the branches. Dust filled the air, and soon there was a dull thud from something falling down the steep, along with a few short groans that might have come from people inside a vehicle. Then everything went quiet again. Only the sound of the mountain wind whispering through the treetops remained. They had succeeded. Using the terrain and simple traps, they had managed to deal with their pursuers, at least for now, temporarily removing the immediate threat. Lin Kai didn't rush out to check. He signaled to Roy and Ella to stay quiet and keep hiding in the bushes. He listened carefully for any sounds around them, trying to see if there were other ambushes or if the pursuers had accomplices. Ella pressed close to Lin Kai, her bright eyes showing a mix of excitement and fear. She whispered, "Kai did. Did they fall down?" "Yeah, they wanted to harm us, and this is their just punishment," Lin Kai said softly, patting her head calmly. Roy looked at the dusty area below gripping his sword tightly. He whispered, "Should we go down to check?" Lin Kai shook his head, his eyes sharp as he scanned the surroundings. "No need to rush. Let's leave here first. The enemy's identity is unknown, and they might have backup. Our carriage and pack animals are still on the road, and they're easy to spot." He made a quick decision. "Pack what we need. We'll walk away, leave this mountain path quickly, and find a safe place to plan our next move." The immediate danger from the pursuers was gone, but the road ahead was still uncertain. They had lost their carriage and had to rely on their feet. In this unfamiliar land, they needed to find new hope. The dust kicked up by the steep gradually dispersed with the mountain wind, leaving only some wood shavings and scattered cargo fragments, showing the traces of the brief but intense fight. The gray carriage and its occupants, who had been following them, had been swallowed by the rugged terrain and simple traps. Whether alive or dead was unknown. Lin Kai didn't plan to risk going down to investigate. After confirming there were no other obvious ambushes or signs of activity nearby, he decisively decided to retreat immediately. "Let's go," Lin Kai commanded softly, pulling Ella and signaling Roy. They quickly slipped out of the bushes where they had been hiding. He didn't bother with their pack animals and carriage still stuck in the middle of the road. Those were too large, and reattaching the horses and carriage would take time. They couldn't afford to delay. Roy immediately understood and rushed back to the carriage. With quick, practiced movements, he pulled out 3 prepared bags containing their most important supplies, mainly coins, some long-lasting food, water flasks, medicine, and Lin Kai's experiments and small tools. He handed the lightest one to Ayla, carried the heaviest himself, and gave the other to Lin Kai. Ayla took the small bag, which still looked tiny on her back. Instead of fear, her red eyes showed excitement from the earlier thrill and the new game she thought was about to begin, because to her, following Kai was always a game. Lin Kai slung his bag over his shoulder and quickly scanned the surroundings to decide their route. "We can't take the main road. It's too exposed. Let's go through the forest and head northeast." The map showed that way avoids the main paths and still leads to a settled area. Without hesitation, the 3 left the bumpy dirt road and plunged into the thick, shadowy forest beside it. Inside, the light dimmed at once. Sunlight broke through the layered canopy in scattered patches, leaving spots of brightness on the ground. Underfoot were thick leaves and tangled roots, making walking much harder than on open ground. The air smelled of earth, damp leaves, and fresh plants. From time to time, the cries of unseen birds and animals echoed, deepening the forest's quiet and mystery. Lin Kai led the way. His sense of direction and sharp eyes, honed by years in the Dragon Lands and strengthened by his inner power, guided him through the seemingly pathless woods as he kept them moving northeast. Though still slender like a boy, his years of growth and forest life had made him taller, quicker, and steadier than most his age. He looked about 10 years old, but his calm expression carried a maturity far beyond that. Roy followed close behind. As a trainee knight, his strength was above average. Though forest travel wasn't his strength, his determination and trust in Lin Kai kept him going. He held his drawn sword tightly, alert to any sound or movement around them. Ayla moved beside Lin Kai, her steps light and effortless, as if the forest itself welcomed her. The forest environment feels like a natural home to her. The rugged terrain and tangled branches do not pose any obstacle. She even distracts herself by chasing a fluttering butterfly or bending down to pick up an oddly shaped stone. If Lin Kai hadn't occasionally whispered for her to stay close, she might have run off and disappeared. However, the pursuers are not only the people on that carriage. About half an hour into their deep walk through the forest, Lin Kai's sharp hearing caught a faint sound behind them, different from the natural rustling of leaves. It was the sound of clothing brushing against bushes and footsteps that were deliberately quiet but still present. There was more than one person. They're catching up. Lin Kai thought quickly, stopping and making a silent gesture to Roy and Ella to stay quiet and hide. The three of them quickly hid behind some thick trees, holding their breath. Soon, four figures dressed in gray armor, with cloth masks covering their faces and holding weapons, appeared where they had just passed. These people moved fast, with sharp eyes, clearly experienced trackers. They spread out carefully, examining the ground for footprints and broken grass, quickly confirming the direction Lin Kai and the others had fled. This way. The tracks are fresh. They can't be far. One of them, probably the leader, whispered. He made a hand signal, and the four of them formed a fan shape, rushing toward the hiding spot like hunting dogs. There are four of them, all skilled, Lin Kai thought quickly, hiding behind a tree and observing the enemy. His mind raced to analyze the situation. Facing them directly, with Roy and Ella unable to fully use their strength, the chances of winning were slim. Running away was the only option, but since the pursuers had already locked onto their trail and were better at tracking through the woods, being caught was only a matter of time. They had to fight back, and they needed to use the environment and their biggest advantage, surprise. Roy, go around to the left and make some noise to distract them. No need to fight, just harass, Lin Kai ordered quickly. Ella, come with me. Remember, when I give the signal, use the least force possible. Make it look like someone ran through this area in a panic and trampled it. He pointed to a patch of soft, vine-covered ground on the right side of the trackers. Can you do that? Yeah, just a light touch is enough. Ella nodded eagerly, her bright eyes shining with excitement. Let's move. Roy did not hesitate. He quickly used the trees for cover and silently moved to the left. Lin Kai pulled Ella and hurried to the planned spot. Ella stretched out her small foot and casually stepped lightly on the vines and decayed leaves, even sitting down on her little bottom as if by accident. Her small movements caused the ground to sink slightly, and the surrounding vines were pulled apart, leaving realistic-looking signs of chaos. After doing this, Lin Kai immediately took Ella and hid behind a dense, thorny bush nearby, signaling her to fully hide her breath. At this moment, Roy successfully created a distraction on the left wing. He deliberately kicked a loose stone, which rolled and made a clattering sound. The four trackers were instantly drawn to the noise. The leader made a hand gesture, and two of them carefully moved to flank Roy's position. The other two, including the leader, continued along the main path and soon found the trail Ella had just created. Boss, over here. The trail is messy, like someone fell. One tracker crouched down to examine the disturbed ground and whispered. The leader came over, looked carefully, and a cold smile appeared on his face. They're panicking? Split up and chase. You and I will go this way. After we deal with the one making noise on the left, they'll follow. He judged that the trail on this side was the main target, Lin Kai and Ella, while the one on the left was probably responsible for covering the rear or drawing fire. An opportunity. Just as the leader and another tracker stepped into the trail area, their attention drawn to the ground. Ella, the right side, the little leg. Lin Kai whispered in a very soft but clear voice from behind the bushes. Ella, already prepared, had a sly glint in her red eyes. She didn't even show herself, just crouched behind the bush. Her small hand reached out and flicked at the tracker, looking down at the ground's leg with her fingers. A nearly invisible, yet extremely focused force shot out like a bullet, crossing several meters in an instant and hitting the tracker's calf precisely. Ugh! The pursuer felt as if an invisible iron rod had struck his calf hard. The pain was sharp and intense, as if his bones might break. He let out a loud scream, lost his balance instantly, and fell forward with a thud, dropping his weapon. What's happening? The leader exclaimed in shock, unable to see how his companion was hurt. He quickly looked around, sword held across his chest. But just as his attention was fully drawn to his fallen comrade, Lin Kai, like a lurking predator, suddenly burst out from the bushes on the other side. Instead of a sword, he held a sharpened, sturdy wooden stick. Using his momentum, he concentrated all his strength at the tip of the stick and forcefully jabbed it into the inside of the leader's elbow joint. This strike was fast and fierce, targeting the weak joint, and the timing was perfect. The leader reacted quickly, instinctively raising his sword to block the attack. But as his arm lifted halfway, a tearing pain shot through his inner elbow. Lin Kai's stick precisely hit his tendons and soft tissues, causing his entire right arm to go numb and weak. His sword clattered to the ground. The leader shouted in surprise and anger. He quickly reached for a dagger at his waist with his left hand. But Lin Kai, having struck successfully, didn't hesitate. He immediately retreated and shouted, Roy! Roy, who had already circled around nearby, heard the signal. He rushed out from his hiding spot, wielding his sword with a fierce, unstoppable force, aiming straight at the exposed weakness caused by the injured arm. The leader was forced to hurriedly block with his dagger, but he lost his advantage. Roy's powerful strike made him stumble back repeatedly, looking very helpless. Meanwhile, Ella saw Lin Kai and Roy both fighting and became even more excited. Remembering Lin Kai's instruction to use the least effort, she looked at the pursuer who was crying out while clutching his leg and dropping his weapon. Her eyes lit up, and she flicked her hand again. A tiny force hit the sword handle on the ground. The sword, as if moved by an invisible hand, suddenly sprang upward. The hilt hit the back of the pursuer's head with a loud thump. He immediately fainted, eyes rolling back, without even a groan. In an instant, 4 trackers were injured. One fainted, another had a badly injured arm and was temporarily unable to fight, and their leader was tightly held by Roy. Only the last tracker, who was chasing the sound from the left wing, remained. At this moment, hearing the sounds of the fight nearby, he hurried back. Lin Kai looked at the last tracker rushing over and then at the leader, who was flustered and pushed by Roy. He knew the outcome was decided. He didn't make another move but stood calmly, his gaze sweeping across the battlefield. The returning tracker saw the situation, especially the injured leader, the unconscious companion, and the other crying out in pain, and noticed that the opponent was just a young boy with a sword and a seemingly harmless little girl. Lin Kai was standing a bit farther away and had unconsciously ignored her. Fear crept into his heart, and his steps slowed. Roy seized the chance and suddenly stabbed forward, forcing the leader to retreat again and almost fall. Retreat. Quickly retreat. The leader finally realized they were in a bad situation, especially because of the silver-haired girl with strange, frightening skills. He endured the pain in his right arm and shouted hoarsely to his last remaining subordinate. The subordinate, feeling saved, hurried to support the leader. He looked at the unconscious and injured companions, clenched his teeth, and decided that survival was the priority. Supporting the leader, he clumsily fled back in the direction they came, ignoring his companions. Lin Kai did not order a pursuit. There was no point chasing desperate enemies, and they needed to leave quickly. He went to the tracker who had been knocked out by Ella, checked briefly, and confirmed it was just unconsciousness. Then he looked at the one crying out in pain, who turned pale and begged for mercy when he saw Lin Kai approaching. Lin Kai ignored them. He searched their belongings and found some coins and fragments that might indicate their identity, but nothing clearly marked. He then said to Roy and Ella, "Let's go. We need to leave this forest quickly." The sunset was beginning to set, and the forest grew darker. The three of them resumed their journey, walking faster and more cautiously than before. After this forest fight, they successfully drove away the well-trained trackers, showing teamwork and the ability to handle crises. Lin Kai's tactical planning, Roy's firm execution, and Ella's seemingly playful but actually terrifying power formed an unexpectedly strong team. Lin Kai led the way, his slim but straight back looking especially firm amid the dappled shadows of the trees. Since his rebirth into this world and being rescued by Ella from the dragon's nest, many years have passed. Now, although he still has the outline of a young boy, about the age of a 10-year-old human and only reaching Roy's chest, his calm and commanding presence far exceeds his appearance. Only his eyes, which sometimes flash with deep light, reveal the mature soul inside. He knows this is just a small test on a long journey. Future challenges will only increase. But he is ready, walking step by step with his family by his side. The sunset's last glow was completely swallowed by the dense forest. The remaining light shone through the gaps in the leaves, casting flickering spots on the thick layer of fallen leaves, then quickly faded into dusk. The forest fell into darkness. Nocturnal creatures began to wake, making rustling sounds and distant calls, adding a sense of mystery and the unknown. Lin Kai and the others dared not stay. Using the last bit of light, they moved through the rugged woods for a while until they could no longer see the path clearly. They finally stopped at a place with a large rock wall behind them, relatively dry, and with a slightly open view. "Let's rest here tonight. We can't go any further," Lin Kai said, breathing heavily, setting down his backpack. After running and fighting intensely, even his strengthened body felt a little tired. His slim, about 10-year-old figure looked fragile in the dim light, but his straight back and steady manner showed a reliability beyond his age. Roy immediately put down his bag, ignoring his own fatigue. He first looked around carefully to ensure safety, then started clearing the ground, gathering dry branches and leaves to make a fire. His movements were more skillful and alert than when he was in the breeze, and his eyes showed a hardened resolve from real combat experience. Ella curiously examined their temporary home. She seemed unaffected by the darkness, her red pupils shining brightly like two pure rubies in the dim light. She didn't complain about being hungry or make noise. Instead, she quietly sat on the simple mat Lin Kai had laid out, resting her small head on her knees, watching Roy busy himself, her tail gently sweeping the ground unconsciously. Roy quickly ignited the fire with a fire steel. The orange flames flickered, dispelling the surrounding darkness and cold, bringing warmth and comfort. The firelight reflected on the faces of three young but weathered individuals. Lin Kai took out some dry food and jerky from his bag and shared them with everyone. Ella took the food and ate small bites. Although the food was not as good as in Black Iron City, she understood their current situation and did not complain. She ate with her usual dragon-like focus and seriousness. "That was really close earlier," Roy said after biting into a hard piece of bread. He still felt a little scared when he thought about the fight in the woods, but he was also excited and a bit nervous about defeating a strong enemy. "Lin Kai, your traps and commands were amazing. And Miss Ella." He looked at Ella with surprise and respect. "Your ability to hit from a distance was incredible." Ella heard the praise and looked up, a small proud smile on her face. She said shyly, "Kai told me to be gentle." Lin Kai smiled but didn't take all the credit. Instead, he looked at Roy and Ella seriously. "It's not just me who is strong. It's because we work well together. Roy, you are quick to attract attention and follow orders. Ella, your precise control of your power and understanding of commands are better than I expected. Without either of you, we might have been in a tough fight or even in danger." He paused and looked at his friends by the firelight. "After that fight, I see that our teamwork is even better than I thought. This is a very good start. But we can do even better." He picked up a stick and drew simple lines on the soft ground near the fire. "For example, Roy, when you pretend to move, you can use the terrain more. Make more continuous distractions, not just a loud noise once. Ella, your gentle tap is very powerful, but we can be more precise. We can set different levels of strength, like make them fall, knock off their weapon, or temporarily stop their movement. This way, we avoid unnecessary harm and hide your special abilities better." Roy and Ella listened carefully. Roy nodded thoughtfully, imagining how to improve his actions. Ella blinked her red eyes, trying to understand the idea of different strength levels, her face full of thought. Let's review the fight we just had and think about some possible situations we might face, Lin Kai suggested. He knew that real combat was the best teacher. Summarizing and practicing right after a fight could help turn experience into stronger fighting skills quickly. So, beside the jumping bonfire, the three of them began a special post-battle review. Lin Kai, as the leader, carefully analyzed what went well and what didn't in each part of their recent actions. Roy and Ella shared their feelings and questions. Lin Kai used simple words and gestures to explain how to respond to his commands in different situations and how to control their strength. He even asked Roy and Ella to act out a few combat scenarios. Although they only mimed the actions, both were very focused, especially Ella, who thought it was like a new game and enjoyed it very much. Under the firelight, 10-year-old Lin Kai looked like a young instructor, serious and clear-headed. The young apprentice knight Roy listened humbly, with a determined look. The girl, with silver hair and about 8 or 9 years old, sometimes looked confused, sometimes thoughtful, trying to keep up with Kakai. This scene might seem strange, but it was full of a quiet, hard-to-explain sense of harmony and teamwork. As night fell, the forest became completely quiet, only the crackling of the fire and the distant sounds of insects. Roy volunteered to stay on watch, letting Lin Kai and Ella rest first. Lin Kai leaned against a rock, watching Ella, who was curled up and breathing evenly, asleep nearby. He also looked at Roy, standing guard with his sword, his shadow stretching long in the firelight. His heart was filled with mixed feelings, relief that they were safe, worries about what might come next, but mostly a warm feeling of trust. They came from different backgrounds and had different powers, but fate had brought them together. From their first meeting in Wind Town, to the terrifying moments in Black Iron City, and now fighting side by side in the woods, their bond had grown stronger through each crisis and act of help. Roy's loyalty and bravery, Ella's innocence and strength, within controllable limits, and his own wisdom and decision-making beyond his years formed a balanced and growing triangle. He knew there would be more challenges ahead. The tracker's identity was still unknown. The shadow of Black Iron City hadn't disappeared, and Ella's true identity and power could explode at any moment. But seeing these two companions he could fully trust, Lin Kai felt an unprecedented confidence. As long as they stayed together, trusted each other, and worked well as a team, they could face anything. They had the strength to fight and the hope to succeed. He gently pulled his bag over Ella and covered her, then closed his eyes to rest, calming his mind and restoring his energy. The gentle glow of the campfire softly lit this small campsite, as if guarding the precious bond and understanding forged through hardship. Morning light once again pierced through the morning mist in the woods, casting tiny golden spots on the thick layer of fallen leaves. The campfire was already out, leaving only a pile of warm ashes and a few wisps of rising smoke. Lin Kai opened his eyes, stretched his stiff neck and shoulders. He had slept against the rocky wall, and even his strengthened body felt a bit uncomfortable. He still looked like a thin, 10-year-old boy, but the calmness in his eyes, far beyond his appearance, was especially clear in the morning light. Roy leaned against a tree trunk on the other side, holding his sword and dozing off little by little. He had kept watch the first half of the night, and Lin Kai had taken over for the second half. Ella curled up on the simple mat Lin Kai had prepared, her silver hair glowing softly in the morning light. Her face was rosy, sleeping soundly, and her tail unconsciously curled around the corner of the mat. Lin Kai didn't wake them immediately. Instead, he got up quietly, listening and observing the surroundings carefully. The forest was waking up. Bird songs echoed one after another, and from afar, the rustling sounds of small animals moving through the bushes could be heard. There was no sign of people or unusual activity. The pursuers probably didn't come back, or perhaps last night's defeat had been enough to make them give up. After confirming it was safe, Lin Kai gently nudged Roy's shoulder. "Roy, it's morning." Roy suddenly woke up, instinctively gripping his sword handle, his eyes instantly clear. Seeing Lin Kai, he let out a breath of relief and rubbed his slightly sore eyes. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine. It's very quiet." Lin Kai nodded, then went over to Ella. He crouched down and gently shook her small shoulder. Mom, it's time to get up. We need to keep moving. Ella mumbled sleepily, turning over and burying her face in the mat. She muttered vaguely, 5 more minutes. Just 5 minutes. Lin Kai smiled helplessly. He took a small piece of sugar cake wrapped in oil paper from his bag, left over from Iron City, prepared last night to motivate Ella this morning. He brought the piece close to her nose. The sweet aroma immediately filled her nostrils. Ella's nose twitched, her long eyelashes fluttered a few times, and her bright red eyes suddenly opened, locking onto the piece of cake crumbs with sharp focus. Cake. Wake up, wash up, and after breakfast, we will leave. We should be back in Breeze Town before noon, Lin Kai said, handing her some crumbs and making a request. Back to Breeze Town? Ella suddenly sat up, took the crumbs, and her eyes lit up. Can I see Grandpa Phil? He has delicious little cookies. It seems she still remembered Grandpa Phil's snacks well. We should be able to see him, Lin Kai nodded and started packing his bag. Roy also got up quickly, carefully burying the campfire ashes with dirt to erase any signs of their overnight stay. After a simple wash, eating some dry food and jerky for breakfast, the 3 of them set out again. With a clear goal, Breeze Town, and a safer environment, their steps became lighter. Lin Kai still relied on his memory and the sun's position to find the way through the forest. As they moved east, the trees gradually thinned out, and signs of human activity appeared. Cut stumps, faint trails, and occasionally discarded old tools. The air also carried the smell of cooking smoke and livestock waste. That was the scent of human settlements. We're almost there, Lin Kai pointed to a faint outline ahead, slightly lower than the surrounding trees. That's the outskirts of Breeze Town. Roy's expression grew complicated. When they left, they were fleeing under pressure, uncertain of the future. Now, returning, although the road ahead was still uncertain, after the dangers of Black Iron City and the battles in the woods, he felt he was no longer the naive apprentice knight he once was. Looking at the familiar scenery, a mix of warmth and emotion welled up in his heart. Ella was simply happy. She tiptoed forward, looking ahead. Really? We'll see Grandpa Phil. I want to eat his cookies. When they finally stepped out of the forest onto the familiar dirt road leading to Breeze Town, it was nearly noon. The sunlight shone openly, casting a warm glow over the low wooden and stone walls of the town, the rising smoke from chimneys, and the faint outlines of distant houses. Compared to the tall, cold black walls of Black Iron City, this humble, even somewhat worn-out scene brought a deep sense of peace to the 3 of them. We really came back, Roy whispered, a sense of relief in his voice. There are no strict guards at the town gate like at the Black Iron City, only an old soldier leaning against a post, dozing in his worn leather armor. When he hears footsteps, he lazily lifts his eyelids. Seeing Lin Kai and the others, he is first surprised, then rubs his eyes and shows a look of amazement. Hey, isn't that Lin Kai and Roy? And this little girl? Where are you all coming from? Carrying so many bags, the soldier recognizes them, especially since Lin Kai's barbecue stall was popular in town for a while, and later rumors about the Bloodblade mercenary group's night raid made their family quite memorable. Uncle Hans, we went on a trip to visit relatives and just got back, Lin Kai says with a tired but age-appropriate smile, using a familiar excuse. Good to see you back. Uncle Hans waves his hand without asking much, muttering, the town's been a bit uneasy lately. Be careful when you're here. Then he pulls back to his post and continues to doze. Uneasy? Lin Kai's mind moves, but he shows no sign of it. He thanks him briefly and then leads Roy and Ella into the town. The streets, houses, and the smell of earth and cooking smoke are all familiar. Though they haven't been gone long, after experiencing so much, seeing it again feels like a different world. Townspeople they meet along the way look at them with surprise and curiosity, whispering among themselves. Look, it's Lin Kai coming back. Are they really back? Aren't they worried about trouble from the Bloodblade people? I heard they went to Black Iron City. Why are they back so soon? That girl with silver hair still looks the same. Lin Kai just nods slightly in response to these whispers, keeps walking, and heads straight to Old Phil's general store in the town center. The store's door is still slightly open, and the wind chime hanging on the frame rings with a clear sound in the breeze. As Lin Kai pushes the door open, the chime rings out, and the familiar smell of dust, dried goods, and cheap spices hits him. Behind the counter, old Phil, wearing single-lens glasses, is carefully cleaning an old-looking brass ornament in the light from the window. Hearing the door and chime, he doesn't look up and casually says, "Welcome. Look around and see what you need." Prices are marked. Old Phil paused his wiping, then slowly looked up. When his gaze fell on Lin Kai, Roy, and Ella, who was curious and examining the shelves with wide red eyes, his wrinkled face first showed surprise. Then, that surprise quickly changed into a mix of emotions: astonishment, understanding, a hint of relief, and a hidden worry. He put down the ornament and soft cloth, took off his glasses, and slowly stepped out from behind the counter. He didn't speak immediately, but carefully looked over the three of them, especially focusing on their slightly dusty clothes, backpacks, and Lin Kai's calm eyes. Huh. Old Phil finally made a sound that was hard to tell if it was a sigh or a light laugh. He shook his head. "I knew you restless little ones wouldn't settle easily outside. Is the water in Black Iron City too deep?" His tone wasn't scolding, but carried a kind of elder's concern mixed with a bit of "I told you so," as if he was seeing a young relative return after hardships. "Yeah, we ran into some trouble," Lin Kai said honestly. "But I still feel safer here." "Safer?" Old Phil snorted softly, but his eyes softened. "Not necessarily. After you left, the town wasn't peaceful either." But he looked at Lin Kai, who had grown more confident, then at Roy's more determined expression, and Ella's innocent yet seemingly more mature eyes. He nodded. "Looks like this trip wasn't wasted. You've gained experience and endured some hardships, right?" At that moment, Ella tugged at Lin Kai's sleeve, lifted her small face, and with wide red eyes, shyly looked at old Phil. She whispered, "Kai Kai, little cookie." Lin Kai sighed helplessly. Old Phil chuckled loudly, his wrinkles relaxing. He turned back behind the counter, took a small wrapped package from a drawer, and opened it. Inside were several golden brown cookies, fragrant with butter and honey. "Here, little glutton, remember your old man's cookies," old Phil said, handing Ella a cookie. "Eat slowly, don't choke." Ella cheered happily, took a cookie, and immediately bit into it, squinting with satisfaction. Her tail wagged happily. Watching Ella enjoy her treat, old Phil's smile became even more genuine. He pointed to the small door behind the shop. "Stop standing here. Put down your things and sit inside. Roy, go to the back kitchen and boil some water. There are tea leaves in the cabinet. Help yourself. Looks like you haven't had a proper lunch yet." "Perfect. I cooked a pot of meat today. I plan to eat it over 2 days. But consider yourselves lucky." Without much small talk or questions, old Phil expressed his welcome and care in a simple way. This natural acceptance made the three, who had experienced the coldness and scheming of Iron City, as well as forest chases and battles, feel a warm feeling inside. Roy nodded and, familiar with the place, took off his bag and headed to the back kitchen. Lin Kai also put down his bag, pulled Ella, who was still focused on eating cookies, and followed old Phil into the small house behind the grocery store, which served as a living room and storage. The room was simple but tidy. There was an old wooden table, a few chairs, a fireplace, not lit at the moment, and shelves filled with goods and miscellaneous items. Sunlight shone through a small window, illuminating floating dust in the air, making the room look peaceful and warm. "Sit." Old Phil sat down first in a rocking chair, signaling Lin Kai and Ella to sit as well. Ella held her cookies and obediently sat next to Lin Kai on a long bench. Lin Kai sat upright, still thin from youth, but with a calm posture. "Tell me." Old Phil leaned back in his rocking chair, swinging slowly, but his sharp eyes looked at Lin Kai. "Besides the trouble, what else did you gain from Iron City? And how did you come back? You didn't encounter any tails on the way, right?" Lin Kai knew that old Phil's seemingly casual questions were actually checking their safety and assessing their current situation and abilities. He didn't hide anything, briefly sharing what they knew about Iron City, excluding details about the Magic Guild vice president's recruitment and their deep involvement in the auction, the troubles they faced, and how they were followed and fought back on the way back, choosing to tell it in a way suitable for their age and experience. Old Phil listened quietly, tapping lightly on the armrest of his rocking chair, his cloudy eyes flickering with thought. When he heard how they used terrain and traps to fight back against their pursuers, he paused his tapping and looked at Lin Kai with more meaning in his gaze. "Well done," he finally said slowly. Better than I expected. It seems that this long journey has helped you all grow up a lot. His gaze swept over Lin Kai and Roy, who was coming out of the kitchen with hot water. However, he changed the subject and spoke seriously. Since you are back and in this way, you must understand that Breeze Town is not a safe place. The Bloodblade mercenary group has recently shrunk because of conflicts with another group, but Mars is a sneaky and vengeful person. He might not have forgotten about you. Also, the town has been a bit restless lately. Uncle Hans also mentioned that things are not peaceful at the door. Did something happen? Lin Kai asked casually. Old Phil took a sip of the hot tea Roy handed him and pondered. I'm not sure of the details, but the guards have been patrolling more often. I heard that the northern forest is not very peaceful, with signs of strange magical creatures, and some hunting teams that went deep into the forest have gone missing. Captain Barton is very busy. Also, he lowered his voice. There are rumors that something unusual was seen deep in the forest, like an ancient site being disturbed. Ancient site? Lin Kai's heart moved. He remembered the rumors about dragon relics and a key that the Grey Wolf mercenary team had mentioned before. In any case, now that you're back, settle in and stay safe. Old Phil looked at Lin Kai. If you want to reopen your barbecue stall, I can help you find a good, safe spot. But with things as they are now, business might not be very good. Thank you, Mr. Phil, Lin Kai sincerely replied. Business can wait. We just want to settle down first. At that moment, the aroma of the stew from the kitchen drifted over. Ella's nose twitched, and she looked eagerly toward the kitchen. Old Phil chuckled and stood up. All right, enough talk. Eat first. Whatever happens, we talk after you've had your fill. The steaming stew, rough but filling black bread, and a little fruit wine that Old Phil kept. Only poured a small half-glass for Lin Kai and Roy. Simple food, but better than any feast in Black Iron City. Sitting around the old wooden table, listening to Old Phil chatter about town affairs, and watching Ella happily eat with a messy face, Lin Kai felt a rare sense of peace and stability. The warmth of returning home was not just in the familiar sights, but also in the feeling of being accepted, cared for, and able to temporarily put down defenses. Although the future remains uncertain and crises may not be far away, at least for now, inside this small grocery shop's back room, warmth has dispelled the fatigue and danger of the journey, giving them a precious chance to rest and the strength to keep going. The aroma of stewed meat gradually faded, and the soup in the rough ceramic bowl was cleaned completely with bread. A simple but warm lunch chased away the last chill from the long trip and relaxed their tense nerves after days of stress. Ella patted her belly happily, her red eyes half closed, leaning on Lin Kai like a satisfied little cat. Roy helped Old Phil clear the dishes, moving quickly and looking relaxed, as if returning to a familiar place. Old Phil sat back in his rocking chair, lit a pipe filled with dried herbs, and took a slow puff, exhaling a faintly fragrant smoke. His cloudy but sharp eyes scanned the three of them, finally resting on Lin Kai's face, which was young but already showing some features of maturity. Food is eaten, water is drunk. Now it's time to talk about serious matters. Old Phil's voice sounded a bit hazy behind the smoke. This time you've come back. Do you plan to stay long, or just hide for a while? Lin Kai sat up straight. He was a thin, 10-year-old boy, but his eyes were clear and firm. Mr. Phil, we don't plan to go back to Black Iron City for now. It isn't suitable for us at the moment. We want to settle in Windbreeze Town first. Settle down? Old Phil raised his grayish eyebrows. Your old wooden house is gone, and it was targeted by Bloodblade people. It's not safe or private. And with your current situation, he looked at Ella. I'm afraid it's not good to openly sell roasted meat anymore. It might attract too much attention. Lin Kai nodded. He had thought about these problems too. We understand. So we'd like Mr. Phil's advice. Are there any quiet places in town that are affordable to rent? Or maybe we could quietly repair our old wooden house. Old Phil didn't answer immediately. He just puffed on his pipe, seeming to weigh his options. The smoke curled up, making his face somewhat blurry. After a while, he spoke slowly. There's actually a place available. He paused. I have a distant nephew who left with a caravan a few years ago. He left a small yard near the woods on the west side of town, with 2 small houses and a tiny backyard. It's been empty, and I sometimes look after it. The yard is small and located in a quiet area, away from your old wooden cabin and the nearby woods. so it's less likely to attract old troubles. As for rent, he glanced at Lin Kai. If you're willing to help me occasionally take care of the yard and do some cleaning, I can offer a lower rent, or you can trade some of your rare spices or soaps to cover part of it. This is truly a helpful offer. A private, quiet place with old Phil acting as a middleman is exactly what they need right now. Thank you so much, Mr. Phil. Roy couldn't help but speak up, showing his gratitude. Lin Kai also felt warm inside, but he thought more carefully. Thank you very much, Mr. Phil. But we can't stay for free. Whatever the rent is, we will pay it with spices and future income. Helping with the yard is also part of our duty. However, he hesitated, we might need to borrow some spices or other things first as startup capital. Expenses in Iron City are a bit high. He spoke honestly, not hiding their current difficulties. Old Phil waved his hand with a knowing look. No need to thank me. Your soy sauce and soaps, even if they don't sell for high prices in town like in Iron City, are unique. Over time, they can still bring in some money. The yard is settled. I'll give you the keys later, and you can go see it yourself. If you need anything, take it from my shop and keep track. When you're ready, you can pay me back. He paused, tapping his pipe on the armrest, looking more serious. Your living arrangements are settled, but I need to say something up front. Since you've decided to stay, you must follow the town's rules and be careful about showing your true talents. Lin Kai, I know you're clever and resourceful, but sometimes, being too smart or too special can bring trouble. And that girl. He looked at Ella, who was playing with her tail. She's quite eye-catching wherever she goes. Try to keep her from wandering outside alone. The Bloodblade mercenary group has recently been overshadowed by the Hammer mercenary group, so they've calmed down a lot. But Mars is like a snake hiding in the grass. Until he's truly dead, he might strike at any time. We understand, and we'll be careful. Lin Kai nodded seriously. Roy also nodded firmly. Also, old Phil lowered his voice. What I mentioned at the dinner table. It's true that the forest to the north isn't safe. The guard's message was tightly sealed, but from the scattered rumors I heard over the past few days, it's not just about strange monster movements. Some hunters said they heard strange roars deep in the forest, unlike normal wild animals. Others found some damaged traces of plants and trees, as if something very large had passed through. Captain Barton sent people to investigate several times, but they found nothing and 2 good fighters even went missing. Now, many townspeople are feeling uneasy, and no one dares to go deep into the woods at night. Strange movements in the forest? Weird roars? Large destruction marks? Lin Kai's nerves were once again stirred. Could this be related to Ella? Or maybe connected to the dragon ruins mentioned by the Grey Wolf mercenary team? Anyway, don't go deep into the woods to the north unless you're sure it's safe, old Phil finally warned. First, settle down and get your days steady before thinking about anything else. Okay, Lin Kai remembered old Phil's advice. In the afternoon, the sun was shining brightly. Old Phil handed Lin Kai the key to the small courtyard and pointed out the general direction. The 3 of them said goodbye to old Phil, carried their bags, and headed west toward the town. The western part of the town was quieter than the center, with fewer houses. Most were self-built yards or in used properties. The courtyard old Phil mentioned was at the end of a small alley, behind which was a gentle covered with bushes and wild grass, with the dense forest far in the distance. It was a quiet spot, rarely visited. The yard was small, with a weathered earthen wall and a slightly old wooden door, but still intact. When they unlocked and pushed open the creaking door, they saw a roughly 20-square-meter courtyard. The ground was packed dirt, with stubborn S in the corners and an old stone-covered well. Facing the door were 2 small mud-and-stone houses, with thatched roofs that looked quite old, but still sturdy. Opening the main house's door, a faint musty smell hit them. Inside was very simply furnished, an old wooden bed, a small table missing a leg and supported by stones, 2 crooked stools, and a simple stone fireplace with a chimney. The other small house was even smaller, filled with broken household items and firewood. Though simple, it kept out the wind and rain and offered enough privacy. This place is pretty good. Roy put down his bag, looked around, and smiled. Compared to the narrow room at the Stone Crow Inn, this place is like heaven, with its own private space and a much greater sense of safety. Ella ran around the yard, full of curiosity about the new environment. She tiptoed to the water well to look down, but Lin Kai gently pulled her back. Then she fiddled with a stubborn wildflower growing in the corner, her bright red eyes shining. This is the place. Lin Kai also sighed in relief. He walked into the yard and looked around. The yard needed cleaning, the house needed sweeping and simple repairs, and furniture needed to be added. There was a lot to do, but these problems could be solved. Most importantly, they now had a real, safe place to call their own. Roy, let's do a quick cleanup so we can stay here tonight, Lin Kai said as he started assigning tasks. I'll borrow some cleaning tools from old Phil and see if I can get some blankets and basic supplies on credit. You check the roof and walls for leaks or weak spots. Ella, he looked at Ella, who was trying to poke a butterfly resting on a wildflower with her small hand. You're in charge of watching the house. Don't run outside, and don't break anything in the yard. Can you do that? Yes. Ella immediately puffed out her chest, showing a confident expression, though her idea of watching the house might be a bit different from others. For the next half day, the small yard was busy but full of hope. Lin Kai not only borrowed a broom, cloths, and a bucket from old Phil, but also on credit got 2 clean but old blankets, an iron pot, some bowls and plates, and basic seasonings. Old Phil even gave him a small bag of flour and a few eggs as a housewarming gift. Roy carefully checked the house and found a few spots on the roof where the thatch was thin and might leak, but the walls were sturdy. He made a mental note to gather materials for repairs tomorrow. Then he and Lin Kai started watering the ground, sweeping the floor, wiping tables and chairs, and cleaning the ashes from the fireplace. Ella was indeed very serious about watching the house. She moved a small stool to sit at the yard gate. Though her attention was sometimes caught by flying birds or crawling bugs, she never left the yard. Occasionally, she would loudly report inside. Kaitai, a bird just flew by, or Kaitai, ants are carrying away cookie crumbs, which were actually bits of her breakfast that she accidentally dropped on the ground. By sunset, the yard looked completely refreshed. The yes were pulled out, the ground was cleaned, and although the inside was still simple, it was bright and tidy. They laid down clean bedding, and the fireplace was stocked with firewood, ready to be lit to chase away the cold and dampness at night. Lin Kai used a borrowed iron pot to make a few simple pancakes with flour and eggs. He also cooked a pot of soup with dried meat given by old Phil. Although simple, the warm food made everyone feel happy and satisfied. Looking out the window at the darkening sky and the peaceful yard, the 3 of them felt more grounded than ever. After dinner, Lin Kai lit the fireplace. The orange flames flickered, filling the small house with warm light and casting their shadows on the rough walls. Ella washed her face and, tired, was carried to bed by Lin Kai. She curled up and quickly fell asleep. Lin Kai and Roy sat by the fire, listening to the crackling wood. They had nothing to say, but both felt calm inside. Do you think we have a home again? Roy asked softly, with a hint of emotion. Yes, Lin Kai replied, watching the dancing flames and nodding. The home was simple, and the future still uncertain, but it was built with their effort and old Phil's help. After facing storms outside, it was a safe place where they could rest and gather strength. The warmth of returning home wasn't about luxury, but about finding peace after wandering. It was about having trustworthy friends nearby and feeling hope rekindle in their hearts. Maybe Wind Breeze Town was no longer a forever safe haven, but at least now, the quiet firelight in this small, secluded yard on the town's west side was enough to light their way forward and give them courage to face new challenges. Morning light shone through the small wooden window on the east side of the yard, casting warm spots on the simple but tidy ground. Lin Kai opened his eyes and saw the unfamiliar, slightly cracked mud-gray roof. The scent in the air was a mix of earth, dry grass, and the remnants of last night's fire. This new home's unique smell. He lay quietly for a few seconds, listening to Ella's steady, deep breathing and the distant, faint sounds of roosters and dogs outside. The tension that had been tight during their journey and dangers finally relaxed completely. Home, even if simple, it was a place where they could close their eyes in peace. He quietly got up without waking Ella, who was still sleeping peacefully. Roy was no longer in the house. He was on a makeshift bed made of door panels and a long bench, with his blanket neatly folded. Lin Kai pushed open the creaky wooden door, and the cool morning air mixed with the fresh scent of grass and trees flowed in. Roy was outside in the yard, shirtless, washing himself with well water. His strong muscles glistened in the morning light, and some old scars remained on his body, showing signs of past battles. When he saw Lin Kai come out, he paused his activity and grinned. "Good morning, Lin Kai. This well water is quite cold." "Morning." Lin Kai nodded and went to the well, drew a bucket of water, and washed himself simply. The cool well water made him feel refreshed. He still looked like a thin, 10-year-old boy, but his clear eyes reflected the morning light, making him seem especially alert and calm. Breakfast was still simple flatbread and dried meat soup, but sitting in his yard and enjoying it in the morning light felt very different. Ella also woke up, rubbed her eyes, and quietly climbed onto a small stool at the table, waiting for breakfast. "What's the plan for today?" Roy asked while eating his flatbread. His eyes showed hope and energy for the new life. Lin Kai already had a plan. "Today we split up. Roy, you stay at home to check and improve the house's defenses, fixing the roof where it might leak from yesterday's discovery. Also, see if the wall needs reinforcement. Then, you can go to the town's blacksmith to ask about suitable, reasonably priced armor or weapon parts. We don't have much money, but we can't skimp on necessary gear. Remember, stay low-key, observe more, ask less." "Got it," Roy replied. Fixing the house and learning about equipment were exactly what he was good at and cared about. "I'll take Ella to town," Lin Kai continued, "to get familiar with the area, see how the town has changed recently, and gather information, especially about the strange things in the northern forest that old Phil mentioned. Also, look for small, inconspicuous business opportunities or check the prices and needs in town." He needed to find a steady income quickly. Living off what they had was not sustainable. "I want to go too." Ella immediately raised her hand, excited to go play with Kai Kai. Her eyes sparkled at the idea. "But you must obey, stay close to me, don't run around, don't ask for things randomly, and don't." Lin Kai began to repeat the low-profile rule. "Got it, got it. Stay close to Kai Kai, walk quietly, don't talk, don't look around." Ella eagerly recited the rules. Although she wasn't sure how well she could follow them, her attitude was very positive. After dinner, Roy stayed at home and began to busy himself. Lin Kai held Ella's hand, and they left their small courtyard, stepping onto the quiet morning street of Breeze Town. The town's morning was busy but peaceful. On the main street, shops gradually opened. Workers swept the steps outside their stores. Farmers carried baskets to the market to buy food for the day. The sound of hammering came from the blacksmith shops. The air was filled with the smell of fresh bread, milk, and firewood. Everything looked much like Lin Kai remembered, as if they had never left. However, careful observation revealed some differences. The town guards seemed to patrol more often than before, looking serious and scanning the street and pedestrians with alert eyes. At the market, discussions about meat had decreased, replaced by complaints and worries about fewer hunting gains in the mountains recently. Lin Kai overheard a few men who looked like hunters talking quietly, that it's cursed. The old forest to the north. Lately, it's hard to even catch a decent rabbit. Exactly. The traps I set have been torn apart violently in several places, not like normal wild animals. Captain Barton went into the mountains again yesterday, and I heard he hasn't come back. Keep it down. I heard there might be movement deeper inside, but no one dares to go see. Lin Kai silently led Ella past these conversations, keeping the information in mind. He deliberately avoided the area where the barbecue stall used to be, as it was crowded and possibly had spies from the Bloodblade mercenary group. He first went to the town's general store, pretending to browse casually, but actually observing the prices and supply of various goods. He found that everyday supplies were stable in price, but some forest products, like certain medicinal herbs, animal skins, and rare woods, had increased in price, with supplies noticeably reduced. The tavern frequented by adventurers and mercenaries was quieter during the day than usual, as many people seemed distracted by the strange happenings in the forest or had temporarily left Breeze Town. Ella obediently stayed close to Lin Kai. Although her red eyes and silver hair still attracted many looks, she remembered Lin Kai's words. She just curiously looked around, tightly holding on to Lin Kai's coat, not running off or drooling over the shiny, cheap jewelry stalls. Lin Kai deliberately avoided the jewelry stands. When passing by a stall selling candied fruits, her steps noticeably slowed. and she sniffed the air with her little nose. Lin Kai saw this and quietly sighed. He went over and bought the smallest portion of candied plums, handing it to her. Ella immediately smiled happily, carefully holding the paper-wrapped treat, licking its small bites, her tail gently wagging with happiness. Next, Lin Kai went to Old Phil's general store. Old Phil was behind the counter, organizing his account book. Seeing them, he nodded. Lin Kai didn't ask much about the forest, just said he wanted to know if there were any small jobs or business opportunities in town. He also handed over some soap bars and a special soy sauce he had promised earlier for rent reduction. Old Phil took the items, thought for a moment, and said, "Small jobs. Right now, people in town are cautious with their money, so short-term work is hard to find. As for small businesses," he looked at Lin Kai. "Your skills in grilling meat and making seasonings are unique, but setting up a stall now would be too obvious. If you trust me, I can sell your dried meat, soap, and this soy sauce here, taking a small commission. That way, you don't have to show yourself, and you can still earn some income. It might not be much, but steady." This was undoubtedly a safe plan. Lin Kai immediately agreed. "Thank you, Mr. Phil. I'll start preparing when I get back." Leaving the store, Lin Kai felt a bit more at ease. At least he had one relatively safe source of income. He then took Ella to explore other parts of the town, trying to get a full picture. Overall, he felt that Breeze Town seemed peaceful on the surface, but undercurrents were flowing beneath. The forest's abnormality was like a spreading dark cloud, weighing on the townspeople's hearts and affecting normal economic activities. At noon, they returned to their small yard in the West District. Roy had repaired the weakest part of the roof and reinforced some corners of the yard wall with found wooden stakes and stones, making the place safer. He told Lin Kai that he had checked out the blacksmith shop but didn't buy anything, only learning some basic information. Lunch was simple noodles with broth, made by Roy using the flour and vegetables Lin Kai bought in the morning. 3 people sat around a small wooden table in the yard, eating and sharing their morning experiences. "The town's atmosphere really feels off," Roy said. "When I went to the blacksmith, I overheard some regular customers talking. It seems the guards have lost some people, and Captain Barton is in a bad mood. There are also many complaints from hunters and herbalists at the market," Lin Kai added. "The forest's resources are decreasing, and it seems some powerful force is active, damaging traps and gathering spots. Old Phil also warned us not to go north recently." Era was focused on eating noodles. When she heard powerful force, she looked up, her red eyes blinking, and said vaguely, "In the forest, there's a kind of heavy feeling, uncomfortable." She couldn't describe the feeling clearly, but this was the first time she expressed negative emotions about the forest. Lin Kai and Roy exchanged serious looks. Seeing the concern in each other's eyes, and even Era feeling uncomfortable, suggested that whatever was in the forest was probably not simple. In the afternoon, Lin Kai started making the first batch of products for sale. He asked Roy to buy some cheap meat scraps and organs, while he carefully took out the remaining special seasonings and slime mucus residue, after processing, he carried with him. In the simple kitchen, using limited tools, he began making long-lasting spicy jerky and uniquely flavored pickles. Era watched curiously, occasionally helping by passing things, but mostly she sat at the door, watching Lin Kai busy, her nose twitching as she sniffed the strange, rich aroma of spices and meat in the air. As the sun set, the first batch of trial jerky and pickled vegetables was finished. Though small in quantity, their color and aroma were very tempting. Lin Kai carefully wrapped them up, planning to deliver them to Old Phil tomorrow. After dinner, night fell. The small yard had no lights, only the cold moonlight shining down, making the ground look silver. Everything was unusually quiet. No insects chirping, no distant animal roars from the woods, as if they had diminished. Only the wind rustling through the treetops, almost like a whimper. This excessive silence made people feel a little uneasy. The 3 of them had no sleepiness. They sat in the yard, listening to the wind. An invisible pressure seemed to fill the air, and even Era was quiet. She leaned against Lin Kai, her red eyes gazing toward the forest to the north, with a faint, barely noticeable alertness on her face. "It's very quiet," Roy whispered, unconsciously resting his hand on the hilt of his sword at his waist. "Yes," Lin Kai replied softly, his gaze also fixed on the dark outline to the north, which looked like a crawling beast in the night. Old Phil's warning, the town's rumors, Ella's feelings, and this strange silence. All clues pointed in that direction. Before a storm, the weather is often calm. But beneath this calm, something is brewing, though no one knows what. Are these young birds, just returned home and longing for peace, about to be caught in the coming storm again? Lin Kai gently clenched his fist. No matter what, they now have a home. They can face the storm together, and friends to support each other. That is enough. He looked away and said to Roy and Ella, "It's late. Let's go back and rest. Tomorrow, we need to prepare for the possible trouble ahead." His voice was calm but carried a rare, reassuring strength typical of a 10-year-old boy. The night deepened, and the small yard returned to silence. Only the whisper of the north wind passing through the trees, as if telling a secret about what might come soon. The morning sunlight seemed paler than usual, weakly penetrating the thin clouds and shining on the quiet streets of Windy Town. The unsettling, excessive silence lasted all night and was not broken even at dawn. The usual morning noise, vendors shouting, beasts neighing, children playing, had all disappeared, replaced by a heavy, oppressive atmosphere, as if everyone was holding their breath, waiting for something. Even the air seemed stagnant, carrying a faint mixture of earthiness and an indescribable restlessness. Lin Kai woke up early. He stood at the door of the small yard, looking at the dirt path leading to the forest to the north. His figure was still thin, and the outline of a 10-year-old looked somewhat fragile in the morning light, but his straight back and calm eyes showed a seriousness beyond his age. Ella also woke up, rubbing her eyes and walking over to him. Her small hand unconsciously grabbed his clothes. She looked north with her red eyes, her brow furrowing slightly, and muttered softly, "Kai Kai, it feels more stuffy over there. Like, there are many things pushing and shoving, and it's not happy." Roy came out of the house, his face showing clear worry. "It's too quiet, Lin Kai. Even the birds chirping is almost gone." Lin Kai nodded. Unusual animal behavior often signals an upcoming disaster. He remembered Uncle Hank, one of the most experienced hunters in town, who lived at the northern edge and knew the forest better than anyone. If something strange was happening, Uncle Hank would be the first to notice and the most qualified to speak about it. "Let's go see Uncle Hank," Lin Kai decided. He needed clearer information, not just guesses or Ella's vague feelings. The three of them ate a quick meal and then left the small yard, heading north toward the town's edge. The farther north they went, the fewer people they saw. The villagers they did encounter hurried past, looking worried and whispering quietly. They only glanced at Lin Kai and his friends briefly, without the usual greetings. Uncle Hank's house was next to the town's northern fence. It was a sturdy small cabin built with thick logs and stones. The yard had dried animal skins hanging and various hunting tools displayed. The door was open, and Uncle Hank sat on a log at the entrance, looking at a worn leather map spread out before him. He held a hunting knife, but was not moving. He just stared at the map with a furrowed brow, as if trying to understand it. His gray hair was messy, and his tanned face was lined with worry, every wrinkle showing concern. "Uncle Hank," Lin Kai called as he approached the door. Hank looked up, surprised to see them, then sighed and waved. "It's you, Lin Kai." "And Roy Ella. Come in." Lin Kai entered without greeting and asked directly, "Uncle Hank, you feel it too, right? The forest. It's too quiet." Hank didn't answer immediately. He put down his knife, picked up an empty pipe by his side, and rubbed it while looking toward the northern forest. His voice was hoarse and low, not just quiet. "Lin Kai, you guys have been gone a while, but you probably don't know. That old forest has changed." He pointed to the leather map on the ground, which had simple marks and lines drawn with charcoal. "I've hunted in that forest most of my life. I know every animal trail, every water source, every beast's habits. But in the last half-month," he shook his head, showing a mix of confusion and fear. "Everything's been turned upside down. First, the small animals started fleeing. Hank began to count off. Hares, groundhogs, forest deer. They all ran out of the woods like headless flies. Even the timid creatures that usually hide deep inside came out, not afraid of people. Then there were the flocks of birds migrating south, 2 months earlier than usual, flying in large groups as if something was chasing them." Roy couldn't help but ask, "Has a powerful monster appeared?" "Powerful monsters?" Hank smiled bitterly. At first, I thought so too. I took a few old friends and bravely went inside to check. But then, his voice grew quieter. We found traces, lots of them. Not just one or two, but many. No, several groups of different monsters left these marks. Steel-maned boars, shadow wolves, even poison claw lizards that usually stay in the deeper swamps. These creatures' territories are far apart, and normally they don't interfere with each other. But now, their footprints, droppings, and signs of fights are all mixed together, moving in the same direction. In the same direction? Lin Kai's heart tightened. Where to? Hank pointed heavily at the map. The mark was beyond his usual hunting area, pointing to a blank part of the deeper forest. They're all pushing northwest. We didn't dare follow, but that feeling. It's like all the beasts, whether herbivores or carnivores, are being driven or attracted by something, desperately fleeing in that direction. The order of the forest. It's gone. He paused, then looked seriously at Lin Kai. Do you know what this means? My great-grandfather once mentioned, when the forest falls into chaos, and all the animals are panicked and fleeing against their nature, it often means something more terrifying is awakening behind them, or a powerful force is forming ahead of them. There are usually only two possibilities, either a terrible natural disaster, like volcanic eruptions or floods, or a beast tide is coming. Beast tide. The words hit Lin Kai like a cold stone, crashing into his heart and stirring turbulent waves. He had heard of this term in scattered stories from other worlds and adventurers. Usually, large groups of monsters gather for some reason, such as being driven by powerful high-level monsters, environmental changes, or abnormal magic. They form a wild rush that crashes into human settlements, causing destruction and chaos wherever they go. Hank's voice trembled slightly. When I was young, I experienced a small monster attack with my father. It was just a few dozen mountain goats frightened by a thunderstorm and some shadow wolves following them. They almost broke through the fences of a small village that wasn't prepared. But now, if I'm right, this time, it's probably more than just a few dozen. As if to confirm Hank's words, from deep in the northern forest, a deep, long, and fierce roar echoed, full of violence and pain. The sound cut through the still air, clearly reaching the northern part of the town, even spreading across half of Windy Town. That was not the call of any common monster. The sound carried a strange, powerful magic wave and a wild, crazy feeling. After the roar, there was a brief silence. Then, more animal sounds, some loud, some low, came from all directions of the forest. They responded, or perhaps were frightened, trembling with fear. It seemed as if the entire forest had come alive, but in a desperate, furious way. Hank's face turned pale instantly. His pipe dropped to the ground with a loud clatter. He muttered, "They're coming. Really coming. They're gathering." And restless, Lin Kai's heart sank. The worst guess was confirmed. This was not just a random monster attack. It was a large, organized, even if driven or attracted by some force, monster movement, an ominous sign of an approaching disaster. Ayla suddenly grabbed Lin Kai's hand tightly. Her red eyes flashed with a brief golden light. For the first time, her face showed a serious, cautious expression that didn't belong to a child. She whispered, "Lin Kai, there's so much chaotic energy coming this way. Very soon." Even Ayla could clearly sense that the chaotic, massive force was forming and approaching fast. At that moment, a loud, urgent bell rang from the center of the town. Ding, ding, ding. It was sharp and rapid, piercing the quiet morning, filled with panic and urgency. An emergency alarm for the town. "It's the guard's alarm," Roy exclaimed in shock. Hank suddenly stood up, his hunchback straightening a little. The redness on his face faded, replaced by a fierce and determined look like that of an old hunter facing a desperate situation. "Quick, go to the town square. Barton is ringing the bell. Something big is happening." Without needing to say more, Lin Kai grabbed Ella, called Roy, and turned to run toward the town center. Hank staggered behind them, shouting loudly as he ran, "Beast tide. The beast tide is coming. Everyone, gather quickly." His shout was like sparks thrown into boiling oil, instantly igniting the long-held fear in the hearts of the townspeople along the way. Panic spread quickly like a disease. "Beast tide? Oh no, Hank," the old hunter, said so too. "Run. To the square, kids. Take the children." Screams, crying, and chaotic running suddenly broke the previous silence. People rushed out of their houses, faces full of fear and confusion, grabbing whatever they could, like headless flies heading toward the town center. Shop owners hurriedly closed their stores. Items were knocked over without anyone caring. In just a few minutes, the entire Breeze town fell into chaos and panic, as if the end of the world was near. Lin Kai kept Ella close while running, to prevent her from being separated by the panicked crowd. His mind, after the initial shock, quickly started working fast. The beast tide. Its size, strength, and arrival time were all unknown. How strong was Breeze Town's defenses? How would Captain Barton respond? In this coming disaster, how could the three of them survive and find a way out? The familiar streets now felt strange and filled with fear. The sound of the bell, roars, cries, and running footsteps formed a desperate prelude. In the north, the forest's restless movement and low growls grew clearer, like thunder approaching steadily. Signs of the beast tide had become undeniable reality, like the sword of Damocles hanging over every person in Breeze Town.